Ethan Prescott, a Slytherin aspiring to become a potions professor. The exemplary student of Hogwarts, the darling of professors, perpetually adorned with a polite smile and a paragon of excellence. In reality, a hungover wretch, marked by 2 fresh puncture wounds on his face, a hapless seer compelled to read the inner turmoil of others, a master of disguise who resorts to drinking and smoking to alleviate stress, and a linguistic virtuoso proficient in expletives that commence with F and conclude with H when angered. Simultaneously, his lethargic boyfriend. Upon their first encounter, he delivered a rather blood-curdling greeting. On the night of their formal introduction, he inadvertently caused a concussion with a single kick and later took him for a ride on a flying motorcycle, resulting in 3 episodes of vomiting. Chapter 1. 5th year. Ethan rubbed his throbbing temples, his steps unsteady as he emerged from the prefect's carriage. The Hogwarts Express glided smoothly across a stretch of countryside, the sunlight outside piercing his eyes painfully. Merlin's beard, he murmured softly, feeling his stomach churn violently. He was so ravenous he could devour an entire cow, yet simultaneously nauseated to the point of being unable to eat anything, all due to the excessive inebriation at Iris's farewell party the previous night. He was acutely aware that he should not indulge in such debauchery, particularly the day before the start of term. However, Iris was his closest muggle friend, who owned a bar in London. If Ethan dared to skip his party, Iris would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. What gnawed at Ethan's conscience even more was his inability to explain to Iris why he vanished without a trace each time the school year commenced, leaving no means of contact. Would he really say, "Sorry, my magical school doesn't have phone lines"? The train gently rocked, nearly causing Ethan to lose his balance. He steadied himself against the carriage wall and slowly made his way toward the dining car, his mind consumed with thoughts of steaming pumpkin juice. Ethan felt as if he were merely holding his breath while searching the carriage for the witch pushing the food trolley. Percy, Percy, the pompous Percy. Would someone kindly assist him? He was so famished he felt like retching bile. If there were anything left in his stomach, all the alcohol he consumed yesterday had already made its way to the toilet, which, frankly, had no gratitude to offer. Ethan waved his wand to check the time. The train continued its northern journey, the rain falling ever harder. Through the window, all he could see was a haze of gray, and the train was slowing down. Suddenly, all the carriage lights extinguished. "Lumos," Ethan promptly uttered, and in the next instant, the tip of his wand glowed to life. The train came to a halt, and a cacophony of sounds emanated from the carriage, punctuated by heads poking out of doors to investigate. "Everyone return to your compartments. Do not linger in the aisles. Upperclassmen, please keep an eye on the younger students," Ethan declared as he strode purposefully forward. He walked down the aisle of the Hogwarts Express, feeling the chill intensify the deeper he ventured into the train. The doors of the compartments were tightly shut, and several windows were frosted over unnaturally. Just before the last carriage, he halted. A tall figure draped in a tattered black cloak stood at the door, as if all surrounding light had been devoured, leaving behind a suffocating darkness. "Dementor," Ethan grimaced in distaste. He watched as the creature slowly bent down, seemingly preparing to pull open the carriage door. Without a moment to spare, Ethan deftly raised his wand, twisting his wrist, expecto patronum. The incantation slipped from his lips, and a silver bird erupted from the tip of his wand, darting through the dim corridor like a moving firecracker aimed directly at the shadowy entity. Almost simultaneously, the door of the last carriage was violently thrust open from within. A massive silver wolf charged out, flanking Ethan's silver bird in a pincer movement. The light from the 2 patron uses illuminated the corridor as bright as day, compelling the Dementor to retreat from the open window under the dual assault. Ethan gently stowed his wand, as the silver bird circled around his shoulder before dissipating into thin air. He took a few steps, eager to ascertain the situation within the compartment, only to collide with a man at the doorway's corner. "Merlin's beard, that hurts," Ethan groaned, his forehead having made contact with the man's teeth, who appeared equally affected, clutching his mouth and inquiring, "Not a bad guardian spirit. What year are you in?" "Thank you for the compliment, sir. I am Ethan Prescott, a 5th-year Slytherin." Ethan rubbed his forehead, grinning through the pain. "And who might you be? I don't recall seeing such a tall student on the train. Did Hogwarts accept transfer students of your stature this year?" He is Professor Lupin, this year's defense against the dark arts instructor, Hermione interjected excitedly. Excuse me, Professor Lupin. Harry fainted. Oh, he's waking up. Harry, are you all right? Ron helped him sit up. Ethan maneuvered around Lupin to peer inside, discovering that Harry was the sole occupant on the floor. Harry scanned the compartment, feeling somewhat awkward as he realized he was the only one who had fallen, particularly with a Slytherin standing in the compartment. Upon noticing this, Ethan approached and, alongside Ron, helped him to his feet. I will keep your secret, Harry. Otherwise, Draco would surely make it public knowledge, wouldn't he? Harry nodded appreciatively at Ethan, as Professor Lupin retrieved a bar of chocolate from his pocket and broke off a piece for Harry. Here, eat this. A bit of chocolate will help you feel better. Is there anyone else who would like some? I want some. Ethan quickly raised his hand. Is there more? I'm absolutely starving. There are still some large pumpkin pasties left. Would you like some? Hermione said, pulling a pasty from the paper bag to show Ethan. Thank you so much, dear Hermione. I truly thought I was going to starve. May I stay here? I doubt there is any available space for me to sit and eat elsewhere. Of course, there is still room. Congratulations, Ethan, you are this year's prefect. I hadn't anticipated this. It seems I have my work cut out for me. Ethan took a large bite of the pasty and continued. You all will be able to visit Hogsmeade this term, Hermione. Would you like to join me? I can clear some time for you. That sounds great. With you around, we certainly won't get lost, Hermione nodded. You've been there for 2 years now. What about you two? Would you like to join? Ethan turned to Ron and Harry. Harry was reluctant to discuss Hogsmeade, as he knew he could not go. He loathed the Dursleys and that dog. He believed that if Dudley turned into a pig, it would be an improvement over that dog, since Dudley already resembled a pig with a wig. Ron wanted to continue the conversation, but feared it would upset Harry, so he remained silent, merely nodding at Ethan to indicate his agreement. Ethan, who had been chewing on the pasty, suddenly choked on it. He declined the pumpkin juice that Hermione offered and, glancing out the window, stood up, saying, The train is approaching. I must patrol the compartments. Farewell, everyone. Professor Lupin, welcome to Hogwarts. Goodbye. See you later. Until next time, goodbye. Farewell, Prescott. Once Ethan left, the compartment fell silent for a moment until Lupin suddenly said, Harry, is Prescott a friend of yours? He is a Slytherin, isn't he? Although Harry was puzzled as to why Lupin suddenly addressed him by name, he candidly replied, I suppose. I've known him since before coming to Hogwarts, but he prefers to be with Hermione. Of course, it's because Ethan is the last vestige of conscience in Slytherin. He can converse with anyone, even Percy. Ron interjected. He should never have been sorted into Slytherin. Just think, who could tolerate Malfoy if they were truly Slytherin? He deserves a curse or two. Lupin nodded thoughtfully, but refrained from commenting further, simply reminding them, Prepare yourselves, we shall be arriving shortly. When Ethan entered the Great Hall, he spotted Lupin at the staff table and nodded at him. Snape turned and shot Ethan a disapproving glare, prompting him to silently take a seat beside Draco. Does Professor Snape have a grudge against the new defense against the dark arts professor? He glared at me when I greeted him. Ethan mouthed to Draco, not sure how to communicate with him. Draco glanced lazily at the staff table and replied, Isn't Snape always wanting to be the defense against the dark arts teacher? What's it to you? Do you know the new one? He looks rather shabby. Why would you greet him? I met him on the train, Ethan replied dismissively. Forget about that pauper. Draco suddenly sat up straighter, excitedly exclaiming, Hagrid has become a professor. I knew no sane person would allow a book that bites to be used as a textbook. Dumbledore has truly lost his mind letting him teach. That book nearly bit off my fingers. Don't say that. I actually quite like Hagrid. Ethan countered earnestly. That's because there isn't a single person at Hogwarts you dislike. You, social butterfly, associating with such individuals will only diminish your own worth. What could he possibly bring to you? Ethan was uninterested in Draco's incessant complaints. If not for being Snape's assistant alongside Draco, he would hardly have gotten to know him, considering they were 2 years apart in age. At this moment, all the new students had been sorted into their respective houses, and Professor Dumbledore tapped his cup to beckon silence. Welcome, Professor Dumbledore proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. I have but a few words to convey regarding the recent events aboard the train. Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing. We are to accommodate the Dementors from Azkaban, who have come to fulfill their duties. A brief stir among the students was promptly quelled by the heads of the houses. The Dementors will take up residence at all exits of the school. During their time here, please refrain from leaving the premises without permission, Dumbledore stated with grave seriousness. The Dementors will offer no excuses, and I ask that all prefects and heads ensure that no student engages them in conflict. Draco nudged Ethan, who shot him an exasperated glance. And let us extend a warm welcome to our 2 new professors this term. Dumbledore continued to introduce the new teachers, but Ethan could bear it no longer. The sheer number of students in the hall was overwhelming, and he found the noise intolerable. He could not leave his seat, for he must escort the first years to the dungeons afterward. At long last, as the final plate was cleared from the table, Ethan rose and beckoned the new students to follow him. Were it not for the fear of being hexed by Snape, he would have fancied himself a tour guide with a flag. Only upon escorting all the first years to the common room could he finally consider his day complete. He made his way to his dormitory. Ordinarily, Ethan would indulge in a drink before bed, but he was utterly exhausted and simply yearned to collapse onto his bed. Managing to complete his ablutions felt like a monumental feat. Ethan could only pray for slumber to envelop him swiftly. Otherwise, he would be subjected once more to Owen's incessant ramblings upon his return. Owen had developed an infatuation for a girl from their college last semester and perpetually sought Ethan's opinions, casting him in the role of a great romantic. Merlin did not heed Ethan's silent supplications, and when Owen returned, he was still wide awake. Ethan longed to revert to his first year. When Owen would blush shyly at the mere sight of him, he swore he would never forget the moment when Owen, upon entering their dormitory, stammered, "Are you in the wrong place? This is the boys' dormitory." Ethan had laughed at him for the entire year. Even as Owen steadfastly refused to admit that he had a problem with his vision, especially during Ethan's long-haired phase, when he had resembled a girl. "Ethan, do you think Mia would like to accompany me to Hogsmeade?" Owen pondered, pacing restlessly in front of Ethan's bed. "Of course, she would. You're quite charming," Ethan replied, peeking out from behind his bed curtains. "You need to be a bit more confident. You've been classmates for 5 years, after all, not strangers." Owen mumbled something indistinct, his voice barely audible, a whisper akin to that of a mosquito. Ethan could no longer contain himself and called out, "Classes just commenced today. Haven't you been in correspondence over the break? Just hold on for a few days." "Excuse me, I must find something to drink." Wrapping himself in a blanket, Ethan dashed to the common room. The quest for alcohol was merely a ruse. He had classes the next day, and if he were to become inebriated, Snape would surely have his head. Yet, he would rather spend the night on the sofa than endure Owen's tiresome monologue. The common room was relatively deserted, and Ethan nestled into a sofa, cocooning himself in the blanket like a caterpillar. He thought that in half an hour, Owen would fall asleep, allowing him to return. But instead, he drifted off to sleep himself. Chapter 2, The First Encounter. To his astonishment, Ethan did not anticipate actually falling asleep in the common room. Nor did he expect to be so thoroughly wrapped up that the early risers failed to notice someone on the sofa. It was only when Parkinson emerged and plopped down next to him that he was startled awake, causing Parkinson to jump in surprise as well. By the time he gathered himself to rouse Owen for breakfast in the Great Hall, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Draco, furiously grappling with his monstrous creature's book. The tome was particularly vicious, biting anyone who dared to touch it, and in a fit of frustration, he had somehow found a rope to bind the book, dragging it out of the hall like a pet dog. The thought made Ethan chuckle. Ethan hastily shoved some food into his mouth and pulled Owen towards the greenhouse, where their first lesson of 5th year would be herbology with Professor Sprout. Upon entering, Professor Sprout announced that they would be studying Chinese chopping cabbage, pairing them off into twos. Ethan turned to find Owen, only to see him sprinting after Mia. That mischievous lad. "Ethan, will you be my partner?" He heard a voice call, and turning around, he found it was George or Fred. Thank goodness. There were still kind souls at Hogwarts. "George, you're such a good person," Ethan exclaimed, to which the response was, "I'm Fred." "That's a lie. You're definitely George." "How do you know?" "Never mind. I was just going to ask you for the password to the prefect's bathroom. You're the prefect, right?" "Just helping a friend out." "Go fetch the flower pots. I'll get the seeds." "Isn't your brother the head boy? Why come to me?" "Percy, tedious Percy, dull Percy." George rolled his eyes. "I'd rather face Snape. At least that would be a quick death. Trust me, only you and Hermione can manage a civil conversation with him. He practically wears his head boy badge on his forehead. Fred, and I bet his girlfriend is about to dump him. Want to place a wager? How do we bet?" Ethan found himself chuckling again, recalling Draco dragging that monstrous book out of the hall. "I bet he'll be single before Christmas. Fred bets by the end of the term. 1 sickles. What about you?" Ethan pondered for a moment. "I bet within a year after graduation." "Think carefully," George remarked. tilting his head as he dug a hole in the flower pot with his trowel. Percy has been watching how prefects gain power since he was 16. Finding a girlfriend is a miracle for him. Which girl could tolerate him for so long? That's fine, Ethan laughed again, placing the seeds into the hole George had made. Just make sure Percy doesn't find out we're betting on him. As class drew to a close, George suddenly remembered he still hadn't acquired the bathroom password. Ethan was already preparing to place the flower pots in the designated area when George hurried over, asking about the password just as Professor Sprout began assigning the homework. George, uncertain if Ethan had heard him, locked eyes with him, ready to repeat himself. You would, fragrant. What? George was baffled by Ethan's sudden utterance. The password for the bathroom, Ethan stated, maintaining eye contact. I heard you ask. Thanks. I want to reveal your identity to Percy if I get caught, George said before turning to chase after Fred. Owen sought out Ethan only after class, as he shared none of the same classes with Mia. However, Ethan had no classes for the day, yet he still needed to prepare for his OWLs. He was reluctant to accompany Owen to the library or the common room. Previously, he had been studying in Hagrid's hut, where he could enjoy tea in peace, as few ventured there aside from Harry and his friends. This term, Ethan was uncertain if Hagrid would have time to brew tea for him, given his new role as a professor. After some deliberation, Ethan resolved to pay Hagrid a visit. He hadn't properly congratulated him on his significant promotion. He decided to bring some food along. If possible, he wished to dine at Hagrid's, for he despised the noisy Great Hall, which gave him a headache. And he loathed eating alone. Ethan knew where the Hogwarts kitchens were located. Entering through the castle doors, he traversed the Great Hall through a side entrance and continued downward until he reached a cluster of wooden barrels. He found a painting of a pear in a bowl of fruit oils. Gently tickling the pear would elicit a giggle, allowing him to open the door and step inside. Ethan often dined in the kitchens, where the house elves would not disturb him. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a house elf with large, expressive eyes. Hello. How may I assist you? Please prepare some food for me and pack it in a basket. Is there tea available? Ethan was unsure of the elf's name, but it mattered little. Any tea would suffice, though he required 2 cups. Please be quick. Certainly, we have tea. The elf snapped its fingers, and soon the kitchen bustled with activity. Ethan opted not to inquire about its name or express thanks. Communicating with house elves could be somewhat cumbersome, but he had developed a system of expressing his needs and patiently waiting. Before long, he received 2 substantial baskets, admittedly quite heavy, but that was easily remedied with a spell. He even conjured a guide flag for himself, leading his 2 basket-bearing companions toward Hagrid's hut. From a distance, he spotted Hagrid pacing in front of his home, with Fawn by his side. Hagrid, Ethan called out, running toward him. What are you up to? Hagrid turned and, upon seeing Ethan, waved him over. Come here, take a look at this. A dog? What a skinny dog. Did you find it, Hagrid? As Ethan approached the dog, it began to struggle, and he gasped. Wow, so fierce. No wonder you have it tied up. It was not exactly my doing. I merely stumbled upon him this morning as he was pilfering Yaya's food. Look at that distended belly. Hagrid leaned down to stroke the abdomen of the black dog, perplexed by how it had found its way here, this poor little creature. Let me take a look, Ethan remarked, observing that the dog had not bitten Hagrid. He extended his hand, intending to let the dog sniff it, but just as he did, the dog lunged to bite him. He swiftly withdrew his hand, only to find it grazed, leaving a deep scratch across the back of his hand. Merlin's socks. Why does it differentiate between people? Hagrid. It bit me, but not you. Ethan, Merlin's beard. That wound is rather deep. Keep your distance from it. I must fetch a cloth to staunch the bleeding. Hagrid hurriedly retreated into the house. There's no need to worry, Hagrid. Just rinse it with clean water, and as long as it doesn't have rabies, it should be a matter easily resolved. Ethan extracted his wand from his pocket and pointed it towards the now quiet dog. Come now, you troublesome creature. Let us see some swift healing. Is it healed? Hagrid emerged with a cloth, scrutinizing Ethan's hand. Impressive, Ethan. No need to visit the infirmary. Do you still plan on helping Pomfrey this term? Perhaps, if Madame Pomfrey finds herself overwhelmed. I am serving as a prefect this year, after all, and I must also prepare for my OWLs. Ethan poked the dog, which seemed to be listening intently to their conversation. And I still need to assist Professor Snape. I truly hope that upon my graduation, he will vacate the position of potions master for me. Look, Hagrid. This dog perked up at the mere mention of Professor Snape's name. Snape, surely you can't be his dog. Snape doesn't strike me as the type to keep a dog, Hagrid replied. Stop poking it, Ethan. Be cautious lest it bites you again. He pulled Ethan's hand away from the dog. After a moment's pause, he continued. So, do you have no classes today? Why have you come to me at this hour? I have no classes, yet I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your appointment as professor, Hagrid. Are you nervous? Your first lesson is approaching. Ethan turned to retrieve 2 baskets he had brought along. I thought I might join you for lunch. I even brought tea, Will you dine with me? Ethan suddenly fell silent before adding, Hagrid, I beg you, do not mention to Professor Snape that I once called his name in the presence of a dog. This can remain between us and this dog at most. Ha ha, Ethan, I promise I won't. I am indeed a bit anxious. My first class is this afternoon. Hagrid exclaimed, wiping his face with the cloth. But it's all right, I am prepared. I assure you, you've never seen anything like it before. That is splendid, Hagrid. I know you are just as capable as Professor Kettleburn. If Professor Snape remains ensconced in his position in potions, I would love to travel the world to learn about magical creatures. As Ethan spoke, he began to unpack food and tea from the baskets. Did you notice yesterday? Professor Snape was glaring menacingly at Professor Lupin. It is common knowledge that Professor Snape has long desired to teach defense against the dark arts. And please, Hagrid, do not convey this to Professor Snape. I assure you, Lupin is a good professor. I know him. He is quite skilled. Hagrid said, breaking a pie in half and offering it to the black dog, which devoured it hungrily. Good boy, eat up, your skin and bones. I like Lupin. He complimented my Patronus. Ethan assisted in breaking the pie for the dog, hesitating to feed it further. Are you considering keeping it? I mean, if you feel a bit overwhelmed, after all, you are a professor now. I've always wanted a dog. Of course, you may keep it. Yaya is all I can handle. But it might bite you, if it continues to exhibit such hostility towards you. Not to worry. I do not see that as an issue, Hagrid. I am a wizard, after all. A dog cannot harm a wizard. It may simply be unfamiliar with me. Is it all right if I leave him here with you? I can construct a little house for him right next to yours. If he has an owner, Hagrid mused, wiping his forehead with the cloth. It's not the mark of a good owner to allow a dog to reach such a state, is it? Hagrid, if anyone comes looking for him, please hold him for me. I am willing to pay. Any amount of galleons will suffice. Ethan glanced down at the black dog, persisting in his persuasion. Hagrid, he has been mistreated. Just look at how ravenously he eats. He must not have eaten in quite some time. All right, Hagrid conceded. But his words were cut short as Ethan abruptly stood up. It's settled, Hagrid. I will head to the dormitory to sew him a blanket. And I shall return this evening. Ethan dashed towards the castle, calling back, best of luck with your first class. Not likely, Hagrid thought. For his first lesson was anything but smooth, as Owen had gone to Mia to curry favor. Ethan spent the entire afternoon in the dormitory sewing the blanket. As he was not particularly skilled in such handiwork, it was only at dinner time that he emerged. Thanks to Pansy, the moment he entered the common room, he was greeted by her loud recounting of Draco's injury, as if she wished for all of Hogwarts to be informed without needing to ask, standing nearby. One could grasp the entire exaggerated story. Ethan bypassed the great hall for dinner, opting instead for the kitchen to pack food. Carrying the blanket he had sewn all afternoon along with his stash of liquor, and made his way to Hagrid's hut. As expected, Hagrid seemed intent on submerging his head in his large tankard of ale. Hagrid, I heard what happened. I should have stayed to keep you company. I know this is not entirely your fault. Ethan paused, sitting down and pouring Hagrid more drink before continuing, though I was not present. I also know that Malfoy is not exactly a model student, is he? No, I shouldn't have, should not. Woe is me, Hagrid lamented. Ethan stood up to search for something to wipe his face, realizing Hagrid was already inebriated when a sudden knock echoed through the door. Just as Ethan prepared to answer, Hagrid bellowed, come in. The door swung open to reveal Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Thank Merlin you're here. Hagrid is on the brink of getting sick from drinking. Ethan said, you must console him first. He embraced the blanket and began to step outside, adding, I must check on my dog as well. I will return shortly. When did you get a dog? Ron asked, bewildered. Mind your own business. You're not his mother. Or should everyone now consult you? Ronald, before getting a pet? Hey, Hagrid. Ethan couldn't quite hear what Hermione said next, but he circled the room, unable to find the black dog, discovering only a half-chewed rope where it had been tethered earlier that morning. The uneven ends were clearly the result of the dog's own gnawing. The dog had run off, naughty dog. Nevertheless, Ethan set about making a small bed for it, placing the blanket inside. As he turned to leave, he spotted Hagrid with his head submerged in the water bucket outside, his hair and beard soaked. He lifted his head, shaking off the water, inadvertently splattering Harry and the others. Harry, you shouldn't be out here, Hagrid exclaimed, his drunkenness somewhat dissipated. Come on, let me take you back to the castle. It's dangerous out after dark, you know that. Hagrid, Ethan interrupted, I'll escort them back to the castle. You can rest. Come along, everyone, follow me. Chapter 3, The Calming Draft. In the first potions class of 5th year, Ethan pondered a question he had grappled with for 5 years. Slytherin and Gryffindor were at each other's throats, yet most of their classes were still combined. The classroom was never quiet before the lesson began, especially with a pair of Weasley twins in this year's cohort. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Professor Snape entered with brisk steps, directly addressing the class. This year, you all are to partake in the OWL's examinations. If, he elongated his words, crossing his arms while surveying the room, you fail to achieve an oin potions, you shall be barred from my 6th-year course. Do you understand? Snape held no illusions about eliciting any particular response from the students and continued, the calming draft, a potion of ordinary wizarding standard, designed to alleviate anxiety. He cast a brief glance at the students below. Who can tell me its side effects? Everyone endeavored to avoid Snape's gaze. And while Ethan was reluctant to raise his hand, he felt the piercing stare of Professor Snape upon him, a clear warning against brewing the potion in private. Fearing that not raising his hand might result in being expelled from Hogwarts, he reluctantly lifted it. Prescott, you may speak. If overused, the calming draft can lead to prolonged or irreversible sleep. Professor, Ethan replied. Slytherin gains 5 points for Prescott's correct answer. Snape's eyes swept over the class once more. Now, I shall write the recipe and steps on the blackboard. You will work in pairs and submit a complete potion before the end of class. The calming draft. An old companion. It was during his first year, upon entering the house, that Ethan first spent an extended period among so many strangers. Living on campus was a new experience for him. His mother was a witch, a fact he only discovered upon receiving his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. His brother, Augustus. Was he a mute? Thus, Ethan was raised in a muggle manner, and poor habits formed as a result, as long as he knew clever people during exams. That was sufficient. 15 years his senior, Augustus had supported them both with the inheritance left by their mother. When Ethan began attending school, Augustus had already accumulated savings. Understanding Ethan's struggles with boarding, Augustus purchased an apartment near the school, enabling Ethan to attend Hogwarts solely through his brother's financial support. Slytherin was a smaller house. Yet Ethan still suffered from sleepless nights. Owen, captivated by beauty, resolutely sought out Professor Snape for Ethan's sake. Ethan was deeply moved by Owen's audacity. In their first year, no one dared to cross Snape. Unless they were on the brink of death, no one wished to trouble him. Subsequently, Snape escorted him to see Dumbledore. This is innate. I am truly sorry, he recalled Dumbledore saying, after which Snape took him to his office, grim-faced, and provided him with a vial of calming draught, sternly warning. This will only soothe, not cure. Do not exceed the dosage. He inquired if Ethan wished for a vacant dormitory, which might improve matters, but Ethan declined, enjoying Owen's company too much. It was not until Dumbledore gifted him a necklace, a sun fashioned from gold, adorned with intricate solar engravings on one side, and densely inscribed with runes on the reverse, featuring 2 feathers carved from acacia wood, that Snape ceased brewing potions for him. Owen was methodically tidying up, and few in the class managed to create a successful potion. He relied entirely on Ethan, who earned and owned garnered extra points for Slytherin, particularly as Gryffindor's cauldron was left barren by venomous fumes. Even Ethan's assistance to the Weasley twins seated at the back did not shield them from the fallout. Now, he awaited Ethan to dispose of the remaining ingredients so they could dine together. I'm ready, Owen, Ethan announced, returning with the empty vial. Its discarded remnants properly dealt with. He tilted his head toward Owen. Let us go eat together. Prescott, come to my office after dinner, Snape said, not lifting his gaze from the disarray of potions at the front of the class. A snicker arose from Slytherin, as though Ethan's misfortune could somehow benefit them. Yes, Professor Snape, Ethan nodded and, grasping Owen, who was eager to confront the instigator, exited the classroom. I'll curse him. Let go of me. Owen fumed. More difficult to restrain than a wild boar. P.S. a fool. If we get detention, I'll ensure he receives another beating alongside me. I've not provoked Professor Snape lately. Only you, or perhaps both of you, would face detention, Ethan retorted, pulling Owen toward the Great Hall. Pausing to apologize to those inadvertently struck by Owen's flailing arms. You resemble a mermaid stranded on shore. Could you refrain from flaunting your arms? I'm starving. After finishing his meal in the Great Hall, Ethan parted ways with Owen, who headed back to the Slytherin common room to find Mia. While Ethan was due to report to Snape's office, Owen turned back repeatedly, glancing at Ethan as he departed. Upon reaching Snape's office, Ethan rapped on the door and, upon hearing a terse enter from within, pushed it open. Snape was preoccupied and directed Ethan to identify the ingredients laid out before him. Ethan scanned the materials slowly, furrowing his brow. Professor, I recognize these as components for the Wolfsbane potion, but, he hesitated, pointing at a vial of dragon blood. I fail to comprehend why. The crucial ingredient should be aconite. Snape managed a semblance of a smile, if a twitching lip could be considered such. He lifted the vial of dragon blood, stating, the primary ingredient for the Wolfsbane potion was indeed aconite, but this version has been modified to substitute with dragon blood, which mitigates its toxicity. Ethan felt an urge to applaud, but was silenced by Snape's glare. Snape then placed the vial back down. Stop standing there like a troll. Come watch me perform the operation. This is considered extra work, and I only hope you learn something. Otherwise, your poor old professor may very well perish from frustration. Due to this batch of wolfsbane potion, Ethan found himself returning late, often nearing curfew. He had been tirelessly occupied, leaving him no time to seek out his free-spirited little dog, only managing to visit Hagrid's hut when time permitted, until the arrival of Hogsmeade weekend. A day in advance, Ethan had asked the Weasley twins to inquire if Hermione would like to accompany him to Hogsmeade. Hermione had replied affirmatively, and Ethan prepared his attire, a warm coat, black deerskin gloves, a fluffy scarf, and meticulously styled hair. Owen even speculated that Ethan was preparing for a date. Everything seemed perfect until he was intercepted in the Great Hall by Diggory from Hufflepuff. "What do you want, Diggory?" Ethan asked, recalling their minimal interactions. He joked, "I don't recall our relationship being of the sort that warrants an invitation to a date." No, it's not me," Diggory hastily clarified, glancing nervously behind Ethan. "Cedric, he is too afraid to come to you directly. He asked me to ask if you would like to go to Hogsmeade with him." Ethan turned to see Cho Chang, a rare Asian face in Hogwarts, smiling at him. He returned her greeting before facing Diggory again. "I apologize, Diggory. Had I known your girlfriend was here, I wouldn't have made such a jest." Cedric's face flushed crimson, his voice diminishing. "No, it's not like that. We're not officially dating." Ethan needn't look to know Cho's cheeks were similarly tinged. "All right, Monroe is such a coward, he can't even ask himself. You two go ahead. I'll respond to him on my own." As he spoke, Ethan scanned the Hufflepuff table for Monroe and, upon locking eyes with him, made a dismissive gesture, uninterested in engaging with such a timid individual. He preferred to seek out Hermione for some fun instead. At the Gryffindor long table, Hermione and Ron were enjoying their meal. Fortunately, today was primarily casual attire. Otherwise, Ethan would have felt utterly embarrassed donning green amidst a sea of lions. Initially, he had styled his hair into a single braid. Yet as a Slytherin sitting in the heart of Gryffindor, he attracted far too much attention, especially given his striking looks. Every passing Gryffindor would steal glances at him. And eventually, Ethan could bear it no longer, letting his hair down to shield his face. Hermione and Ron, taking their time, appeared to be struggling to find the words, their expressions a mix of reluctance and embarrassment. As for Harry, was he not heading to Hogsmeade? Ultimately, it was Ethan who broke the silence. Hermione seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and began to chatter away, recounting tales from her uncle forgetting to sign her permission slip to the infamous Sirius Black, and then to the Dementors of Azkaban. Poor Ethan had no choice but to play along. "Darling, I cannot guarantee I could defeat Black, but the Dementors pose no challenge. Do you remember I can conjure a Patronus? I mean, if Harry can manage to slip past that muggle-repelling charm." Ethan tilted his head toward Filch's direction, suggesting there might be ways to remain inconspicuous, such as using the disillusionment charm. He elongated his voice for effect, pausing momentarily before continuing, or perhaps with an invisibility cloak. "I suspect he could still join us for a jaunt to Hogsmeade." "Really, Ethan?" Ron interjected. "Then the four of us can go to Hogsmeade together. I've finished eating. How about you, Hermione?" Hermione nodded in agreement. Ethan promptly stood up, declaring, "Then let us fetch Harry and be on our way. No need to call for him. Harry will meet us there. He has his own methods," Hermione replied with urgency. "Very well, as long as we can assemble outside." In truth, Ethan knew Harry was nearby, at least not far off, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak. At their age, children were notoriously active. One didn't even need to search diligently to catch sight of him. Ethan had already traversed every shop in Hogsmeade and felt as though he was merely babysitting. From Dervish and Banjas, the magical equipment shop, to Zonko's joke shop, and finally to the Three Broomsticks. If given the choice, he would prefer to linger at the Three Broomsticks, where at least there was drink to be had. He despised winter, the season of scarcity and cold. His previous plan had been to find a cozy spot in the tavern with Hermione, ordering himself a strong drink and Hermione a butterbeer with ginger, casually gossiping about anything, even schoolwork. Who would have thought that two mischievous children would drag Hermione around? Frustrated, Ethan scooped a handful of snow from the ground, compacted it into a ball, and, after pondering, added a rock inside. As he was about to throw it, he quickly extracted the stone, launching only the snowball. It was far too small and missed its target entirely, leaving him exasperated. Hermione and the two rascals only returned to the castle when the Halloween feast was about to commence, while Harry would sneak up to the Gryffindor Tower for a moment before pretending he had been in the dormitory all along. One cannot deny that most people had a delightful time today, for the Great Hall was filled with raucous laughter. It was as if a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around Ethan's ears, nearly making him nauseous. That insufferable Owen had gone to sit with his date. And by the time the feast concluded, Ethan was grateful to Merlin for his survival. He was the first to rise and dash toward the cellar, resembling a mysterious figure seated amidst the jubilant crowd. Ethan held a deep disdain for Black, just as he settled into bed, ready to relish his solitude. He could wager his little toe that Owen would not return to the dormitory anytime soon. Before long, he heard knocks at the door, calling everyone to assemble in the Great Hall. The student council president was managing the situation, with prefects assisting in maintaining order for the Halloween festivities. Ethan had to hastily throw on a robe over his pajamas and rush to the common room. Grateful that he had a habit of keeping his wand tucked in his leg strap, which allowed him to leave without searching for a stick like a ghostly figure. When Ethan entered the Great Hall, he had already missed Professor Dumbledore's transformation into a sleeping bag. As a prefect, he had to guard the entrance, and his disdain for Black deepened. Among his fellow prefects, he was only slightly acquainted with Diggory, as familiar as meeting someone for the first time. Feeling irritable, Ethan thought to tease Diggory. He made a few noises to catch his attention, and when Diggory looked over, Ethan quietly asked, "How was your outing in Hogsmeade with Autumn?" As expected, Diggory's face flushed, and he stammered, "It was all right. We went to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, had a bite to eat." Upon hearing this, Ethan turned and sulked into the Great Hall. "Hey, Prescott, where are you going?" "It's not time for our shift change yet," Diggory called softly from behind. Ethan vowed that this semester, his most detested individual was bound to be Black. He slipped into the hall, intent on finding Draco. Ethan knew he was Black's nephew, and Draco was timid, plus easy to spot with his platinum hair and hefty bodyguards flanking him. With a simple disillusionment charm, he quietly crouched down to ruffle his hair. Draco would frighten himself, allowing Ethan to sneak out of the hall, later explaining to Diggory that he was merely checking on the younger students to ensure they weren't kicking their blankets off. Diggory bought the excuse without question. Ethan had thought Professor Dumbledore would swiftly capture Black, yet the days that followed bore little difference, except that Gryffindor's opponent for the Quidditch match was hastily changed to Hufflepuff. As Slytherin's seeker, Draco had yet to recover from his injury, and Professor Snape had taken over a defense against the dark arts class for Lupin, specifically on werewolves. From this, Ethan could discern Snape's deep-seated animosity toward Lupin, not merely due to the latter's usurpation of his position as Data Professor. Hermione mentioned that their assigned essay revolved around identifying and defeating werewolves, while Harry and Ron incessantly complained about how insufferable Snape was, often forgetting that Ethan was a Slytherin as well. He could only hope that Hermione, the clever little witch, would not veer off course. Ultimately, it was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff in the Quidditch match. Ethan held no interest in Quidditch whatsoever. This was Hermione's recounting post-match. A Dementor had appeared on the field, causing Harry to plummet from the sky. Upon hearing this, Ethan suggested she inform Harry to master the Patronus charm post-haste, for his reaction to the Dementors was alarmingly intense. Ethan had been exceedingly busy lately, realizing that the free-spirited little dog, though it did not sleep behind Hagrid's hut, had taken the blanket Ethan had sewn for it, clearly seeking warmth as the weather turned chilly. At least it wasn't a foolish dog, but that was fine. A little foolishness was permissible, especially since the dog didn't have to sit for OWLs. Moreover, the dog would occasionally return to the hut, as it was sometimes spotted by Hagrid. Thus, for the past 2 weeks, Ethan had made it a point to visit Hagrid, bringing food for the dog or petting Buckbeak, who had been sentenced to death. When that fateful letter arrived, Hagrid had completely broken down. Ethan had never seen him so devastated. "Hagrid, you must prepare a strong testimony for Buckbeak," Hermione said, leaning closer to Hagrid and placing her hand on his arm. "We must believe we can prove that Buckbeak will not harm anyone. I, Ethan, Harry, and Ron will assist you in reviewing the case." Ethan felt a twinge to say he might not be of much help, but he refrained, deciding he couldn't be a wet blanket. Ron, however, quickly sprang into action, starting to brew tea for everyone. After a moment's thought, Ethan said, "Ron, make mine a bit stronger, please. I tend to doze off when I read." "How can that be, Ethan?" Hermione exclaimed incredulously in a hushed tone. "Your grades are outstanding, and you've been studying diligently." "Because I'm practically a hands-on learner, Hermione. I have my subjects I excel in, and that is not a book. It's merely a cookbook. Do you remember I mentioned I have a little dog?" Ethan retrieved the vividly illustrated thick cookbook from his backpack and showed it to Hermione, remarking that the ordinary little dog could not consume overly salty or sweet foods. "Look, there are more images than words," he assured Hagrid. "I will do my utmost to assist Buckbeak. You know, I have a Muggle friend who is a lawyer. During the holidays, I usually remain in the Muggle world, and if fortune smiles upon me, I might see her at Christmas. I will consult with her." Observing Hagrid on the verge of tears, Ethan hastily placed his hand over Hagrid's palm, reassuring him that Muggles and wizards always share common ground. Despite his own struggle to conjure words, he could not bring himself to say, "Buckbeak is on the brink of death. Please accept my condolences." Ethan's heart had already soared away. On the very first day of the holiday, he had taken the earliest train, directly hailing a cab to Iris's bar. He resolved to treat himself well. having spent recent times in the library with Hermione, which had left his head throbbing from the sheer volume of reading, all of which had been utterly devoid of value, mere drivel. If writing drivel bore any merit, he would have long since become a literary giant. He had not even returned home on Christmas Day, as this year, Augustus was abroad. He merely arranged for an owl to deliver gifts to his friends in advance. The presents he received lay piled in his house in London, and he had no desire to return. Each time he did, the community leader would seek excuses for a discussion. Had it not been for time constraints, he would have changed residences long ago. Iris, wake up. Ethan shook Iris fervently, imploring him to open his eyes and questioning why his face appeared so swollen. He brushed aside his light-colored hair with his hand, gesturing toward his brow. Merlin's socks. Where did you take me last night? Why do I awaken with a brow piercing and my tonsils feel inflamed? My throat is agonizing. Iris cracked his eyes open just a slit, scrutinizing Ethan with a furrowed brow, and lamented, Merlin, you insisted on doing it yourself. Don't try to pin this on me. I made you sign a guarantee. Think back. I tried to stop you, but you jumped up and slapped me, insisting I not stand in your way. After saying this, Iris took Ethan's hand and placed it on his own face. Feel for yourself. My face is still swollen, and you nearly knocked my teeth loose. Iris noticed Ethan's incredulous expression and became intrigued. He rolled over and, swaying slightly, fetched a small mirror from the bathroom to show Ethan. Take a look, you drunkard. You even have a tongue piercing. Ethan attempted to open his mouth and, to his astonishment, found something gleaming within. He stuck out his tongue to examine it in the mirror. Indeed, it was a dazzling piece of jewelry. Ethan swore for the second time that academic year that he would never drink again. He lay on the bed for a while, grappling with reality, until he heard Iris calling him for a meal. He stumbled downstairs, and upon seeing his condition, Iris appeared concerned that he might fall. This is my house. Ethan suddenly recognized the familiar surroundings, but due to his sore throat, he could only emit a breathy sound. Iris, who was in the process of serving Ethan some porridge, upon hearing his compromised voice, could not resist mimicking him. Wow, you are truly remarkable. Your reflexes have surpassed those of 1% of the population in all of Britain. Did that irritating community leader not come knocking? Ethan shot Iris a glare. At that moment, Iris was the person he found most insufferable. I don't want this, he declared. You miser, my throat is not that fragile. This is all you have, Iris replied, placing the porridge back in front of Ethan before continuing. He knocked, and, like a lapdog, asked who I was. I said I was your boyfriend, and he looked utterly dumbfounded. Ethan rolled his eyes in response. As the time approached for Ethan to return to school, Iris was no longer the person he loathed most. Being a muggle, Iris could not enter the station and could only watch Ethan depart. Ethan turned back for one last glance until Iris faded from view. And Iris would only remember Ethan stepping onto the train while he himself drove home. It was only when the train set in motion that Ethan recalled he had yet to unwrap any of his Christmas gifts. Chapter 4, A Formal Meeting. The library was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of turning pages. Hermione had been ensconced there for several days, nearly buried beneath a mountain of books, all in pursuit of even the slightest advantageous evidence or precedent for Buckbeak's appeal. Ethan sat across from her, an open book before him. Though he spent most of the time quietly accompanying her, offering assistance when she needed to move some of the heavier tomes, yet rarely speaking. This silence became particularly unbearable for Hermione today. Finally, she lifted her gaze from a pile of literature concerning the rights of the hippogriff, her brow furrowed, and asked, Ethan, do you think I am being overly intrusive? Like meddling in affairs that do not concern me? Ethan raised his eyes from his book and gently shook his head upon hearing her words. Hermione, not satisfied, pressed on. Then do you find it bothersome to be here with me? Ethan shook his head again. Are you happy being my friend? Hermione's voice carried a hint of vulnerability. This time, Ethan smiled and nodded affirmatively. However, this confirmation caused Hermione's eyes to well up with tears. Fearing detection from Madame Pants, she struggled to keep her voice down. Her words choked with emotion. You're lying. You hardly talk to me anymore, just like Harry and Ron. They both think I shouldn't have entrusted the firebolt to Professor McGonagall. But what if there truly is a curse? What if Harry falls from it? Who will be responsible for his safety? Reflecting on her recent Cold War with her two friends and Ethan's silence, Hermione could no longer contain her feelings of injustice and pressure. Ethan observed her reddening eyes and sighed softly. Instead of immediately writing, he first extended his index finger, tapping his own temple, then gently pointed at Hermione's, subsequently giving her a thumbs up, clearly indicating that her thoughts were astute and valid. He then picked up a nearby quill and swiftly inscribed Harry and Ron's names on his open palm, drawing a simplistic depiction of excrement beside them, and finally pointed at his own head, making a face at Hermione. The implication was unmistakable. Their thoughts were akin to refuse. This candid and somewhat childish gesture finally coaxed a smile from Hermione, easing some of her pent-up frustration. but she quickly recalled her initial question. "But why have you stopped talking to me?" she murmured, gazing inquisitively at Ethan. "Have you been rendered mute by Professor Snape's strange potions?" Ethan chuckled lightly at her words, then solemnly took up the quill once more, carefully writing on a blank parchment. "If you want me to share my secrets, you must promise to keep them. If you can accept, then let us seal this pact." Hermione's curiosity was instantly piqued. Without hesitation, she nodded and solemnly extended her pinky. Ethan mirrored her gesture, and they sealed their promise. Then, in an unexpected move, Ethan leaned slightly forward, using his free hand to sweep aside the golden bangs that perpetually fell over his forehead, revealing a small, exquisite silver eyebrow piercing just above his left brow. Under the dim light of the library, the tiny stud glimmered. Before Hermione could recover from her astonishment, Ethan opened his mouth and revealed a matching tongue-piercing Merlin's beard. Hermione gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes wide with shock. "When did you suddenly get 2 piercings? You never mentioned this intention before the holidays." She instinctively extended her hand, her fingertips hovering momentarily in the air as if inquiring whether she might touch. Upon receiving a tacit nod of permission from Ethan, she cautiously brushed against the cold brow piercing. "Will it hurt again? These piercings of yours?" she asked. Ethan chuckled softly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he buried his flushed face in Hermione's fluffy curls. His voice was muffled, tinged with awkwardness. "I had a bit too much to drink during the holidays, and when I woke up, they were already there. Iris, my friend, didn't he stop me even after I slapped him?" He paused, his voice dropping further. "I was quite insistent back then." After speaking, he lifted his head and gently took Hermione's still outstretched hand, guiding her fingertips to once again touch the metal on his brow. "It doesn't hurt anymore," he murmured. "I've become quite proficient with my healing spells." Hermione felt a surge of joy from this unique trust, though the sentiment was fleeting. As she turned the pages of her book once more, her brow furrowed in concern over another matter. "Ethan," she said with a serious tone, "drinking to the point of losing consciousness is far too dangerous." Ethan, observing the genuine worry in Hermione's eyes, stifled his smile and made a reassuring gesture toward her. In the days that followed, Hermione's relationship with Harry and Ron remained lukewarm. Until February, when Professor McGonagall returned the firebolt to Harry, breaking the ice among the 3 of them. However, following the disappearance of Scabbers, Ron and Harry insisted that Crookshanks had devoured him, causing their friendship to take a nosedive once more. Yet Ethan had no time to ponder the fate of that ugly rat, for his own dog, Pippin, a name he had bestowed, had also gone missing. Typically, Pippin would at least wander over to Hagrid's hut to consume the meals Ethan had prepared, complete with a branded dog bowl purchased in London. Yet, 3 days had passed without a single bite taken of the food Ethan had provided, and the disappearance of this free-spirited Pippin was driving him to exasperation. On the day Gryffindor's team triumphed over Ravenclaw, Ron once again made Hermione cry. In the Gryffindor common room at 1:30 in the morning, the daytime clamor had dissipated, leaving only the occasional crackle of embers from the fireplace. Ethan sat on the plush red velvet sofa, enveloped in an unreal crimson ambience. The red sofa, the red carpet, and even Hermione's tear-swollen eyes bore a tinge of red. His presence here was miraculous, thanks to Ginny, who, upon witnessing Hermione's tears, had quietly enlisted George and Fred for assistance. The twin brothers were remarkably efficient, and fortunate enough, they encountered Ethan just as they emerged from the cellar. Otherwise, unless they were willing to hang around the entrance, no Slytherin would have dared to venture out. George and Fred adeptly led him through a secret passage, directly depositing him in Gryffindor Tower. At that moment, Ethan was clad in nothing but a thin nightshirt, wrapped haphazardly in a thick blanket snatched from his bed. His light golden hair cascading softly over his shoulders, rendering him strikingly more handsome than usual. He listened quietly as Hermione, her voice nasally from crying, repeatedly defended Crookshanks, her tone laced with exhaustion and indignation. Ethan silently concurred. Though Crookshanks might have a temper, the scraggly, unsightly rat named Scabbers hardly resembled a delectable dish. "So now it's 3-2, Hermione." Ethan attempted to lighten the mood, his voice barely above a whisper. "You, me, and Crookshanks against Harry and Ron. We've won." This childish calculation elicited a laugh from Hermione, who let out a series of short giggles. Just as she was about to speak, Ethan suddenly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He had caught a faint rustling sound emanating from the portrait door leading to the Gryffindor common room. In a swift motion, Ethan waved his wand, silently extinguishing several lamps, casting a warm yellow glow from above. Hermione, quick to respond, simultaneously dimmed the glow of her wand. Darkness engulfed the room in an instant, amplifying their senses within the silence as the strange noises from the portrait grew clearer. It was Ethan's first time in this setting, and he could not immediately discern the nature of the sound. But Hermione recognized it. Her body stiffened abruptly before she began to tremble uncontrollably. Instinctively, she pressed closer to Ethan, her warm breath laced with fear brushing against his ear as she whispered, "It's the sound of the door, the portrait door being opened. Someone is coming in." For the first time, Ethan was grateful that Gryffindor's sofas were upholstered. Had they been the leather ones from Slytherin, they would have creaked under their movements. He grasped Hermione's hand, and they moved in slow motion, cautiously shifting their bodies on the soft cushions, carefully maneuvering over the wide back of the sofa to curl up behind it. At that moment, Ethan could distinctly hear the sound of someone crawling through the portrait hole, the rustle of clothing brushing against the frame, accompanied by heavy breathing. He daringly peeked over the edge of the sofa, straining to see the source of the sound. Illuminated by the flickering embers from the fireplace, he beheld a tall figure, with disheveled black hair resembling dry grass cascading to his shoulders, a scruffy beard obscuring much of his face, and a gaunt visage indicating long-term neglect of nourishment and sunlight. It was Sirius Black, the deranged murderer who had grinned menacingly at Harry from the wanted poster. Ethan could see Black clutching a gleaming long knife in his hand. Fortunately, he was without a wand. This was the first and only stroke of luck that flashed through Ethan's mind. Hermione had also caught sight of him. This usually meticulous and serious witch now displayed remarkable courage. Mimicking Ethan, she quickly peeked out. Then, she squeezed Ethan's hand tightly, signaling him to draw closer. Ethan immediately leaned in closer to her lips. Hermione's voice trembled with fear as she struggled to contain her terror, whispering, "He hasn't noticed us. We can't let him find Harry. Can you cast a silencing charm?" Ethan gazed into Hermione's brown eyes in the dark, initially nodding before shaking his head vigorously, whispering, "Not accurate unless we're very close." Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly eager to elaborate on a detailed plan, but Ethan covered her mouth, nodding emphatically to indicate he understood. Hermione's eyes widened as if she grasped a crucial point. However, there was no time for her to ponder further. Black was drawing nearer. Ethan squeezed her hand, urging her to act. Hermione clumsily crawled toward the other side of the sofa, moving like a lizard, slow and awkward. Meanwhile, Ethan inched toward Black, using the sofa for cover. Though he was aware of Hermione's efforts to ensure their safety, he was significantly older. He could not allow a young girl to shield him. Moreover, he did not regard a wandless wizard as a formidable threat. Even if he were a murderer, after spending so many years in prison, his physical condition must be compromised. Ethan silently thanked the layout of the Gryffindor common room. The sofas were arranged closely enough that, at least beside the boys' dormitory stairs, a single armchair provided cover. He had devised a plan. Once the murderer drew near, he would unleash a vicious curse, and when Black was incapacitated, he would spring out and deliver a punch, avenging his earlier humiliation at the Great Hall's entrance. He could have been sleeping soundly, but instead, he had become a guard dog, with a vengeful spirit. Ethan quietly extended his wand from the edge of the sofa, steadying it on the disheveled figure before him. However, just as he was about to utter the incantation, Black seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, abruptly pivoting and delivering a fierce kick to the nearest sofa without any prior warning. Bang! The tremendous force propelled the heavy velvet sofa backward with alarming speed, colliding into Ethan, who was hidden behind it, knocking him to the ground. The back of his head struck the protruding decorative corner of a nearby hardwood table with a resounding thud. Agonizing pain erupted instantly, causing a flurry of golden stars to dance before his eyes. Ethan would wager his life that this maniac had given him a concussion. How could this vagrant possess such strength? To make matters worse, in the chaos of the impact, his wand slipped from his grasp, vanishing into the unknown. Hermione, now frantic and unable to disguise her presence any longer, sprang from her hiding place behind the sofa with a fierce determination, positioning herself in front of the staggering Ethan in a single stride. With her wand firmly gripped in both hands, she aimed it directly at Black, her voice trembling yet resolute as she shouted, "If you dare come any closer, I will kill you." Black, initially intent on seizing the wand, froze in disbelief upon recognizing who he had struck. His deeply set gray eyes widened in astonishment. Ethan, fighting through the excruciating pain and dizziness that throbbed at the back of his head, propped himself up on his elbows to meet Black's shocked gaze. Unable to suppress his expletive, he blurted out, "What the hell, Black? Do you actually know me?" This revelation only deepened the look of astonishment on the maniac's face, causing him to momentarily appear dazed. Meanwhile, Hermione, standing firm before Ethan, reacted vehemently to his outburst, casting him an incredulous glare. Her voice, laced with an unyielding urge to correct him even in the face of danger, admonished, "Do not use foul language." The absurdity of her reprimand almost made Ethan laugh out loud, despite the dire situation. "You lunatic, stay away from us." Hermione quickly redirected her focus back to Black. Retreating slightly to shield Ethan with her slender frame, determined to protect him at all costs. Ethan, unsteadily rising to his knees, began to search the carpet for his wand. But it eluded him. Damn Gryffindors, why were there so many sofas in the common room? It must have rolled underneath one of them. No, I don't want to hear you speak, Black. His voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with a peculiar urgency, as if he wished to clarify something. Whatever your intentions, keep your distance from us. Leave Gryffindor. I won't let you kill Harry. Hermione's scream cut through the air, her voice rising in pitch from sheer terror, effectively halting Black's advance. Ethan could feel the tremors coursing through Hermione's back, her fear palpable, yet she stood her ground. The sound of the sofa being overturned was loud enough to awaken several others, as the dormitory doors began to creak open. Upon hearing the commotion, Black promptly turned to flee towards the exit. Hermione moved her arm, aiming to cast a malevolent curse at him, but Ethan leaned closer, shaking his head, urging her to lower her wand. Harry was the first to burst into the common room, spotting Black's fleeing figure immediately. He instinctively sought to pursue him, but Hermione's sharp command halted him. Turning back, he then noticed Ethan, half kneeling on the floor. Blood trickled from the back of Ethan's head, staining his hair, and he pressed his hand against the wound. Frustrated by the inconvenience, he pushed his fringe aside, revealing a freshly acquired eyebrow, piercing as he grimaced. Could someone please help me find my wand? I have no idea where it went after that collision. One by one, the Gryffindor witches eagerly assisted Ethan in his search for the wand. Typically, Prescott embodied beauty and grace, but in her current state of battle damage, she appeared even more striking, aligning with Gryffindor's aesthetic. Excuse me, make way, I'm the student council president, Percy called out, his voice raised as he squeezed through the crowd. Upon witnessing Ethan's condition, he quickly turned and shouted for Professor McGonagall. Ethan felt he would bleed out if he waited any longer. Borrowing Hermione's tightly clenched wand, he waved it, and a silver bird emerged from its tip. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Professor McGonagall, the common room has been attacked by Black. Please come to Gryffindor common room immediately. With another gentle flick, the bird soared in the direction of McGonagall's quarters. The pain in Ethan's head remained excruciating, and Hermione urged him to lean against her for support, transforming into a fragile version of herself. Seeing this, more Gryffindors joined in the search for the wand, and ultimately, it was Ron who found it beneath the sofa. The reliable Weasley twins assisted in escorting Ethan to the hospital wing, while Harry expressed his desire to follow and inquire about Black. However, Hermione restrained him. Don't go complicating things for Ethan. I'll explain everything to Professor McGonagall first. Harry nodded in agreement. When Ethan awoke that morning, both Snape and Dumbledore were at his bedside, with Snape being the first to speak. How fortunate, the brave serpent daring to intrude upon the lion's den, only to have his head shattered by a traitorous lion. Snape's smirk was devoid of warmth, his expression ominous as he scrutinized Ethan from above. Ethan felt a smile creeping onto his face as he slowly sat up, responding, Professor, Black entered Gryffindor common room in pursuit of Peter, and someone is aiding him from the shadows. He doesn't appear to be the fugitive one would expect. Snape exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. Peter? Dumbledore pondered aloud. I don't recall anyone named Peter being in the current Gryffindor. Ethan, within the confines of the Gryffindor common room, noted, did Black only intend to kill Peter? He made no mention of Harry. Ethan nodded. He too found it peculiar that this maniac had gone to such lengths to infiltrate the tower, not with the intention of targeting Harry. Dumbledore appeared to contemplate briefly before addressing Ethan once more. I will investigate this matter. Right now, your primary focus should be on the OWLs, correct? Ensure you rest well. My child, I admire your eyebrow piercing. With a wink, Dumbledore turned and departed with haste. Ethan buried his face in the covers. The thought of upcoming exams sending waves of dread through him, especially with the ever-watchful Snape looming nearby. Should Ethan fail to achieve an O in potions, Snape would undoubtedly curse him to the ends of the earth. Ethan, you must obtain an O in potions. My 6th-year curriculum only accommodates students who excel. With that, Snape hastily followed Dumbledore out. After a brief interval, Hermione and the others rushed in, their demeanor noticeably softer. Ethan, I came to see you. Breakfast hasn't started yet, so I could only bring you a piece of bread. Are you feeling any better? Hermione panted, her urgency palpable. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Madame Pomfrey patched me up in no time. I'm merely lingering here to indulge in some laziness, Ethan replied, placing the bread on the bedside table and nodding at each of them, finally fixing his gaze on Ron. Thanks for helping me find my wand yesterday. No worries, Ethan. You protected Hermione, Ron replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Black was able to enter the common room because Neville lost the password. Just think. If you hadn't been in the common room, he might have gone straight to the dormitory and killed Harry. But at that moment, he had already disarmed me, and he still had a knife in hand, yet he chose not to harm me further, Ethan countered. Hermione was perplexed. But he killed so many innocent people 12 years ago. He must be aware that if he were to harm a student, the vigilance at Hogwarts would intensify. And his true target is me. Harry pondered thoughtfully, yet I harbor no fear of him. In fact, I would welcome him to seek me out. Ethan was reluctant to mention Peter, and Dumbledore certainly would not deem it prudent to send Harry after Black. His previous decision to take Harry out of Hogwarts was already a reckless move, a testament to his underestimation of the situation. Ethan, this is all my fault. I am deeply sorry for bringing you to the Gryffindor common room. Had it not been for me, you would not have been injured. Hermione buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by guilt that had plagued her throughout the night, threatening to consume her. I truly feel. Ethan shifted slightly to create space beside him for Hermione, casting a glance at Harry and Ron. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his gaze and took Hermione's hand, saying, Hermione, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. It is I who is at fault. If I had not been so careless, or had practiced the silencing charm more diligently. He bit his lip, struggling for the right words. Do not dwell on the idea of showing off in front of you. Perhaps Black has already been apprehended, rather than me being bested and losing my wand. You haven't. No, it is my arrogance. I foolishly believed that a wizard without a wand would pose no threat to me. Ethan interrupted Hermione's protest, making room for Harry and Ron to sit down as well. His voice softened considerably, and I cherish our friendship. I am a bit of a braggart. I imagine how impressive it would be if I could vanquish Black with a deftly executed silencing charm. And I mean, you know, not everyone is willing to be without privacy in front of friends. Ethan, not defeating Black is impressive in its own right. Hermione embraced Ethan. You are a splendid friend. Even if you are a... She suddenly realized that she was not alone with Ethan and abruptly fell silent. A what? You cannot play charades in front of Ron and me. Harry pushed Ron off his back and leaned closer. I'm your friend too, you remember? I knew you before coming to Hogwarts. If you must know, Ethan elongated his tone, observing Ron and Harry nodding vigorously in response to his words. You must uncover it yourselves. I shall not conceal it. If you are hungry, Ron, you may have this bread. Excuse me, everyone, I must retire for the night. How do you know I am hungry? My stomach. All right, children, enough time has passed. Madame Pomfrey entered the room, interrupting Ron's words. Mr. Prescott, you need not bid your friends farewell. Your injury has healed, and you must relinquish your bed in the infirmary. Ethan sighed dramatically, but eventually rose. Come on, let me escort you to the Great Hall for dinner. He disregarded the puzzled expressions of Ron and Harry and led Hermione toward the hall. Chapter 5. Werewolf in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Ethan observed Draco, who sat closely beside him, utterly capitulated. Ever since rumors had spread that Ethan's nighttime excursions to the Gryffindor Tower were to meet a romantic interest, Draco had trailed him relentlessly, determined to uncover the identity of this so-called lover. Had it not been for Owen's refusal to vacate the dormitory, Draco would have insisted on sharing a room with Ethan. Draco, I assure you, I am not meeting anyone. Then why are you going to Gryffindor? You refuse to say. Is it so difficult to articulate? Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. Whoever you are dating, just not that Potter. If my little brother were to be with my arch-nemesis, I would curse myself on the spot. I am not in a relationship. And I am not your little brother. I am your senior, a prefect, and I shall deduct points from you. No. I shall impose detention. Should you dare to impose detention, I will inform Professor Snape that you are abusing your authority. Telltale. Fabricator. Ethan could bear it no longer. He abruptly fell silent, casting a glance at Draco and deciding to fabricate a lie. Draco, in truth, I went to the Gryffindor common room for you. Ignoring Draco's astonished expression, he endeavored to adjust his tone to sound more sincere. Did you not mention that Black touched your hair the day you fell asleep in the hall? But that was merely my speculation. Draco stammered. And why would you seek out Black? Consider this. You are my friend and a future pillar of the potion-making community. Should you be lost, the field would regress a decade. Ethan suppressed his desire to retch as he continued. If Black indeed touched your hair, it signifies his interest in you. After he has dealt with Potter, he may turn his attention to you. Ethan noticed Draco's mind visibly begin to churn, and he stifled a laugh. Ponder it, Draco. One must strike unexpectedly while the enemy is unprepared. By eliminating the potential threat, while Potter remains a living target, we can safeguard the burgeoning star of the potion-making world. How could you possibly know that Black would be in the Gryffindor common room? Draco persisted in his contemplation. I do not know, but I am certain that wherever Potter is, Black will follow. He traversed from Azkaban to Hogwarts solely for Potter. Ethan spoke with an earnestness that belied the fabrication. Moreover, I have been lurking in the Gryffindor common room for several days, never anticipating that he would dare to invade the dormitory to commit murder. No wonder you have been absent from the common room these past few days. I suspected you were silent about this matter. Draco exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Falsehoods. Ethan had merely been searching for a dog. Indeed, Draco, you must keep this under wraps. Otherwise, what if Black shifts his focus? You are the rising star, universally acknowledged as Professor Snape's heir in potions. Falsehoods. Ethan is merely awaiting Snape to teach data, so he can apply for the position of potions master. Little brat. Had he been born 2 years later, he would have squandered 2 years of meals. Draco nodded appreciatively at Ethan, cleared his throat, and stated, Ethan, I truly did not expect this, but I know I am quite likable. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. When you marry, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Ethan feigned a solemn nod as he departed the great hall, thinking to himself how inflated the child's sense of self-worth was. Ethan's dog, for reasons unknown, perhaps a sudden surge of conscience after countless meals of Ethan's dog food, had begun to allow Ethan to pet him. In truth, the dog's fur was rather unkempt, as a stray has no one to bathe it, and it was decidedly resistant to Ethan's attempts to take it for a wash. Each time he endeavored to pull it into the castle, he met with failure. However, the dog had grown accustomed to Ethan grooming it. Initially, Ethan could no longer bear the sight of the dog's disheveled coat, so he selected a long-handled brush from his collection, intending to groom the dog while it ate. Discovering that the dog did not resist the grooming, Ethan began to wait for the dog to finish its meal, coaxing it to lie beside him. Gently brushing from head to tail, carefully untangling any knots he encountered. Once one side was complete, he would scratch the dog's chin, prompting it to roll over. And thus he would repeat the process. Grooming such a sizable dog required considerable patience, but Ethan possessed an abundance of it. After thoroughly grooming the dog, if he was not rushed, he would engage in a game, such as tossing the brush for the dog to retrieve. Yet, he found himself preoccupied more often than not. As Hagrid's lawsuit had failed, and Buckbeak was sentenced to death, Ethan had become a pet owner, and he could no longer bear to hear such news. Every time Hagrid spoke of Buckbeak's impending execution, Ethan felt tears welling up. He would bury his face in Buckbeak's feathers to conceal his emotions from Hagrid. The very thought of the dog meeting such a fate was unbearable for him. The matter concerning the Wolfsbane potion from Snape had devolved into a solitary affair for Ethan. The potion's master merely made infrequent visits to observe his heir's cauldron, adopting a rather indifferent attitude, believing that a successful brew was sufficient, and should it fail, it was of little consequence if it resulted in fatality. Consequently, he relinquished all responsibilities to Ethan, who was well aware of the identity behind the potion's utilization and was willing to assist, provided he was not an accomplice. Ethan approached Lupin's office. Clutching the vial of Wolfsbane, he harbored a certain fondness for Lupin, who at least possessed some genuine qualities, and had even complimented Ethan's Patronus. Leaving him with a favorable first impression, he rapped gently on the office door and, upon hearing an invitation to enter, pushed it open. Ethan stepped inside and placed the vial upon Lupin's desk. To his surprise, Lupin did not expect Ethan's visit, and was even more astonished to see the potion. Typically delivered by Snape. Lupin, you are a werewolf, Ethan declared, leaning against the desk with one hand, the other dangling loosely, gazing down at Lupin with an unwavering intensity. You are covertly assisting Black. Harry is still here practicing his Patronus with you. He is truly pitiable, being manipulated by both of you. Ethan, I have not aided Black. Lupin exclaimed in shock. He is responsible for James' death, for the demise of my 2 friends. I yearn to capture him more than anyone. I would gladly kill him myself. His voice quivered with agitation, but he soon regained his composure, meeting Ethan's gaze earnestly. Once I seize Black, you may report me to Dumbledore or publicly declare to all students that I am a werewolf. It matters not. I am no accomplice to Black. He has taken 2 of my friends from me. Very well, I believe you, Ethan replied after a brief pause, shifting his posture. He rested his foot on Lupin's chair and casually sat atop the desk, sheathing his wand back into its holder on his leg. If you are not the accomplice, then who could it be? TSK. Could it be that Black is so gifted that years of imprisonment have endowed him with such strength? Why? Lupin was taken aback by how readily Ethan accepted his claims. I cannot even provide evidence, do not fret. It was merely a ruse to provoke you, Ethan stated languidly, crossing his legs atop the desk. Stop dawdling and start thinking. How do you know someone is aiding him? Is the werewolf also part of your deception? Lupin's thoughts were in disarray, drawn in by Ethan's words. Snape? He kicked me hard enough to give me a concussion. What sort of person, having spent so long in prison, still possesses such vigor? Think, who else could be aiding him? Ethan, not feeling vexed, swung his legs lightly. Snape is out of the question. The werewolf is not deceiving you. Is it that obvious that I am a werewolf? Lupin's expression was one of disbelief. When did you discover it? It is not obvious. It is my cleverness, Ethan replied, feeling that he had exhausted the inquiry. He hopped off the desk and made for the exit. The boggart, that vial of potion was brewed by me as well. Ponder it carefully. And if there is a matter, I'll Dumbledore. I have no time for this. As May commenced, Ethan found himself increasingly occupied, needing to devote more time to his OWLs, leaving Black's affairs to the adults. After all, he was still a student, and in the realm of academia, examinations held paramount importance. He forced himself to study tirelessly for half a month, reminding himself that if his grades were abysmal, his aspiration of becoming a potions professor would be dashed. And on results day, he would curse himself. On the day of the exams, Hermione handed Ethan a note, suggesting they visit Hagrid that afternoon and inquiring if he wished to join. However, Ethan had no time and was not particularly fond of witnessing death, as he still needed to find the dog. He had already borrowed Harry's owl to order a large crate suitable for living creatures, specifically requesting ample space. As the dog had evaded capture for several days, frightened off by Ethan's previous attempts. Now that the exams were concluded, he possessed both the energy and the means to pursue it. Ethan secured his hair with a band, fastened his wand holder to his thigh, donned practical attire, and set off across the school in search of the dog. As the last rays of the setting sun began to fade, he still had not spotted the elusive creature. With darkness encroaching, the task would only grow more challenging. After all, the dog was Black. He resolved to continue the search the following day. On his return journey, Ethan noticed Harry and the others seemingly in pursuit of something. He dashed towards them, shouting, "What are you chasing?" "It's Scabbers," Harry replied, equally vociferous. "He is not dead?" Ethan exclaimed, rushing to join the fray, spotting the old rat, and swiftly drawing his wand, aiming it towards the creature to immobilize it. "Got it," he declared triumphantly, as Ron lunged forward to seize the rat. "What an ugly rat. Where did you find it?" Ethan mused, casually returning his wand to its holster while scrutinizing the frantically wriggling rodent. "Hagrid's hut. It was hiding in a jar." "Crookshanks didn't he even eat it?" Hermione chimed in, pleased, as she had long suspected Crookshanks was innocent. "Crookshanks?" Harry pointed at a pair of glowing yellow eyes lurking nearby. Ethan turned to see Crookshanks stealthily approaching them and drew his wand again, preparing to practice his technique before attempting to capture the dog. "Wait, Scabbers, don't run, huh?" Ron cried out in frustration as the rat, in a panic, bit his hand and escaped, darting away with alarming speed, prompting Crookshanks to chase after it. Ron took off after the fleeing rat. Ethan could not allow a third-year student to venture alone into the night, especially with Black lurking nearby and Hermione being a girl. "Stay close to me. Once you catch up to Ron, we head back to the castle, understood? Forget about that rat," Ethan instructed before sprinting after Ron, with Hermione and Harry trailing behind. Ethan could hear Ron's heavy footfalls and his shouts for Crookshanks to back off. The night had grown dark, and navigating became increasingly difficult. The ground beneath him had shifted to slippery mud. "No, wait." Ethan abruptly halted, only for Hermione, unable to stop in time, to collide into him, causing him to stagger. Harry, too, failed to halt, and the three of them tumbled down the slope in a tangle. When Ethan finally lifted his head, he found a large black dog pinning the thrashing Ron beneath it. Upon noticing their descent, the dog seized Ron and began to drag him away. "Is that you, Scabbers? What are you doing here?" "Let Ron go." Ethan stumbled to his feet and rushed towards Ron and the black dog. "Your dog? Ethan, you said it was just a tiny pup," Hermione shrieked, scrambling to her feet and racing forward. "It's bigger than Hagrid's 2 hands put together. I saw it during the Quidditch match, sitting in the top row." Harry recognized the creature as well. "When I found it, it was indeed just 2 hands big. I fed it according to the recipe. It's Muggle nutritional science. Ron, what do you have in your pocket? Give it to him." Ethan noticed the dog tugging at Ron's jacket pocket. "Quickly, give it to him, Ron. It's Scabbers." Ron protested as he was dragged away by the tree roots. "Don't give it to him. That rat looks sickly and balding." Ethan shouted desperately at the roots. Suddenly, Ethan heard a rushing sound, felt a sharp pain at his temple, and then everything spun as something knocked him over. Hermione and Harry were not spared either. Ethan rose to his feet, illuminating his wand, and, alongside Harry, assisted Hermione in standing up. Utilizing the glow of the wand, he meticulously examined them and declared, "We must seek out the professor. This matter exceeds the capabilities of mere students." Grasping Hermione's hand, Ethan prepared to venture toward the castle, but Harry obstinately resisted, still intent on discovering a means of entry. "If that dog can get in, so can we, unless you can guarantee with absolute certainty that it will not harm Ron," Harry panted. Ethan found himself unable to assure such a thing, for the creature was indeed known to bite. Harry resolutely began scrutinizing the branches, attempting to discern a pattern amidst their chaotic flailing. Both Ethan and Hermione assisted, yet their efforts were in vain. The darkness was too profound, and one misstep could lead them into the branch's menacing range, leaving them battered like 3 spinning tops. Suddenly, Crookshanks appeared like a hero, leaping gracefully through the branches, akin to a serpent, before placing its front paws upon a knot in the tree trunk. In an instant, all the branches stilled, allowing them to hasten toward the trunk. Crookshanks slipped into a hole ahead of them, and following Ethan's lead, with Hermione in the middle and Harry bringing up the rear, they entered the tree hollow. Chapter 6. The Shrieking Shack. The hole was exceedingly deep. Ethan halted Harry, who was eager to press on, suggesting they leave a note for the professor just in case. Professor McGonagall? Ethan inquired, raising his wand. Both Harry and Hermione shook their heads. Professor Dumbledore? Harry and Hermione shook their heads even more vigorously. Professor Lupin? They nodded vigorously. Ethan waved his wand, sending the silver bird to seek out Lupin. They illuminated their wands and continued forward, sliding down the earthen slope. Once they reached the bottom, moving further required them to hunch over. The tunnel was both low and lengthy. As they progressed, Ethan felt that even if they managed to exit, they would be unable to straighten their backs. Crookshanks was barely visible ahead. Ethan noticed a faint light in the distance and stopped, turning sideways to allow Hermione and Harry to see the terrain ahead. The entire tunnel was beginning to ascend, and they were nearing their destination. Ethan pushed aside the wooden board overhead and surveyed the surroundings, finding no sign of Ron. He braced himself on the floor and jumped up, turning to pull Hermione up as well, while Harry clambered up independently. The Shrieking Shack, Hermione whispered, Ron isn't here. Ethan scanned the dilapidated room, which was so old that even a breath stirred up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a series of squeaks and creaks emanated from above. Something was up there, but there were no sounds of dog paws thumping against the floor. Hermione clutched Ethan's arm tightly. It could be Ron. Harry raised his eyebrows at her, asserting that there were no ghosts in this world. Ethan handed Hermione over to Harry, and the two of them sandwiched her between them as they ascended the stairs. The rickety staircase creaked under their weight, and a door stood ajar. Ethan heard a cat meowing. Crookshanks was behind that door. He pushed it open, raising a cloud of dust. A four-poster bed lay within, its curtains covered in dust, with Crookshanks sprawled atop it, while Ron lay collapsed beside the bed. Ethan cast a quick glance at Ron before Harry and Hermione rushed to his side. Ron, your leg, where Scabbers? Ethan answered directly, having already positioned his wand against the neck of the concealed Sirius Black behind the door. Ah, an animagus, quite impressive, black, taller than Ethan. With black hair cascading to his elbows, his gaunt face was devoid of the youthful exuberance from his student days as he grinned, revealing yellowed teeth and clutching Ron's wand in his lowered hand. Sirius Black. Ethan's expression remained impassive as he locked eyes with Black, then spoke abruptly. He is your godfather, Harry. He is presently engulfed in guilt for the deaths of your parents. Observing the shift in Black's demeanor, Ethan added, he believes you bear an uncanny resemblance to James, save for your eyes, which are like Lily's. Harry could no longer contain himself. He was unable to escape Hermione's persistent attempts to pull him back and, like a rogue ball, charged forward with Hermione in tow, thrusting the tip of his wand fiercely against Black's face. I will kill you. How dare you? Disarm him, Lupin shouted. Ethan's wand slipped from his grasp, along with the other three wands, flying toward the door. Lupin deftly caught them. While Ethan seized the moment when everyone's attention was diverted by Lupin to deliver a swift punch to Black's abdomen, only to be pulled back behind Hermione. Ethan paid no heed to Black's pained grimace, addressing the wand supplier directly. Lupin, you've been following us. You arrived far too quickly unless you received my silver bird en route. At this, Hermione's previously relaxed expression stiffened entirely. Hermione, along with Ethan and Harry, began to retreat, attempting to move toward the corner where Ron was situated. A sudden emptiness consumed Harry. He was uncertain of what to do next. Lupin, now deemed a potential accomplice, had disarmed them. Ethan appeared to have given up resistance. Ron's leg was broken, and he could no longer seek vengeance for his parents, while Hermione remained steadfastly shielding him. Then Lupin spoke. Where is he? Sirius. He had always believed Black had betrayed James until today, when he saw the name that should not have appeared on the Marauder's map. Black pointed toward the corner, and Harry turned to see only the broken-legged Ron sitting there, looking terrified. Ethan had been seething since entering the room. He shouted at Lupin and Black. Why not simply state the name? Wormtail, the rat in Ron's pocket. Ron, extract the rat and show them. Ron hurriedly retrieved Scabbers from his pocket, and upon seeing the rat, Black lunged forward, his face contorting in panic. That's him, Peter Pettigrew, he roared, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. In his frenzy, Black pressed himself against Ron's leg, causing Ron to cry out in pain. No, Sirius, Lupin shouted, rushing forward to pull Black away from Ron. You cannot do this. They must understand. We must explain. Black, roaring, shoved Lupin aside. We can explain later. His voice abruptly ceased as Ethan tightened his headband around Black's neck and yanked it back forcefully. This is the swiftest method for dealing with an unruly dog. Stop, Ethan, let go. Lupin scrambled to tug at Ethan's hand, as Black appeared on the verge of suffocation, clawing at his neck in a desperate bid for air. Harry and Hermione joined in. unwilling for Ethan to bear the weight of a life taken. Overpowered by the three of them, Ethan's headband was torn away by Harry, and Black erupted into violent coughs. Cough, cough, Peter Pettigrew, cough, kill him. Lupin stepped forward to assist Black in regaining his breath, addressing Harry. Yes, Ron S. Rat. He is an animagus, the traitor Peter Pettigrew. Harry, Lupin is a werewolf. Hermione shrieked, her confusion mounting as she struggled to grasp the situation. She merely wished for Harry not to fully trust Lupin's words. There were only 7 known animagi of this century, and the name Peter Pettigrew was absent from the list. Nor was Sirius Black's name present. In my year of study, there were 3 illegal animagi, and 2 of them are right here, with the last being your father. Lupin returned each wand in turn, gazing at Harry's weary face as he spoke. Your father and his friends devoted nearly 3 years to mastering animagus for my sake. Wormtail transformed into the smallest of creatures, allowing him to press against the gnarled roots of that whomping willow. Sirius and James, on the other hand, chose forms of considerable size, enabling them to accompany me. Lupin, you are aware that he is a dog, are you not? You never mentioned to Dumbledore that Black could transform into a dog. I warned you earlier. I suggested you out Dumbledore directly. Ethan thrust his wand against Lupin's throat, fury boiling within him. How foolish I have been, feeding this dog for so long. I am truly sorry. This is none of your concern. Ethan turned sharply, his voice cutting through Black's apology. Indeed, I am plagued with guilt. Throughout this past year, I have struggled with myself, too cowardly to inform Dumbledore, for doing so would betray the trust he placed in me during our student days. James and the others should never have associated with me. I am a werewolf. I pose a grave danger. Lupin's voice faltered, laced with self-loathing. Yet I cannot sever the ties. Do you understand? After James discovered my condition, he did not abandon me. He reassured me that it was merely a trivial matter. And Dumbledore, when my status as a werewolf hindered my ability to find gainful employment, he offered me a position. Thus, I convinced myself that Sirius's presence at the school was due to Voldemort's dark magic, rather than his being an animagus. Upon hearing this, Ethan, still gripping Harry's sleeve, gradually lowered his wand, stepping back to create distance between himself and Lupin and Black, until he collided with an invisible barrier. Ethan, you are still too young. Easily deceived by this furry beast. Move behind me. Snape yanked off the invisibility cloak, his wand aimed unwaveringly at Lupin. Ethan silently retreated to Snape's side, while Hermione let out a shriek, startling Harry. The invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map. Lupin, you appear to have forgotten to take your potion tonight. I brought a cup for you. Fortuitously, I discerned everything at a glance. Snape advanced slowly, his wand still trained on Lupin. Dumbledore must have lost his senses to allow a werewolf like you to teach. Look around, for disheveled students and a fugitive together. You are putting them all at risk. Severus, you are mistaken, Lupin interjected urgently. You have not heard the complete story. Sirius did not come here to harm Harry. Who cares? All I know is that 2 more individuals are headed for Azkaban tonight. Snape glared at Lupin. I am curious to see Dumbledore's reaction to this. Let the Dementors bestow upon each of you a kiss. Suddenly, Snape was thrown back. Ethan, lost in thought since Snape's arrival, was jolted back to reality by the loud crash, only to see Snape sprawled on the ground to his left. He assumed Lupin had attacked, but the angle was wrong. Ethan turned to the right, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood, their wands raised, equally astonished. Ethan crouched beside Snape, examining him as blood seeped through his hair. He is unconscious. Ethan did not draw his wand. Instead, he tore off a piece of cloth from his robe to staunch Snape's wound. Who did this? You should not have attacked a professor. No, it was me. I am in deep trouble. Hermione spoke first, her voice laced with tears, followed by Ron's stammering words. Ethan, give him a forgetfulness potion. We have all attacked him. When Snape wakes, he will kill us. Harry nodded vigorously at Ron's words. I will not intervene. My mercy lies in not killing you outright. Ethan glared at them both, exasperated. You might as well pray that these 2 furry creatures, he gestured towards Black and Lupin, can provide compelling evidence to prove Black's innocence. Otherwise, I may have to face a Dementor's kiss myself, which would be revolting. Then it is time we provide you with some evidence. Black continued Ethan's thought. Ron, now hand us that rat. Lupin took the rat from Ron's hand, while Black crouched to retrieve Snape's wand. The wand emitted a bluish-white light that struck the rat, and after a dazzling flash, an ugly, short man appeared. I even shared a meal with it. I let it sleep in my bed. Ron shouted in despair, horrified to discover that the rat he had nurtured for so long was a repulsive man. Lupin, old friend, it has been a long time. Do not trust Sirius. He is a traitor, and he intends to kill Harry. Peter turned to Harry with his mouse-like eyes. Harry, trust me, I did not betray your parents. As he observed Harry's impassive expression, he crawled towards Ron, pleading, Kind child, merciful master, I am your pet. Help me. Ron appeared on the verge of vomiting, dragging his injured leg backward. If you were a better rat than a person, there would be nothing to boast about. Black stepped forward, blocking Ron's path. Addressing the kneeling Peter in a hushed tone, Peter then shifted direction, lunging at Hermione, seizing the edge of her robe. Good girl, clever girl. You will not let them help me. Hermione yanked her clothing from his grip, slowly retreating until she stood beside Ethan, clutching his sleeve tightly. Peter turned his head towards Harry. Harry, you resemble your father so closely. I am your father's best friend. Help me. How dare you face him? How dare you mention James in his presence? Black roared as he advanced on Peter, who clutched Harry's pant leg, lying on the ground and begging, Harry, Harry. Your father is a good man. He would not allow me to be killed. James will show me mercy. He lies. Harry, all he thinks about is escaping. This coward has not felt an ounce of remorse from the start. Ethan interrupted Peter's pleas. Kill him, Black, and then leave Hogwarts. Go wherever you wish. Both Black and Lupin raised their wands simultaneously. Farewell, Peter, Lupin said calmly. The stolen years have been ample. Hermione buried her face in Ethan's chest, and Ethan closed his eyes, turning slightly to shield Ron's view. No, Harry shouted, rushing forward to obstruct Peter. You cannot kill him. St. Potter, how surprising, Ethan exclaimed, shocked. Momentarily mimicking Draco's catchphrase, only to be pinched by Hermione at his side. That traitor caused you to lose your parents. Black's eyes widened in fury. You heard Ethan. He feels no guilt for the death of your parents. I know, but we can take him to the castle, to Dumbledore. We can imprison him in Azkaban. And he can prove your innocence. Harry cast a disgusted glance at Peter. My father would not want his best friend to commit murder. Even if it is such a person. Lupin and Black exchanged glances. You are the only one who can make this decision. Harry, we respect your choice, Black said, lowering his wand, which had been aimed at Peter, and suddenly asked Harry, but do you understand what this means? You are free, Harry replied. Indeed. You remember that I am your godfather, Sirius inquired, observing Harry's nod before continuing. Your parents designated me as your guardian in the unfortunate event of their demise. He paused momentarily. However, should you wish to remain with your aunt and uncle, I would understand. Still, ponder this. If I were to restore my reputation, would you desire a different home? A life shared with me? Harry rushed forward, embracing Black. Of course I would. Do you have a house? When can we move in? Ethan, preoccupied with the state of Snape, who remained unconscious, was oblivious to the exchange between the godfather and his ward. What a tremendous effort it must have taken for him to remain in this state for so long, he mused. After securing Peter, Lupin approached to assess Snape. He is not gravely injured, merely unconscious, bearing the brunt of 3 spells. Lupin explained to Ethan. Perhaps we can safely escort him back to the castle and rouse him there? Ethan nodded in agreement, wishing to avoid the confrontation with Snape's fury for the time being. He had already endured enough for one day. Ethan, Professor Lupin, could you come to check on Ron? His leg is broken, Hermione implored, kneeling beside Ron, her hand resting on his injured limb. It's not good. Madame Pomfrey is more skilled with bone setting. For now, we can only stabilize it. Lupin fashioned a splint for Ron's fractured leg and helped him to his feet. Let's see how we can transport these poor souls out of here, Ethan stated. Observing the motley group within the room, 2 animagi, a werewolf, for students, and a professor. Lupin and Ron volunteered to guard the diminutive Peter, while Black levitated Snape with a spell. As they made their way back, Crookshanks led the charge ahead, followed closely by a hunched group, Lupin and Ron escorting Peter. Black and Harry in the middle controlling Snape with wands, and Hermione and Ethan bringing up the rear. Ethan had been reassuring Hermione not to fear, as she had attacked Snape and was anxious that he might stir and urge the headmaster to expel her from Hogwarts. Yet, amidst the murmurs of Harry and Black, there was an unsettling sound of a head colliding with a wall. Harry, could you persuade your dear godfather to cease using my professor's head as a battering ram against the wall? Ethan exclaimed in frustration. My apologies, Black replied hastily. The thuds ceasing immediately. Chapter 7, Freedom and Rebirth. When they finally emerged from the lengthy tunnel, the moon hung high in the sky. Ethan was the first to hear Ron scream. He and Lupin were shackled together, and Lupin had forgotten to take his potion that night. The werewolf broke free from the chains. Black transformed into a large dog, attempting to subdue Lupin. In the ensuing chaos, Ethan noticed Peter had acquired an unknown wand, freeing himself from the handcuffs. Peter, he shouted, and Harry also called out to the wayward Animagus. However, Black could not allow this werewolf to harm anyone. He shot a glance at Harry, then turned to pursue Lupin, as Peter, having distanced himself, raised his wand in preparation to attack the students amidst the turmoil. 2 loud thuds echoed, sending sharp pain radiating through his wrist and thigh. Something struck him, yet he saw no beam of light from the wand. The pain compelled him to release his grip on the wand, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ethan approached slowly, gun raised, in a desperate bid for survival. Peter quickly switched hands with the wand, casting a severing charm at Ethan before transforming into a rat and scurrying into the woods. Ethan's arm was hit by Peter's spell, and he retaliated with a binding charm that narrowly missed the rat. Crookshanks pursued without hesitation, and at that moment, Hermione appeared with the box meant to contain the rat. "Bravo, Crookshanks! You are the cleverest cat," Hermione exclaimed in delight, watching as Crookshanks pinned down the rat. Ethan swiftly cast a stunning spell, and once the creature lay still, he assisted Hermione in placing Peter into the box. "How do you have a gun?" Hermione inquired, still breathless. "And Harry," he ran after Sirius. "I couldn't keep up, so I went to find this box to help you. I've always had a gun, I just never had the opportunity to use it. Please keep this a secret, Hermione. Take the box directly to Professor Dumbledore's office. I will seek out Ron, all right?" Ethan patted her back to soothe her, watching her nod before she hurried towards the castle. He then turned his attention back to Ron, who was trembling on the ground with a broken leg. "Where's Hermione? Did you see her? She said she was coming to find you. What about that wizard?" Ron asked, brows furrowed. "And Harry?" He ran after Sirius. Ethan replied tersely. "Hermione took the rat to Professor Dumbledore. Let him handle this." "Stop talking, you're too heavy." He gritted his teeth, his own arm still bleeding. "I can't leave you and Snape out here." No, here is safe enough. Please just put me down. I beg you, go find Harry." Ron struggled, sliding off Ethan's shoulder and landing on the ground. Ethan looked into Ron's eyes, contemplating Harry's troubled past, and ultimately nodded, turning to sprint into the woods. Following the broken branches, Ethan pressed deeper into the forest. The air grew colder, and indistinct incantations echoed nearer. He pushed aside the final obstructing branches, revealing a lake. Dementors swarmed the surface, and Harry stood at the water's edge. Sirius collapsed beside him, brandishing his holly wand and shouting Expecto Patronum. A shadow began to materialize at the tip of his wand. Ethan drew his wand, summoning a silver robin that charged at the Dementors, momentarily alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. However, the situation remained dire. Their numbers were overwhelming. "Black, wake up!" Ethan slapped Sirius's face, but he remained unconscious. Turning to shake Harry, he urged, Harry, snap out of it. You must think of happy thoughts, quickly, or we shall all perish here." The arrival of the robin stirred Harry slightly. He glanced at his fallen godfather and weary friend. Once more, he raised his wand, resolutely declaring, Expecto Patronum. A magnificent silver stag burst forth, joining the robin in scattering the Dementors hovering above them. "Thank heavens, thank Merlin." Ethan exhaled in relief as he witnessed the Dementors disperse. He was on the brink of collapse, darkness encroaching on his vision, and his legs buckled as he fell on a Sirius, painfully smashing his nose. This was the last thought that crossed Ethan's mind before losing consciousness. After that fateful day, Ethan paid little heed to Sirius's exoneration, save for a single visit to the Ministry of Magic to provide testimony. Meanwhile, gossip erupted within the school, even Slytherins discussing the loyal friend Sirius had proven to be. Consider this. He had resolutely escaped Azkaban to protect his godson from a rat, boldly infiltrating Gryffindor's common room twice. What bravery and loyalty exemplified Gryffindor. Hermione did indeed seek out Ethan, subtly inquiring about the gun, which was actually given to him by Iris during their first year. Iris had intended to transfer to Ethan's school, but Ethan, resolute in his silence regarding his future educational plans, received the firearm for self-defense, as his family was involved in such dealings. Typically, Ethan would dismantle the gun and stow its components at the bottom of his suitcase. But after being kicked by Blake, he commenced carrying it with him. On the final day of the semester, Ethan resolved to pack his belongings ahead of time, preparing to board the train to London early the next morning. He opened his suitcase and began methodically gathering items he might need for the holiday, including his summer homework, parchment, quills, and clothing he preferred not to take, as his London residence already contained suitable attire. Instead, he rummaged through a drawer and unearthed a cookbook for canine cuisine. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to include the cookbook in his luggage, recalling that it had once brought him joy. As he closed the suitcase, it coincided with mealtime, prompting Ethan to head directly to the kitchen. The following day, Ethan hurriedly boarded the train, seeking an empty compartment, having overslept. That fool Owen had never once seen him awake before himself. After an arduous search for a place to stow his suitcase, he prepared to patrol the train. Once the train reached its destination, he made his way to the exit, spotting Harry rushing towards Blake, with Mrs. Weasley standing beside him. Sirius, upon lifting his gaze, immediately recognized Ethan, who stood out strikingly in the crowd. Ethan had tied his hair into a ponytail cascading down his back, donned an oversized shirt that revealed a sleeveless tank top beneath, and wore loose-fitting straight-leg jeans that hung low on his hips. their hems scuffed and frayed from being trampled underfoot. On his feet were a pair of Vans sneakers. Adorning his frame was but a single necklace. Sirius attempted to wave and greet him, only to catch Ethan rolling his eyes before he exited through the platform, causing Sirius to chuckle at the gesture. "Oh, Harry, Ron. We're over here. What are you laughing at?" Mrs. Weasley called out to her children before glancing curiously at the amused Sirius. He shook his head dismissively at Mrs. Weasley, indicating it was nothing, before concluding his conversation with Molly and escorting Harry away from the station. Chapter 8, Reconciliation. As mid-July approached, Ethan had yet to receive his OWLS results, which left him in a state of anxiety, particularly with Harry's birthday imminent at the end of the month. He needed to carve out time to select a gift to celebrate Harry's temporary escape from the Dursley household, a veritable den of misery. In the past, when Harry resided with the Dursleys, he and Iris would take Harry out to enjoy his birthday, for Harry's plight was truly dismal, his hair a tangled mess, his lanky frame clad in oversized, tattered garments, and being chased and bullied by Dudley, the Dursleys' portly son, more often than not. His uncle, Vernon Dursley, was a detestable figure. Not once had Harry been allowed to leave without some absurd excuse, as though fearing he might pilfer a coin from their home, often scrutinizing Harry's pockets as if he were a common thief, while Petunia Dursley stood with her usual sour expression. Iris was the kingpin of their neighborhood in Little Whinging, leading a band of rascals through the streets during their youth. To the adults, he appeared no different from the street urchins, save for his education and ability to read and write. Yet, every child yearned to associate with him, for Iris was generous and loyal. Even Dudley eyed him enviously, wishing to play alongside him. Ethan, however, held no fondness for Dudley, who reveled in tormenting others. If things didn't go his way, he would throw tantrums, kicking his mother's leg in frustration when denied candy. Perhaps his only form of exercise came from chasing Harry, who, thanks to his agility, often evaded Dudley's grasp. Perhaps Harry's prowess in Quidditch was honed through such encounters. Ethan was nearly overwhelmed by the demands of his history of magic essay. He could hardly fathom Professor Bin's reasoning for assigning summer work when few would choose his course in 6th year. Throughout the 5th year, they had studied the Giant Wars, a topic that had lulled Ethan into the sweetest slumber, and he had neglected to even glance at the textbook, knowing only that it was authored by Binns, relying solely on the highlights Owen had marked for him. Now, he was tasked with composing an 11-inch essay on the origins and impacts of the Giant Wars in modern wizarding history. Binns had lost his mind. The very book on the subject was being used to prop up a table leg. Frequently, Ethan would vent his frustrations about the burdensome essay to Hermione over the phone. Hermione had yet to reach the Giant Wars in her studies. Her third-year paper focused on the persecution of witches. The brilliant Hermione, always at the top of her class. While Ethan awaited his own OWLS results, which still had 2 more days to arrive. "Ethan, I found a key point in 1391. The renowned giant killer, Gifford Ollerton, was born. You could weave this information into your essay." Hermione diligently scoured for useful references on the other end of the line. Perhaps I could even include Hagrid, half-giant. Just joking. Ethan wedged the phone between his head and shoulder, freeing his hands to jot down notes. "Wait, I hear someone at the door. It might be Iris bringing me dinner. I'll call you back, Hermione. Goodbye." He hastily hung up, shoes forgotten, and rushed to the entrance, his stomach growling. Iris, who frequented the pub each night during his break, would often pick up a meal for him on his way. However, the visitors at the door were not Iris, but Harry and Blake. Surprised to find them instead of Iris, Ethan nonetheless welcomed them inside. "The living room is to the left. Make yourselves comfortable while I brew some tea." Sirius gestured for Harry to head to the living room while he followed Ethan into the kitchen, immediately offering an apology. "Listen, Ethan," Sirius leaned against the doorframe, lowering his voice. "I am truly sorry about what happened at Hogwarts, but..." He took a step forward. "If you had known I was an illegal animagus, it could have put you in danger. I couldn't let more people discover my identity." The atmosphere in the kitchen seemed to freeze at Sirius' words. Ethan, with his back to him, halted with the kettle poised midair as hot water gushed into the teapot. "So this is your justification?" Ethan's voice was soft yet incredulous. "You thought I would betray you?" "No," Sirius hastily countered. "On the contrary. I knew you would keep my secret, and that was precisely what terrified me. Burdening you with such a secret, Ethan, is far too heavy. You are still just a student. You shouldn't have to shoulder such risks." "No, that's even worse," Ethan interjected. "You trust me to keep your secret, yet doubt my ability to help you bear the risk." Silence enveloped the kitchen, interrupted only by the gentle slosh of tea within the pot. Sirius stood frozen, as though struck at the core of his vulnerabilities. "Ethan," Sirius finally spoke, his voice hoarse, "I have let too many people down in my life. James, Lily, Remus, even Harry. I couldn't protect him. I cannot put you in danger again." Ethan's gaze bore into him, a blend of anger and understanding evident in his eyes. So you would rather shoulder it all alone? Just as you did when you pursued Peter all those years ago. Sirius' expression wavered, clearly unsettled by Ethan's mention of that fateful event. That was different. Is it truly? Ethan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, compelling Sirius to meet his gaze. Do you believe that shouldering all the risks equates to protection? No, that is merely another form of selfishness. You deprive others of the right to choose whether to stand by your side. You are correct, Sirius murmured, instinctively averting his eyes from Ethan's piercing stare. His voice barely audible. Perhaps I am simply afraid of losing someone important once more. Well, let us put this matter aside for now. Ethan's expression softened, and he placed the teapot onto the tray. He then bent down to retrieve 3 teacups of a matching hue from the cupboard. What brings you here today? I came with Harry to invite you to his birthday party, Sirius replied. I heard him mention that you used to take him out during his time with the Dursleys. After seeing Ethan arrange the teacups, Sirius picked up the tray laden with items. You've been the one celebrating Harry's birthdays all these years. I do not wish for your absence due to my presence. If I have the time, I shall attend, Ethan declared, pouring cookies into a plate and shifting the tray to make space, letting out a sigh as he leaned against the island. Blake, have you witnessed the Dursleys' treatment of Harry? Those muggles treat him like a house elf, and that Dudley, my heavens, there is no other brat in London quite like him. I know, Sirius replied, wiping his face before continuing. When I fetched Harry from the Dursleys, I hardly wanted to speak. They nearly turned Harry's suitcase inside out. I wish to cast a hex on them. Are you still angry? Sirius inquired, noticing Ethan's use of his surname. It is not solely anger I feel, Ethan said, pursing his lips and carefully choosing his words. I am merely somewhat vexed. He then forced a wry smile, adding, you know, I had been foolishly searching for that so-called ally at Hogwarts. I also apologize for choking you in the shrieking shack. I was misdirecting my frustration at you, stemming from my impotence regarding the situation and my anger at being kept in the dark. It was unfair and quite despicable. Ethan raised his eyes to examine Sirius's neck. Since Sirius's exoneration, he had trimmed his hair to a length just grazing his shoulders, seemingly having styled it for the occasion. With the locks on either side of his face pulled back, Sirius brushed aside his meticulously arranged hair, inviting Ethan to scrutinize his neck. I am long past that. Please call me Sirius, he said, as he carried the tray into the living room. Meeting you has been my fortune. Without you, I might still be relying on Crookshanks to find me food. But it matters not. For Harry, I could subsist on mice, haha. Ethan followed him into the living room, chuckling lightly before saying, Sirius, you will make an excellent godfather. Harry, seated on the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them emerge, his expression more relaxed, as he had been worried Ethan might still be upset. Observing Ron's demeanor made it clear. Who could maintain a pleasant countenance towards a pet that had suddenly transformed into a human? Once Sirius and Ethan settled down, Harry endeavored to initiate a conversation. About the giant war, Ethan, do you still have assignments to complete? Oh no, I mean I never expected you to write your assignments yourself, Harry remarked, picking up a sticky note from the table, which was densely filled with writing, quite a feat for him to decipher. If you cannot engage in conversation, it is best to sip tea in silence, Ethan retorted, gritting his teeth. He stepped forward to snatch the knowledge notes from Harry's hands, adding, I merely draw inspiration from Owen for subjects I find challenging. Your history of magic is still taught by Professor Binns, I presume? My goodness, his lectures are dreadfully dull. The same topics year after year. Sirius glanced at the parchment spread across the table, pulling it closer and jotting down a couple of notes before realizing. He asked, Ethan, may I write on this? Ethan nodded eagerly, hoping Sirius would complete it for him. Harry, meanwhile, simmered with indignation, preparing to assume the role of the righteous captain. While Ethan silently mouthed, dare to interrupt him, and I shall end you. The effect was remarkable. Harry promptly fell silent. From that day forth, Ethan frequently approached Sirius with his assignments, unable to bear the thought of opening the grades delivered by Owl. He brought them to Sirius to gauge his expression for clues on his performance. Ethan clutched his wand tightly, anxious that if he did not achieve an O in potions, he would rather curse himself than face Snape at school. Sirius opened the envelope, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shifted his gaze between Ethan and the report. What a ridiculous expression. It's as if you were gazing at a troll, Sirius remarked. Harry, unable to decipher his godfather's expression, approached him and directly glanced at the report, mirroring Sirius's incredulous look. Ethan could contain himself no longer and rushed over to snatch the report for himself. First noting the potion's grade, O, I survived. Magical creatures, O, astronomy, E, charms, O, defense against the dark arts, O, divination, E, herbology, O, history of magic, A, transfiguration, O. What absurd expressions are you both wearing? Did I not perform rather well? Ethan glared at them, folding the report to keep it safe for Hermione's perusal. 6 O's, 2 E's, and 1 A, no failures. What splendid results, you two uncultured souls. Indeed, it is astonishingly good, Sirius replied, having always presumed Ethan to be a specialist in select subjects, only excelling in charms and defense against the dark arts. He had observed Ethan struggling with his assignments lately, feeling as though he might drown in them. He had not anticipated Ethan's performance to be so balanced, aside from a slight weakness in history of magic. Harry's amazement stemmed from having never witnessed Ethan diligently working on his assignments at Hogwarts. He either copied from his roommates or had Hermione highlight the important points. How shameless to seek assistance from someone 2 years his junior. Harry had long forgotten Hermione's mention of Ethan's exceptional academic standing. As July 30th approached, Ethan arrived early to assist, marking Harry's first truly formal birthday celebration. Sirius felt it warranted a grander affair. Balloons, streamers, treats for the following day, and a custom banner were all set up after Harry had gone to bed. Once most of the arrangements were complete, Ethan began wrapping the gifts he had purchased for Harry in colorful paper, while Sirius idly observed. The amazing Quidditch ball and the official guide to the Quidditch World Cup. Do you enjoy Quidditch, Ethan? Sirius inquired, watching as Ethan tied the two books together. Moderately, in truth. I do not quite grasp the rules of Quidditch. I suspect I would enjoy it if I could comprehend the regulations, Ethan replied thoughtfully. Sirius nodded, appearing contemplative. Everything is nearly ready. I must return now. See you tomorrow. Ethan brushed off the remnants of ribbon clinging to his robes and prepared to depart. Sirius sprang to his feet almost instantly. Stay here for the night. There are empty rooms upstairs, and we have new pajamas. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Though they might be a bit large. Ethan turned to Sirius, pondering for a moment before lifting a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the table and gesturing with it. Care for a wager? Let fate decide. If you eat one bean and it tastes good, I shall remain. Come on, may Merlin bless me, Sirius said as he reached for the bag of candies, selecting one to pop into his mouth. What a flavor it was. Sirius's expression remained inscrutable, while Ethan fixed his gaze on Sirius's eyes, attempting to decipher the taste from those gray orbs. Sirius's countenance betrayed no emotion, save for a slight movement of his Adam's apple. May Merlin bless me with the taste of peach. Come on, Ethan, I shall fetch you a set of pajamas. Fate has decreed you shall sleep here tonight. Sirius turned, gesturing for Ethan to follow him upstairs. Ethan rolled his eyes behind Sirius's back, muttering to himself that it was clearly the taste of soap. The following morning, Ethan was jolted awake by a thunderous crash from downstairs. Groggy, he sat up in bed, rubbed his bleary eyes, and opened the door, coming face to face with Harry, who appeared equally roused by the commotion. What is happening? Harry mumbled, his hair in more disarray than usual. Ethan shrugged, and together they cautiously descended the stairs, following the sound to the kitchen. It was Sirius creating the ruckus as he attempted to fry bacon while whipping egg whites for a cake. In his flustered state, the bacon had burnt, and the bowl meant for the egg whites had slipped from his grasp, flying across the room. A stainless steel bowl lay in the center of the floor, evidently the culprit behind the earlier noise. Merlin, have mercy, Ethan sighed, striding forward to gently take the frying pan from Sirius's hands, discarding the charred bacon into the trash. Sirius wiped his face, striving to shake off the remnants of sleep. Yet the fatigue and chaos in his eyes remained palpable. I'm so sorry, I got too excited. This is Harry's first birthday with me. And he has grown so much. I feel utterly inadequate. Tears brimmed in Harry's eyes as he rushed to embrace Sirius, exclaiming, You're the best godfather. When I came down, I saw how beautifully everything was arranged. This is the best birthday ever. He shot a glance at Ethan to add, one of the best, anyway. In any case, Sirius, I'm so happy. While they embraced, Ethan seized the opportunity to reignite the stove, placing fresh slices of bacon into a clean frying pan. Excuse me, after you finish crying, could you fetch me a few eggs? He gently interrupted the poignant moment. Sirius wiped his face again, sending Harry to the living room to unwrap presents while he retrieved the eggs for Ethan. He looks just like his father, Sirius remarked as he set 3 plates on the counter. Just like James, his hair is perpetually a mess. I never imagined I would be here for his birthday. His voice began to tremble. Sirius inhaled deeply and continued. He was so tiny when he was born. James immediately declared that I should be his godfather. Oh, Merlin. I shouldn't have left him alone. The Dursleys treated him abominably. Sirius buried his face in his hands, unable to suppress a soft sob. I truly have not been sufficient. James entrusted me with his son, and You have done more than enough, Ethan interjected, turning off the stove and offering Sirius a tissue. You will become the best godfather, Sirius. Please do not torment yourself any longer. Observing Sirius in such distress, Ethan lamented his own limited education, unable to articulate any profound wisdom, and could only repeat comforting phrases while gently patting his back to soothe him. Sirius had endured too much torment in Azkaban. His nerves were perpetually on edge, haunted by nightly nightmares of not having escaped, of his beloved godson perishing at the hands of a rat, and of James constantly questioning why he had not cared for his son. Once Sirius ceased his weeping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ethan encouraged him to wash his face. Subsequently, he plated the cooked eggs and bacon, bringing them out to invite Harry to breakfast. He still needed to return home for a few things. Ethan took some time to change clothes, and when he knocked again on Harry's door, Mrs. Weasley welcomed him with a puzzled yet warm smile, ushering him inside. Mrs. Weasley, a spirited and capable matriarch, managed to raise so many children with grace. She propelled Ethan into the living room before heading to the kitchen to assist with the meal. Ethan counted heads in the living room. For red-haired Weasleys, the twins, along with Harry and Ron, while Hermione and Ginny whispered nearby. Suddenly reminded of the wager, he made his way towards the twins. George, has Percy not come? He inquired of one of the twins. Hey, I'm Fred, not George. Percy is too busy to join a little birthday party, Fred replied. He is about to blow his top any moment now. But regarding our wager, you are the final victor. What wager? What did you bet on that involves Percy? Harry and Ron interjected curiously. Ethan was surprised that Cribbe had managed to endure Percy until graduation, but gestured for the twins to hand over their stakes, urging them to explain the wager to Harry and Ron while he turned to flaunt his report card to Hermione. What is this? Oh, Merlin's beard. You're brilliant, Ethan. You passed History of Magic. Hermione shrieked, hugging Ethan in delight. I knew it. Ah, you could do it. Ethan shared in her excitement, dancing a little. Once Hermione calmed down, she pulled Ethan to sit beside her as they observed the girls tinkering with tiny bottles. These containers were even smaller than those used for potions. What is this? Ethan asked, pointing at a small bottle in Ginny's hand. Nail polish. Look, it's peacock blue. Want to try it? Ginny replied, flipping the bottle to reveal the label, then showing Ethan the color on her own nails, just like this, only I used red. Hermione also extended her hand. Her nails painted a delicate pink. They're all lovely. Could you paint mine? Ethan asked, extending his hand once Ginny nodded in agreement. Merlin, that color looks stunning on you. It makes your hands appear even fairer, Hermione observed as Ethan finished one hand and showed it to her. And your fingers are so slender and soft. Hermione kept playfully pinching Ethan's fingers. Just as Ethan raised both hands to admire his handiwork, Sirius walked into the living room, calling for the children to prepare for dinner. Ethan raised his hand to signal Sirius, who nodded and gave him a thumbs up before he rose to head to the dining room. Chapter 9, The Quidditch World Cup. When Sirius roused Ethan early in the morning, he still could not fathom why he had agreed 2 days prior to attend the Quidditch match. Merlin's beard. I'm a complete novice. I don't even understand the rules. Ethan, are you ready yet? Remember to dress warmly. Sirius called from downstairs as he fried bacon. The house occupied only by the two of them, since Harry had gone to the Burrow 2 days earlier. They planned to apparate directly to the venue. After acknowledging Sirius, Ethan hastened his movements, gathering his pajamas and packing food for the night, as they would need to set up a tent at the venue after the match. Once he finished packing, he began rifling through his wardrobe. Ethan had spent half his nights at Sirius' since Harry's birthday, realizing that Sirius was far more reliable than Owen, and he wanted to practice becoming an animagus. Previously, he had no one to turn to for guidance. He hesitated to trouble Professor McGonagall, but now with Sirius by his side, he had decided to remain and request his mentor's assistance. Ethan donned a light-hued, thin sweater, complemented by a pair of straight-cut trousers in their natural shade, tucking the hems into his sturdy, sheepskin ankle boots. With one hand grasping a trench coat and the other clutching a bag, he hurried downstairs in pursuit of breakfast. I'm ready, Sirius. How do we get to that Quidditch venue? Ethan exclaimed, struggling to swallow the last morsel of his bread, only to choke slightly in the process. Take it slow. We'll apparate, Sirius offered, handing him a cup of water. Have you got everything? The apparition was swift, a mere whoosh. All right. Let us go? I can't wait, Ethan declared, rising to dash towards the door. Sirius waved him over, urging him to hold on to him. Although Ethan felt a twinge of unease at Sirius's inexplicable grin, he nonetheless approached and wrapped his arm around Sirius's waist. Oh, you're absolutely ridiculous. Upon landing, Ethan was immediately beset by a wave of nausea, sliding down to the ground. It was only thanks to Sirius's quick reflexes wrapping around his waist that he avoided collapsing entirely. He hadn't anticipated that apparating would be so disconcerting. You'll be fine, Ethan. The first time is always a bit rough, Sirius said, feigning concern. I swear, you're doing this on purpose. I just let my guard down for a moment, Ethan retorted, now relying entirely on Sirius's steady grip to maintain his footing. 703 from where? A voice chimed in nearby. London, little whinging. Please look for the venue reserved by Black, Sirius replied, casually picking up the bag Ethan had dropped. Let me see, Black. He perused a piece of parchment. Just go straight ahead. Thank you, Sirius concluded, leading Ethan towards the campsite. Upon arriving at the campsite, Ethan spotted Hermione in front of the Weasley tent, right next to his own. She rushed over to embrace him. Are you all right here? I never expected there would be so many people, Hermione said, cupping Ethan's face in her hands for a closer look. I'm fine, I've got my necklace. Ethan replied, revealing the necklace concealed beneath his coat. And I brought a vial of calming draft, so I'm all set. The necklace, is that the sun? Hermione inquired, examining the piece with keen interest. Who gave it to you? Dumbledore. He said it would help, and it does seem to work, Ethan replied, tucking the necklace away. He then took Hermione's hand, pulling her towards the Weasley tent. Come on, let us find Harry. Sirius, you can set up the tent by yourself. I'm off to have some fun. Just be careful. Sirius called back, his voice echoing from behind the sagging tent. When Ethan and Hermione reached the Weasley tent, they encountered two unfamiliar redheads. One of them approached Ethan and introduced himself. Hello, I'm William Weasley, but you can call me Bill. I'm Ron's older brother, he said, gesturing to the tall figure beside him, who was munching on some food. This is Charlie Weasley, my brother. Ethan extended his hand in greeting. Ethan Prescott. Just call me Ethan. I'm a Slytherin at Hogwarts, about to enter my 6th year. Bill, I love your earrings. They're stunning, Ethan remarked. I like your eyebrow piercing as well, Bill replied with a smile. He was unlike any wizard Ethan had encountered before, cool and tall. Initially, he had expected Bill to be as stiff as Percy, but was pleasantly surprised to find him warm and approachable. Bill, do you know where Harry went? Hermione asked. I just saw him. He seemed to head in that direction, Bill said after a moment of thought, pointing. Ethan thanked him and took Hermione's hand as they ran towards the indicated direction. Although they didn't find Harry, they did spot Mr. Weasley conversing with a peculiar, rotund man adorned in eccentric attire. Mr. Weasley, facing them, introduced Ethan and Hermione to the man. These are my son Ron's friends, Ethan Prescott and Hermione Granger. Both exceptionally bright wizards. Mr. Weasley continued, this is Mr. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, formerly a beater for the Vimborn Wasps. Bagman waved dismissively, downplaying his status. Would you two like to place a bet on the match? I assure you, Ireland's number 3 chaser is the finest I have seen in years. Bagman turned his gaze toward Ethan and Hermione. Ethan met his eyes, but then turned to the Weasley twins. George, how did you place your bets? We wagered everything on Ireland winning. But Victor Crumb will catch the golden snitch, George replied quickly. Ethan, I suggest you do the same, Fred added. Ethan then turned to Hermione, asking if she wanted to bet. She shook her head, advising him, don't bet. Ethan, you don't even understand Quidditch. Bagman, overhearing this, became animated. Oh no, Miss Granger, it's just a bit of harmless fun. It would be splendid to join in the atmosphere. It's merely for enjoyment, Hermione. All right. I'll bet on Ireland winning, with Crumb catching the golden snitch. 100 galleons, is that acceptable? Ethan retrieved a pouch embroidered with a bluebird from his trench coat and counted out 100 galleons to hand over. That works. Just for fun, Bagman exclaimed, quickly jotting down Ethan's name, fearing he might back out. Let us go, Hermione, and continue searching for Harry. Ethan accepted a piece of parchment Bagman handed him, quickly passing it to Fred. Could you store this with your own? If we win, we'll collect together. If we lose, it's no matter. Fred gave Ethan an approving thumbs up. Ultimately, Ethan found Harry in front of a stall selling souvenirs, while Ron, adorned with a peculiar shamrock hat, was busy selecting memorabilia. Ethan, Hermione, you arrived just in time, Harry called, beckoning them over. He held up a telescope, exclaiming, this is a panoramic telescope. It can instantly analyze the match. Yes. It even has slow-motion replay. The vendor enthusiastically pitched, only 10 galleons if you're interested. I wish I hadn't seen that, Ron remarked, glancing at his hat before eyeing the telescope. I'll take 4, Harry replied without hesitation. Don't waste your money. Ron's face flushed red. He knew Harry had plenty, but he couldn't keep allowing Harry to buy him things. Then you won't receive any gifts for Christmas, Harry quipped while shoving the telescope into each of their hands. Remember, you won't have any presents for at least 10 years. That is more like it. Ron finally smiled, accepting the telescope. Very generous of you, Harry, thank you. Ethan peered through the telescope at the distant sights. Come on, let us explore a bit more. Hermione prepared to buy each of them a match guide as they continued forward. While they conversed with the vendor, Ethan's attention was drawn to the adjacent stall. Ethan's eyes fell upon a bracelet engraved with golden sun designs, perfectly complementing his necklace. He pointed to the bracelet and inquired, how much for that sun-engraved bracelet? 15 galleons, the vendor replied, lifting the bracelet, then raising another. But this one isn't sold separately. You can have it together with this moon and stars design for 30 galleons, including 8 flying models of firebolts. How much would that be altogether? 86 galleons, a bargain. Ethan quickly counted out 86 galleons and handed them over. The wizard swiftly packaged the items in a paper bag, and Ethan clutched the bag as he made his way to join Harry and the others. After the 4 individuals converged, they distributed the items they carried, with Ron additionally bringing along several model crossbows that Ethan intended to gift to the other children in his family. Each returned to their respective tents. Upon Ethan's arrival at the campsite, he discovered that the tent had already been erected. At first, he felt somewhat disdainful of the small structure, but upon entering, he realized it was far more spacious than he had anticipated. What do you think? The environment is quite acceptable, isn't it? A 2-bedroom layout with a separate kitchen and bathroom, Sirius remarked, seated on the sofa as he observed Ethan. Much better than I expected. But why is everything in Gryffindor colors? Ethan replied, crossing his arms and surveying the surroundings, where garish red hues and the Gryffindor lion motif dominated. Hey, these colors are lovely. Your bedroom is this color too, Sirius chuckled, noticing Ethan's empty hands and curiously inquiring. Didn't you buy anything while you were out? This piqued Ethan's interest, and he produced 2 bracelets, inviting Sirius to choose one. Take a look, select one, and I shall gift it to you. These aren't sold separately, but one is more than sufficient for me. Sirius examined the bracelets, one inscribed with a sun and the other with a moon. He recalled that Ethan possessed a necklace similarly adorned with the sun. Hesitating, Sirius pointed to the sun bracelet, yearning for a matching piece with Ethan. But seeing the excitement on Ethan's face made him chuckle. Ultimately, he opted for the moon bracelet instead. Put it on. Look how beautiful it is, Ethan exclaimed, eagerly donning the bracelet for Sirius to admire. Indeed, it was striking. Ethan's pale skin glowed, and his slender wrist made the bracelet hang loosely, swaying with his movements. Sirius, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice interrupted them from outside the tent. It was Mr. Weasley, urging Sirius to join him at the venue. Sirius acknowledged him and suggested that Ethan accompany the Weasleys first, as he needed to retrieve a jacket from his room. Their seats were located at the highest point, which might become chilly in the evening. Mr. Weasley led the way, and along the route, several red-haired Weasleys approached Ethan to express their gratitude for the gifts he had procured for them. Ethan graciously dismissed their thanks, asserting it was no trouble at all. With their hands clutching their belongings, they followed the lanterns ahead. Upon reaching the entrance to the stadium, Ethan looked up, realizing he could not even glimpse the uppermost parts of the venue, and a sense of foreboding began to wash over him. Hermione, too, noticed the overwhelming scale of the place. Crowds of wizards traversed the staircase leading to the stadium, and seizing the opportunity, Hermione squeezed closer to Ethan, assessing his demeanor. Are you all right, Ethan? Did you bring your calming draft? She inquired, her focus unwavering as she nearly stumbled on the steps. Watch your step, Hermione. Ethan gently took her hand, guiding her further up the stairs. I'm fine. I have the potion with me. I'll take it when we arrive. Hand in hand, they continued to ascend, the height becoming increasingly daunting for Ethan, who felt his legs growing weary. If they continued much longer, he might require Hermione to assist him. Upon reaching the rooftop, Mr. Weasley ushered them into a private box, where around 20 purple seats were arranged in 2 rows. Their group settled into the front row. Ethan draped his jacket over an adjacent chair to reserve a spot for Sirius, while Hermione naturally took the seat beside him, followed closely by Harry and Ron. Harry seemed engaged in conversation with a house elf, leaving Ethan astonished at Harry's ability to converse with anyone, as he often found it challenging to communicate with house elves himself. Seated behind them was Draco, who received a smile from Ethan as a casual greeting. Draco merely rolled his eyes, having realized that Ethan's earlier comments in the Great Hall about being his heir were mere jest. The most amusing sight was Percy, who eagerly bowed to Fudge, even breaking his glasses in the process, yet Fudge paid him no mind. George and Fred erupted into laughter, audible even to Ethan. But he had little time for humor as the influx of wizards into the stadium began to overwhelm him. Sirius finally joined Ethan, camera in hand. Only after the Bulgarian national team's mascot commenced its performance. He carefully assisted Ethan in putting on his jacket before taking a seat. Noticing Ethan's pale complexion, Sirius assumed he was merely cold and draped his own jacket over Ethan for added warmth. 100 Vila glided onto the field, marking Ethan's first encounter with these enchanting beings, all of whom were undeniably striking. As Ethan absorbed the spectacle, Sirius playfully nudged him, signaling him to look at Harry. Harry had propped one leg against the box wall, while Ron assumed a rather ridiculous pose, as if preparing to dive. Ethan stopped Hermione, who was about to intervene, and pointed at the camera in Sirius's hand, prompting her to chuckle as she understood. Sirius snapped several pictures, producing 3 instant photographs. Harry blinked back to reality, flushing red as he registered his and Ron's absurd stances, and sought to retreat to his seat. Upon turning, he spotted Ethan holding the incriminating photo and raised it in a teasing manner. Upon closer inspection, Harry realized it was indeed a snapshot of their foolish expressions, causing him to collide with Ethan in a frantic attempt to snatch the photo. Ouch! Ethan exclaimed as he tumbled into Sirius's embrace, desperately trying to evade Harry's grasp. Sirius, help me. Harry's gone mad. Ethan laughed, twisting and turning as Harry tickled him. Even though Sirius valiantly shielded him, the photo was ultimately seized by Harry. Hermione was doubled over with laughter at the scene, as the Irish national team's mascot showered the arena with gold coins. Ethan was too preoccupied attacking Sirius's stomach with his fists to notice, despite Harry instigating the playful chaos. He was not in the least bit pleased until Sirius printed a duplicate of the photo for him, allowing Ethan to settle down and watch the match. Ethan focused intently on the players darting across the field, attempting to decipher what they were flying for, while Sirius chuckled softly at his rapt expression. A sight he had only ever witnessed when Ethan was engrossed in his homework. Ethan retaliated with a playful punch to Sirius's midriff. This is the Hawkhead formation, which will confuse the Bulgarian player's judgment. They will employ the Boskov tactic. Troy will attack. Sirius leaned closer to Ethan, explaining the game as the noise of the stadium made it difficult to hear unless one shouted. Troy scores. Bagman's booming voice echoed, and the crowd erupted in cheers, causing the stadium to tremble. Ethan began to feel uneasy again, opting to lean against Sirius for support. The two were nearly cheek to cheek, appearing as if they were lovers sharing a tender moment. Seated at the back, most spectators could hardly glimpse Ethan's figure, especially Draco, who, if not for his father beside him, would have felt compelled to kick Ethan's chair in frustration. It was a mockery of the image he had to uphold, protecting him only to find him nestled in the arms of a traitor. As Bulgaria scored their first goal, the Vila began their dance anew, and Ethan sat up from Sirius's embrace, eager to see if Harry would embarrass himself again. Harry tightly plugged his ears with his hands, resolutely turning his head away from the Vila, catching a glimpse of Ethan's teasing gaze, which prompted him to glare fiercely at Ethan. Ethan nearly succumbed to the urge to flaunt the photo that Sirius had just printed for him. Once the Vila ceased their performance, the quaffle was back in the possession of the Bulgarian team. The two seekers, Crumb and Lynch, descended rapidly among the chasers, resembling meteors, and Ethan squinted to keep pace with their descent. They're going to crash. Hermione gasped beside him. No, only Lynch would fall to the ground. Sirius also heard Hermione's exclamation, and he explained to Ethan that Crumb was merely feigning. Indeed, at the last moment, Crumb had pulled up his broom and soared into the sky, while Lynch landed with a resounding thud. A collective sigh emanated from the stands on the Irish side. The trained medics quickly surrounded Lynch, while Crumb, during this interval, surveyed the entire pitch from his broom, attempting to locate the golden snitch. At last, Lynch rose and mounted his firebolt, shooting up into the heavens. As the referee, Musta, blew his whistle, the players began to organize their formations. Everything transpired too swiftly. With a few whooshes, Musta inexplicably blew his whistle once more. The Bulgarian goalkeeper had committed a foul, his elbow swinging too wildly, resulting in a penalty for the Irish team. Sirius leaned against Ethan's head to explain, and Ethan nodded in acknowledgement. Across the pitch, the cheerleaders sprang up, angrily tossing their hair. Harry and the Weasley boys, in unison, covered their eyes with their hands. Ethan glanced over, and only Ginny met his gaze. They exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 10, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Ha ha ha, look at the referee. Hermione's voice prompted the boys to lower their hands. Ethan leaned forward to observe the pitch below. Musta had landed before the dancing cheerleaders, stretching out his limbs to display his muscles, excitedly stroking his bushy beard. Ethan nearly slipped off his seat in laughter, and Sirius had to wrap him in his coat, allowing Ethan to rest his head against his chest. Oh, this simply cannot stand, Bagman exclaimed loudly. Who can go up and give the referee a slap? One of the medics, covering his ears, dashed onto the field and kicked Musta's shins a few times. Musta, coming back to his senses, appeared particularly embarrassed, shouting at the cheerleaders. Then, the two Bulgarian beaters landed on either side of Musta, angrily arguing with him and making rude gestures towards the little man, who gleefully formed the words hey, hey, hey. Ethan was on the verge of laughter. The two Bulgarian players were whistled at once more before departing on their brooms. The match began to take on a somewhat uncivilized tone, particularly with Volkov and Vakanov, the two beaters who had just landed beside Musta. They seemed indifferent as to whether their bats struck the ball or a person, wildly attacking anything that came near them. They now resembled Flint, who would eagerly knock down anything that wasn't green during a match. As Ethan spoke, he swatted Sirius's hand away as he attempted to comb his hair, which he was inept at. He merely tugged at Ethan's scalp painfully. Hermione, however, found it amusing. Having witnessed a Slytherin match before, Musta blew his whistle again, and without needing to be told, Ethan knew it was a foul. The tensions escalated. And soon the mascots from both sides began to fight as well. Wizards from the Ministry of Magic rushed onto the field, attempting to separate the cheerleaders and the goblins. But their efforts were largely futile. The spectacle below was just as riveting as that above. Ethan shifted his gaze between the top and the bottom, lamenting his single pair of eyes. Suddenly, the Irish crowd erupted in cheers for their seeker. Lin Chi had spotted the snitch. Ethan looked up to see Crumb chasing Lin Chi downward, blood inexplicably smeared across his face. Crumb caught up to Lin Chi, flying parallel to him, and the two plunged downward once more. Ethan stood up, mimicking Harry, leaning over the railing to get a better view of the snitch's whereabouts. Sirius, standing beside him, grasped Ethan's clothing to prevent him from tumbling over. He has got it. Crumb has it. The match is over, Harry yelled. Ethan looked up to see the score flashing on the scoreboard. Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170. Gradually, the excitement among the Irish supporters grew louder, culminating in a thunderous roar. Ethan suddenly recalled his wager with Bagman and, without acknowledging Sirius, who was raising his hand for a high five, he dashed toward Fred's position, leaving a bewildered Sirius behind. George and Fred were already surrounding Bagman, arms outstretched, and upon seeing Ethan approach, they made room for him to join in, all three displaying their open hands. What a thrilling match. What an unexpected twist. Bagman's voice was somewhat hoarse from commentating. By the way, how much should I pay you? Ethan locked his gaze onto Bagman's eyes, who was counting gold galleons from his bag. Ethan found it amusing. Huh, Mr. Bagman, you might be too fatigued. This? Ethan said, retrieving a coin from Fred's bag that Bagman had handed over. Wasn't he at the Goblin's Gold? You do know those galleons won't last long. Upon finishing his sentence, Ethan tossed the fake galleon back into Bagman's bag. George and Fred soon realized, scrutinizing the contents of the coin pouch, that all the coins were indeed goblin-made. This Bagman was up to no good, attempting to deceive the three of them. Fred and George flanked him, ensuring he couldn't escape. Both aware that if they didn't settle this with the slippery fellow now, he would undoubtedly renege on his debts. The four of them remained in a standoff until Bagman heard Mr. Weasley and Sirius calling for them, at which point he finally produced genuine galleons. Fred and George meticulously examined them before accepting, while Bagman's expression suggested he was being forced to part with his flesh. Bloody Bagman. After Fred and George secured their earnings, they appeared quite pleased, bouncing joyfully back towards the main crowd. What do you plan to do with that money? Ethan inquired, puzzled. We have grand plans, Fred paused. We intend to experiment with some gadgets and open a shop in Diagon Alley. Please don't tell Mom. She just destroyed most of our prototypes today. Ethan gestured to seal his lips, and the three continued towards the main gathering. When Mr. Weasley and Sirius finally found them, they each delivered a stern reprimand, as it had been chaotic and they couldn't locate them, causing great distress. Ethan hung his head in shame, tears welling up, rendering Sirius unable to scold him further. Once the lecture concluded, Ethan wiped away his tears and ran off to find Hermione. Their group strolled back along the lantern-lit path. By the time they returned to the Weasley tent, no one was eager to sleep. Who could possibly rest after witnessing such an exhilarating match? Even though Ethan felt a bit under the weather, he had no desire to sleep. Mr. Weasley agreed to let everyone have a cup of hot cocoa before heading back to the tent. Everyone immediately found a spot to form a circle, eagerly discussing the recent match. Mr. Weasley was engaged in a debate with Charlie over a foul that had occurred during the match. Ethan sat beside Sirius, listening. Though he didn't quite understand what offside meant, he simply enjoyed the atmosphere. Eventually, he yawned, prompting Sirius to insist it was time to go to bed. Ginny had already fallen asleep against her brother. After bidding farewell to everyone, they rose to head towards the adjacent tent. Harry planned to sleep in the same tent as Ron, so he and Sirius would each have their own bedroom. Ethan reclined upon the verdant bed as he consumed the calming draught. Originally crimson, the bed had proven too glaring for his taste, prompting him to transmute the entire chamber into a silvery green hue. Confident that so many wizards were present, the trace would not ensnare him. Exhausted beyond measure, he soon succumbed to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a sudden uproar erupted outside. Sirius burst through the door, rousing Ethan from his dreams. Awake, Ethan. There's trouble afoot. Noting Ethan's groggy state, Sirius swiftly enveloped him in a blanket, cradling him with one arm as he made for the exit, while retrieving Ethan's leg locket, which had been perched atop the bedside table alongside his wand. It was only as they emerged from the tent that Ethan regained full consciousness. He tapped Sirius's arm, signaling to be set down. Once released, Sirius lifted the blanket, revealing Ethan's pajama-clad legs, and deftly fastened the leg locket before continuing to guide him toward Harry. Upon locating Harry, Sirius led them towards the woods. As they approached, Ethan beheld a cadre of hooded wizards within the camp, levitating Mr. Roberts and his family with their wands. Even in his foggy state, Ethan recognized the ominous implications of such a spectacle. Hermione and Ginny hurried toward them, clad in jackets, with Mr. Weasley and Bill trailing behind. "We must assist the Ministry in maintaining order," Mr. Weasley bellowed, gesturing toward Ethan and the other students. "Hurry into the woods and stay together. I will seek you out once this is over." Bill, Charlie, and Percy had already dashed toward the procession, and with a glance at Ethan, Sirius followed suit. "Move quickly," Fred urged, seizing his younger sister and pulling her towards the trees. With Fred leading Ginny, Ethan grasped Hermione's hand, ushering Harry and Ron in between them, while George brought up the rear as they ventured into the forest. The woods were cloaked in darkness, with anxious shouts echoing around them. Suddenly, a pained cry pierced the air. "Ron, what is happening?" Hermione inquired anxiously. "It seems Ron has fallen asleep," Ethan replied, illuminating his wand to shed light on the area, revealing Ron sprawled on the ground, having tripped over a tree root, while the other three redheads had scattered. A mocking laughter erupted from behind them. Turning, Ethan saw Draco lounging against a tree, arms crossed, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. "I suggest you make haste." Draco's pale eyes glinted in the night, as he nodded toward Hermione. "Unless you wish her to be discovered." "What do you mean?" Ethan demanded, locking eyes with him. "They're hunting muggles," Draco scoffed, turning into the shadows. "I doubt they can discern between muggles and muggleborns." Suddenly, a green light illuminated the surrounding trees. Ethan hastily tore the blanket from his shoulders, wrapping it around Hermione, leaving only her eyes exposed. "We mustn't linger here," he urged, pulling Hermione onward and explaining to the others, "Those robed figures are pure-blood extremists, who hold muggles and muggleborns in utter disdain, believing them unworthy of their kind." "But aren't you muggleborn? Don't you and Harry live in the same place?" Ron questioned. "No, I don't count as such. My mother is a witch. I merely grew up in the muggle world." Ethan raised the light of his wand, ensuring they could see the path ahead. "Her surname is Rocher. You must have heard of it. I suppose I am half-blood?" After a brief pause, he continued, "But I don't care for such labels. My mother hails from the Rocher branch in France, while my father is a muggle. Ever since Voldemort began propagating his ideology, Slytherin has seldom admitted muggle-born students." "Don't say that name," Ron exclaimed. "Ah, my apologies. That's merely what my brother told me." Ethan chuckled softly, recalling how his brother had wished for him to withdraw from Hogwarts, fearing he would be bullied. "Your brother? Is he also at Hogwarts?" Hermione queried, puzzled. "No. He did not receive a letter from Hogwarts. I'm unsure whether he is a muggle or a squib." Ethan shook his head. "But he possesses remarkable skills despite lacking magic. I'll introduce you to him when possible." As they traversed the narrow path, they encountered a throng of anxious individuals peering anxiously towards the camp. Upon noticing Ethan and his companions, a small girl with thick, curly hair began chattering rapidly in French. "What are they saying, Ethan?" Ron inquired. "How would I know?" Ethan replied, perplexed. "Isn't your mother French?" Harry followed up. "I've never met my mother. I was raised by my brother." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Sorry." Harry and Ron exchanged guilty glances. "Beaux Batons," Hermione suddenly whispered. "What?" Ethan glanced down at her. "They must be from Beaux Batons," Hermione asserted. "I've read about Beaux Batons Academy in my European Magical Education assessments." "Impressive, Hermione. You seem to know everything," Ethan remarked. "Fred and George can't have gone too far." Ron illuminated his wand, waving it about. Harry rummaged through his pocket in search of his own wand. "Oh no, my wand is missing," he exclaimed in distress. "Is this for real?" Hermione ignited her wand, casting more light around them. "It must have fallen during our escape," Harry lamented, feeling helpless without his wand, which he had always kept close in the magical world. An earth-shattering explosion resonated from the edge of the woods, reverberating through the night sky. "We should proceed. Let us find George and the others. This place isn't safe." Ethan adjusted the blanket around Hermione, which had become disheveled from their earlier sprint. They pressed deeper into the darkened woods, searching for Fred, George, and Ginny. Suddenly, a cacophony of clumsy footsteps echoed behind them. Ethan turned to see who approached. But as he did, the sound ceased abruptly. "Who is there? Come out." Ethan stepped forward, unease creeping in as the silence enveloped them. No sound responded. Only darkness surrounded them. Then, without warning, a voice shattered the stillness. "Revenant." From the depths of the shadows emerged a colossal, green, shimmering entity, soaring into the sky. Harry stepped forward, intent on discovering who had cast the spell. "No, no, no, we must flee, Harry." Hermione recognized the danger first, grasping Harry's arm in an attempt to pull him back. "What is that?" Harry struggled to understand. "Run." Ethan also recognized the dark mark, a symbol of dread. The four of them turned to flee, but just as they took a few hurried steps, the sound of shattering objects echoed around them, and they found themselves encircled by 20 wizards. Ethan positioned himself protectively behind Hermione and the others, squinting to scrutinize the wizards, each raising their wands. "Take cover," Harry shouted. And in an instant, a chorus of stunning spells erupted around them. Ethan, with Hermione beside him, crouched on the ground as a flurry of spells whizzed overhead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he silently waved his wand. A veil of swirling mist enveloped them. A dense white fog radiated from Ethan, swiftly expanding in all directions. He gestured for them to raise their wands and prepare to counterattack from various angles. The incantations from Hermione and Ron felled two of the wizards encircling them, while Ethan, changing his aim, cast several silent spells in rapid succession. He could not recall how many he had unleashed, but he distinctly heard 5 opponents fall. "Stop!" shouted a male wizard. "Stop! My son is in there." It was Mr. Weasley's voice, and Ethan recognized it immediately. He dispelled the fog he had conjured and saw Mr. Weasley striding towards them, Sirius close behind, with others attempting to revive the fallen wizards. "Ron, kids," his voice trembled. "Are you all right?" Ethan politely shook his head to indicate he was fine, though he mused that he was in no peril at all. Having retaliated against several inept foes, Sirius promptly shed his coat and draped it over Ethan. He had only heard Harry, Ron, and Hermione's voices. Initially thinking they had scattered, unaware that it was this boy casting silent spells from behind the mist. "Harry, are you all right?" Sirius turned to inquire. "Sirius, I lost my wand," Harry replied anxiously. "Step aside, Arthur Black," a cold voice interjected. It was Crouch, accompanied by a throng of wizards closing in. Chapter 11, The Earring. Hermione informed Crouch that the incantator was behind that large tree. The wizards surrounding Crouch raised their wands, squinting into the darkness. Finally, a wizard sporting a stubbly brown beard stepped boldly into the shadows and emerged moments later, cradling a house elf. Crouch fixed his gaze on the house elf, astonished, before abruptly pivoting and striding alone towards the thicket. Mr. Weasley observed Crouch's retreating figure, shaking his head gently, remarking that a house elf without a wand could not perform such magic. Mr. Diggory raised his wand at this juncture. Harry, who had been standing quietly by, suddenly interjected that it was his wand. Diggory appeared to dismiss Harry's claim entirely. He used a spell to awaken the house elf and began interrogating it about the mark. The elf, on the verge of collapse, repeatedly denied any wrongdoing, asserting that she had merely found the wand, until Crouch returned empty-handed. Mr. Weasley then inquired where Winky had found the wand, to which Winky pointed towards the thicket. "Now it is clear," Mr. Weasley concluded. "The individual who found the wand conjured the mark and then discarded Harry's wand before operating away. Shortly thereafter, this unfortunate house elf stumbled upon it." Crouch appeared infuriated, clearly not anticipating Winky's defiance of his orders. He looked down at her condescendingly and handed her a piece of clothing. Winky sobbed bitterly, her cries echoing across the clearing, and the awkwardness spread. Ultimately, Ethan could no longer endure it. He tugged at Sirius's sleeve, wishing to be taken back to camp. "We have no further business here. I shall escort these children back now," Sirius declared, taking Harry's wand from Mr. Weasley and leading Ethan away towards their camp. Hermione was reluctant to leave, still gazing at the weeping house elf. Ethan sneezed behind her, and she glanced back one last time before turning to follow Ethan. After a while, Mr. Weasley caught up. Once they arrived at the Weasley tent, everyone finally eased into relaxation. Ethan sat and listened as Mr. Weasley recounted the events that had unfolded in the woods. After sharing his tale, Hermione and Percy engaged in a heated debate regarding Winky's predicament. Ethan could no longer hear their voices. The calming effects of the calming draft still lingered, and he had only been alert due to the tension. But now, in a safe space, drowsiness began to envelop him. Initially kneeling on the thick carpet, he endeavored to remain awake and participate in the discussion, yet his eyelids grew heavier. Gradually, his body began to lean forward, his golden head drooping inch by inch until eventually, his forehead rested against the carpet, curling into a ball as he succumbed to slumber. Sirius's oversized black coat enveloped him entirely, rendering him akin to a nestling in repose. Sirius's sudden laughter interrupted the conversations, and everyone turned to follow his gaze, discovering Ethan curled up on the carpet. This comical sleeping posture diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Sirius rose, striding over to scoop him up entirely. Ethan showed no signs of awakening, prompting even louder laughter within the tent. "Well then, everyone." Sirius adjusted his grip to allow Ethan's head to rest comfortably against his shoulder, Ethan's arms instinctively coiling around his neck. It appeared someone had departed from tonight's meeting prematurely. He carried Ethan towards his own tent, suppressed chuckles trailing behind them. The following morning, Ethan sat atop a discarded crate, clutching his backpack, his eyelids heavy and nearly glued shut. He had only managed to sleep around 3 in the morning, and it felt as if he had barely closed his eyes before Sirius was shaking him awake, leaving him in a state of half-sleep. Sirius deftly waved his wand, packing up the tent, the canvas and poles folded swiftly under his precise magical control. He occasionally glanced at the unmoving Ethan on the crate and shook his head in disbelief. Ethan, in a daze, nodded off, his tightly clutched backpack almost slipping from his grasp. He forced one eye open, observing Sirius finish tidying up before leading him to meet the Weasley family at the Portkey Master's location. As they approached the spot where the Portkeys were kept, a throng of wizards surrounded Mr. Basil, the Portkey Master. Mr. Weasley and Sirius approached, offering a hefty sum combined with their camaraderie, managing to cut in line to receive an old tire, enabling their return to the burrow. Upon arriving at Ottery St. Catchpole Village via the Portkey, the group silently traversed the damp path toward the humble abode when a sharp female voice suddenly cried out, "Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens!" It was Mrs. Weasley, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet, rushing over to embrace her husband. Then she enveloped each child in turn, even Ethan, who caught a whiff of his mother's scent emanating from Mrs. Weasley. Finally, she seized the twins, Fred and George, pulling them tightly into her embrace. "Before you left, I was fretting over your poor grades," Mrs. Weasley sobbed, "and I kept thinking, if Voldemort were to take you, the last words I spoke to you would be about your marks." "Oh, my children," Mr. Weasley gently consoled her, pulling the twins from her grasp and ushering Bill to take the newspaper as they all made their way into the house. They crowded into the dining room, where Hermione brewed tea while the three adults perused the newspaper, Percy and Bill hovering nearby. Ethan felt both exhausted and famished. Ginny, the youngest, was equally starved. They exchanged glances and, in unison, dashed off to the stove to prepare a meal. Ethan stood before the stove, somewhat at a loss, surveying the enchanted cooking area filled with magical implements, searching in vain for a button or knob to ignite the fire. Mother typically ignites the flames directly with her wand. Ginny's voice resonated from behind, as she skillfully peeled potatoes, merely requiring a gentle touch. Ethan nodded, extracting his own wand, inhaling deeply, and with the softest, most delicate motion. He pointed it towards the stove. Flames erupted fiercely. A small cluster of blue flames sprang to life, steadily burning upon the stove. Ethan secretly exhaled in relief. Had he blown up the burrow, he would never have been able to face any member of the Weasley family again. While waiting for the oil to heat, Ginny had efficiently peeled several potatoes and rummaged through the pantry to uncover 2 bags of bacon. Ethan, in turn, retrieved 2 cartons of eggs, 3 large packets of sausages, a jar of strawberry jam, and a jar of mayonnaise from his backpack. These provisions were initially gathered for an overnight stay, he explained to the astonished Ginny. But he had been too fatigued to eat on that day. Now, they were perfectly timed for use. Observing the abundant ingredients, Ethan promptly set up 3 pots, one for boiling potatoes, another for frying eggs, and the last for cooking sausages and bacon. At this moment, Harry, Hermione, and Ron also arrived, joining the bustling activity in the kitchen. "Hermione, could you please keep an eye on the pot of boiling potatoes? Scoop them out once they're tender." Ethan delegated, assuming the role of the impromptu chef. Ron volunteered to slice the sausages in half. Though his movements were clumsy, he exerted great effort. Harry silently took over the frying of eggs, his years of experience at the Dursleys making him quite adept. When the potatoes were cooked, Ethan mashed them, incorporating Ron's chopped bacon, sausage pieces, diced cucumbers, and a sprinkle of onions, finishing with a swirl of mayonnaise to create a simple potato salad. Ginny thoughtfully prepared plates by the pot, serving each dish as it was completed. Soon, 3 plates of golden fried eggs, crispy bacon, sizzling sausages, and a generous bowl of potato salad were presented at the dining table. The adults, previously engaged in fervent discussions around the table, finally realized that the children had managed to prepare a sumptuous breakfast on their own. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened in surprise, and she affectionately kissed the foreheads of each child who had assisted in the cooking. After breakfast, a sense of satisfaction enveloped the kitchen of the burrow. At that moment, a group of Quidditch enthusiasts began to stir with excitement. George and Fred were the first to leap up, waving imaginary quaffles. "The orchard! Quidditch! Who's in?" George exclaimed loudly, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Before long, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and even Bill and Charlie joined the fray. To Ethan's surprise, Sirius also stood up with enthusiasm. "I haven't touched a broom in ages," Sirius said, loosening his shoulders and flashing a smile at Ethan. "You wouldn't mind, would you?" Ethan suppressed a yawn and shook his head. "Of course not. Have fun." "Hey, if you're tired, you can take a nap on my bed," Charlie offered kindly, patting Ethan's shoulder. "I'm off to play Quidditch anyway, the room's free." Ethan was almost moved to tears. "You're a true gem, Charlie. May Merlin bless you." Except for Ethan and Hermione, who needed to catch up on sleep, everyone else headed to the orchard, with Hermione sleeping in Ginny's room, while Ethan fell asleep in Charlie's room the moment his head hit the pillow. Meanwhile, The Quidditch match in the orchard was in full swing. Although Sirius hadn't flown in years, his talent had not waned. Several impressive feints drew cheers from the observing Weasleys. It was not until the sun dipped low that Sirius finally felt satisfied. When they returned to the burrow, Ethan was still fast asleep. Sirius, unwilling to wake him abruptly, sat quietly on the edge of the bed for a few minutes before gently shaking his shoulder. Time to go, Ethan. We need to get you back to Little Whinging. Ethan groggily sat up, his hair tousled and his gaze dazed. Sirius couldn't help but chuckle as he tidied Ethan's hair. In the living room, they reunited with Harry. Mrs. Weasley handed each of them a package of homemade cookies, repeatedly reminding them to be cautious. With a soft pop, the three vanished from the doorstep of the burrow, returning to the Muggle community. In the week leading up to the start of term, Sirius was incredibly busy, as the Dark Mark had appeared during the Quidditch World Cup, and he was assisting Dumbledore in investigating the matter, leaving early and returning late, sometimes not at all. Ethan and Harry felt like two children left behind at home. Particularly Ethan, who was trying to practice becoming an animagus. Thus he eagerly wished for Sirius to supervise him, but he understood that relying on others was often less fruitful. This was the third day Ethan had kept mandrake root in his mouth, and he had learned to speak with it held by his tongue. Meanwhile, Harry, the silly lad, was busy with his summer homework. He had intended to ask Sirius for help, but now found himself without anyone to turn to. He hesitated, glancing towards Ethan, who was nestled on the sofa engrossed in a novel. Ethan, move. Ethan turned a page of his book and replied succinctly, please, it's Snape's assignment. I'll be killed if I don't finish it. Harry crawled over, clutching Ethan's arm in desperation. Ethan pushed Harry off him and walked over to examine his parchment, noticing that underneath his homework lay a manual on broom care. Ethan rolled his eyes and turned back to his room, retrieving his fourth-year potions essay to give to him. Harry gratefully accepted it and began copying it down. Just then, they heard a series of knocks from the window. Harry approached and opened it, revealing the letter from Hogwarts for this year. Most of it was unchanged, except for an added requirement to bring formal robes. Robes? Why do we need to bring formal robes? Harry asked Ethan, holding up his letter. Perhaps there will be a ball? Ethan casually pocketed his prefect badge and replied with vague speculation. I also need to purchase a standard spellbook. Oh no. My lionfish spine powder and belladonna essence are running low too, Harry said, setting down the letter and rummaging through his potion ingredient box. We need to take a trip to Diagon Alley. Let us include Hermione and arrange a time to go together. My parchment is also running low, Ethan said as he organized his suitcase. Harry closed his box, tore off 2 sheets of parchment, and hastily scribbled a few lines before heading to the window to find Hedwig. Good girl, could you deliver this to Hermione and Ron, please? Harry tied the note to Hedwig's leg and opened the window to let her fly out. Hedwig flapped her wings and glided away into the distance. Ethan got up and walked over, watching the white figure of Hedwig disappear, then turned to Harry and asked, are you going to invite Sirius to come along? He hasn't been to Diagon Alley with you yet. I'm not sure. If he has the time, Harry scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. But he has been so busy lately, I doubt he can spare the time. You have to ask him, Harry. Sirius would go to great lengths to escape Azkaban for you. Ethan patted Harry's shoulder. You're the most important person in his life. I'll ask him tonight. Harry replied hesitantly. But I'm really sorry. I have to go. I have an appointment with Aries. Bye, Harry. See you in Diagon Alley. Ethan interrupted Harry's unfinished sentence as he dashed out the door. He had no interest in being someone else's counselor. Speaking with a piece of mandrake root in his mouth was already challenging enough. Besides, he genuinely had an appointment with Aries. Ever since he first laid eyes on Bill Weasley's earrings, Ethan had been intent on getting his own ear piercings. And today was the only day Aries was available to accompany him. After Ethan stepped out, he immediately hailed a taxi to Iris's bar. From a distance, he spotted Iris waiting outside. Once the car came to a halt, Ethan leaned out of the window to greet him. Hello, handsome, are you alone? Ethan began to perform some spontaneous antics. Get lost, just get in and order me a seat, Iris replied, laughing as he dismissed Ethan's display. He opened the car door and slid into the back seat, instructing the driver, Sir, take us directly to King's Road. Look, I found a bracelet at the thrift shop. What do you think? Ethan raised his hand, flaunting the sun-patterned bracelet before Iris. It's quite nice. It resembles the design of your necklace, Iris remarked, pulling Ethan's necklace from beneath his clothing, comparing the 2 pieces closely. Though the backs are different, your necklace has an inscription. It must be from the same place. And just happened to end up in my hands, Ethan replied as he tucked the necklace back. Oh right, we can't spend Christmas together this year. Why? Are you going to your brother's? Iris inquired, puzzled. It's not a school requirement. I might have to attend a ball or something, Ethan said vaguely, swiftly changing the subject. Hey, we're almost there. I can see the sign. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ethan noticed someone dressed in all black approaching to greet Iris, who proceeded to introduce them. Ethan, This is Nina Hilrose, the owner of this shop. You can call her Nia. Nia, this is Ethan Prescott. My friend, the drunken fool who came in asking for a piercing that day. By Merlin's beard, I had forgotten about that embarrassing moment, Ethan thought, cursing Iris for the introduction. Nia was undeniably cooler than Bill, adorned with a lip ring, and quite striking. Ethan kicked Iris playfully, then turned to Nia with a smile. Just call me Ethan. I'm here sober this time for a piercing. Please forget about my drunken escapade. No worries, follow me, Nia replied with a warm smile, leading them into the shop. The store was modest yet impeccably tidy, with display counters on either side showcasing an array of sparkling studs. Deeper within was the piercing workstation, where Nia was unwrapping a piercing tool. Take a seat, Ethan. I'll be ready shortly, Nia said, holding a mirror up for Ethan to decide where he wanted the piercing. Ethan gazed at Nia's ears. She had 7 or 8 piercings, adorned with various earrings. He pointed to her cartilage piercing and asked, "That one looks great. I want to get that too. That one can be a bit painful. Are you sure?" Iris interjected, eyeing Ethan. Ethan glanced between Nia and Iris, nodding resolutely. "It's fine, I'm a man." "Ouch, that hurts. Why does it keep getting more painful?" Ethan exclaimed as they stepped outside, not daring to cover his ears. If he had started with the cartilage, he certainly wouldn't have had the courage for the rest of the piercings. "Come on, cheer up, Ethan. At least you're done now, right?" Iris chuckled to comfort him. "If I had known it would hurt this much, I wouldn't have done it." Ethan shot a glare at Iris. "And my ears are definitely swelling." "It's not that bad. They swell a little," Iris reassured him. "Let us go, my lady. I'll take you to pick out a pair of earrings, and we can get your Christmas gift early." Iris led Ethan to South Moulton Street, a place they often frequented, where they had purchased the clattering dog bowl. They had always done this, choosing Christmas gifts together, then giving them right away, as neither lacked for anything. Even though their families were not nearby, money had never been an issue for them. Iris helped Ethan select a pair of earrings, sky blue gemstones shaped like tiny robins, while Ethan chose a ring, intricately carved to resemble an Ouroboros, its scales meticulously detailed. After paying, he tossed the purchases to Iris. By the time they exited, darkness had fallen. Iris intended to head to the bar, where patrons would be more plentiful after nightfall, especially during the holidays. Ethan planned to return home, and they each took separate taxis heading in different directions. Chapter 12, Phoenix. Diagon Alley. Sirius found Ethan at the tailor shop on the southern side of Diagon Alley. When he pushed open the oak door, a silver bell chimed brightly. The shop was infused with the scent of fresh fabric and cedarwood, and several floor-to-ceiling mirrors sparkled under the soft light. At that moment, he heard the sound of a fitting curtain being drawn aside. Sirius turned to see Ethan standing at the fitting station, his back to him, adjusting his collar in front of a full-length mirror. The young man wore a slightly oversized white silk shirt, cinched at the waist with an exquisitely designed black belt that accentuated his already slender figure. Upon catching sight of Sirius in the mirror, Ethan hesitated and turned. "Sirius?" Sirius remained rooted in place, unable to divert his gaze from Ethan. Ethan took the black robe handed to him by the shop owner, slipped it on, and turned to show Sirius. "What do you think? Does it look good?" "Very slim, and quite striking. Absolutely stunning," Sirius replied, his eyes glued to him. Ethan chuckled at Sirius's reaction, grabbing his hand and placing it on his waist. "If you want to touch, go ahead. Why hesitate?" Sirius's hand brushed against Ethan's waist, his fingertips gliding across the silky fabric, feeling the contours beneath the belt. He lowered his gaze to Ethan, and from this angle, he could see the shadows cast by the boy's long lashes on his cheeks. His eyes slowly drifted from Ethan's gaze to his lips. Just as he was about to lean closer, a flicker of blue light caught his peripheral vision. On Ethan's earlobe dangled a small blue gemstone earring that echoed the color of his eyes. Sirius froze. "You got your ears pierced," he blurted out, surprise lacing his voice. Unaware of how astonished he sounded, he remembered that he hadn't had them pierced the last time they met. Ethan deliberately tilted his head, making that glimmer of blue more pronounced in the dim light. "I got it done last week in London." He paused, gritting his teeth. It hurt like hell. Sirius's fingers instinctively tightened at Ethan's waist. He envisioned the moment the needle pierced through flesh, imagining how Ethan must have bitten his lip in silent pain, and suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. This newly acquired earring seemed like a proclamation, a reminder that Ethan was changing at a pace he could scarcely keep up with. When had Sirius's voice become so husky? When had this decision been made? Ethan squinted, recalling, his lashes fluttering gently, the blue glimmer dancing on his earlobe. After seeing Bill at the Quidditch pitch, he murmured, "I liked his earrings. They suit you well." Sirius finally replied, simply brushing his fingertip against the earring. Ethan gently swatted his hand away, preparing to settle the bill. "What about Hermione and the others?" "They're at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor," Sirius interjected, blocking Ethan's path as he handed his coin pouch to the shop owner. "I'll pay. You look great in that." Ethan raised an eyebrow at Sirius's generous demeanor, unable to suppress a laugh as he teased, "So generous. If I had known, I would have picked out more things." "Pick something now," Sirius insisted, waving away the change the shopkeeper offered back. He led Ethan to the jewelry counter, encouraging him to select more accessories. "I have indeed made my choice. I still need one more earring for my ear." Ethan leaned forward, intently examining the jewels within the display case. He pointed to one piece and playfully inquired, "How about this one? It resembles you quite a bit." Upon hearing this, Sirius also bent down, and upon discerning the object, he erupted in laughter. It was a dog's head sculpted from black diamonds, which, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to his animagus form. "This is the one. Allow me to assist you in putting it on." Sirius accepted the black diamond pup from the shopkeeper, while Ethan tilted his head slightly. Feeling the warmth of Sirius's hand as it gently clasped his earlobe, and the warmth of his breath brushing against his ear made him somewhat uneasy. Once it was properly affixed, Sirius stepped back a tad, admiring the black pup beside Ethan's ear, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He assumed this was his animagus influencing him, just as he often liked to cling to Ethan. Ethan approached the mirror to admire his reflection, deeming it satisfactory. He nodded to the shopkeeper, indicating that he would purchase the earring as well. Seizing the moment while Sirius was at the counter, he changed out of his formal attire, opting to wear his own clothes for their trip to the ice cream shop. When they arrived, Hermione, Harry, and Ron were engrossed in a heated discussion over a copy of the Daily Prophet. Upon spotting Ethan and Sirius, Hermione patted the seat beside her, beckoning Ethan to join her. Thus, it was Ethan and Hermione seated together, with Harry and Ron across from them. Ethan presumed Sirius would fetch an extra chair, but to his surprise, he merely settled beside him, making it a tad cramped. "Ethan, Sirius, look," exclaimed Ron, while Hermione snatched the newspaper from Ron's grasp and handed it to Ethan. It was but a single newspaper, and both Ethan and Sirius crowded together to read it. As Ethan perused the article, his brows furrowed deeper. Peter Pettigrew had escaped from prison, and it wasn't just a recent escape. The news had only just surfaced today. The Ministry of Magic had initially intended to keep his escape under wraps, but due to Professor Dumbledore's persistent pressure, they finally relented and published it. "The Ministry is a bunch of fools, unable to even keep track of a rat," Ethan remarked. Continuing to flip through the pages, "I wager Fudge is in a state of utter disarray, desperate to maintain his position, and they recently discovered the dark mark. Can you believe they still wanted to conceal it?" Hermione said excitedly. "Now, who knows where Pettigrew has fled?" "They never considered how the average wizard would react," Ron interjected. "Fudge must absolutely loathe Professor Dumbledore right now." Harry buried his face in his hands, unwilling to engage. He hadn't experienced a single peaceful semester. Ethan stood and patted Harry on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. He had a desire to visit the magical creature shop to acquire a pet. He prepared to rise, turning to Sirius, but instead asked Hermione, "Would you care to accompany me to the magical creature shop?" Hermione nodded and promptly stood to join Ethan. "Ethan, why not let Sirius accompany you?" Hermione couldn't resist asking after they had walked a short distance. "I believe Harry needs him more at the moment," Ethan replied, glancing at her. "And don't you think he's a bit too clingy?" "It does seem that way. He tends to follow you around when you're present," Hermione chuckled. "Is it because you fed him for an entire semester?" Ethan let out a light laugh, his tone nonchalant. "No. Perhaps he simply likes me." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her brown eyes widening in shock before she quickly recovered, leaning in eagerly. "Oh, have you read Merlin? Do you like him?" Ethan shrugged, a smirk on his lips. "Mediocre, I suppose. I'm not quite sure." He hesitated before turning to Hermione. "Keep this to yourself, Hermione. I'm only confiding in you because you are a clever witch. I never expected it, but it doesn't surprise me. Ethan, anyone would be fond of you," Hermione said earnestly, gazing into Ethan's eyes. In a teasing tone, Ethan lowered his voice and asked, "And what about you? Do you prefer me or that redhead?" "Oh no, Ethan." Hermione abruptly shut her eyes and playfully punched his arm, causing him to stumble slightly. "Oh, when will Ronald, with his emotional intelligence of a teaspoon, finally come to his senses?" Ethan laughed as he took off running, with Hermione in pursuit, aiming to strike him again. Upon reaching the magical creature shop, they found a lone female shop assistant stationed behind the counter. The air within the shop was far from pleasant, cramped and noisy. Ethan and Hermione wandered aimlessly through the shop, where cages lined the walls in dense clusters. "Ethan, what kind of pet are you thinking of getting?" Hermione inquired. "Not sure. I believe I'll leave it to fate," Ethan replied, playfully poking at a turtle adorned with gemstones. "I got my Crookshanks from here." It once leapt onto Ron's head. Hermione pointed to a cage perched high above. "Ha ha, clever little cat, knowing to find something to stand on," Ethan chuckled. As he turned around, he caught sight of Sirius approaching, accompanied by Harry and Ron. Assuming they had urgent news, He was surprised to learn that Sirius merely thought they had been gone too long and had come to find them. Noticing Hermione making faces at him, he shrugged and asked Sirius for any pet recommendations. Sirius casually pointed at something, clearly uninterested in the idea of Ethan having a pet. Ravens? That could work, Ethan said, walking over to examine a cage of ravens, one of which followed his finger as he waved it around. That's the one. Please assist me in retrieving it, Ethan called out to the shop assistant, also requesting a few bags of food for it. By the time Sirius realized what was happening, he was already outside the shop, one hand carrying the raveness cage and the other clutching its food. Let us give it a name, Harry suggested. How about Phoenix? Ethan hesitated before proposing. Phoenix? Ha ha ha, what a splendid name, Ron laughed heartily. Chapter 13. The Triwizard Tournament. When September 1st arrived for Hogwarts to commence, Ethan entrusted Phoenix to Harry, while he took Iris's car to the station. Initially, it was Sirius who had volunteered to care for Phoenix, but it seemed the creature was less than fond of him. To be fair, Phoenix despised everyone except Ethan, and Sirius received the brunt of that disdain. As Sirius bid them farewell at the train, he behaved rather strangely. As if harboring some unspoken concern, he kept murmuring about how exciting this year would be, without divulging any specifics. Then, he clutched Ethan, adamantly requiring him to promise he would write, even if it meant enduring the wrath of Phoenix's beak. Ethan repeatedly assured him he would indeed send letters, finally embracing him before turning to board the train. Harry had already gone aboard to find Ron and Hermione, taking Ethan's luggage with him. Ethan had to attend a prefect meeting before patrolling the train. Thanks to the Quidditch World Cup and Peter Pettigrew's antics, the students throughout the train were in uproar, rushing about the compartments and frolicking in the aisles. Some mischievous youngsters ignored even the prefect's admonitions, especially those like Ethan and Cedric, who appeared gentle and approachable. Being in 6th year, many younger students were unaware of his house and assumed this charming prefect was easygoing. They were sorely mistaken. Those who offended Ethan were in for a world of trouble. Harry watched as Ethan burst into a compartment, quickly donning his house robe from his suitcase, leaving it wide open, and dashed back out. It was Hermione who helped close the suitcase he had forgotten to secure. As Harry peeked out of the compartment, he saw Ethan had already moved on, the swaying of his robe giving his silhouette an uncanny resemblance to a golden-haired Snape. After a while, Harry spotted Malfoy hurriedly pushing through the crowd, bypassing his compartment entirely. He was initially puzzled as to why Malfoy had chosen not to provoke him this time, but it soon became clear. He heard Ethan sternly admonishing the students not to block the aisle. The throngs in the corridor immediately sprang into motion. Clear the aisle. No running or horseplay, Ethan commanded with authority, striding purposefully ahead, while Cedric silently trailed behind. The younger students, unfamiliar with him, were intimidated by his fierce demeanor and Slytherin affiliation, hurriedly seeking refuge in the nearest compartment, often dragging along first years who had yet to be sorted. Ethan was indeed wielding the power of intimidation. Once Ethan and Cedric passed through that carriage, the new students dared to inquire about the identity of the stern figure, ultimately dubbing him the intimidatingly handsome prefect of Slytherin among this year's first years. When the train finally arrived at the station, their 6th-year prefects were among the first to disembark. They watched as the new students alighted one by one, leading them in groups towards Hagrid. The weather was inclement, with a persistent wind causing the young ones to sway unsteadily, shivering from the cold. Unable to bear it any longer, Ethan and Cedric cast warming charms on their charges, prompting reflections among the students on whether their mischievous behavior on the train had warranted the ire of their gentle yet responsible prefects, a guilt that would undoubtedly weigh heavily on them. Anyone who crossed Ethan would surely be in for a misfortune. After finally completing their duties, they boarded the carriage to the castle. As they reached the entrance, thunder began to rumble ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Ethan and Cedric hurried up the steps, nearly slipping as they noticed the ground was slick with water. They exchanged a wry smile, then set about cleaning the floor with a flick of their wands. By the time Ethan settled onto the bench at the Slytherin table, he was feeling somewhat fatigued. Aside from applauding the first new student sorted into Slytherin, his mind had wandered until Dumbledore rose, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture. "I have but 2 words to convey to you," he proclaimed, his resonant voice echoing through the hall. "Eat." Ethan suddenly erupted into laughter, burying his head on the table in amusement. Owen jumped at the sound, pulling him upright with a query about his outburst. Ethan merely shook his head, indicating it was nothing. He found Dumbledore's command to eat reminiscent of his own exuberant exclamations. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned Dumbledore as a dog trainer, issuing a command that sent Gryffindor students ravenously shoveling food into their mouths. Once everyone had finished dining, Dumbledore stood once more, this time announcing the cancellation of Quidditch for the year. Ethan heard Draco, seated across from him, mutter a curse under his breath. Then, a peculiar-looking man entered the hall. traversing the sea of students to exchange pleasantries with Dumbledore before taking a seat in the defense against the dark arts professor's position. Dumbledore introduced him as Professor Moody, the new instructor for the year. Ethan immediately glanced at Snape, who was glaring menacingly at Moody, an annual tradition, as every Dada professor had faced his withering gaze. Ethan struggled to suppress his laughter, poking both Owen and Draco to draw their attention to Snape, then waiting for their amusement to subside before nudging others nearby to look, all of which drew Snape's ire. He was the first to notice Snape glaring at the Slytherin table, but instead of alerting Owen and Draco, he straightened up, placing his hands neatly on the table as if seriously listening to Dumbledore's speech, thinking, "Let whoever else be unfortunate. I shall be the obedient child." Just as Dumbledore began discussing the Triwizard Tournament, Ethan's interest peaked. Ambition was a trait in which Slytherin excelled. The prospect of bleeding for eternal glory was indeed worthwhile. Following Dumbledore's announcement of the selection criteria, Ethan began to deliberate. His birthday was October 23rd, and by Halloween, he would be 17 years old, qualifying him for participation. Those at the Slytherin table who were aware of his birthday turned their gazes toward him, with Owen persistently poking him beneath the table. "Are you going to participate, Ethan?" "You'll be 17 by Halloween," Draco murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, having learned to tread lightly after Snape's glare. Ethan nodded, signaling his intent to join, which sparked a hushed wave of excitement around him before abruptly halting as Snape caught wind of their commotion and resumed his glare. Dumbledore concluded by announcing that students from the other two schools would arrive at Hogwarts in October before dismissing everyone to return to their dormitories. The fifth-year prefect began leading the first years in a line behind him. Ethan rose as well, with Owen exclaiming as though the trophy was already secured for Slytherin. Ethan hurried back to write a letter, unashamedly accepting the prospect. Upon returning to the familiar dormitory, Owen first went to freshen up while Ethan settled at the desk to compose a letter to Sirius. Fawkes perched nearby, observing him. Ethan first playfully teased it with his fingers before beginning his writing. "Dear Pitter-Patter, I now know what you were holding back. It's the Triwizard Tournament. I commend your restraint in keeping it a secret for so long. We have a new defense against the dark arts professor this year. His name is Moody, and I assume you are familiar with him. Yet, I find myself preferring Lupin. Though it may be superficial, he gives off an impression that is quite peculiar. However, if he can impart genuine knowledge, I would be inclined to respect him. I already miss you. Being by your side would at least lessen my need to chatter incessantly. You must experience how challenging it is to be a prefect this year amidst all the ruckus. Unfortunately, I have been paired with Cedric Diggory, and we can hardly manage the rowdy carriage, forcing me to don my school robes in hopes of intimidating them as a Slytherin. It seems effective, though they still call me the intimidating prefect behind my back. Additionally, I accidentally swallowed a mandrake leaf today on the train. How disheartening. I barely lasted a week before failing. Practicing to become an animagus is truly frustrating. I sincerely hope you can share your experiences regarding animagi in your reply. Thank you immensely. Missing you dearly, Ethan." After finishing, Ethan read the letter aloud, satisfied with his performance of feigned vulnerability. Sirius would surely be eager to impart the secrets of becoming an animagus. He rolled up the letter, secured it to Fawkes' leg, and set off towards the common room door. The Slytherin dungeon, located on the first sublevel and devoid of windows, necessitated that he exit the castle for Fawkes to deliver the message. Once he saw Fawkes take flight, Ethan returned to the dormitory, where Owen had already drawn the curtains and fallen asleep. He quietly completed his evening routine and soon joined him in slumber. The following morning, while Ethan was retrieving chocolate muffins for his plate, he heard the familiar flapping sound overhead. He recognized it as the signal of an owl delivering a letter. Yet he did not look up, knowing Fawkes would not return in haste. Draco, seated nearby, had received a box of pastries from his mother, generously offering Ethan the chance to select one. As he picked up a pink confection, preparing to savor it, an unexpected dark creature swooped down, snatching the treat from his hand and circling in the air before landing on his table. Fawkes had returned with a letter. Oh, Merlin's beard. It is certain that Sirius began composing his reply the moment he received the letter, neglecting to offer even a morsel to the phoenix. Otherwise, it would not have deigned to consume Ethan's pastries. Now, it flits about the table in a state of distress, and Ethan hurriedly poured a bit of pumpkin juice for it, only feeling relief when he witnessed it swallow the troublesome bite. Once assured of the phoenix's well-being, Ethan removed the letter bound to its ankle, glancing at it hastily as he had a class forthcoming. The essence of the letter was simply that it was all the fault of those raucous students, and that he bore no blame whatsoever. Furthermore, it mentioned that the animagus needed blah 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 and should not practice alone, blah blah. After reading it, Ethan felt a wave of emotion and stowed the letter into his bag as he made his way to the Charms classroom. In the Charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, instructing the class to open to Chapter 6 of Standard Spellbook. He introduced the concept of the nonverbal spell, encouraging everyone to attempt casting spells silently starting from the 6th year, as nonverbal incantations are swifter and can catch adversaries off guard. The lesson commenced with practicing the nonverbal levitation charm. Professor Flitwick distributed a feather to each student, instructing them to make it float using the nonverbal incantation. Ethan found the exercise rather tedious. He had begun practicing nonverbal spells in 5th year. He observed Owen, whose face turned crimson from exertion, and poked him. When Owen glanced over, Ethan waved his wand, causing the feather to rise, then raised an eyebrow in triumph. Owen responded with applause, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Seeing Ethan successfully levitate the feather, Professor Flitwick excitedly descended to showcase the successful demonstration to the entire class. "Oh, Mr. Prescott has executed the nonverbal spell flawlessly. Slytherin earns 5 points." Ethan, brimming with pride, shot a triumphant glance at Owen. In retaliation, Owen playfully jabbed Ethan. With nothing better to do, Ethan delighted in teasing others. And after a few more nudges, Owen finally managed to quiet him down. As Ethan daydreamed, he heard a hissing sound from the adjacent desk. He turned to see George and Fred exchanging knowing glances. Initially, Ethan assumed they had failed their charms OWLs, but to his surprise, they were still able to attend the Newt-level class. They gestured and pointed, silently requesting Ethan to instruct them on the nonverbal spell. Ethan pointed to his own robes, indicating that the Slytherin green was quite conspicuous. Fred promptly removed his own robe and tossed it over, clearing a space for Ethan to join them. Ethan shed his robes, draping them over the back of a chair, and quickly donned Fred's robe, darting into the aisle as Professor Flitwick approached the front row. When Owen, puzzled by Ethan's prolonged silence, turned to look, he found Ethan seated among the Gryffindors, clad in the crimson robe. Ethan settled into a chair near the aisle, keenly observing George's wand movements, which were indeed correct. He then scrutinized Fred's gestures, which also appeared satisfactory. Contemplating for a moment, he finally spoke. "Your movements are standard. As you wave your wand, silently recite the incantation for the levitation charm in your mind." He glanced at the unmoving feathers on their desk and continued. "The nonverbal spell necessitates a strong focus and willpower. You must concentrate your attention on a single point and channel your magical energy through the wand." George and Fred resumed their attempts, and soon, they began to see slight movement from their feathers. At that moment, the girl seated in front of George, Angelina Johnson, suddenly caused her feather to float. This astute witch had been listening attentively to Ethan's instructions, and after readjusting her stance, she flicked her wand gently, causing her feather to soar gracefully, catching Professor Flitwick's attention as well. Angelina herself was taken aback by her success and glanced nervously over her shoulder, only to discover that the Slytherin who should have been sitting behind her had vanished, leaving George and Fred to wink at her. As the feather ascended, Ethan quickly donned his hood and crouched beneath the table, curling up between George and Fred to avoid detection by Professor Flitwick and the neighboring Slytherins. Professor Flitwick, standing at the front, applauded enthusiastically for the feather that had floated due to Angelina's nonverbal spell, awarding 5 points to Gryffindor. Through Fred's legs, Ethan could see Owen glaring at him, and once Professor Flitwick moved away, Ethan hastily crawled back to Slytherin. This time, Owen began responding to Ethan at every turn, clearly apprehensive that Ethan might silently slip away again. When the class bell rang, Professor Flitwick merely reminded everyone to practice diligently before departing. Ethan and Owen stood and exited the classroom, following the flow of students toward the Great Hall. As they were due for their defense against the Dark Arts class in the afternoon, Draco sat at the Slytherin table, lamenting the dangers of the blast-ended scroots that Hagrid had brought. Ethan had never heard of such creatures and surmised they must be a breed of Hagrid's own invention. Starved and disinterested in Draco's incessant rambling, Ethan loaded his plate with roasted potatoes and a bit of roast beef, settling down to enjoy his lunch. The Phoenix perched contentedly on Ethan's shoulder, remaining by his side except when he had classes, choosing to roam about during those times. To Ethan's surprise, Draco approached with his own plate, and Ethan anticipated that he would complain about Hagrid's blast-ended scroots. Instead, Draco merely began cutting his beef into small pieces to feed the Phoenix. This foolish boy had evidently become accustomed to feeding the white peacock at home. As he attempted to hand-feed the meat, unsurprisingly, the Phoenix retaliated sharply, pecking at him. "Ouch, it bites." Draco yanked his hand back in alarm. "Let me see, no blood," Ethan said, taking Draco's hand to inspect it, then gently patting the Phoenix's head. Good bird, this time, no blood drawn." It was no wonder Ethan said this. When Sirius first touched the Phoenix, he had been bitten, drawing blood. The nature of their interaction remained a mystery, for it was evidently difficult to coexist peacefully. "Your bird bites, and yet you praise it," Draco exclaimed, pointing at the Phoenix in disbelief. "What size is she compared to you? How can you justify this?" Ethan, spearing a piece of steak with his fork, offered it to Draco. "Hold this, and she won't be able to bite you." Reluctantly, Draco continued to feed the phoenix with the fork. After several pieces, he deemed they had become familiar enough and attempted to pet the phoenix with his hand. Ethan heard Draco let out a yelp, realizing he had been bitten again. Once Draco departed, nursing his injured hand, Owen, seated beside Ethan, was undeterred and insisted on trying to pet the phoenix himself. He rationalized that having shared a room with the phoenix, he had a better chance than Draco. Ultimately, however, he too left for the defense against the dark arts classroom, clutching his hand. Chapter 14, The Weasel. While Ethan was perusing the guide to defending against the dark arts, Moody stomped into the room. He began taking attendance, and only after the last name was called did he commence the lesson. However, he did not cover the textbook material. Instead, he introduced the 3 unforgivable curses: the Cruciatus Curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Killing Curse. He demonstrated each curse on a spider. Ethan felt a wave of nausea, not from the spider's demise, as he disliked senseless slaughter, but due to Moody himself. At the moment the Killing Curse was unleashed, and life was completely stripped away, Ethan could not perceive any semblance of the required emotional resonance from Moody. There was no reverence for death, no caution towards power, no dedication to teaching, nothing at all. This man evoked a deep-seated aversion within Ethan. Since the demise of that spider, the classroom had remained enveloped in silence, only to erupt into lively chatter once more when Moody began recounting the harrowing cases he had encountered during his tenure as an Auror and the treacherous confrontations he had faced against dark wizards. The Weasley twins appeared to be quite taken with Moody, relentlessly probing for further details, while the Gryffindor side was far more boisterous than Slytherin. Ethan, however, harbored a certain disdain for him. Despite Moody's undeniable prowess, which might even surpass that of Lupin, Ethan found his peculiar, moving eye to be unsettling. When the class bell finally rang, Ethan declined Owen's invitation to return to the common room, opting instead to visit the greenhouse. He needed leaves of mandrake for his animagus practice and intended to procure them himself, planning to head directly to the Great Hall for dinner afterward. Harry was bewildered as to how the situation had escalated. Initially, it was Malfoy who had provoked him, but Harry had been too preoccupied to respond. In a fleeting moment of turning away, a spell grazed his cheek, followed by a resounding bang. When he looked back, he saw Moody brandishing a white ferret with his wand. Even after repeatedly asserting that he was unharmed, Moody continued to slam the ferret against the ground with great force until a spell interrupted his actions. Disarm. Moody's wand was sent flying, soaring high above the crowd, as a black raven swooped down from the sky to catch the ferret, circling once before gliding toward the direction where the wand had vanished. Everyone turned to follow the trajectory of the phoenix, and Ethan raised his arm to have the creature perch upon it. He single-handedly grasped the ferret, while the other hand clutched Moody's wand, with Pansy trailing behind him. The Slytherin girl, upon seeing Ethan returning from the greenhouse, pleaded for his assistance in rescuing Draco. "Professor Moody, Hogwarts does not employ transfiguration as a means of punishing students." Ethan concealed the quivering ferret within his robes, gesturing for the phoenix to return to the skies. "This is a school, not Azkaban, and there are no dark wizards here for you to assert your dominance over." His words were rather harsh, as Moody's face flushed with anger, likely compounded by having his wand wrested away by a student. He glared intently at Ethan. "I know you. Mr. Prescott, 6th-year Slytherin prefect," Moody gritted through clenched teeth. "Can a prefect intervene in my discipline of students?" "Discipline? Using dark curses as a form of discipline?" Ethan retorted with sarcasm. "Do you truly believe Hogwarts is your personal domain? What on earth are you all doing?" Professor McGonagall pushed through the onlookers, interrupting Ethan's unfinished tirade. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Moody turned Draco into a ferret," Ethan reported, parting his robes to reveal the shivering Draco nestled inside. "Moody, we do not employ transfiguration as punishment." Professor McGonagall sighed wearily. "I'm sure Dumbledore has emphasized this as well. He might have mentioned it," Moody dismissed. "Come now, Mr. Prescott, set Draco down, and I will revert him." McGonagall turned to Ethan. "No, I will find Professor Snape myself." Ethan refused McGonagall's offer, merely returning Moody's wand before hastening toward Snape's office with Draco in tow. The echoes of Ethan's hurried footsteps reverberated through the dungeon corridors. One hand gripped the wand tightly while the other cradled the trembling ferret against his chest. Draco's soft fur was dampened by cold sweat. Ethan rounded a corner and finally spotted the familiar wooden door. Without waiting to knock, he pushed it open. Snape's office remained dimly lit, with potion ingredients in glass jars gently bobbing against the walls. The potions master stood before a cauldron, stirring something with a detached grunt. "I assume you are aware that knocking is a fundamental courtesy, Ethan." Professor Moody turned Draco into a ferret. Ethan gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Snape abruptly turned, and upon seeing the ferret in Ethan's arms, His expression darkened ominously. Place Draco on the table, he commanded tersely, wand already in hand. Ethan gently set the ferret down upon the surface. Snape waved his wand, uttering a complex incantation, and a silvery light enveloped the small creature. Its form began to shift, and moments later, Draco reappeared on the table, his robes wrinkled and askew. That madman! Draco shrieked as soon as he regained his human form, his voice trembling with fury. How dare he turn me into that? Snape handed Draco a calming potion but turned his gaze toward Ethan, demanding an explanation. Ethan succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded with Moody's sudden aggression. As he spoke, Draco leaped from the table, pacing back and forth in the office. His face flushed with indignation. I am going to tell my father. Draco seethed. That mad-eyed man dared to do such a thing in front of everyone. Ethan sat in Snape's office, listening to Draco's incessant tirade against Moody, realizing he had now surpassed Harry Potter as Draco's most detested individual. Professor Snape observed his cauldron, pondering how Moody had dared to transform Draco into a ferret. Had he known, he would have first tossed Potter into the cauldron. Ethan leaned over in his chair, poking Draco's back lightly, causing him to flinch in pain. The impact of being slammed to the ground had left his back bruised. Embarrassed, Draco refused to go to the hospital wing, opting instead to remain in Snape's office while the busy old professor brewed him a potion. Watching Draco consume the potion, Snape began to usher them out. Draco seemed poised to voice further complaints, but Ethan continued to prod his back, prompting him to exclaim in discomfort as he made his way back to the common room. In the days that followed, nothing of significant note occurred, aside from a minor altercation with Ron, who believed Draco deserved some form of punishment. Ethan, however, maintained that Moody should not have resorted to transfiguration. He would have agreed to detention or point deductions. He considered himself fair in dealing with class disputes. Should he witness Draco speaking ill of another student, he would not shield him. Had it been Ron transformed into a ferret that day, Ethan would have stood up to defend him as well. Eventually, Ron grumbled something about finally understanding why Malfoy had fled upon seeing Ethan, thus putting that chapter to rest. Occasionally, Moody would fix his magical eye upon Ethan, but Ethan chose to ignore it. As the weekend approached, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sought him out. Hermione was carrying a box as they strolled along the grass by the Black Lake. Ethan took a seat beside her, while Harry and Ron settled across from them. The other three watched as she lifted the lid, revealing a badge inscribed with the word spew. Spew? Harry picked up a badge to examine it closely. What does that mean? It does not mean spew, Hermione replied impatiently. It stands for the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Promotion of what? Ethan also took one to scrutinize. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Hermione repeated emphatically. I initially wanted to call it the campaign against the cruel and inhumane treatment of our magical animal friends and to improve their legal status. Who would want to walk around wearing a badge that says spew? How many members do you have? Ron tossed the badge back to Hermione. It is spew. Hermione retorted angrily. Including you, we now have 4 members. How much is the membership fee? Ethan was already reaching for his wallet. Participants must pay 2 sickles, Hermione replied, her excitement palpable. I'll take 2. I want to send one to Sirius. Ethan decisively produced a galleon and handed it to Hermione, declaring that any excess would be generously donated to the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group. We are striving to ensure that house elves receive fair wages and a conducive working environment. Hermione's voice rose in fervor. Dear reviewer, Hermione's statement is a name she has specifically coined for the ideology supporting house elves, not my insistence on excessively quoting the original text. I beseech your leniency. The sound of flapping wings interrupted Hermione's incessant chatter. It was Hestia, delivering a letter. Harry had previously written to Sirius, mentioning that his scar was hurting, and today, Sirius's long-awaited reply had finally arrived. Disinterested in the scar, Ethan seized the opportunity, quietly rising and slipping back to the castle while Hermione remained oblivious. 3 weeks later, Ethan had been holding a mandrake leaf in his mouth for an entire month. With the full moon set to rise tonight, he planned to conceal the item within the forbidden forest. He filled a crystal vial with saliva, placed the mandrake leaf inside, added a strand of his hair, a silver teaspoon of dew he had collected in advance, and finally included a pupa of a boggart moth. After completing these preparations, Ethan dug a deep hole in the forbidden forest and buried the crystal vial, marking the spot before returning to his dormitory. Starting tomorrow, at every sunrise and sunset, he would recite a motto, Onimo, Animato, Animagus, until the storm arrived. With his progress in mastering Animagus halfway through, Ethan felt rather buoyant during this period. Even when Harry rambled on about Snape randomly poisoning one of them, Ethan remained calm enough to explain how Snape would never resort to such drastic measures. At most, he might leave them half alive. The final class of the day was Herbology. After class, as Ethan and Owen entered the foyer, They found students crowded around a notice board set up beside the staircase. Judging that he could not squeeze through, Ethan turned to Owen and subtly gestured for him to proceed. With a stoic expression, Owen advanced, and upon seeing the Slytherin crest emblazoned on his chest, the students surrounding the notice board parted like the Red Sea. Ethan followed closely behind Owen, enjoying an unobstructed path to their destination, where he lifted his gaze to read the announcement. It detailed the arrival times of the other two schools. After they had perused the contents of the notice, the two squeezed through the crowd and exited. This announcement had a palpable effect on the castle's inhabitants. For the ensuing week, both upper and lower year students engaged in fervent discussions about the Triwizard Tournament. The castle itself underwent a thorough cleaning, with several grimy portraits scrubbed clean. The cantankerous caretaker, Filch, would erupt in fury upon discovering any student neglecting to clean their shoes. Every nook and cranny was meticulously tidied. On the day of October 30th, as Ethan entered the Great Hall, he was struck by the transformation that had taken place. New banners adorned the walls, each representing the colors of the four houses, with a grand letter H emblazoned in the center. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Ethan scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs onto his plate when a phoenix swooped down and landed beside him. He retrieved a dried rat from his bag to feed her. She had been flitting between Sirius and Ethan for a while, and her feathers seemed to have dulled. Who could focus on lessons on such a day? During the final Herbology class, Fred incessantly queried Professor Sprout for updates, while other students perked up their ears, but Professor Sprout steadfastly refused to divulge a single word. When the bell rang prematurely, everyone hastily rushed to their dormitories, only to dash back to the Great Hall after dropping off their bags. Professor Snape stood at the forefront, directing them to form an orderly line. His voice was soft, yet no one dared to cross him. The students streamed out in single file, with the first years leading the way and Ethan, a sixth year, at the rear. As night descended and the chilly air enveloped them, everyone felt the bite of the cold. Ethan, slightly apprehensive of the chill, realized he had forgotten to layer up beneath his robes and was now shivering against Owen, while on the other side stood his girlfriend, Mia Alpheus, who clung closely to Owen as well. Their eyes met, and despite their uncomfortable state, they couldn't help but chuckle at their predicament, leaving Owen bemused by their inexplicable amusement amidst such discomfort. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore, standing in the lineup of professors, called out, "Ah, if I am not mistaken, the representatives from Beaux Batons have arrived." "Where are they?" Mia asked Owen, unable to see due to the crowd in front of her. "I'll lift you up," Owen exclaimed, noticing Mia's struggle, and hoisted her into the air. Suddenly, a head emerged from the Slytherin line, and once Mia could see, she patted Owen's head, prompting him to set her down. A grand blue and pink carriage descended at a rapid pace, causing the first 3 rows of students to retreat in alarm, and Ethan felt his feet trampled more than once. As the carriage doors swung open, a tall woman emerged, striding directly toward Dumbledore. After exchanging a few words, she led her students inside, and Ethan longed to follow suit, as the cold was becoming increasingly unbearable, rendering even his warming charm ineffective. They continued to wait for the Durmstrang delegation, with shivers multiplying among the crowd. Most were craning their necks to glimpse the sky. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the direction of the Black Lake. Standing on the grassy slope, they could distinctly see a colossal ship rising from the depths, gliding toward the shore until a gangplank was laid down, allowing the occupants to disembark. Finally, they had arrived. The students of Hogwarts filed in behind the Durmstrang delegation, and Ethan recognized one of them. The Bulgarian seeker, Crumb, was surrounded by a throng of admirers, including Ron and Draco. Once everyone settled into their seats, Dumbledore began to introduce the 2 visiting headmasters and distinguished guests, Headmaster Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, alongside the Swindler Bagman and the Jester Crouch. When it came time for the feast, the 3 Beaux Batons students finally removed their headscarves, revealing their mixed blood beauty. No wonder they had concealed their faces. Ethan sidled over to observe Ron's flustered expression at the Gryffindor table, once again feeling a pang of sympathy for Hermione. As the last piece of cake vanished from the serving platter, Dumbledore rose to announce that Filch would be wheeling in a wooden goblet ablaze with blue and white flames, placing it in the center of the hall. He explained that from this moment, there would be a 24-hour window for sign-ups, and those eligible could write their school and name on a slip of parchment and toss it in. The goblet would select 3 champions the following evening. After the proceedings, Ethan resolved to return to his dormitory for a much-needed rest, intending to submit his name the next day, as he was utterly exhausted. Little interlude. In the potions office, Snape opened the door. Ethan stood at the entrance, pointing to the white ferret nestled in his arms. "Snape, get rid of that. I have no need for it as a test subject." Chapter 15, The Selection of Champions. On Saturday, October 31st, Ethan was roused from sleep by Owen's insistence. Uncertain about the urgency, Ethan mused that the goblet would not fly away. Upon entering the common room, he discovered Draco was also waiting for him. Owen and Draco each took an arm, pulling Ethan into the great hall. The crowd was larger than usual, with over 20 students gathered around the goblet, while George and Fred sat on the floor, sporting white beards. "Oh hey, Ethan, are you here for the excitement too?" Hermione waved at him, entirely ignoring the two Slytherins behind him. "No, I'm here to sign up," Ethan replied, patting his pockets only to realize he had forgotten parchment. He approached Hermione. "Could you tear off a piece of paper for me and lend me a quill? Are you already 17? Ron asked, astonished. Ethan accepted the paper from Hermione's hand, inscribing his school and name upon it before folding it neatly and casting it into the goblet. A fervent cheer erupted from some students acquainted with Ethan as they witnessed his action, to which he responded with a grateful smile. After Ethan completed his registration, Owen departed for breakfast, while Draco declined to sit among the Gryffindors, prompting Ethan to take a seat beside Hermione to observe the registration of others. "I didn't realize you were already 17. How long has it been?" Hermione expressed with a hint of dismay. "I haven't even given you a birthday gift." No. We have never celebrated birthdays in my family." Ethan shook his head vigorously. He placed a reassuring hand on Hermione's shoulder. "There's no need for gifts. Just ask Harry. He knows I don't celebrate." Harry nodded affirmatively, confirming Ethan's words. "Ethan, you will undoubtedly become a champion. Anyone could. As long as it isn't that insipid Cedric Diggory," Ron remarked. "Haha, I appreciate your vote of confidence, Ron." Ethan chuckled lightly. "We're going to visit Hagrid. Would you like to join us, Ethan?" Hermione inquired. "Sure, I have nothing else to do today," Ethan replied, rising to grab a slice of bread from the table as a makeshift breakfast, finishing it in 2 bites before following Hermione out of the Great Hall. As they approached Hagrid's hut, situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they spotted the enormous powder blue carriage used by the Beauxbatons students. Parked a couple of 100 yards from the front door, Harry knocked on Hagrid's door, and they were immediately greeted by a cacophony of yapping. "Finally, you've arrived," Hagrid exclaimed as he swung the door open. "I thought you had forgotten me." "Oh, you look splendid today," Ethan remarked, feigning enthusiasm as he observed Hagrid's ensemble. Clearly, Hagrid had donned every piece of clothing he deemed presentable, a fuzzy jacket paired with a plaid tie, yet the overall effect rendered him resembling a giant, shaggy bear. Hermione paused momentarily taken aback by Hagrid's appearance, before diverting the subject. "Shall we head inside?" Hagrid stepped back, granting them entry. The interior of Hagrid's hut was a single, oversized room, with everything scaled up. Ethan perched on a chair, his feet dangling above the ground. He opted to remove his shoes and sit cross-legged. Hagrid regaled them with tales of the Triwizard Tournament. "Just wait, you'll see things you've never seen before." Hagrid chuckled. "The first task is, I shouldn't say?" Ethan cast a glance at Hagrid, already aware of the first task, while Hermione, seated across from him, fixed her gaze on him, prompting Ethan to avert his eyes in guilt. "Hey, Ethan, you can't," Hermione began, her mouth opening and closing, yet she resolved to continue. "If you are a champion, it wouldn't be fair to the other 2 schools." "Don't be like that, Hermione. Hagrid hasn't revealed anything yet," Harry interjected. "But Hagrid could share a little. We could press our ears close and listen," Ron suggested, looking at Hagrid. "Isn't that right, Hagrid? Just tell us 3. Ethan regarded the 2, then, yielding to the moment, closed his eyes and covered his ears. Hagrid shook his head and gently removed Ethan's hand from his ears, chuckling. "I don't want to spoil your anticipation, but trust me, it will be quite spectacular." Eventually, the 4 of them shared a lunch with Hagrid, who had prepared a large pot of something, adamantly refusing their offers of assistance. Ethan couldn't discern what it was, but Hagrid insisted it was a beef stew until Hermione unearthed a claw from her portion, prompting Ethan to silently close his mouth. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, rain began to fall, the droplets pattering against the windows with a clamor, while the crackling of burning wood occasionally punctuated the atmosphere. Ethan nestled in his chair, listening to Hermione and Hagrid discuss house elves. Hagrid's refusal to join S.P.E.W. irked Hermione, though she appeared undeterred in her crusade. As 5 o'clock approached, the sky darkened, and Ethan and the others prepared to return to the castle for the Halloween feast. Hagrid intended to accompany them, asking the group to wait as he stood and rummaged through a cupboard. Suddenly, an odd scent wafted through the air. "Oh dear, Hagrid, what is that?" Ron inquired. "Dragon perfume." Hagrid turned, holding up a bottle. "Don't you like it?" Cough, cough, cough. Ethan choked, overwhelmed by the scent. He drew his wand and cast a cleaning charm on himself, then produced a bottle of his own perfume from his robe pocket, taking Hagrid's hand to spray the inner side of his wrist. "Smell this, orange blossom. It's suitable for boys too." Hagrid inhaled deeply, nodding appreciatively as Ethan applied it to Hagrid's fuzzy coat. Suddenly, Hagrid appeared to spot something, striding out of his hut in haste. The four of them crowded at the door, curious about Hagrid's urgency, only to see him approach Madame Maxime. Hagrid's eyes were misty, and together they led the Beauxbatons students toward the castle, leaving Ethan and his friends forgotten. Ethan had no choice but to guide them back to the castle, where the Great Hall was nearly filled to capacity. He and Hermione parted ways at the entrance, and Ethan made his way to the Slytherin table, where he noticed Draco waving him over, signaling that he had saved him a seat. As Ethan sat down beside him, he realized Draco had indeed secured an excellent spot, with Victor Crumb seated directly across from him. As the Halloween feast commenced, the exquisite dishes adorning the table failed to capture the students' attention. All were anxiously awaiting the announcement. Finally, as the last course was cleared away, the flames in the goblet transformed to crimson, explosively ejecting a parchment. Dumbledore caught it, announcing loudly, "The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Crumb." Applause and cheers erupted in the hall as Ethan saw Crumb rise from his seat and stride into the adjoining chamber. The hall fell silent once more until the next parchment emerged from the goblet. "The champion from Beauxbatons," Dumbledore proclaimed, "is Fleur Delacour." Once Fleur Delacour entered the adjacent room, the hall quieted again, all awaiting the name of Hogwarts champion to be revealed. The third parchment burst forth from the goblet, and Dumbledore caught it, unfolding it to declare, "The champion from Hogwarts is Ethan Prescott." Before Ethan could fully process this, Draco and Owen enveloped him in an embrace. A tremendous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, while he could hear George and Fred across the hall calling his name. As he made his way into the chamber, he was met with numerous congratulatory hugs. Hermione stood, applauding vigorously, while Hagrid waved at him from the teacher's table, and Snape rose, watching him with a smile. Ethan smiled back at them before stepping through the door, where Crumb and Delacour stood before the fireplace. Upon noticing Ethan's arrival, they turned to face him, exchanging nods in silence. Outside, the crowd continued to chant his name, the fervor gradually waning. Ethan found a chair and sat, awaiting the next procedure. Moments later, the door swung open, and he heard Delacour asking if they should return to the Great Hall. Turning, Ethan met Harry's vibrant green eyes. "Harry, come over here," Ethan called, rising to offer his chair to Harry while standing beside him. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bagman was the first to enter the room, striding directly towards Harry with the intent to grasp his arm. "Step back, sir," Ethan interposed, warding off Bagman's hand and signaling him to maintain his distance, lest he lay hands upon a student of Hogwarts. "How absurd." Bagman shot Ethan a glare, retreating to introduce Harry to the assembly, declaring, "Incredible as it may seem, this is the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament." Ethan cast a glance at Harry, who was huddled in his chair, head bowed, lost in thought. "You must be jesting?" "He is far too young," Fleur remarked, her brow furrowing in disbelief. At that moment, a throng of individuals burst through the door. Professor Dumbledore, Crouch, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. Upon entering, Snape shot Harry a disdainful look before moving beside Ethan, speaking in hushed tones to explain the situation, while Fleur reported to her headmaster. Dumbledore repeatedly inquired whether Harry had submitted his name willingly, to which Harry persistently denied. Eventually, Moody entered, asserting that someone was attempting to harm Harry by entering his name into the goblet, prompting Ethan and Snape to exchange subtle eye rolls at Moody's entrance. Ultimately, it was decided that Harry would participate in the Triwizard Tournament, a conclusion that left everyone somewhat dissatisfied. After Crouch announced the date of the first task, Dumbledore invited the headmasters of the other two schools for a drink, but they swiftly ushered their students away. Snape and McGonagall gestured for Ethan and Harry to return to their respective dormitories. Ethan nodded to them, guiding Harry as they departed the room, where the other students had already dispersed, leaving only candles flickering in the air. Harry had held his breath the entire way, but just before parting ways, he halted and said to Ethan, "Ethan, I didn't put my name in, as unbelievable as it may sound. I truly did not. I believe you." Ethan paused as well, gently brushing Harry's tousled hair back. "But, Harry, you must write to Sirius. And," he chuckled lightly, "you will likely have to endure Draco's company. He will undoubtedly assume you entered your name yourself." Harry sighed, burying his face in his hands. Yes, he had undoubtedly surpassed Moody in becoming Draco's most despised person. And now he would have to navigate not only the whispers of Hogwarts students, but also avoid Draco. They exchanged goodnights at the staircase, and Ethan watched as Harry ascended before turning towards the dungeons, where the raucous sounds from the common room echoed. Ethan had little desire to engage with the students, so he drew his wand and cast a disillusionment charm. The students at the door merely saw the door open without perceiving anyone, as Ethan skillfully maneuvered through the jubilant crowd towards his dormitory. Upon entering, he made his way to the desk, withdrew a sheet of parchment, and sat down to compose a letter. "Dear Sirius, this evening, the The Goblet of Fire selected 3 champions from the schools, and everything proceeded smoothly until the 4th champion was revealed, which turned out to be Harry. I am not exaggerating. When I saw Harry in the champions chamber, he appeared utterly shattered. Moody insisted that someone must be trying to harm Harry by entering his name, and while I hold biases against him, I must concede that he makes a valid point. Harry is merely 14 years old, and this competition poses genuine peril for him. Harry certainly requires your reassurance. I urged him to write to you tonight. I wonder what further challenges await him this year. The competition is scheduled for November 24th, and it is stipulated that no assistance from teachers is permitted, yet I believe Harry deserves help. He is 3 years our junior, and applying the same rules to him is decidedly unfair. If you have any spells to share with him, please do so. I am unsure if he will request them. But even dark curses may be necessary to ensure his safety, wouldn't you agree? With deepest longing, Ethan tied the letter to Phoenix's leg, instructing him to seek out Owen, who would guide him outside. Once Phoenix departed, Ethan proceeded to wash up and retire for the night, indifferent to the students outside anxiously awaiting the champions. Chapter 16, The Snowflake Brooch. The following day was Sunday, a day free of classes, and Ethan intended to linger in bed until noon. Owen had gone out for a meal, leaving him alone in the dormitory. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Reluctant to rise, Ethan called out, "The door is unlocked, come in." However, the individual outside did not enter and continued to knock. Exasperated, Ethan climbed out of bed and opened the door, revealing Phoenix, who had returned with a message. A note clamped in her beak. Ethan took the note, recognizing Owen's handwriting, which read, "Ethan, Phoenix must not have found you in the Great Hall. She looks positively famished. Even in your absence, she sought something to eat from the table, so I sliced her a bit of beef. Forgive my prattle, but the person you correspond with is undoubtedly mistreating Phoenix." Ethan set down the note and unfurled the reply, curious about the urgency that warranted Phoenix's immediate return. The message was brief, seemingly hastily penned by Sirius. "Ethan, congratulations on becoming a champion. I understand that champions must be 17, although you were raised in the Muggle world. In the wizarding realm, 17 marks adulthood. I did not send you a gift when you came of age. I do not even know when your birthday is. Have I angered you in some way? If possible, please write back and inform me. As for Harry, Hedwig has delivered his letter. He is indeed anxious. I am preparing to respond and suggest we meet in Hogsmeade. I hope you and Harry can join me, and I will ensure to make amends with your birthday gift. I eagerly await your reply." Oh Merlin, this man, seemingly oblivious to the pressing matters at hand, was fretting over a birthday gift. Ethan rubbed his face and sighed at the sight of Phoenix, who had journeyed so far, and cut her a piece of meat. Since Ethan had become a champion, his popularity had soared. In contrast to Crumb's aloofness and Fleur's haughtiness, Ethan was almost excessively gentle, leading to students approaching him for conversation regardless of his activities. Conversely, Harry's situation was fraught with difficulty, as Draco and the Slytherins incessantly harassed him. Initially, Draco had been reprimanded by Ethan several times, but subsequently, he began to avoid Ethan and sought to trouble Harry instead. Just days prior, Draco had distributed a batch of large badges. Ethan had not noticed these badges at first, as when Draco showed him one, it bore the words "Support Ethan Prescott, Hogwarts True Champion," so he dismissed it. It wasn't until he discovered that pressing the badge transformed it to "Read Potter Stinks" that he realized its widespread circulation. The badges persisted in circulation. Students would display the supportive side in Ethan's presence, only to switch it to Potter Stinks once he had left. Days later came the Hogsmeade trip. Ethan had initially intended for Harry to go alone to retrieve gifts, but Harry and Ron had experienced some friction over the champion matter, leaving Hermione caught in the middle. She wished for Ethan to accompany Harry. When Ethan arrived at the castle entrance, he found Harry holding a Potter Stinks badge. Ethan brushed past him, pressing the badge, urging him to stop staring blankly at it. "My apologies, Harry, for my tardiness." Ethan took the badge from Harry, pocketing it as he pulled him along. "Stop staring. We must go, Sirius is waiting." As Ron continued to argue with me, Harry rubbed his head in frustration, seemingly oblivious to my attempts at explanation. "He just needs a little time to come to terms with it," Ethan reassured, offering a comforting pat. "Hermione doesn't even believe I put it there," Harry exclaimed in a hushed tone, the pain of his friend's distrust evident on his face. The fact that Hermione, a brilliant witch, sided with the renowned savior, while Ron felt ordinary, undoubtedly stirred feelings of inadequacy and jealousy within him. "I've never thought of him as merely ordinary," Harry protested, recalling Hermione, one of his closest friends, akin to a brother. How can he not trust his own brother? I must be insane to think I could perish in a competition. Harry's anger began to bubble over. But he won't see it that way. You need to talk to him. Hermione is caught in the middle, and it's quite uncomfortable for her. Ethan felt a pang of urgency to escape. He had little desire to mediate between a child embroiled in a spat with his friends. If only he would communicate with me, Harry retorted angrily. He doesn't even listen to what I have to say. You two will eventually make amends, Ethan said, slipping his hands into his coat pockets, pretending to find something. Oh, Harry, I need to make a quick visit to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Could you head to the Three Broomsticks? I'll meet you there shortly. With that, Ethan hurried off towards the tea shop. What is going on? Harry shouted after him. A date? Ethan called back while running. Once he reached the tea shop's entrance, he exhaled deeply, though he had no intention of entering. He simply wished to evade Harry's complaints and fabricated a convenient excuse. Ethan observed the cold wind whipping through the alleyway and pivoted towards the elegant wizarding clothing store instead. Having successfully slipped away, he decided to purchase a new pair of gloves, leaving the emotional conversation to the father and son. As Harry watched Sirius speak animatedly with someone across from him, he abruptly stood up, realizing Ethan had pushed open the tavern's door. Sirius had been restless since he heard Ethan mention a rendezvous at Madame Putafoot's. And now that Ethan had arrived, he rushed to greet him. Ethan was taken aback by the unexpected welcome, having completely forgotten his fabricated reason for visiting Harry. After sitting down and draping his coat over the back of his chair, he noticed Sirius's leather jacket resting there, while Sirius wore a snug black top. Are you not cold, dressed so lightly? Ethan inquired while removing his gloves. Not at all, Sirius replied, brushing his fingers against Ethan's cheek to assure him he was not lying before continuing. Who are you meeting at Madame Putafoot's? Would you like to know? Ethan asked, leaning closer to Sirius, cupping his hand over his mouth to obscure Harry's view. He whispered, I was just making excuses. Harry has been complaining that Ron is ignoring him, and I didn't want to counsel a child in a quarrel. Watching the two converse confidentially, Harry could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Sirius, we haven't finished our previous conversation. Sirius suddenly recalled his unfinished discussion with Harry. Rubbing his ear, he turned his gaze to Ethan, realizing he too should be informed of the matter. As Sirius handed a mug of butterbeer to Ethan, he resumed recounting tales of Karkaroff. Throughout the narrative, Ethan remained quietly seated, sipping the butterbeer and occasionally displaying hints of impatience at the mention of certain names. Once the weighty topic concluded, Sirius noticed Harry's troubled expression and retrieved a mirror from his coat. This is a two-way mirror. If you discover anything about the first task, simply call my name, and I will receive it on my end. While Harry fidgeted with the mirror, Sirius turned his attention back to Ethan. Ethan, I was unaware of your birthday. Harry mentioned you don't celebrate, but he took a deep breath, producing a palm-sized gift wrapped in dark green paper with an intricately tied ribbon. Coming of age is a significant milestone, and I still wish to gift you something. Sirius's fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with the gift's ribbon, a rare clumsiness apparent in the typically carefree man. I'm not certain if you'll like it, but I believe it complements your eyes beautifully. He offered the box to Ethan, encouraging him to open it. Ethan carefully untied the ribbon and lifted the lid to reveal a snowflake brooch, adorned with sparkling diamonds and featuring a central blue diamond that mirrored the color of his own eyes under the tavern's warm glow. Ethan gazed at the brooch for a long moment before unexpectedly holding it up to his eye and leaning in closer to Sirius, close enough to see the reflection of one another in their eyes. Which is more beautiful, this or my eyes? He asked softly, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. Sirius stammered, feeling his cheeks flush. Why your eyes are beautiful, he replied, instinctively lowering his gaze, unable to meet the intensity of those nearby eyes. Then why should I wear this? Ethan feigned a sigh, deliberately closing the gift box and offering it back to Sirius. You can take it back. I have no use for it. No, it's lovely, Sirius exclaimed, his gaze snapping up to meet Ethan's smile, instantly realizing Ethan was teasing him. Ethan laughed so hard he nearly slipped off his chair, and even Harry joined in, finding Sirius's rare bashfulness amusing. I thought you didn't like brooches, Sirius quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Ethan. Yet, this one truly complements your eyes, which is why I decided to purchase it. Why is that? Ethan propped his chin on his hand, intrigued. When I was still a bit more carefree, I had bought you a brooch as a Christmas gift, Sirius began, fiddling with the mug in front of him, but I've never seen you wear it. Christmas? Ethan squinted, trying to recall last year's holiday. Oh, I remember now. I didn't unwrap a single gift last Christmas. Neither did I, Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide. Not a single one. Those gifts are likely still under my bed, Ethan remarked, running his fingers through Sirius's meticulously styled hair, sensing he had forgotten something important. Is there anything else we need to discuss? I must visit Honeyduke's. Sirius looked to Harry, who shook his head, indicating there was nothing more to discuss. Ethan stood and donned his coat, noticing Sirius's leather jacket and raising an eyebrow. It was evident he had gone to great lengths to dress, well despite the cold weather. Ethan had intended to go alone, but Sirius insisted on accompanying him, and Harry, not wishing to return to the castle alone, joined them as well. Ethan's supply of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans had run out, and Sirius generously offered to cover the bill, allowing Harry and Ethan to help themselves. In the end, the candy shop owner smiled as they left the store. After several days of tranquility, during the last herbology lesson on Friday, a knock sounded at the greenhouse door. It was Owen, who had failed his herbology OWLs. At that moment, Ethan was teamed up with Fred, while George had also not passed. Owen had come to find Ethan to arrange a photo shoot for the Gryffindors. Professor Sprout, upon hearing the request, readily permitted Ethan to leave, leaving Fred to manage the troublesome Bubituber puss alone. Owen brought Ethan to a place and then departed. In a small classroom, everyone had gathered except for Ethan, who was delayed due to the greenhouse being outside the castle. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Bagman began to explain the purpose of their assembly, which was to prepare for the experts to examine the wands and take photographs. Subsequently, he introduced a witch named Rita Skeeter, who penned articles for the Daily Prophet. Ethan's first impression of her was not particularly favorable, perhaps due to her exaggerated makeup and overpowering scent, prompting him to subtly shift back as she approached. Rita Skeeter expressed her desire to have a brief conversation with Harry before proceedings commenced, and without waiting for Harry's reaction, she whisked him into the adjacent broom cupboard. Ethan merely shrugged. After all, she could not harm Harry, so he let her be. When Dumbledore entered with Ollivander, he noticed Harry was missing. Ethan pointed towards the broom cupboard, indicating Harry's location, and Dumbledore proceeded to retrieve him. Once Harry emerged, he noticed everyone was seated and quickly joined Ethan at his side. Ollivander began inspecting the wands starting from Fleur's, while Ethan sat quietly in his chair, casually polishing his wand with his robe. Harry, observing, followed suit. Soon, it was Ethan's turn. He walked over and handed his wand to Ollivander. "Ah, a splendid wand," Ollivander exclaimed. "I remember it well. The shaft is made of silver lime wood. In the 19th century, due to the unique and beautiful appearance of this wood, some inferior wand makers would dye other woods to pass them off as silver lime, but I assure you, the wand I sold you is undoubtedly silver lime. The core is a phoenix feather. Only the most exquisite feathers deserve to complement such a beautiful shaft. 11 inches, with a supple flexibility. It is well suited for a seer or one adept at legilimency. Excellent." With a flourish, Ollivander waved the wand, and a stream of sparkling smoke erupted from its tip. "Splendid. Harry, it is your turn now." Ethan turned to walk back to his chair, brushing past Harry. Ollivander took the longest time examining Harry's wand, causing Ethan to grow somewhat impatient. When Dumbledore announced that they could leave, Bagman reappeared, insisting on taking photographs. Ethan, with a sour expression, waited for them to finish before slipping away to have a meal. 2 weeks later, when the article was published, Draco erupted in fury at the long table. As the newspaper devoted a significant portion to Harry Potter's exploits and scandalous news, while only briefly mentioning the handsome features of the Slytherin champion, suggesting that his looks might have been the reason he was chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Draco's anger was thus partially diverted by Rita Skeeter, and he insisted that his father should curse the woman to death. Meanwhile, Harry found his life slightly more bearable, as Hermione commended him and remained oblivious to the circulating rumors. Ethan was perplexed as to why Harry had been attempting to draw closer to him since the 23rd, especially since Draco had shifted his focus onto Rita Skeeter. Now, due to Harry's peculiar behavior, Draco was convinced that Harry intended to drag someone down with him in his final moments, making him wish to keep Ethan as close as possible. No unfamiliar face could approach Ethan, not even a strange bird. If it weren't for the fear of losing points, Draco would have wished to curse everyone who passed by Ethan. It wasn't until the day of the competition that Harry finally came face to face with Ethan. Upon seeing Harry, Ethan understood his intentions over the past few days and shook his head, signaling Harry not to make a fuss there. Harry believed that Ethan was the only one unaware of the dragon's presence, and as Bagman revealed the challenge, he kept glancing at Ethan. However, Ethan had long been aware, having simply forgotten to inform Harry. Fleur drew first, Crumb second, and Ethan was third, drawing the Swedish short snout with the number 1 marker. While Harry drew the most fearsome dragon, much to his dismay, Harry felt a wave of nausea. He hadn't anticipated that the uninformed Ethan would draw first, while he himself had drawn the most dangerous dragon. It seemed that Merlin did not wish to grant ease to the 2 champions of Hogwarts. Watching Ethan exit the tent, Harry felt his knees tremble, gripping his wand tightly to prevent his fingers from shaking. He closed his eyes and listened intently. Initially, there were cheers, as the crowd was evidently awed by the massive Swedish short snout, but within mere seconds, all sounds ceased. A profound silence enveloped the arena. There were no explosions, no spells, and even the whispers and gasps from the audience vanished. Harry's heart sank, a chilling sensation spreading from his feet to his entire body. Ethan might not have had time to raise his wand before being reduced to a mere pulp by a claw, resulting in such eerie quietness, as if a sudden death had befallen them. A tumultuous wave churned in his stomach, and he retched slightly, a sour taste rising in his throat. He dared not open his eyes, fearing to see the professors solemnly carrying something into the arena. Suddenly, an eruption of cheers, shouts, and applause from outside threatened to tear the tense ceiling asunder. Following that, Bagman's voice, slightly off-key with excitement, rang clear. He did it. Merlin above. Ethan Prescott. He retrieved the golden egg. Unscathed. He passed through without a scratch. Harry abruptly opened his eyes, glancing down at his clammy palms. Fixating on the holly wand that seemed to tremble slightly in his grasp, he realized that Ethan had employed only silent spells throughout the challenge. The thought of competing against such an individual made Harry wish to curse whoever had submitted his name into the goblet of fire. Ethan emerged from the dragon's lair unscathed, thus requiring no visit to Madame Pomfrey. He directly joined the audience to watch the competition, sitting beside Hermione after embracing her. Fleur's attempt at the sleeping spell had suffered a setback, and Crumb's jinx had shattered the egg, leaving Ethan still in the lead. It was now up to Harry to see how he would retrieve his dragon egg. Harry executed a spectacular maneuver, and Merlin, Ethan admitted he had underestimated Harry before, just as he had underestimated Sirius. These two godfathers always managed to surprise him. Harry had acquired a broomstick, taking it for a spin around the dragon. When all the champions completed the first task, the final rankings were announced. Ethan first, Crumb and Harry tied for second, and Fleur third. Standing in the center of the arena, Harry's face was a mixture of disbelief and joy. He truly had not expected to survive, let alone achieve such a commendable result. Then, he spotted Ethan standing not far away. Almost instinctively, Harry rushed over and enveloped Ethan in a firm embrace. "We did it, Ethan. We both made it through." Harry's voice trembled with excitement. Ethan released Harry from the embrace, his demeanor shifting to one of formality and seriousness. He faced Harry, extending his right hand. "I previously underestimated you, and I apologize for my arrogance." He paused, his tone growing more solemn. "From this day forward, I will officially regard you as my rival." However, Harry, looking at Ethan's outstretched hand, did not shake it. Instead, he lunged forward again, giving Ethan an even tighter hug, patting his back enthusiastically. "Who wants to be your rival?" Harry's voice was muffled in Ethan's robe, laced with laughter. "We are friends." Just then, Ron, his cheeks flushed, ran over with open arms, crashing into the embrace with Harry and Ethan, followed closely by Hermione, who joined the group hug. A Slytherin and 3 Gryffindors were tightly entwined in an embrace under the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers, with Ethan precariously wedged in the center, surrounded by the vibrant scarlet and gold of Gryffindor robes. He felt as though he might suffocate, overwhelmed by the heat, just as he thought he might choke. A pale hand grasped his arm, forcefully extricating him from the fervent whirlpool of Gryffindor enthusiasm. "Enough, Ethan," Draco remarked with his customary look of disdain. "If you linger any longer, the silver threads of your robe will be tarnished by their impoverished aura. Let us go?" With Draco half dragging him away from the raucous crowd, Ethan felt a surge of gratitude. He had narrowly escaped being crushed. Chapter 17, The Stubbed Toes. Later that evening, as Ethan cradled the golden egg while returning to the common room, Draco insisted on seeing it. Ethan shrugged indifferently and handed the egg to him, seizing the opportunity to slip back to his dormitory and let them bask in the ghost shrieks at their leisure. He penned a letter to Sirius, briefly mentioning that Harry had successfully completed the first task, followed by the egg's forthcoming shriek, and concluded with a stern reminder not to allow Phoenix to return directly, urging her to rest a while. If she were to endure another long flight, he vowed he would cease all correspondence. After sending the letter, Ethan seated himself on a chair outside the castle, his mind troubled not by the dragon, but by his animagus progress. The recent spell of dry weather had stymied his advancement. For over a month, he had been reciting incantations at dawn and dusk, uncertain of how much longer he would have to wait. The mounting pressure, coupled with his inability to indulge in alcohol, had driven him to take up smoking once more. Ethan chuckled at himself. Drinking, gambling, smoking, none were commendable habits. To mask the scent of tobacco, he had developed a penchant for carrying perfume. Lighting a slender cigarette, Ethan took a puff but was disheartened by the overwhelming frustration of his animagus training. He sat quietly, observing the flickering embers between his fingers, before finally exhaling a deep sigh and extinguishing the cigarette in his portable ashtray. Rising, he brushed off his robes, opting to stand outside and enjoy the cool breeze until the smell of smoke dissipated before making his way to the dungeons. "Hey, Ethan." At the sound, he turned to see the Weasley twins bounding up the stairs, each bearing a heavy tray brimming with various foods and pumpkin juice. George dashed ahead, unceremoniously thrusting the entire tray into Fred's hands, disregarding his brother's pained expression. "Care to sample our latest invention?" George exclaimed excitedly. Rummaging through the bulging pockets of his robe, Ethan couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Swiftly helping Fred steady a plate that was on the verge of sliding off. "What is so mysterious?" he inquired. "Behold." George triumphantly produced a golden cookie, its surface sprinkled with glimmering sugar crystals. "Canary cookie," Fred chimed in, finally managing to balance the tray. "Consume it, and within 10 seconds, you'll transform into a lively canary for a full minute. Of course, you won't actually turn into a bird," George added with a wink. "It's merely a temporary transfiguration effect. What do you think? A stroke of genius, isn't it?" "Only 7 sickles," Fred seamlessly interjected. Ethan's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the cookie closely. "Merlin's beard. Have you truly succeeded? Human transfiguration is a new-level subject," he marveled, deftly waving his wand to levitate Fred's tray, allowing the twins to free their hands. He then retrieved a pouch embroidered with a black dog design from within his robe. "I'll take a dozen," he declared, counting out several gold coins. "Do you have that many in stock?" "Absolutely. Of course we do," George and Fred replied in unison, frantically rummaging beneath the tray to produce a paper bag, swiftly filling it with 12 canary cookies. Ethan handed 5 galleons to George, who promptly returned with a single sickle. As the transaction concluded, all 3 wore expressions of satisfaction. "Wishing you a prosperous evening," Ethan said, carefully stowing the bag of cookies within his robe. "Good night, Ethan," the twins chorused, reclaiming the floating tray and continuing their ascent up the stairs, presumably to spread some amusement among the Gryffindors. Ethan remained stationary, watching their figures vanish around the corner of the spiral staircase, faintly hearing their excited discussions about their next creation. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found them reveling with the golden egg. As he passed by the table, he slyly slipped a canary cookie into one of the plates, mixing it with ordinary biscuits to see which fortunate soul would win the prize. The following afternoon, Phoenix returned, and Ethan quickly instructed her to dispose of the leftover cookies. The unfortunate prankster from the previous day was Owen, who was now scouring the common room in search of the mischievous culprit. Ethan had been temporarily exempt from suspicion, but if Owen failed to locate the perpetrator, Ethan would undoubtedly become a target of his inquiries. The contraband could not remain. Ethan discreetly concealed Phoenix within his robe and released her outside, instructing her to deliver the cookies to anyone, even Sirius, as long as they were not near him. As Christmas approached, Snape announced that the ball would commence at 8 o'clock on Christmas night, instructing the champions, Ethan, to find a partner beforehand. Ethan was indifferent to whom he would ask, but he stumbled upon quite a spectacle when Ron, passing by Fleur Delacour, suddenly shouted, "Will you go to the ball with me?" His voice was so loud that it startled those nearby, and without waiting for Fleur's response, he bolted away, as if his shout was solely intended to frighten others. Ultimately, Ethan's choice of dance partner was rather unexpected, as it was the other party who extended the invitation first. Every house had its share of somewhat cruel students. Ethan was observing the snow from the corridor when he overheard a group of students urging a girl to invite him. Their tone was unmistakably malicious. As Ethan had already declined several invitations in recent days, they sought amusement, perhaps relishing the sight of a sincere girl being turned down. The girl was pushed directly behind him, nearly colliding with him, and he heard her say, "Hello, Mr. Prescott. May I invite you to the ball with me?" Ethan turned to see the Ravenclaw robes, recognizing her as Luna Lovegood, the famously eccentric girl from Ravenclaw. It was no wonder she was treated as a source of humor. Casting a glance at the group of students behind her, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, he replied with a smile, "It would be my honor, Lovegood. To be invited by such a beautiful girl is truly a privilege." He then took her hand and gently kissed the back of it, unable to contain a chuckle at the disgruntled expressions of those behind her. "Shall we? We can wander about freely now. Your necklace is quite lovely." Ethan led Luna away, as whispers trailed behind them, leaving the corridor behind. "Are you aware they are intentionally trying to make you look foolish?" Ethan inquired, glancing at Luna walking beside him. "I am aware, and I do not enjoy dancing," she replied. Luna lifted her gaze earnestly to Ethan, her speech reminiscent of a dreamlike state, her pale irises causing Ethan to struggle to focus his attention. "Yet you still dare to invite me. Are you not afraid that my refusal might leave you feeling embarrassed?" Intrigued by her, Ethan found himself drawn to the soft cork necklace adorning her neck. "I like you. There are no pesky flies buzzing around your head." Realizing her words might be ambiguous, Luna hastily added, "I mean, as a friend. I don't have many friends to speak of. Others might find me a bit eccentric." "Pesky flies?" Ethan queried, perplexed as he touched his head. "They are invisible, drifting into your ears and muddling your thoughts," Luna stated earnestly. "You have none around you." "That's quite impressive." Gazing into Luna's eyes, Ethan, though uncertain of the existence of such flies, appreciated her sincere compliment, prompting him to offer a small piece of advice to the temporarily bewildered Luna. Changing direction, Ethan prepared to escort Luna back to the Ravenclaw Tower. I shall take you back to the common room. You can simply call me Ethan. May I refer to you as Luna? Luna nodded in agreement. Those who wish to genuinely know you will undoubtedly choose to be your friends. You are quite fascinating. After a brief pause, Ethan continued, moreover, I have heard Ginny mention you. She finds you intriguing as well. Ginny is wonderful. She prevents others from calling me the mad girl. We are friends. Luna exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, so even if you feel somewhat different from others, you will eventually find those who resonate with you, Ethan remarked. Observing Luna's beaming smile as they ascended the final staircase, arriving at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. I, too, would like to be your friend. Do not change yourself for anyone, Luna. You are perfect as you are. It matters not if you dislike dancing. I can find another partner. I would love to accompany you to the ball. I think you are wonderful. As Luna reached the door to the common room, she turned back with a smile for Ethan. Then it's settled. I shall come for you later to practice dancing. You may enter now. Ethan waved her in, preparing to descend back to his dormitory. However, as he reached the 7th floor, he was confronted by Harry and Ron, who were on their way back to Gryffindor's common room. Thank goodness. Ethan, I was just about to look for you, Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What is it? Ethan inquired, puzzled by their frantic appearance. You can dance, right? Ron asked eagerly, and upon Ethan's nod, he continued, teach us, especially Harry. He is the brave one who needs to lead the opening dance. I have no interest. Ask Sirius to teach you, Ethan replied, squeezing past the two as he made his way downstairs. Sirius is helping me uncover the secret of the golden egg. Please, I don't want to embarrass myself, Harry pleaded, almost leaping onto Ethan's back, narrowly avoiding a tumble down the stairs thanks to Ron's grip. With Harry clinging tightly, Ethan sighed and said, fine, if you are clever. You should manage to grasp it before dinner. Where's Hermione? Observing Ron's evasive eyes and stammering speech, Ethan exhaled in exasperation and decided to bypass the topic, leading them to find an empty classroom instead. Get off my poor foot, Ron, Ethan exclaimed, having experienced Ron stepping on his big toe for the 5th time. When Ron danced, he moved like a red-haired gorilla, while Harry fared slightly better, having only trodden on Ethan's foot 3 times. Had it not been for Harry's desperate pleas, Ethan would never have subjected his feet to their clumsiness. Moreover, Hermione's refusal to remain in the same vicinity as Ron surely stemmed from something unkind he had said. Despite the fortuitous opportunity for a ball, Ron remained fixated on stepping on Ethan's toes, driving him to the brink of exasperation. While Harry continued conversing with Sirius about the egg, leaving Ethan to endure the relentless trampling. Ron, wrap your arms around my waist. This is a ballroom dance. You cannot dance without holding me, Ethan exclaimed, feeling utterly defeated by Ron's lack of coordination as he barely placed his hands on Ethan's clothing. It's not my fault. Your robes are too slippery, Ron hastily explained, though the awkward proximity to Ethan only added to his discomfort. In response, Ethan removed his robe, tossing it onto a nearby desk, and donned a fitted white shirt, urging Ron to place his hands back on his waist. Ron hesitated, his hands hovering indecisively. Embrace me. Extend your other hand so I can place mine on top, Ethan instructed, guiding Ron's hand to his waist while positioning his own on Ron's shoulder, transforming into the lead in this clumsy dance lesson. Now, I will step back, and you follow suit. We shall take it slowly, Ethan directed, retreating a step while gently guiding Ron. After repeating this 2 times, you will use a gentle force to twirl your partner, like this, Ethan demonstrated, raising Ron's hand and spinning himself around before facing Ron once more. At this point, you should begin to lead your partner in a spin. Isn't this distance too close? Ron inquired. This is not too close. There is still a fist's width between us, Ethan clarified, taking a small step forward to nearly press against Ron, allowing him to experience the proximity before retreating to a comfortable distance. Now, lead your partner to spin 3 times. Ouch. You stepped on me again. Always in the same place. I'm so sorry. I lost track of how many times we spun. Ron quickly apologized, though it was too late, as Ethan had already jumped and stomped on Ron's foot in retaliation. Let's start over, from your bow to invite, Ethan declared mercilessly, observing Ron's pained expression. Meanwhile, Harry watched Sirius in the mirror, who was still discussing the golden egg's precautions, but his gray eyes had begun to wander uncontrollably toward the edge of the frame. So you need to consider the impact of underwater environments on sound transmission, Sirius continued, though Harry noticed his pupils had drifted to the extreme. Sirius, stop looking. Focus on the dragon egg, Harry whispered urgently. The figure in the mirror snapped back to attention, his throat visibly constricting. Oh right, the dragon egg. You should try putting it in water to see if it still screams. He managed to refocus on Harry, but within 3 seconds, his gaze started to wander again. I'll give it a try. Goodbye, Sirius, Harry hastily replied. Wait, Sirius called out, but Harry swiftly covered the mirror, unwilling to serve as a human stand or romantic messenger. If his godfather wished to speak with Ethan, he could write him a letter rather than spying on Ethan teaching Ron to dance under the pretense of guiding the Triwizard Tournament. Harry glanced back at Ethan and Ron's progress, which was progressing in a rather haphazard manner. Moreover, after Ethan had removed his jacket, his waist was indeed remarkably slender. No wonder Sirius kept sneaking glances in Ethan's direction, watching Ethan stomp on Ron's foot in a fit of anger. Harry felt a twinge of pain in his own big toe. To rescue his half-brother from the chaos, he hesitated before speaking up. Ethan, Sirius suggested we try putting that golden egg in water. Perhaps we could use a basin? A basin? Ethan paused, halting his foot-stomping antics and turning to face Harry. Pondering for a moment before replying, you go to the prefect's bathroom, and I will give you the command. In exchange, you must tell me the solution once you unravel the mystery. Deal. But can't we go to the bathroom together? Harry asked, puzzled. 2 golden eggs should surely be better than 1. I bestowed my golden egg upon Draco, while Ethan retreated 2 steps. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Harry from head to toe. I have no interest in your prepubescent physique, he declared. The password for the bathroom is fresh pineapple. Farewell, young lads. With that, Ethan grabbed his coat from the table and proceeded to the Great Hall for a meal, leaving Ron desperately attempting to restrain Harry from shedding his clothing to prove he was not of a childish form. With merely a few days remaining until Christmas, the students in the Slytherin common room were abuzz with rumors regarding the Christmas gala. Ethan, having overheard some snippets, deemed them a mix of truth and fabrication, and thus retreated to his dormitory to complete his potions homework. Hagrid, preoccupied with thoughts of Madame Maxime, showed little inclination to entertain guests, even if Ethan were to visit. Conversely, his previous serendipitous acquaintance with Luna piqued Ethan's interest. He acknowledged that he may have held some prejudice initially due to the unusually light hue of her eyes, which lent her an air of prophetic eccentricity. However, upon deeper acquaintance, he discovered her to be an exceptionally intriguing young lady who believed in whatever he said and would even applaud him. Yet, her dancing was rather unrestrained. When Ethan first witnessed her dance, it left him utterly astounded. If left unchecked, she would whirl about the dance floor, necessitating apologies to 10 individuals, and Ethan, as the valiant knight, was expected to lead the opening dance, which was absolutely out of the question. 3 days before Christmas, whenever Ethan found a moment, he sought out Luna to practice their dance. With their combined efforts, they managed to complete the routine, at least more fluidly than Harry and Ron. Ethan felt confident, knowing that with Harry the warrior as a foundation, he could scarcely falter. Chapter 18, The Paraíba Tourmaline Bracelet. On Christmas morning, the Phoenix was let in by Owen, who had gone out for a meal. She had ventured 3 days prior to deliver a letter to Sirius and, for reasons unknown, had only returned today, resulting in the delay of the gifts Ethan had sent via the school's owl the previous day. Rising at dawn, Ethan recited a spell and promptly fell back into slumber, only awakening close to noon. As he drew aside the bed curtains and spotted the Phoenix, he beckoned her over, noticing that she was tied to a gift box. Upon removing the box, it sprang open to reveal a bracelet adorned with Paraíba tourmalines, engraved with the image of a robin, accompanied by a note. Setting the bracelet aside, Ethan picked up the note and unfolded it, revealing Sirius's handwriting. Ethan, I hope you will wear the gift I have bestowed upon you to the Christmas feast. Knowing your disdain for unwrapping presents, I resorted to a little trick to make it open itself. Please forgive my selfishness. If you like it, do wear it. Gazing at the signature, Sirius, and then at the bracelet beside him, Ethan contemplated for a moment before donning it, layering it with the sun bracelet. He rose and settled at the foot of his bed to examine the gifts from others. He separated those from acquaintances and unceremoniously discarded the rest beneath the bed. Only then did he feel inclined to start unwrapping gifts. Hermione had sent a mystery novel, Murder on the Orient Express, which Ethan had developed a fondness for since last summer. He adored it. Tossing the book onto the bed, he continued to unwrap the next item. Ron gifted him a large box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, while Harry presented him with sheepskin gloves that could automatically warm. Draco gifted him a snake hairpin adorned with green gems, which Ethan promptly used to secure his hair at the back of his head. Owen bestowed upon him a silver pocket watch, revealing a blue snake crafted using cloisonné enamel upon opening. The Weasley twins sent a dozen canary cream biscuits. Without hesitation, Ethan placed one on the biscuit plate at Owen's nightstand. The remaining biscuits he carefully wrapped and concealed in his drawer, closing it before turning to retrieve a white long coat from the wardrobe, donning it along with a pair of thick boots as he made his way to the Great Hall. Seated at the long table, Ethan enjoyed his first meal of the day while glancing sideways at Owen, who was munching on treacle tarts. He recalled the prank biscuit he had slyly inserted into his plate, unable to suppress a chuckle, which earned him a confused eye roll from Owen. After the meal, Ethan intended to take a stroll outside. He donned the gloves Harry had gifted him, pulled up the hood of his coat, and ventured into the snowy expanse. The snow lay thick and pristine, rendering his movements somewhat cumbersome, as he left a solitary trail of footprints reminiscent of a penguin. Just as Ethan began to feel the chill, he turned back and spotted Harry and the others engaged in a snowball fight, with Hermione seated nearby. Wishing to avoid involvement, he planned to sidle past Hermione, but upon her sighting him, she enthusiastically called out, "Ethan, come sit." No sooner had she spoken than a snowball struck Ethan squarely in the face, promptly followed by the gleeful laughter of the Weasley twins. Drawing his wand, Ethan conjured a barrage of snowballs to retaliate. "Hey, Ethan, that's cheating," Fred exclaimed, but his protest was cut short as a snowball landed in his mouth. George, who had been laughing at Fred, found himself similarly silenced by a snowball. Ron, who had been mocking his two older brothers, was also caught in the crossfire. Harry observed the trio struggling to extricate snow from their mouths, and quickly raised his hand to cover his own, shouting at Ethan, "No magic. Fight like a man." Seeing the four of them puffed up with bravado, Ethan plunged his wand into the snow beneath his feet, pointing at a patch of snow and declaring, "Let us all bury our wands here, and then we shall battle like men." Hermione, needing to return to the castle to prepare for the evening's festivities, opted out of the match. Once everyone had secured their wands in the snow, the five of them engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide teams. Harry, Fred, and George formed one group, while Ethan and Ron comprised the other. 3-2. Ethan was indifferent to the outcome, but Ron voiced his concerns, believing they would be quickly overwhelmed by their opponents. Ethan, brimming with confidence, assured him he would protect him, only to find himself immediately under heavy fire. As soon as Ethan's head peeked from behind cover, George launched a snowball that knocked him back, snow cascading down into his clothing, causing him to shiver instinctively. Standing up, his head once again exposed, he was promptly taken down by a snowball from Harry. With Ethan out of commission, it was now Ron against three adversaries. Ron, feeling the pressure, cowered behind his cover, unwilling to expose himself. Clambering back to his feet, Ethan, dismayed by Ron's timidity, suggested, "You draw their fire, and I'll make a sneak attack from behind." "You said we should fight like men," Ron protested. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Ethan hushed him, aware that all three of their opponents were Quidditch players, which made the situation inherently unfair. Stealth was a valid tactic. Ethan urged Ron to make a dash for it, while he circled around to launch a direct assault on their stronghold. Taking a deep breath, Ron burst forth from behind cover, eyes squeezed shut, shouting as he ran, but only managed a few steps before Fred struck him with a snowball the size of his head, sending him tumbling to the ground. Fred, witnessing his brother fall, turned to George and remarked, "Ron must be daft, suddenly running out like that, startled me. He's been foolish for quite some time now, leave him be." "What about Ethan? He hasn't shown himself in a while." George, losing interest in Ron, peered around for Ethan, while Harry focused intently on crafting his massive snowball. Ethan had successfully maneuvered behind Harry and his companions, crouching low to observe them closely, inching forward under the cover of his white coat. As Fred and George rose to meticulously search for Ethan, he sprang up and stuffed a handful of snow into Harry's clothes, laughing maniacally as he tumbled away. Instantly, Harry scrambled to his feet, seizing a handful of snow to pursue Ethan. As Ethan fled, he glanced back, realizing with alarm that Harry was closing in on him. Just as he contemplated surrendering, he spotted reinforcements and shouted, "Owen! Owen! Save me!" Too late. Harry had already tackled him to the ground, frantically hurling snow upon him in an attempt to bury him alive. Owen strode over and extracted Ethan from the snow, eyeing Harry, George, and Fred before glancing at the snow-covered Ethan. He inquired, "Three Gryffindors ganging up on a Slytherin?" "No, Ron is on my team. He's over there. See that one lying on the ground?" Ethan responded while brushing the snow off himself. "Want to join? We can shove our wands into that patch of snow." "I'm in, 2 against 4, Owen declared, moving to plant his wand into the snow. "Together, we can make them regret it. We shan't take advantage of the situation. Let us find 2 more Slytherins and make it official." Ron called out from his spot nearby, "All right." Just as Ethan was about to head to the common room to gather more allies, he spotted Draco and Blaze emerging from the Great Hall. "Draco, Blaze, fancy a snowball fight? A battle of dignity." Upon hearing the rules, Draco immediately thrust his wand into the snow, viewing the snowball fight as inconsequential, but seizing a chance to openly confront Harry. Blaze, on the other hand, was simply entertained by the prospect. Now it was a 4v4 battle of dignity. Once the skirmish commenced, Draco fixated solely on attacking Harry, indifferent to anyone else. Ethan, observing Draco's singular focus, collapsed into laughter. Owen's strength was formidable. What he fashioned were not mere snowballs, but nearly solid ice chunks. Ron, having taken a hit early on, remained down and had yet to rise. which only sent Ethan into further fits of laughter. As the battle raged on, Ethan lost track of who was winning, for every time he began his own offensive. Anyone who came near was pelted with a snowball, and he aimed particularly for the mouth. Blaze and Fred, having been hit the most, declared a truce and dug a hole to bury Ethan before resuming the battle, only excavating him once the match concluded. When Ethan emerged from his snowy entombment, Ron was still sprawled on the ground. As Ethan made his way to the dungeon, he pointed at Ron and asked Owen, "Is it all right that you knocked him out and he hasn't woken up yet?" "Not me. He woke up right after you were buried. It was Potter who accidentally hit his brother while retaliating against Draco," Owen replied, gesturing to a smug Draco nearby. "Huh, idiot," Draco shouted in that direction. But Harry did not respond, perhaps out of guilt. By the time they returned to the dungeon, it was already 6 o'clock. Owen hurriedly began changing clothes and fixing his hair. Once he was presentable, he spun around in front of Ethan, who gave him a thumbs up before Owen dashed off to find Mia. Ethan had arranged to meet Luna at the entrance to the Great Hall. He had braided his hair and donned his formal attire, pinning a snowflake brooch to his ensemble. After a final glance in the mirror, he stepped outside. The Great Hall's doors were closed and wouldn't open until 8 o'clock, so students gathered in small groups in the foyer. Ethan diligently searched among the throngs for Luna, but instead spotted another champion, Crumb, and his companion. Ethan's eyes widened. He knew Crumb had invited Hermione, but he was astonished by how stunning she appeared. Though she was never unattractive, her hair usually obscured her face, but now, neatly styled, she looked radiant. He pushed through the crowd to reach Hermione, teasingly quipping, "Might I have the honor of inviting this beautiful lady to dance with me later?" Hermione turned, surprised to see Ethan, who rarely tied his hair back, bowing slightly at her. "Of course, Ethan. I can't believe you recognized me. Harry just passed by, and didn't he even notice?" "It seems Harry could use a new pair of glasses," Ethan remarked, gently adjusting Hermione's hair before taking her hand and spinning her around. "You look lovely, Hermione. And your dress is beautiful. How did you style your hair?" "With a smoothing serum. It helps tame my hair," Hermione replied, laughing as she ran her fingers through her locks. "Oh, Merlin, allow me to procure enough smoothing serum for a lifetime, should you wish it," Ethan said, maneuvering past Crumb to circle Hermione. Noticing her skirt's simplicity, he drew his wand and asked, "My dear, would you like me to enchant the hem of your skirt to shimmer? You would look magnificent as you twirl." Hermione lifted her skirt, noticing it did appear rather plain, hesitantly responding, "If it isn't too much trouble, a touch of shimmer would be lovely, but I'll pass on the smoothing serum. It takes too long. Your fairy godmother is at your service." With a flick of his wand, sparkling stars erupted from the tip, swirling around Hermione's skirt before settling onto the fabric. After she spun to admire her skirt, she looked up at Ethan and exclaimed, "It's beautiful. Now it sparkles like diamonds when I twirl." "Thank you, Ethan." "No need to thank me. I must find my dance partner now. Shall we meet later?" Ethan waved goodbye as Hermione nodded, setting off in search of Luna. The crowd in the foyer had swelled, prompting Ethan to ascend the staircase for a better view. After climbing a few steps, he spotted Luna descending from above. She waved at him upon noticing him. Ethan hurried to meet her, guiding her down the stairs. Today, she wore a light blue, fitted gown. Her dirty blonde hair half tied back, while the rest cascaded in curls down her back, adorned with a necklace made of soft bottle caps. "You look lovely, Luna. Your dress complements your complexion beautifully," Ethan remarked as they walked towards the foyer, stealing another glance at her hair. "Did you style it yourself?" "No. I can't do hair. Ginny helped me," Luna replied with a smile, smoothing the ends of her hair that rested on her chest. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, "Champions, over here." Ethan adjusted Luna's hair slightly as he guided her towards the entrance. McGonagall wore a long robe of red plaid, adorned with an unsightly crown of thistles. She instructed them to stand by the door and wait while the others entered first. Once the students were seated, they queued to enter the Great Hall. Ethan spotted Harry and his partner. Though he did not recognize the girl, he nodded in greeting as he approached Harry, whispering, "Harry, if you don't perform flawlessly on the dance floor today, I shall be forced to crush your toes." "Agreed?" Ethan fixed his gaze on Harry until he nodded, pale-faced, allowing him a temporary reprieve. Once everyone was settled in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall called for the champions to line up and follow her inside. As they entered, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Ethan and Luna took their seats at the front, right next to Hermione and Crumb. Ethan introduced them to each other. "Hermione, this is Luna Lovegood, a third year from Ravenclaw. Luna, this is Hermione Granger, a fourth year from Gryffindor." He watched as they nodded at one another, thus completing the introductions. Picking up the small menu before him, he began perusing it when he distinctly heard Dumbledore beside him clearly state, "Pork chops." Instantly, a pork chop appeared before him. Ethan pressed his lips together, struggling to suppress a laugh. He once again loathed his exceedingly low threshold for humor. Yet, He found it utterly amusing to converse with a plate, even if it was one that could respond. He and Luna engaged in a light-hearted exchange. As he scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, attentively listening to Hermione, teaching Krum how to pronounce his name, an impish thought crossed Ethan's mind, and he leaned closer to Hermione, whispering, "Hermione, this ice cream is delectable. You simply must try it." Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment, and she glared at Ethan, exclaiming, "We have this ice cream every day. You did that on purpose." Ethan chuckled, while Luna, unaware of what he had said, joined in the laughter. Once the meal concluded, Dumbledore rose, beckoning the students to stand as well, leaving a space in the center. Ethan stood, slightly bowing, and extended his hand toward Luna, inviting her to dance. She placed her hand in his, and they joined the other 3 couples of champions and their partners in the illuminated dance floor to commence the opening dance. Before long, a throng of people surged into the dance area. Ethan noticed Moody dancing with Professor Sinistra not far off and jokingly whispered to Luna, "Let us turn around and give Moody a sweeping kick while we spin." Luna chuckled at the jest. Before long, the music shifted to a lively tempo, prompting Luna to express her desire for a break. Ethan escorted her to a nearby chair and went to fetch her a drink. When Ethan returned with 2 glasses of orange juice, he spotted Hermione sulking as she headed outside, only catching a glimpse of her flowing skirt. Ron stood by the table, while Luna and Harry were seated. Luna rose to take a glass of orange juice from him, informing Ethan that she was going to find Ginny. Ethan nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat with the remaining glass, observing Ron's furious demeanor as he questioned Harry, "What are Ron and Hermione arguing about this time?" Harry sighed, explaining that it was about Krum. Ron believed that her dancing with him was an act of betrayal. Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't he the one being disloyal? He is Krum's #1 fan. I am not," Ron shouted in protest. "Whereas Hermione?" a voice inquired. Ethan looked up to see Krum searching for his dance partner, holding 2 bottles of butterbeer. With a sigh, Ethan stood up, preparing to lead him to Hermione. "Wait a moment. Ethan, I need to talk to you," Harry called out. Ethan gestured for Krum to head in the direction of Hermione, before sitting back down beside Harry. "What is it?" Ethan asked. Harry leaned in closer, whispering, "About that golden egg. For the second task, we have to find something underwater for an hour." Ethan met Harry's gaze and nodded to indicate his understanding, rising to leave once more. "Wait," Harry grasped Ethan's sleeve. "Could you please say everything at once?" Ethan retorted, pulling his arm away irritably. "You stood up too quickly," Harry murmured, his voice dwindling under Ethan's glare. As he watched Ethan raise his hand as if to strike him, he quickly added, "Sirius asked me to give you this 2-way mirror today. He wants to see you." Harry produced the mirror and handed it to Ethan. As Ethan fiddled with the mirror, Harry feigned indifference, asking, "What's this? Is Sirius planning to confess to you today?" "Mind your own business, child," Ethan replied, departing and leaving Harry to voice his complaints from the chair. Ethan stepped out of the hall, seeking a quiet place. The rose bushes in the garden twinkled with fairy-like luminescence, revealing couples nestled within. Nearby, Snape and Karkaroff were approaching, prompting Ethan to take a moment of silence for the couples before swiftly turning to flee. He reasoned that Owen wouldn't return too early today, so he might as well head straight back to the dungeon. Ethan was reluctant to see Sirius through the mirror, uncertain of what he might be thinking, which left him feeling insecure, especially since Sirius had gifted him a bracelet that morning. Upon entering his dormitory, Phoenix stood on her perch, gazing at him with round, curious eyes. Ethan fed her some scraps before heading directly to the bathroom for a shower, prolonging the inevitable. After showering, he returned to groom Phoenix's feathers. Once done with her, he began to tend to his wand, polishing the white opal embedded in the handle until it gleamed, before finally tidying up his desk. After completing these tasks, Ethan could no longer evade the inevitable. He lowered the bed curtains and sat on the bed, calling out to Sirius in the mirror. The surface first shimmered with silver ripples before gradually clarifying, revealing Sirius, as if he had been waiting there all along. For a moment, neither spoke. Ethan was at a loss for words, while Sirius intently observed him. Feeling somewhat awkward under Sirius's gaze, Ethan softly called out, "Sirius, Sirius." Sirius had no pressing matters to discuss. He had merely asked Harry to give Ethan the mirror to catch a glimpse of his attire for the evening. Unbeknownst to him, Ethan had showered before using the mirror. Upon hearing Ethan's voice, he snapped back to attention. "Good evening, Ethan. Did you enjoy the ball tonight?" Sirius inquired, assessing Ethan's expression, noting a slight grimace, suggesting he had misstepped in his choice of topic. Ethan flopped down, resting the mirror against the headboard, adopting a position as if he were lying next to Sirius, facing him. "It wasn't too dreadful, I suppose. It started off quite well, but during intermission, Hermione was upset by Ron." Ethan sighed heavily, burying his face in the pillow, muffled as he continued, "Because Hermione is Krum's partner. Ron claimed it was an act of betrayal." "Betrayal?" Sirius exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't Ron the one who bought a whole bunch of crumb merchandise? Exactly. It's just an excuse, Ethan exclaimed, pulling his head from the pillow, propping himself up to vent to Sirius. He's just a coward. He likes Hermione, but doesn't he even realize it? A person with emotional intelligence of merely a teaspoon ought to be cursed. Sirius didn't quite catch all of Ethan's complaints, as the sudden movement caused the collar of his somewhat oversized silk pajamas to slip open further. He nearly forced himself to divert his gaze, finding it difficult to do so. Ethan had finished lamenting Ron's behavior that evening, feeling somewhat better. Propping his head up, he asked, "What did you want to see me for? Is there something you couldn't write about?" "Nothing specific. I just wanted to see you." Ethan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he lay on his side, bringing the mirror closer, as if sharing a bed with Sirius, and asked, "So, do I look good?" "You look splendid." Sirius took a couple of steps from his chair to lie down as well, watching Ethan, whose eyes were beginning to droop. He chuckled lightly. "If you're tired, you should go to sleep. You must be exhausted. Because this afternoon, the three of them threw snowballs at me and Ron." Ethan replied with half-closed eyes, "Because Harry buried me in a snowbank and then flew up." His thoughts drifted away as sleepiness overtook him. Sirius absent-mindedly traced his fingers along the frame of the mirror, as if that could bring him closer. "Not fair. I want to fly too," Ethan muttered one last time. Sirius watched, amused, as Ethan began to mumble incoherently from sheer exhaustion, choosing not to interrupt him. He listened quietly until Ethan succumbed to slumber, his hand slipping away, causing the mirror to tumble onto the pillow beside him. Sirius could only see the silver-green canopy of the Slytherin bed and a small section of the matching bed curtains. He placed the mirror beside his ear, listening to the rhythmic sounds of breathing emanating from within, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ethan struggled to sit up and, upon reciting a spell, discovered the mirror on his pillow still displayed an image. Through it, he could see the yellow blanket and the tips of Sirius's dark hair. With a yawn, Ethan reclined once more, pressing his cheek against the mirror, lost in thought in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, contemplating his feelings. The breathing from the mirror remained steady and prolonged, and unconsciously, Ethan leaned closer, as if striving to draw nearer to that sound. He mused that he cherished this sound, a fleeting thought that floated lightly in his mind. On Wednesday morning, ever since Draco's owl had delivered some news, their corner had become quite raucous. As Ethan approached with a plate in hand, he discerned that they were circulating a newspaper. "What's in the morning paper?" he inquired, settling beside Draco. Curiosity piqued as he leaned over to catch a glimpse. "You have to see this. Hogwarts has a half-blood giant," Draco exclaimed, thrusting the newspaper into Ethan's hands. Ethan rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. "Murderers, werewolves, lunatics, half-blood giants. Let's guess what else might enter Hogwarts next year." As Ethan unfolded the newspaper, Hagrid's photograph dominated a significant portion of the page, accompanied by lengthy text filled with accusations against him. The final attribution read Rita Skeeter. "That Rita Skeeter again. Does she have a death wish?" Ethan muttered irritably. "At least she's revealing the truth. A half-blood giant is actually one of our professors," Draco complained. "Hogwarts professors are either werewolves or giants. What's next? A toad for next semester? You were just saying you'd have your dad curse her," Ethan quipped, folding the newspaper and raising it towards Draco. "Do you still want this? If not, I'll take it back. I don't want it. I'm also calling on my dad to curse her. I can't take this nonsense anymore. Let us hope for a normal person next year. This old lunatic has tormented me enough," Draco replied, pushing his plate away and departing. Ethan remained at the long table, continuing his breakfast. He raised his gaze, searching the Gryffindor table for Harry, Ron, or Hermione. Thank the stars, they were all present. Seated next to George and Fred, Ethan approached and handed the newspaper to Hermione, startled by the sudden appearance of an object from behind her. Hermione turned to see Ethan and accepted it. "Ethan, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something urgent?" she asked. He nodded, gesturing for her to unfold the paper. Angelina made space for Ethan, who smiled his thanks and quickly donned his hood as he sat down. As Hermione held the newspaper, her brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. After finishing, she passed the paper to Harry, while Ron squeezed in to read alongside him. Taking advantage of their distraction, Hermione snapped at Ethan. "That Skeeter is completely fabricating stories. How does she even know? Maybe she has an invisibility cloak. This isn't her first bout of nonsense. Just think back to what she said about Harry." Ethan pulled out his pocket watch for a glance, then turned it towards the three of them so they could see the time. "You all need to hurry. Class starts soon. I'll go check on Hagrid afterward. You guys head to class once you finish eating." Ethan stood up in sync with them, and as Harry, Hermione, and Ron made their way to Herbology, Ethan headed towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Donning his hood and gloves, he stepped out of the castle, traversing the snow-covered ground towards Hagrid's dwelling. He knocked on the door, hearing Fong's barks from within. "Hagrid, can you open up? I'm worried about you." Hagrid did not respond, but Ethan sensed he was inside. Approaching a window, he tapped on it, straining to look inside, but saw nothing. Hagrid had drawn the curtains tight. Returning to the door, he pressed his ear against it, listening intently, but aside from Fong's barking, all was silent. It seemed Hagrid truly wished to be left alone. Ethan could only turn back toward the castle. That evening, Hermione remarked that Hagrid hadn't opened the door for them either, indicating that he was indeed troubled by his half-blood giant identity, having not shown himself for the entire week. On the morning of Hogsmeade Day, Hermione came to invite Ethan to stroll about and look for Hagrid. Ethan acquiesced, and as the four of them wandered the streets, they searched for Hagrid, yet found nothing. Harry suggested they take a break inside the 3 broomsticks, and Ethan told them to go ahead. His supply of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans had run out, and he needed to visit Honeyduke's first. By the time Ethan returned to the pub, laden with 3 full bags of beans, he found Rita Skeeter standing before Hermione, scribbling something with her flamboyant quill. As Ethan set the bags on the table, he heard Rita exclaim, "Sit down, you silly little girl," before she could finish her sentence. An expression of shock crossed her face, as if someone were choking her, though no one was. For it was Ethan who had drawn his wand to cast a silencing charm on her. Once Rita realized it was Ethan's doing, she glared at him with malice. Ethan chuckled. Had she not felt the need to flaunt her eyesight, he might not have discerned she was an animagus. No wonder she was privy to Hagrid's secrets. Leaning close to Hermione, he whispered, and she suddenly understood, glancing at Rita Skeeter, who was still glaring fiercely at Ethan. With a smile, Ethan leaned toward Rita, mockingly whispering, "No wonder there are so many exclusive stories. Being an animagus can't be easy, and it's illegal too." Rita's complexion drained of color, and she instinctively touched the extravagant beetle-shaped brooch that she always pinned to her collar. Ethan disregarded her thoughts and shoved past her, clutching his Bertie Bott's beans as he exited the pub alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "She'll be coming after you two next," Ron said in a hushed tone. "Huh. She wouldn't dare. We have something on her now," Hermione replied excitedly. "And Hagrid won't hide any longer. He shouldn't be troubled by her anymore. Let us go." With that, she darted off, like a jubilant little bird, leading them all the way to Hagrid's hut. The curtains remained tightly drawn, but as they drew near, they could hear Fong barking inside. "Hagrid," Hermione called, knocking as she urged the others to join her. Ethan rushed to the door, knocking vigorously, the sound echoing loudly. "Hagrid, we know you're in there. We don't care that your mother is a giant. That woman, Rita Skeeter, won't bother you anymore." The door swung open, and Hermione's voice faltered, while Ethan barely managed to withdraw his hand from the door, for it was Dumbledore who stood before them. "Good afternoon," he greeted cheerily, smiling down at them. "We came to check on Hagrid," Hermione explained. "Ah, I had anticipated your visit," Dumbledore replied, stepping aside to allow the 4 of them entry. Upon entering the hut, Ethan immediately spotted Hagrid sitting at the table, looking quite disheveled, his eyes red and swollen. Dumbledore retrieved his wand, and with a gentle flick, conjured a tray of tea and cake, placing it on the table as they all took their seats. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore began to persuade Hagrid to return to his role as a professor, while Ethan quietly listened, leaning against Hermione. Dumbledore cited examples from his own life and that of his brother, and Ethan couldn't help but chuckle when Dumbledore teased his sibling. However, Hagrid found no humor in it. His face still clouded with sorrow. Hermione softly urged him to cheer up, as Hagrid's tears fell in large droplets, collecting in his tangled beard. Dumbledore rose to deliver his final ultimatum before exiting the small cabin. The moment he departed, Hagrid burst into tears. Ethan patted his arm in a gesture of comfort. And once Hagrid had calmed down, he approached the wardrobe, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a photograph. Hagrid introduced it as a picture taken when he first entered Hogwarts. And as he recounted Dumbledore's support and referenced a certain woman with a large frame, Ethan lost track of the conversation. Sensing that Hagrid was regaining his composure, he decided to excuse himself, needing to find a secluded spot before sunset to practice his spells. Chapter 20. The Unexpected Love Potion. With less than 2 weeks until the second task, Hermione informed Ethan of Harry's lack of progress in mastering the ability to stay underwater for an hour. They agreed to meet in the library after lunch on Saturday to seek alternative methods. Upon entering the library, Ethan discovered that Harry was already there. He approached Harry from behind, leaning over to glimpse the book in his hands. "How's it going?" Ethan inquired. "What do you think?" "It's a complete mess," Harry replied brusquely, without lifting his gaze. "Should we continue practicing the bubblehead charm?" Harry remained silent, his frustration palpable. Ethan chose a seat diagonally across from Harry, not wanting to sit too close to a ticking time bomb. Before long, Hermione and Ron returned, laden with a plethora of spellbooks. Ethan pulled out a hefty volume titled The Fifth Element, exploring the core of spells, which was substantial enough to serve as a pillow. He perused the table of contents, feeling as though he was driving himself to madness. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts, laced with a hint of anxiety. Ethan lifted his gaze from the complex symbols concerning shadow speakers, following Hermione's line of sight. In the far corner of the table, Harry was buried under a mountain of books, his hair in disarray, furiously flipping through common magical spells and their counter curses, muttering incantations as he teetered on the brink of despair. How long can your bubblehead charm last? Ethan shut his hefty tome and tossed it aside. 10 minutes, Hermione whispered. At your current proficiency, that's the maximum, and moving underwater will be exceedingly cumbersome. Did Sirius offer any other suggestions? She continued. He suggested Harry practice partial transfiguration, Hermione sighed. But Harry's only in 4th year. There's no time for that now. Ethan casually picked up another large volume and began flipping through it, suddenly exclaiming with surprise. We could sacrifice a part of his possessions in exchange for the ability to breathe underwater. Really? Ron exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. And even Harry lifted his head from the pile of books, his gaze intensely focused on Ethan. Hermione snatched the book from in front of Ethan, glancing at it only to discover it was merely a collection of spells from the 18th century. She shot a disapproving look at Ethan, who was stifling laughter, and said sternly, "That's not funny, Ethan. Stop teasing them." Quickly suppressing his amusement, Ethan nodded, assuring her he would indeed search earnestly, prompting her to return her attention to her book. He then randomly selected a volume titled Magical Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean and Their Properties. As he flipped through, the vibrant illustrations began to lull him into drowsiness. Supporting his head, he turned sideways to face Hermione, half closing his eyes to continue reading. Initially, he could recognize the words, but soon the accompanying illustrations became incomprehensible. Just as he was about to drift off, Ron suddenly handed him a mirror etched with swirling patterns. Confused, Ethan accepted it, only to see Sirius's astonished face reflected back at him. What is this? Ethan wondered, gazing at Sirius, who was frantically grooming his hair before looking up at Ron for an explanation. Ron pointed to Harry beside him, and Ethan turned to see Harry earnestly say, "Ethan, you mentioned you tend to fall asleep while reading, so I asked Sirius to keep you company. No need to be shy." Ethan stared at him in shock, realizing that Harry had undoubtedly seen him dozing off and was using this excuse to get back at him for previously spinning a tale to deceive him, even enlisting his godfather to do so. He gritted his teeth and managed a reluctant thank you, propping the mirror upright with a book. Sirius had just been napping and, upon hearing the mirror respond, assumed Harry needed him. To his surprise, Harry had directly handed the mirror to Ethan. Merlin's socks. As Ethan focused on adjusting the mirror, Sirius rubbed his face, noticing the backdrop appeared to be a library, which surprised him, as Ethan typically did not venture there willingly. "Are you facing difficulties?" Ethan placed a finger to his lips, shushing him, and scanned the room to ensure Professor McGonagall was patrolling the other side of the library before feeling at ease. He turned the mirror in his hand, allowing Sirius to see who was present before speaking. "It's not me. It's your good pupil Harry. We're helping him find a way to breathe underwater for an hour." Sirius caught the hint of complaint in Ethan's tone, but was not the sort to overlook his friend's troubles. Clearly, Harry had annoyed him. "Did Harry upset you?" he asked. Ethan shook his head, returning his gaze to his book. "No, I'm doing this willingly." Sirius chuckled lightly, sensing Ethan's frustration, prompting Ethan to glare at him, only to find a weary smile on Sirius's face. "Still searching for Pettigrew? You look exhausted." Sirius rubbed his temples, the setting behind him appearing dimmer than the bright study on Muggle-Flower Crescent. "No, I'm currently in Albania. Dumbledore's informant reported sightings of Death Eater activity here." Ethan's heart sank, and he instinctively leaned closer to the mirror, lowering his voice further. "Albania? That's where Quirrell encountered them." "Wait, Ethan," Sirius interrupted, his expression turning grave. "You're still a student. I shouldn't be divulging this information. But there are those at Hogwarts who wish for Harry's demise, so please be cautious." Within the mirror, Sirius's visage appeared particularly pale amidst the flickering shadows. Ethan rolled his eyes dramatically, crossing his arms and retorting, "I understand. I'll be careful. What about you? When are you returning?" Sirius seemed momentarily taken aback before flashing a familiar, slightly roguish grin. "What, missing me already?" "A bit," Ethan huffed, his fingers subconsciously fidgeting with the edges of the pages he was perusing. Sirius's low laughter resonated through the mirror, accompanied by faint static. "Soon, once I verify this lead. I promise, as soon as it's over, I'll return." After a non-committal grunt, Ethan lowered his head, feigning intense focus on the hefty book before him. He flipped through several pages without absorbing any content, yet serendipitously landed on a page featuring detailed illustrations of Gilwort. "Hermione, look," he exclaimed, passing the book to her. Hermione, puzzled, took the book from his hands. After examining it closely, she shouted, "Harry, you're saved." Ethan swiftly placed his hand over her mouth, while his other hand gestured towards the nearby bookshelf. Mrs. Pants had just lifted her head from the rows of books, her gaze fixed intently upon them. It wasn't until Mrs. Pants diverted her attention and resumed organizing her books that they both exhaled in relief. Hermione promptly thrust the book into Harry's hands, urging him to examine the lifeline it offered. Ron leaned in to catch a glimpse as well, and by the time they looked up, their faces were alight with ecstatic joy. Knowing how to enable Harry to endure an hour underwater meant they could leave the library behind. Ethan made his way directly to the cellar, but he had barely taken a few steps when Harry called out to him. "Ethan, wait!" Harry shouted. Ethan turned to see Harry, Hermione, and Ron sprinting towards him, so he paused to allow them to catch up. "What's the matter?" "Gillyweed. Professor Snape must have some," Harry said, looking somewhat sheepish, yet determined. He gritted his teeth and continued, "I know you have the key to Professor Snape's storeroom. Please. I'll do anything you ask if you help me." "I can't do that. If Snape finds out, I would be finished," Ethan replied, turning to leave. He was all too familiar with Snape. The potions master guarded his storeroom more fiercely than anything else, and he would notice even the slightest discrepancy. Ron, panting, stepped in front of him, his red hair even more disheveled from running. "Please, if we get caught, we swear we won't implicate you. Just lend us the key. It'll only take a few minutes." "Those few minutes would be sufficient for Snape to brew me into a potion," Ethan retorted, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the anxious expressions on their faces. "If you take it today, he'll know he's missing something by tomorrow." Despair flickered in Harry's green eyes. "Without Gillyweed, I can't stay underwater for an hour. The second task will be a disaster." Ethan crossed his arms against the wall and looked at Harry, stating, "Then you'll need to raise the stakes until I'm willing to take the risk for you." Harry hesitated before speaking. 3 months' worth of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Ethan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Harry, gauging Ethan's expression, increased his offer. "How about 6 months' worth?" Ethan cleared his throat and stood up straighter. "I'll guarantee you 3 years' worth," Harry exclaimed, as the mirror in his hand emitted a voice. "Let us go?" Ethan chuckled, turning towards the cellar. "What?" Harry looked at the mirror where Sirius's voice had just echoed, then back at Ethan, who was already walking away. Before he hurried after him, the cellar corridor was dimly lit, yet Ethan's steps were unusually buoyant, as if the resolute refusal from moments ago had never occurred. Harry, Hermione, and Ron jogged to catch up, their faces painted with disbelief. "Wait, you just agreed?" Harry caught up with Ethan, still clutching the mirror tightly. Without turning back, Ethan's voice was laced with evident delight. 3 years' worth of every flavor beans, Harry. That's enough incentive for me to risk being tossed into a cauldron by Snape. Hermione frowned, clearly uneasy about the transaction. "This is far too risky. If we get caught, then we need to devise a plan." Ethan finally stopped at the corner of the cellar, facing the trio. "First, we need to ascertain Snape's schedule for today. He has first-year potions class from 2 to 4. Hermione responded immediately, her memory of Professor's schedules impeccable. Ethan nodded, glanced at his pocket watch, and retrieved a delicate key from within his robes. "We have 30 minutes. Harry, you and Ron keep watch at the end of the corridor, while Hermione comes with me." Ron's eyes widened. "Why her?" "Because Hermione won't be as clumsy as you two and knock things over," Ethan replied bluntly, inserting the silver key into the lock. "Remember, we're only taking 1 Gillyweed, no more than that." The lock clicked softly as Ethan pushed the door open and stepped inside, lightly tapping a few jars. "Ah, here it is." He carefully extracted a glass jar containing vibrant green water plants, using a specially designed silver tongs to retrieve a small sprig of Gillyweed, placing it into the small cloth bag Hermione offered him. "All right, let us hurry." Ethan swiftly restored everything to its original state and quietly closed the door. Just as they turned to leave, Ron's hushed exclamation echoed from the end of the corridor. "Someone's coming." Sirius's voice from the mirror immediately turned serious. "Quick, hide." Ethan reacted swiftly, pulling open a nearby abandoned broom cupboard and shoving Harry, Hermione, and Ron into the cramped space. The air inside was thick with dust and the scent of aged wood, and they felt the discomfort of old broom handles jabbing at their backs. "Squishin'," Ethan whispered, sidling in himself and shutting the cupboard door. In the darkness, their breaths became acutely audible. Ron's elbow accidentally nudged Harry's ribs, while Hermione's curls brushed against Ethan's cheek. Through the gap in the cupboard door, they glimpsed Snape's black robes sweeping past, yet Ethan remained surprisingly calm, even managing to silently make a face at the mirror. 30 seconds passed before the footsteps faded completely, and they finally emerged from the cupboard. Hermione exhaled deeply, her face pale. "That was too close. You all need to prepare yourselves. Snape will definitely realize something is missing," Ethan said, brushing the dust off his robes and lowering his voice. Even if he decides to hang you upside down, you cannot admit to anything. Observing the growing fear on their faces, Ethan couldn't hold back a laugh. Huh. I'm just kidding. Just come up with an excuse that I borrowed it for my own use. Ron collapsed against the wall, exclaiming, Merlin's socks. You nearly scared us to death. Footsteps echoed in the distance, and the four of them quickly silenced their voices. Ethan swiftly handed the cloth bag to Harry. Let us go? You guys head back to the tower. I need to return to the common room. Ethan waved goodbye to the trio and turned back toward the cellar. This path connected to the Hufflepuff common room, and typically, students in yellow and green robes would be bustling about. However, today seemed unusually quiet. As he rounded a corner, heading towards the Slytherin common room, an odd sensation gripped him. The first thing that struck him was a peculiar scent. It was unlike the usual mix of wax, old tapestries, and paintings that filled the corridors. Ethan struggled to place this familiar, yet foreign aroma. It was reminiscent of the scent of grass and foliage carried by the wild wind, a hint of something he had noticed previously while watching Quidditch. And was that a dog-esque scent? He sensed the distinct, playful smell of a puppy amidst the air. Merlin's beard. A high-pitched, panicked voice shattered the eerie atmosphere. Ethan turned to see a fourth-year Hufflepuff student frantically attempting to gather the shards of a small glass vial that had shattered on the floor. The remnants of a few drops of pearlescent liquid were evaporating at a visible rate, and the scent was emanating from there. Ah, it's a love potion. I'm so sorry. The Badger girl cried. I slipped, and it flew out of my hands. I didn't mean to. Ethan stood rooted to the spot, watching as the Hufflepuff student clutched the remnants of the broken vial and hurried away. The pearlescent liquid had completely evaporated, yet the strange aroma lingered in the air. No wonder there were so few people today. Valentine's Day was tomorrow, and everyone must have turned in early to prepare for their romantic outings. He turned and quickened his pace towards the Slytherin common room. The stone door creaked open after he uttered the incantation, and he strode through the common room, merely nodding in acknowledgement to a few classmates who greeted him. The dormitory lay deserted. Owen had likely gone off to be with Mia. Ethan shrugged off his robe and collapsed onto the four-poster bed, his gaze fixed upon the deep green canopy above. The scent of the love potion seemed to linger in the air, particularly that of the puppy. It dawned on him that this was the aroma of Sirius's fur when he transformed into a playful pup. Ethan rolled over, burying his face into the pillow. He never anticipated developing feelings for anyone, having been born with the innate ability to read minds. He had witnessed too many of the most unspeakable thoughts harbored in people's hearts throughout his life. Even Sirius was unaware of his own gift, a fact that made Ethan wonder if he could ever accept it. He didn't wish to ponder further. Who could endure a partner continuously prying into their thoughts? A wave of emotion threatened to overwhelm him, and he hugged the pillow, rubbing his face against it before rising to pen a letter to Augustus. Consulting his brother about uncertainties always proved wise. After folding the letter neatly, he placed it beside the pillow, waiting for tomorrow to send it off with one of the school's owls. Chapter 21, The Twisted Child. Since that shattered vial of love potion had laid bare his hidden emotions, Ethan had endured a period of extreme discomfort. He found himself ensnared in an unprecedented state of awkwardness. He severed communication with Sirius unilaterally, regardless of what Sirius wrote or how many letters he sent. Ethan cast them all beneath his bed, allowing them to join the unopened Christmas gifts. It was not until an owl delivered Augustus's reply that Ethan found himself staring at the letter for 10 minutes, fully aware that he was once again evading the issue. Yet he ultimately hesitantly tore it open. I am heartened to see my brother experiencing the pangs of first love, even if that man is older than I am. And my foolish brother has come to me seeking counsel regarding his confused emotions. However, Ethan, lift your head from the sand. Blake did not lose his mind in Azkaban. So how can your little gift frighten him away? Rather than hoarding unopened letters like a squirrel, consider that you have the ability to see through everyone. And he may be the one person who, even when exposed, is still worthy of your gaze. If he cannot ultimately accept your little talent, dear brother, fret not. I shall procure for you a love potion that you can use for a lifetime. Additionally, Tarta misses you. With love, your brother, Augustus. Ethan sighed deeply. Augustus had accurately predicted his tendency to evade like an ostrich. Indeed, he had hoarded all the letters Sirius had sent. He crouched down to glance at the pile of correspondence beneath his bed. For days, Ethan had not responded to a single letter. Sirius had sent them all via the Postal Service's owls. The night before the second task commenced, when yet another owl arrived with a letter from Sirius. He slowly tore open the envelope. He didn't reply immediately, but began to read the accumulated letters, one after the other. Sirius inquired if he were unwell, his tone shifting from playful banter to genuine concern, culminating in the last letter, which conveyed an almost palpable anxiety. Seated at his desk, Ethan twirled the quill between his fingers, uncertain of how to respond. He found himself devoid of anyone to confide in. Owen had not returned home that night for reasons unknown. The following morning, Ethan awoke early, having not slept well these past few days. Seeing that it was still early, he dressed and left the common room, heading straight to the competition venue after breakfast in the Great Hall. By the Black Lake, he was utterly alone. Sitting in the front row of the stands, the frigid February air of England stinging his cheeks as he adjusted his coat, waiting for the competition to commence. Before long, the distant sound of voices grew louder. Judges and professors began to gather at tables not far away. Ethan rose and ambled over to the participants' area, awaiting the arrival of the other champions. The first to arrive was Harry, who appeared equally sleep-deprived, dark circles under his eyes. Upon spotting Ethan, he approached. "Hey, Ethan. How are you?" Harry hesitated, extending an envelope. "Sirius said you haven't been replying to his letters. He sent this with me to pass on to you." With the participants still not fully gathered and half an hour until the competition began, Ethan regarded the envelope in his hand, then looked up at Harry, who was watching him with concern. He tore open the letter. Sirius's hurried yet forceful handwriting sprawled across the page. "Ethan, the silence from you these past few days is deafening. It feels as if my letters have vanished into the abyss. I've begun to worry like a mother hen, wondering if I've done something to upset you. Please, at least share the reason so that I may know how to make amends. If you are in trouble, tell me, and we shall face it together. Even if you suddenly find me dull, grant me the courtesy of a word. But do not just disappear. It's more distressing than a Dementor's presence. Write back, or send a word with Harry. Even a single word to assure me you are all right. Yours, Sirius." Ethan's fingers unconsciously traced the letters, sensing the unease and restlessness in Sirius's words. Harry spoke softly. "He is genuinely worried about you. Last night, he even used the two-way mirror to inquire about your well-being." Ethan tucked the letter away, glanced around, and instead of responding to Harry, asked, "What about Hermione?" "I don't know. She was called away by Professor McGonagall yesterday." Harry paused, then continued, still trying to work on his love life. "Sirius, I understand." Ethan's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, "I will reach out to him after the competition." In the brief exchange between them, the remaining two champions also arrived. Bagman approached the champions, instructing them to line up, and once the whistle blew, Ethan cast the bubblehead charm and leaped into the water below. He swam vigorously through the bone-chilling lake, the environment growing darker the deeper he descended. The murky waters obscured his vision, making it difficult to discern his surroundings. This compelled Ethan to slow his pace. The tip of his wand glowed faintly, but in the endless darkness, the light illuminated only a small area ahead. Suddenly, a swarm of Grindylows surged from the shadows of the rocks, their gaunt, green arms reaching for his ankles. Ethan quickly pivoted, casting a stunning spell with a flick of his wand to repel them, refusing to linger and accelerating forward. At last, behind a dense thicket of aquatic plants, he spotted 4 figures bound to a mermaid statue, surrounded by merfolk wielding spears. Ethan examined them in turn. A little girl, red-haired Ron, bushy-haired Hermione, and a tall figure with his back turned. Ethan deduced it must be a Durmstrang student. He raised his wand, aiming at the ropes binding Hermione, and with a slicing spell, he freed her, urging her to swim upward. However, a profound sense of unease swiftly spread within him. When Crumb caught up, Ethan initially thought he was an obstruction, but he merely pointed at Hermione. In that fleeting moment, Ethan recalled that Owen was also missing. He entrusted Hermione to Crumb and turned back to swim towards the hostages. There were still 3 figures bound to the statue. As Ethan approached, he recognized that the tall figure was indeed Owen. A wave of guilt crashed over him. How could he have not considered that? How could he have assumed it was a Durmstrang student? He sliced through the ropes binding Owen and began to swim upward with him, bubbles escaping his lips as they ascended toward the increasingly illuminated surface of the water. Ethan's head surged above the water's surface, and he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. His arms and legs felt as heavy as lead, and he instinctively paddled, ensuring that Owen's head remained above water. The recently revived Owen sensed Ethan's weakness and grasped his arm, shouldering most of the burden as they struggled toward the shore. As they neared the shallows, hands reached out from every direction. Draco, disregarding the cleanliness of his robes, waded into the water to assist, while Madame Pomfrey hurried over with a blanket in tow. Ethan was half dragged, half supported onto the shore, with Draco and Owen firmly holding him on either side. Madame Pomfrey promptly enveloped him in a thick blanket and handed him a steaming vial of restorative potion. Trembling, Ethan accepted the potion, the warm liquid sliding down his throat, dispelling some of the chill that had settled within him. He could hear the applause and cheers emanating from the stands. Unable to contain himself, he buried his face in the blanket and began to quietly sob. It was all too dreadful. He had almost mistaken identities, leaving Draco at a loss for how to comfort him. "Hey, Ethan, please don't cry." Draco's voice came out somewhat strained. "You did brilliantly. You were the second to return, And you saved the right person. He attempted to console him with praise, but it clearly missed the mark. No, I didn't recognize the hostage. I had been swimming with Hermione for half the distance before it dawned on me. Ethan's muffled voice came from within the blanket. I'm sorry, Owen. What? Owen started. But Draco elbowed him, silencing him before he could finish, opting instead to reassure. It's all right. At least you didn't realize you had mistaken the person after getting ashore. Owen's dry attempt at comfort evidently did little to soothe Ethan, who kept his head buried in the blanket until the end of the match. Even when Hermione was allowed to approach by a lenient Draco, he could not bring himself to lift his head. When all the champions had returned, Dumbledore announced the scores. Despite being the second to arrive, he was penalized for the mistaken identity, placing him third in the second task. A cascade of worries engulfed him, the failure in the competition. The animagus, Sirius, the upcoming third task, all pressing down on Ethan, leaving him breathless, especially after Harry had handed him the two-way mirror post-competition. As if he were carrying a ticking bomb back to the dormitory, Ethan returned to the quiet Slytherin common room, the two-way mirror feeling heavy in his hand. As if he could sense Sirius's anxious gaze penetrating through the fabric of space, warming his palm. He hesitated for a long time, so long that by the moment he uttered the incantation, the sky outside had turned completely dark, before settling onto his bed, which he had already drawn the curtains around, and gently tapped the mirror's frame. The surface rippled like water, and Sirius's face emerged clearly. He appeared somewhat fatigued, shadows lingering beneath his eyes. Ethan. Sirius's voice pierced through the mirror with urgency. Merlin, are you all right? He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. You look terrible. Ethan's nose tinged with the threat of tears. He felt on the verge of crying, words of anguish stuck in his throat. How could he articulate it? Should he confess? Sirius, you've fallen for someone who can read your mind at any moment? He blinked, striving to hold back the tears, forcing a facade of nonchalance. It's nothing. Just the animagus. I haven't made any progress. It's just overwhelming. The falsehood felt hollow, and Ethan could no longer contain himself. He buried his head into his pillow, unwilling for Sirius to witness his vulnerability. On the other side of the mirror, Sirius fell silent, observing Ethan with a steady gaze. Ethan, Sirius's voice deepened, shedding its earlier urgency, now imbued with a heavy gentleness. Look at me. Almost instinctively, Ethan lifted his eyes, locking onto Sirius's gaze. I don't know precisely what is causing you this pain. Sirius spoke slowly and clearly, and I'm not going to pressure you to divulge it now. But remember this, whatever it is, regardless of how dreadful or difficult it may be to express, I am here for you. He paused, a bittersweet smile curling his lips. Considering I emerged from Azkaban with the label of a murderer for over a decade, what could possibly be worse that you think would be unacceptable to me? Ethan gazed at Sirius, his mouth opening and closing in silent contemplation. He had no idea what thoughts were swirling in Sirius's mind as he patiently awaited his response. His gray eyes devoid of impatience. Sirius, his voice came out somewhat hoarse, yet each word was crystal clear. The next time we meet, when we truly meet again, I will tell you. Without waiting for Sirius's reply, Ethan gently tapped the mirror, severing their connection. As the mirror darkened, silence enveloped the room, only broken by Ethan's own rapid, unsettled breaths as he sat quietly on his bed. Slowly, he lay back down, pulling the blanket up to his chin, once more burying himself in denial. Augustus would surely find him laughable. Before succumbing to a deep slumber, his final, indistinct thought was that he must learn to brew the potion of infatuation himself. Chapter 22. Ethan's Animagus. Since that evening when Ethan conversed with Sirius, their correspondence resumed. Yet he still harbored no intention of abandoning Augustus's proposal. A week had passed since the conclusion of the competition, clutching several hefty tomes. Ethan was about to traverse the hall to seek out an abandoned classroom when a familiar voice called out to him. Ethan. He turned to see Hermione striding toward him, also carrying a stack of books, her brow furrowed in concern. Hi, Hermione. Ethan paused, striving to sound as casual as ever. Hermione halted before him, her gaze swiftly scanning his face as if searching for something. Noticing Ethan averted his eyes, she directly inquired, Are you avoiding me? Ethan shifted uncomfortably, attempting to downplay the situation. No, I've just been a bit busy lately. Hermione clearly did not buy it. She tightened her grip on her books. You looked incredibly upset after you brought Owen ashore. Was it about the hostage? Did you manage to clarify things with Owen later? Yes, I explained everything. Ethan nodded, his gaze falling to the books he was holding. He didn't blame me. Hermione followed his line of sight, observing the potions-related volumes in his arms, her frown deepening. You rarely read. Can you tell me what is going on? At her words, Ethan's fingers instinctively tightened around the books. Hermione had seen through his facade. He indeed seldom paraded around with such a bulky stack of tomes. He opened his mouth, contemplating a casual excuse to deflect her concern. Perhaps about Snape assigning extra essays or needing to delve deeply into a potion recipe. But as he met Hermione's worried eyes, the insincere words lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Finally, as if resolved to a decision, Ethan led Hermione out of the hall and into the classroom he had prepared for brewing the amortentia potion. He leaned against the wall, his voice faltering, his gaze drifting until it landed on the cover of the book on advanced potion making in his arms. As if drawing courage from it, I intend to brew amortentia. Hermione's eyes widened instantly, her face a canvas of disapproval and shock. Ethan, that is extremely dangerous and heavily regulated. How could you? I know. Ethan interrupted, his tone tinged with irritation. I understand it's dangerous. I know it's wrong. But I sense Sirius's presence in amortentia. Hermione was left utterly speechless, her mouth slightly agape, her mind racing as she stammered, You like him. But he has always liked you. Yet, he is unaware that I am a natural-born mind reader. Ethan buried his face in his palms, murmuring intermittently, I dare not imagine what would happen if he cannot accept a partner who can read his thoughts at any moment. I cannot. Is this the reason for your recent distraction and avoidance of everyone? Hermione's voice softened, tinged with understanding and sympathy. Ethan lowered his head, tacitly acknowledging Hermione's conjecture. I don't know what to do, Hermione, he said helplessly. I am terrified. Very few would be as unbothered as you are by the fact that I extracted that sun pendant from my own clothing. He continued, If I do not wear that pendant while looking into his eyes, I will know that there is no privacy before me. Hermione paused for a moment, processing this immense information, then reached out and gently patted Ethan's arm in a comforting gesture. Indeed, she hesitated to speak, her tone exceedingly cautious. Ethan, there is nothing wrong with liking someone, she emphasized, but brewing a love potion is absolutely unacceptable. You must cease this. Feelings should not be obtained through magic. Are you still in contact with Sirius? Ethan nodded. She gazed at Ethan's pale face and sighed. I do not know what he will think. But I know that if you continue to recklessly experiment with dangerous things, the situation will only deteriorate. Ethan looked into Hermione's concerned eyes, ultimately capitulating as he promised her that he would not brew the love potion. Though Hermione did not appear entirely convinced, she allowed Ethan to leave the classroom. Since that day in the abandoned classroom, Hermione seemed to have cast an invisible tracking charm on Ethan. Whenever she was free, she would follow him incessantly, even memorizing his class schedule. Even at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Ethan would occasionally encounter Hermione, who claimed her cat had gone missing. He was deeply touched that she could endure the disdainful glances of Slytherins for his sake. During dinner in the brightly lit and bustling hall, Ethan mechanically chewed on a steak and kidney pie when suddenly, a blinding flash of white lightning illuminated the room. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing out at the raging storm, pushed back his chair, and dashed out of the noisy hall. Hermione's gasp echoed behind him, without a moment's hesitation. She abandoned her half-eaten dinner and the bewildered Harry and Ron beside her, chasing after Ethan. The icy rain quickly drenched Ethan's robes, clinging tightly to his skin. He turned back to see Hermione pursuing him and shouted, Go back, before plunging into the pitch-black, forbidden forest. Ethan, stop. Come back. The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous at night. Hermione continued to chase after him, her vision blurred by the rain, the muddy ground making it difficult for her to keep up. Her cries were mostly swallowed by the howling wind and rain. Ethan seemed to hear nothing. He simply ran desperately deeper into the forest, trying to locate the tree he had marked. He found that tree, knelt beneath it, and began to dig fervently until he unearthed a vial containing a blood-red potion. He pointed his wand at his heart and recited the same incantation before drinking the potion. Moments later, Ethan's body began to twist and contort violently, his bones cracking audibly. He felt another heartbeat pulsing within him. Under yet another lightning strike that tore through the sky, Ethan's limbs contracted, covered in sky-blue feathers, and his facial features elongated and morphed. Gasping for breath, Hermione caught up, frozen in shock as she recalled the information she had read in books, even from her headmaster. Moments later, the figure before her was no longer human Ethan, but a blue bird. Hermione stood quietly, waiting for him to transform back until the bird drooped from the relentless rain. At which point she finally reacted, crying out in terror, Ethan, can you not transform back? The blue bird nodded, and Hermione looked as if she might faint. Yet, she gritted her teeth and cradled Ethan, even remembering to pick up his wand from the ground, turning to run back the way she came. With great care, Hermione cupped the drenched bluebird in her hands. Just as they were about to exit the edge of the forbidden forest, beams of wand light and anxious shouts approached. Hermione, are you all right? We've been looking for you. Harry and Ron rushed over, panting heavily, their faces etched with concern. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the slightly shivering bluebird in Hermione's hands. By Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, eyes wide as he pointed at the bird. You ran into the Forbidden Forest just to catch this? What is it? A blue robin? What happened, Hermione? Are you okay? Harry asked, leaning down to examine the bird closely, which seemed to be Ethan's guardian. Hermione stiffly lowered her head to look at the robin, and upon seeing it nod, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She truly did not want to deceive her friends. This is Ethan. He has been practicing to become an animagus. Wait. Harry stammered, while Ron seemed completely bewildered. He cannot transform back for now. Hermione quickly interjected, cradling the bluebird tightly in her embrace, silently rejecting the boy's attempts to reach out. The rain is getting heavier. We must hurry and find a way to revert him. Chapter 23. The Master of Deception. The Gryffindor common room crackled with the warmth of the fire, and the trio, along with the bird, remained silent. Finally, Harry gathered his resolve and pulled out the two-way mirror from his pocket. Sirius, he called urgently into the mirror. A moment later, Sirius's face appeared in the glass. Harry? What is the matter? It's Ethan. Harry spoke rapidly, even though the common room was empty aside from them. He lowered his voice. He is in trouble. Hermione brought him back, but now he has turned into a bird. A bluebird. Sirius's brows immediately knit in concern, his body leaning forward instinctively. A bird? Clarify. Harry, is he injured? Did he fall under a curse or? Let me see. It's not a curse. Harry quickly explained, turning the mirror toward the bluebird, which was warming itself by the fire. Hermione had found him a cushion, allowing him to nest comfortably upon it. The bird looked up and greeted Sirius, while Ron attempted to reach out, only to be swatted by Hermione. He is an animagus, she exclaimed. He succeeded, but after transforming in the Forbidden Forest, it seems he cannot revert. Sirius's expression shifted from worry to shock, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his gray eyes. Merlin, that reckless fool, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. What is his condition now? Is he hurt? Is he drained of magic? He seems just very tired and cold, Harry reported truthfully. Hermione says he has overexerted himself. Sirius, what should we do? We can't go to Madame Pomfrey, nor can we tell any teachers. Sirius took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Listen, Ethan, transforming as an animagus, especially after the first successful attempt, requires immense willpower and magical control. You may have exhausted both your physical strength and magical energy. The little bluebird tilted its head, staring at him with round, light blue eyes, appearing to comprehend, yet not fully grasp the situation. Sirius lost his composure for a moment. It was simply too adorable. By Merlin's beard. Ethan, your animagus form is absolutely charming. The little bird chirped proudly, prompting everyone in the common room to exclaim in the manner reserved for witnessing cute animals. Sirius nearly found it impossible to chide him for his reckless behavior. However, he forcibly redirected his attention and continued. The process of transformation, much like metamorphosis, necessitates a lucid self-awareness and unwavering resolve. One must concentrate, firmly grasping the notion of being human in the mind, feeling the shape of one's limbs, recalling the sensation of walking, and envisioning the act of breathing in air. Ethan closed his eyes, seemingly beginning to follow the instructions, striving to coalesce his scattered consciousness and acknowledge his humanity. Suddenly, the body of the mountain bluebird quivered violently, its feathers appearing as if tugged by an invisible force. Beginning to retract, the contours of its beak and claws distorted, and its diminutive frame rapidly elongated like an inflating balloon, emitting faint, chirping sounds. The mountain bluebird vanished, and the human form of Ethan found himself seated once more on the carpet. He gazed at the astonished lions opposite him, and, in a hoarse voice filled with dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Applaud. The scattered sounds of applause echoed in the Gryffindor common room, and Ethan, satisfied, struggled to rise and took a bow as if in a theatrical finale. Hermione, witnessing this, supported him and guided him to a sofa, producing a vial of calming potion from seemingly nowhere. Ethan uncorked the bottle, inhaled its familiar scent to confirm its authenticity, and then drank. Ethan. A voice emitted from the mirror in Harry's hand. It was Sirius calling him. He took the mirror, and there was Sirius, frowning at him. You were reckless tonight, heedless of the consequences. Do you realize what could have happened if Hermione had accompanied you? Upon hearing Sirius's words, Ethan immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, lowering his head and gripping the edge of the mirror frame tightly. I'm sorry, Sirius. I didn't think. First and foremost, ensure your own safety. Sirius sighed, recognizing that he could not chastise him further in this state. Rest well, we shall discuss this later. Ethan nodded, acknowledging his understanding, then tapped the mirror, causing its light to dim and reflect his own visage. He returned the mirror to Harry, who glanced at it and then at him, unable to restrain his curiosity. It's past curfew. How do you plan to return? Should I lend you the invisibility cloak? Ethan shook his head. I will fly back. Fly? Hermione interjected with an exclamation, Just now, Sirius reprimanded you. You're going to transform into a bird again. Just don't report me. Haven T, I already done enough underhanded things. Ethan replied nonchalantly. I'm off now. Good night, everyone. With that, he transformed into a robin, grasped his wand, and dove out the window, plummeting to the ground. Hermione gasped, leaning halfway out to see if he would fall, while Ron clutched her clothing tightly from behind. Riding the wind, he soared into the entrance of the great hall from the 8th floor window, traversing through the hall to the dungeon, where he transformed back into a human upon entering the common room. When he returned to the dormitory, Owen seemed to be fast asleep. Ethan shed his outer robe and shoes and collapsed into his four-poster bed. Chapter 24, Hermione. Ever since that stormy night in the Forbidden Forest when he successfully transformed, Hermione and the others often found it difficult to locate Ethan, only occasionally spotting him at the long table in the Great Hall during meals. Of course they can't find him. After learning to fly, who would prefer walking? On mornings with classes, Ethan could indulge in an extra 10 minutes of sleep. And even for Snape's lessons, he could flap his wings and fly straight to the classroom, managing to revert to human form just in time to slip in before Snape unleashed his venomous tirades. When classes were absent, he would occasionally perch on the windowsill of the Great Hall in his mountain bluebird form, seemingly preening his feathers while actually observing with his pale blue, round eyes. Whenever they couldn't find him, Hermione would be at her desk, frazzled with books, only to have him elegantly land on her fluffy hair with a flutter of wings. More often, he chose to transform into a bird and fly to the highest turret of the castle, where he would spend some time alone, surveying Hogwarts from on high. Soaring through the skies allowed him to forget all his pressures. In the days that followed, he had found a measure of happiness, even smoking less frequently. After navigating through the trials of being an animagus, Ethan finally felt ready to attend his transfiguration class, which he had been meaning to join since after Christmas, but had been held back by various distractions. Transfiguration posed no significant concern. After practicing for a week, he had passed his assessment with Professor Trelawney, landing precisely within the designated area without any disjunction. Everything was going smoothly until the last week of May when Snape instructed him to arrive at the Quidditch pitch at 9 o'clock that evening. After finishing his meal, Ethan headed to the dungeons. He needed to return and take a shower. After donning a clean robe, he felt revitalized. At 8 o'clock, he traversed the Great Hall once more, encountering Harry descending the spiral staircase from the tower. Ethan nodded in greeting, noticing that Harry seemed to be heading outside as well. Off to the pitch, Harry replied affirmatively, his expression somewhat complex. Professor McGonagall notified me about the time. It appears we are both expected. Together, they passed through the towering wooden doors into the night, the evening breeze carrying a chill as they walked across the lawn toward the Quidditch pitch. Upon arrival, Ethan lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings. The Quidditch pitch had undergone a remarkable transformation. Hello, a voice called out. Ethan and Harry turned toward the sound, spotting Bagman standing in the center of the pitch, flanked by Crumb and Fleur, who had arrived early and were waiting. Ethan and Harry crossed over several low walls to approach them. Bagman began to introduce the unfinished maze, and Ethan found it unremarkable until he heard mention of Hagrid providing many creatures, at which point he exchanged a glance with Harry. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them and leaned in closer to Ethan's ear. I'll bet you Hagrid will include blast-ended scroots. Do you want to wager? Ethan deemed it improbable. Those scroots were far too large, capable of killing a group of people with a single explosion. Yet, observing Harry's confidence, he decided to impart a lesson to the young man. I'll take that bet. Ethan's voice was soft but clear. I wager he won't include them, one galleon. The two swiftly exchanged a knowing glance before nonchalantly redirecting their attention back to Bagman, who had concluded his speech and was beckoning everyone to return to the castle. Squeezing in beside Harry, Ethan contemplated saying something to Bagman but hesitated, considering the awkwardness of his own stammering. He chose to ignore it until Crumb approached to chat with Harry. Harry appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a quick glance toward Ethan, his eyes questioning. Ethan subtly nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Harry walked away, glancing back multiple times, while Ethan slipped into the dense woods, transforming into a bird to follow him. Hopping among the branches to keep up with the two, Ethan understood Crumb's intentions in seeking out Harry. Even a mere morsel of gossip compelled him to witness the entire encounter firsthand. They walked for a while until they arrived at a tranquil clearing, a fair distance from the Beauxbatons carriage. Unable to find a suitable branch to land on, Ethan simply flew up and settled atop Harry's head. As soon as he steadied himself, he caught Crumb's slightly puzzled gaze. The Bulgarian seeker's keen eyesight had evidently noticed the sudden splash of blue. Crumb furrowed his brow and pointed at Harry's head, asking, "Is this your pet?" Harry felt something tugging at his hair, accompanied by a slight weight, and quickly realized it was Ethan's animagus form. He concocted a hasty fib. "Yes, I own him. What do you want with me?" The words extinguished the inquisitive glimmer in Crumb's gaze, prompting him to redirect his thoughts, his countenance darkening as he nearly clenched his teeth and inquired, "I wish to know. What is the nature of your relationship with Hermione?" "What?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment, the sudden tension palpable even to Ethan, nestled atop his head. He could feel Harry's body stiffen instantaneously. "You and her. You have been together," Crumb asserted, fixating intently on Harry's expression, attempting to discern any deceit. "Because we are friends," Harry replied with unwavering certainty, almost reflexively. "We are not together." Ethan, perched above Harry, noticed that this declaration brought a flicker of relief to Crumb's demeanor. At the very least, he could praise Harry for his exceptional broom-flying skills. Bored by the lack of excitement, Ethan resolved to remain comfortably nestled while preening his chest feathers, casually eavesdropping on the ensuing conversation. Suddenly, an unusual rustling emanated from the thicket behind Crumb, prompting Harry to instinctively grasp Crumb's arm and pull him closer. In his haste, he momentarily forgot about the bird atop his head, causing Ethan, who had been preening, to lose his balance and narrowly catch hold of Harry's hood. "Ouch!" Harry cried out, feeling a sharp sting in his ear. Quickly covering the sore spot, and turning to apologize to the blue bird that had just jumped from his hood to his shoulder. Sorry. I didn't mean to forget you were up there." Just then, a man emerged from behind an oak tree, interrupting the internal conflict between Harry and Ethan. Ethan recognized him immediately as Barty Crouch, who was muttering to himself. Dumbledore, Crouch's eyes bulging, rolled them upward as he murmured, "I must inform Dumbledore." Before Crouch could finish, he collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, motionless. Both Harry and Crumb stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend the horrifying scene before them. Ethan, perched on Harry's shoulder, swiftly flew over and landed silently beside the fallen Crouch, lowering his head to regard him with his round, pale blue eyes. As Ethan drew nearer, Crouch's bulging eyes sluggishly turned to focus, finally locking onto Ethan's gaze. Ethan understood. He flapped his wings vigorously and darted toward Harry, tugging at his hair to pull him in the direction of the castle. Harry, propelled by Ethan's urgency, took a few steps before suddenly recalling something and shouted back to Crumb, "You stay here. I'm going to get Dumbledore." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the castle, tripping over the tangled tree roots as he stumbled along. Ethan could not wait any longer. He beat his wings forcefully, ascending higher and soaring over the trees toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Chapter 25. Above Harry's head, Ethan found a cozy perch. When Harry finally reached the door of the headmaster's office, breathless and scratching his head in frustration at the gargoyle, the door swung open with a resounding boom. A silver bird shot toward the staircase as Dumbledore strode out with purpose, his long silver beard billowing before him, an unusual gravity etched upon his face. Following closely was Snape, the potions master, who, even in his haste, could not spare a moment to roll his eyes at Harry before hastily trailing after Dumbledore. Seeing them, Harry felt a surge of hope and instantly wanted to join them. "Professor, I'm coming with you. I know the way." "No, Harry, stay here, remain within the castle. Leave these matters to Professor Dumbledore." Ethan, who was the last to emerge, spoke as he firmly grasped Harry's arm, halting his advance. His gaze drifted past Harry's shoulder, watching the two professors disappear around the corner of the staircase, adding, "This is no longer something we can intervene in. Come, I shall escort you back to the common room." "No, I want to go back," Harry protested vigorously, attempting to shake off Ethan's grip. "That Crouch, he looks entirely unhinged." Harry's words were abruptly silenced as Ethan clamped a hand over his mouth, tilting his chin to force him to meet his gaze. Harry looked into Ethan's pale blue eyes and swallowed hard, calming himself. Ethan slowly released his hold and turned to walk toward Gryffindor Tower, glancing back to beckon Harry to follow. "Dumbledore does not wish for you to know too much about this matter. I can only reveal so much." Crouch swapped his son, little Barty Crouch, with his wife when his son was imprisoned. Little Barty has been hidden at home by Crouch using the Imperius curse, but now he has escaped. "What?" Harry finally managed to croak out hoarsely after a moment of disbelief. Ethan continued to walk steadily down the silent corridor, not pausing or looking back. "Harry, you are harboring an escaped Azkaban prisoner. For the time being, do not act alone. It is best to stay with Hermione and Ron, and once you return, inform Sirius immediately, all right?" Harry's mouth moved as if he wished to inquire further, but seeing Ethan's determined stride ahead, he resigned himself to a subdued, "I understand." The two fell into silence, their hurried footsteps echoing through the corridor until they reached the familiar portrait of the fat lady. "Password." The fat lady yawned, her sleep-filled eyes blinking. "Banana milkshake," Harry replied instinctively, his voice still somewhat dreamy. The portrait swung open, revealing the warm glow and lively chatter of the common room beyond. Ethan halted at the entrance, turning to emphasize once more, Remember my words, Harry. Contact Sirius immediately, then stay with Ron and Hermione, and do not trust anyone suspicious. Harry met Ethan's pale blue eyes and nodded solemnly. I will. Go on in, Ethan urged, gesturing toward the entrance. He lingered just outside the closing portrait for a few seconds, ensuring Harry had safely entered Gryffindor Tower before he slowly turned, transforming back into a bluebird, and flew off to his dormitory through the tower's window. In the days that followed, Ethan became an almost permanent fixture atop Harry's head. Whenever Ethan was not in class, the little bluebird would perch comfortably at the highest point of Harry's tousled hair. Can't he find a different spot to rest for a while? Ron could no longer contain himself, whispering to Hermione as he cast a peculiar glance at the bird calmly preening its feathers on Harry's head. Like on his shoulder? Or maybe on his backpack strap? It looks so strange. Hermione understood all too well. Ethan is protecting Harry, considering that escaped Barty Crouch. Harry truly needs someone watching over him at all times. If it weren't for other matters at night, she would have insisted that Harry build a nest for Ethan in the tower. Especially after that night, when he had barged into the office and was caught by Snape practicing his animagus transformation without permission, which had infuriated the potions master to the point where he nearly cursed him to death in the headmaster's office, ultimately receiving only a month of detention after Dumbledore's intervention. In the depths of Snape's dungeons, Ethan had nearly forgotten his original name. The sarcastic nickname of the prodigy of transformation had become his new moniker, especially as it was often reiterated during every quarrel with Draco. He had grown accustomed to the mechanical rotation between Harry's classes, Snape's dungeons, and the dormitory, like a clockwork bird, until one of Harry's divination lessons shattered the monotonous cycle. After completing his transfiguration class, Ethan transformed into a bird and soared off in search of Harry. He found Harry in the charms classroom, gracefully gliding down to perch atop his head, ready to accompany him and Ron to divination class. Professor Trelawney's classroom was stiflingly hot, and Harry seized the opportunity to stealthily crack open a window, providing Ethan with much-needed relief, a breath of fresh air, at least. Quietly, he settled on Harry's head, preening his feathers, and noticing Harry's growing fatigue, chose not to intervene. After all, Harry's poor performance was likely Sirius's concern. It was only when Harry seemed to be haunted by a nightmare, jolting upright, and sending Ethan tumbling off, that his patience wore thin. With a flurry of wings, he ascended to Ron's head, where he nestled among Ron's fiery red locks, his round, beady eyes fixed intently on the writhing Harry below. Ron was anxiously calling out Harry's name, striving to rouse him from his distress. When Harry finally opened his eyes, Professor Trelawney appeared exhilarated, pushing through the gathered students, her large eyes fixed on him as she ominously inquired, "What is it, Potter? A portent? An apparition? What did you see?" "Nothing," Harry replied, trembling slightly. "I think I need to go to the hospital. My head hurts terribly." Without awaiting Trelawney's response, he struggled to his feet, shoving past the onlookers as he made his way toward the trapdoor. Ethan flapped his wings and followed closely behind, the vibrant blue of his plumage a striking contrast in the dimly lit tower stairwell, emerging from the stifling heat and incense of the divination classroom. The relative tranquility of the corridor did little to ease Harry's unease. He leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath, his gaze locking with Ethan's, who had settled on his shoulder. "I know you're Harry," he whispered, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "I didn't even realize you truly are Harry." The words escaped him almost in a breath. A natural seer, perhaps? Ethan's avian form stiffened slightly, confirming Harry's suspicions. Moments later, he unfurled his wings and took flight, guiding Harry onward. The two remained silent as they traversed the corridors, the only sounds being Harry's somewhat disheveled footsteps and the occasional rustle of Ethan's wings echoing through the empty hall. At last, they arrived before the familiar gargoyle leading to the headmaster's office. As Harry fumbled for the password, Ethan emitted a short, sharp chirp, a brief greeting, before suddenly taking off, soaring towards an open window in the adjacent tower. He paused in midair, for within the office sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. While lurking in the shadows was Mad-Eye Moody, his swiveling eye scanning every corner of the room. Ethan altered his course, gliding past the castle's outer wall, retracting his wings as he descended, slipping into the dimly lit stone corridor. He navigated familiar turns, coming to rest before a well-known wooden door. Without hesitation, he burst through, finding Snape furrowed in concentration behind a desk cluttered with various vials and parchment, a quill poised in his hand, seemingly grading assignments. The sudden intrusion made him look up sharply, his frown deepening upon spotting the anxious Ethan. "Harry," Ethan babbled, his words tumbling out. His scar suddenly hurt during divination class. The unexpected situation left him flustered, but he steadied himself, continuing, "Voldemort. I sensed it. Voldemort knows I'm a natural seer. How could this be? Harry doesn't even know." The mere mention of Voldemort caused Snape to momentarily stiffen, his posture shifting as he rose, gliding toward Ethan like a bat unfurling its wings. How does Potter know? Where is he now? He inquired slowly. In a dream, Harry interjected. I had a dream, and my scar hurt during class. Ethan met Snape's dark gaze. Pausing before continuing, I was on my way to find Dumbledore. Without the password, I transformed into a bird to enter, but Fudge and Moody were inside. Harry is just outside the headmaster's office. As Ethan finished, a profound silence enveloped the room, the oppressive atmosphere almost suffocating. After several seconds, Snape reached a conclusion. Follow me. Before he could finish his sentence, he strode purposefully toward the door, his black cloak billowing behind him. Ethan immediately followed, their footsteps echoing in the silent stone corridor. Chapter 26. Snape's grasp on his cloak. By the time Snape and Ethan hurried to the familiar tapestry on the 8th floor, the corridor was deserted. Snape abruptly halted before the gargoyle, articulating the password with precision. Cockroach cluster. The statue sprang to life, revealing the dark passage behind and the spiraling staircase beginning to rotate. Ethan stood on the steps, ascending slowly, watching as the light of the corridor faded below, the oak door above drawing nearer, along with the clarity of Harry's voice. Upon entering, they found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, with Harry across from him. At the sound of the door, both turned their heads in unison. Dumbledore's silver brows raised slightly in surprise. He clearly hadn't anticipated their simultaneous arrival. Severus, Ethan, Dumbledore's voice was gentle, devoid of irritation at the interruption. Please, come in. He waved his wand, and two comfortable armchairs silently appeared on the opposite side of the desk, adjacent to Harry's seat, directly facing Dumbledore. Ethan offered Harry a slight nod in greeting before quietly taking a seat. Snape, however, approached Dumbledore directly, pausing only to address the matter at hand. Albus. We need to discuss this immediately. His sharp gaze flicked to Ethan and Harry, concerning Potter, his scar, and the new intelligence on the Dark Lord. I understand, Dumbledore replied, his tone deep and steady yet imbued with warmth. Let Harry speak. He mentioned he had something to tell me. Harry began to stammer through his explanation, clearly feeling the pressure of being in Snape's presence. Once Harry finished, Ethan's hands, resting on his knees, clenched silently in frustration. How does Voldemort know I'm a natural seer? He finally spoke, lifting his gaze to Dumbledore. Only you, Professor Snape, and Hermione know within Hogwarts. I am certain none of you disclosed this. Could it be the escaped Barty Crouch Jr.? Dumbledore paused before responding, leaning back in his chair, his piercing blue eyes, magnified by his half-moon spectacles, seemed to penetrate the surface. A very crucial question, Ethan, he finally said, his voice calm and measured. Let us examine the possibilities. His gaze swept over the room, ultimately resting back on Ethan. Firstly, I, Severus, and Miss Granger are acutely aware of the danger that would ensue should this secret be revealed. Our positions dictate that we would never disclose it to another. His tone was definitive, unassailable. Then, the remaining possibilities, as you surmised, likely rest upon Barty Crouch Jr., Dumbledore continued, his tone grave. Crouch, based on observation, could have speculated upon your innate abilities as a seer. During some connection with his master, through an unknown means, he may have relayed your identity to Voldemort. Dumbledore's voice grew somber. Ethan, be wary of those around you. Barty's ability to discern this is not due to your recklessness, but rather because he is right beside you. Right beside you. The 5 words caused his hands, resting on his knees, to clench tighter, compelling Ethan to take a deep breath in order to regain his composure. Snape emitted a faint, cold snort. It seems our prodigious little genius, adept in observation and transfiguration, has finally realized that his confidence can be tempered somewhat. Ethan lifted his gaze to meet that of his professor. Despite the venomous words directed at him, he found himself instinctively grasping Snape's robe, holding it tightly in his hand. Snape tugged at the fabric twice, but upon finding it unyielding, he relinquished his efforts, allowing Ethan's hand to clutch the hem of his robe. With a further ambiguous huff through his nose, he turned his head away, while Harry, seated beside Ethan, regarded him with admiration. It is not your fault, Ethan. Dumbledore's tone softened somewhat. Young Barty Crouch is exceedingly cunning, and for his master, he can flawlessly assume any role. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Harry before returning to Ethan, as he reached a decision. During the interval leading up to the 3rd task, I shall ensure Severus pays you both extra attention. Dumbledore's words were diplomatically phrased, yet their meaning was unmistakable. They would receive heightened protection to ensure their safety. This decision caused Harry to flinch slightly, clearly displeased at the prospect of increased interaction with Snape, while Ethan met Dumbledore's gaze and nodded in acquiescence. Dumbledore then expressed the need for a private discussion with Harry, turning to Snape with his usual calm demeanor. Severus, would you kindly escort Ethan back to the Slytherin common room and ensure he arrives safely? Snape nodded impassively, accepting the task. Dismissing Ethan's grip on his robe as he turned toward the door, Ethan continued to follow closely behind. The two walked silently down the now quiet corridor. Snape's pace still brisk, though seemingly a touch slower than before. They remained mute until they halted before the entrance to the common room. Ethan uttered the password, and the stone door swung open to reveal the passage beyond, with Snape standing beside the entrance. He looked down at Ethan, his tone still frosty, yet lacking the previous sharpness. Mind your eyes and your transfiguration, Ethan. Until Dumbledore resolves that issue, do not make yourself a more conspicuous target. With that, without waiting for a response from Ethan, he yanked his robe away and abruptly turned, his figure swiftly vanishing down the corridor. Chapter 27, The Seer. Ethan did not return to the common room. Instead, he watched Snape's retreating form disappear, and once assured he would not return, transformed into a bird. Flying back to the office on the 8th floor, he perched on the tapestry facing the gargoyle, awaiting Harry's emergence. As he sat drowsily on the tapestry, just before he could no longer hold on, he finally heard the thunderous sounds from behind the door. When Harry's figure appeared, Ethan leapt onto his head. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed, feeling the scrape of Ethan's claws on his scalp, yet recognizing the familiar weight atop him. "Ethan, weren't you sent back to the common room by Snape?" Ethan tugged at his hair, pulling him away from the office door, prompting Harry to take a couple of steps forward around a corner. Ethan transformed back into his human form and bluntly stated, "You are forbidden from telling Sirius that I am a seer when you return tonight, or I will curse you." "All right," Harry replied, though he did not understand why he needed to keep this from Sirius. He scratched his head and asked, "But what is a seer? You don't know?" Ethan's expression was one of astonishment. "What did you and Dumbledore discuss in there?" "Just about my scar." Harry preferred not to delve into the subject of the scar, redirecting the conversation, "But you still haven't told me what a seer is." "Very well." Ethan observed Harry's eager demeanor and chuckled lightly. He removed his sun pendant with one hand, gazing intently into Harry's green eyes, simply stating, "I can see memories from as far back as when you were 3. When Dudley snatched your pudding, to as recent as the year before when you vanquished the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. I know it all." Harry felt flashes of images in his mind, the memory of 3 years old suddenly becoming vivid, as Dudley's chubby fingers pried open his small hands grasping the pudding. Sticky cream dripping onto the tiled kitchen floor of Privet Drive. "Enough, Ethan." Harry abruptly closed his eyes, vigorously shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the memories. When he finally looked up again, Ethan had already put the pendant back on, the golden charm swaying gently against his chest. "Dumbledore gave me this." Ethan noticed Harry's gaze fixated on the pendant, his fingertips lightly brushing over the intricate sun emblem. "Wearing it allows me to hear your thoughts without seeing the complete memories. It serves as a kind of restraint. So you can hear me now?" Harry cautiously ventured, simultaneously repeating the index of fantastic beasts and where to find them in his mind. "You can hear that I'm reciting my textbook?" "Indeed," Ethan smiled, his fingers still lingering on the pendant, as if feeling some warmth from it. "When I first arrived at Hogwarts, I found it quite challenging to socialize with so many people. Wearing it is beneficial for everyone." Harry suddenly pondered if Voldemort possessed a similar ability. But Ethan immediately shook his head. "Do not compare me to him, Potter." His voice carried a note of pride. "I am a once-in-a-century, naturally born seer." He released the pendant, allowing it to fall back into his collar. "Now, can you refrain from silently reciting?" Harry then realized he had unwittingly returned to a state of memorization and forced himself to clear his mind. However, the more he tried, the more questions regarding the seer emerged, clamoring for attention. "Stop thinking. I'll escort you back," Ethan sighed, pulling him toward the Gryffindor common room. "Hermione is clever. She figured it out the night Sirius barged in with a knife." Ethan cast a disapproving glance back at Harry. "You and Ron, I haven't kept anything from you. Yet it's surprising that Voldemort provided you the answers." Harry was being dragged forward, his mind in a jumble as they turned down the corridor behind the tapestry. The muffled strains of the Fat Lady's song drifting from the hallway's end. "Can I tell Ron about the seer thing?" Harry nearly whispered the words. "You know I can't keep it from him or Hermione. Suit yourself, as long as you keep it from Sirius." With that, Ethan strode on without looking back, leading Harry to the Fat Lady's portrait. He watched as Harry spoke the password and climbed through before returning to his dormitory. From that day forth, Ethan deliberately distanced himself from strangers, choosing not to linger in the common room. He was uncertain how Harry had explained matters to Sirius, but at least in their recent correspondence, Sirius had not mentioned anything regarding the seer or Voldemort, which greatly relieved Ethan. As June approached, the atmosphere within the castle grew tense yet exhilarating, and Ethan found himself influenced by this ambience. On the morning of the competition, Phoenix brought forth the homemade paw print lucky cards from Sirius, which were undeniably charming. He glanced toward the Gryffindor table, spotting Harry, who also smiled and held up a card adorned with paw prints. Just as he prepared to rise, he was interrupted by Draco's derisive laughter. Turning around, Ethan saw Draco sitting at the table with a copy of the Daily Prophet, engaged in conversation with the other Slytherins. "Draco, what does the paper say?" Ethan inquired as he approached him from behind. Draco raised the paper high so he could see more clearly, and Ethan steadied Draco's arm, urging him not to shake it so violently. The large headline was immediately eye-catching. "Harry Potter distressed, emotions dangerous. Behold our saintly Potter, rolling on the ground in divination class." Draco suppressed his expression and poked the name of Rita Skeeter with the tip of his wand. What an attention-seeking fool. How did she come to know of the events transpiring atop the North Tower? Draco raised his gaze, awaiting Ethan's reply. Ethan remained silent, merely tapping his fingers lightly on the back of Draco's chair, his eyes lingering on the photograph of Harry and the accompanying text before he finally spoke. "She likely possesses her own little schemes," Ethan replied nonchalantly, tearing off a piece of parchment to prepare a note. "I am utterly fed up. Anyone can waltz in and out of Hogwarts at their whim." Draco, irritated by Ethan's nonchalance, slammed the newspaper onto the table, startling Owen, who was dining nearby. His fork clattered against the porcelain plate with a jarring sound. Ethan shrugged indifferently, ignoring Draco's outburst, as he busied himself writing a note to Hermione. That Rita Skeeter dared not provoke the two of them, turning her ire instead upon Harry, who would undoubtedly linger around the champions during the finals tonight, unwilling to leave. A plan must be devised to capture her. Once he finished writing, he hastily read it over to ensure there were no errors, rolled it up, and tied it to Phoenix's leg, sending her off to find Hermione. Chapter 28, Augustus and Tada. The Phoenix flapped her wings, gracefully soaring above the Great Hall, before quickly disappearing down the corridor. Ethan watched her depart. Just as he turned his gaze back, he heard a familiar drawl beside him. "Who is our little genius corresponding with now?" Draco had inexplicably drawn closer, a mischievous glint sparkling in his pale eyes. "What are you plotting this time?" Ethan, too lazy to lift his eyelids, methodically organized the parchment on the table, retorting sarcastically, "Better than some who spend their days scheming trouble for Potter." Ethan's words struck a sensitive nerve with Draco. His face flushed crimson, and he immediately stood up to tickle Ethan, who was equally unwilling to back down. The two began to grapple across the long table in the Great Hall, prompting Owen to subtly shift his silver cutlery a fraction away. As Ethan caught a glimpse of Snape gliding toward the Slytherin table with his robes billowing, he quickly signaled to Draco. However, Draco was completely absorbed in his own triumph, interpreting Ethan's warning gaze as a provocation, and he intensified his assault. At that moment, the raucous laughter around them abruptly ceased, plunging the vicinity of the long table into an eerie silence. Draco's movements froze mid-action as he slowly turned his head following Ethan's gaze, only to lock eyes with Professor Snape's cold, dark gaze, who stood directly behind them. What a profoundly touching display of house camaraderie. Snape's voice, though low, resonated clearly in the stillness, addressing them in front of the entire school, like two giant, squabbling troll pups rolling in the mud. Draco sprang away from Ethan as if scalded, hurriedly tugging at his crumpled robes, his face alternating between red and pale. Ethan promptly sat up straight, lowering his head to swiftly adjust his collar in an attempt to salvage what little dignity remained. Snape's gaze swept slowly between the two before finally settling on Draco. "Mr. Malfoy," he uttered softly, with a dangerously calm demeanor. It would be best to refrain from such a display of tasteless physicality in public in the future. He then turned his attention to Ethan. "As for you, the champions are to gather in the meeting room adjacent to the Great Hall after your meal. I trust you have had your fill to be so leisurely." Leaning slightly closer, his voice lowered to ensure only they could hear. "Now, immediately, tidy yourselves up. Should I witness any behavior tonight that undermines the dignity of Slytherin on the field, HM." With that, Snape abruptly swirled his black robes and departed, leaving behind two crimson-faced boys and a hushed Slytherin table, while Owen silently returned the silver cutlery to its original position. "A truce." Ethan gasped for breath, striving to smooth out the wrinkles in his attire, unsure why Snape had summoned him to the meeting room, but one must never appear disheveled when meeting someone. Draco, also adjusting his clothing, nodded in agreement, casting a sidelong glance at Theodore and Blaise, who were stifling laughter. Wishing to reprimand them, but fearing Snape's watchful eye, he shot them a glare before turning away. Ethan finally patted the hem of his robe, confirming he had restored a semblance of decorum, and turned to exit. Traversing the hall, just as he reached for the meeting room door, it swung open from within. It was Sirius. "What are you doing here?" Ethan exclaimed, taken aback, stumbling over his words. He was perplexed as to why Snape had summoned him to meet Sirius, whereas Sirius chuckled heartily, enveloping Ethan in an embrace, exclaiming, "The relatives of the champions have been invited to watch the match. Dumbledore sent word for me to come as Harry's godfather." After pushing him away, Ethan craned his neck to peer past Sirius, spotting Harry conversing with Mrs. Weasley, along with other champions and their families. At last, his gaze settled in the corner of the room. A strikingly golden-haired man stood with his back to them, slightly bent as he appeared to be engrossed in conversation with a small child perched on the sofa. The child, with pale blue eyes, caught sight of Ethan at the doorway, and his eyes widened with excitement as he pointed eagerly at Ethan, tugging at the sleeve of the golden-haired man, chattering animatedly. The golden-haired man turned in the direction indicated by the child, revealing a familiar face. The pale blue eyes belonged to his brother, Augustus. Augie. Ethan disregarded Sirius behind him and dashed forward, leaping into Augustus's embrace. Augustus staggered back a step from the impact, but steadied himself, his strong arms wrapping around Ethan's waist and effortlessly twirling him around in the air. The hem of Ethan's robe billowed, and the brief sensation of weightlessness compelled him to clutch tightly to his brother's neck until his feet were firmly planted back on the ground. "What brings you here?" Ethan's voice trembled with excitement. Augustus brushed a few unruly strands of hair from Ethan's face, his pale blue eyes sparkling with mirth. "To witness my dear brother showcase his talents," he replied, leaning in closer to Ethan's ear, teasingly adding, "and to see what sort of person can stir your affections." Ethan's face flushed crimson, and he elbowed Augustus in the side, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Do not mock me," he warned in a hushed tone, though he could not suppress the slight upward curve of his lips. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he grasped Augustus's arm and led him toward the individual following behind him. "Brother," Ethan's voice still carried remnants of his earlier excitement, but the tone had shifted to one of seriousness. "This is Mr. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather." He paused, glancing at Sirius, a flicker of barely perceptible nerves crossing his features. "Sirius, this is my brother, Augustus Pruitt." Ethan paid no mind to how Sirius responded, having finished his introduction. He left the two adults to their devices and rushed to scoop up the golden-haired child seated on the sofa. The child bore the delightful scent of milk and sunshine, softening Ethan's heart entirely. "Tata, did you miss me?" Ethan teased, rubbing his nose against Tata's cheek, prompting the child to exclaim loudly that he did, his small hands playfully tugging at the fabric of Ethan's chest. August stood aside, observing the tender interaction between his brother and his son, a smile illuminating his eyes. He turned to Sirius, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Isn't it adorable?" Sirius emitted a brief grunt of acknowledgement, though his gaze primarily rested upon Ethan. With his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his robe, he appeared relaxed. Ethan adjusted his posture to ensure Tarda was seated comfortably before cradling his little nephew and making his way towards a small round table adorned with drinks and snacks. "Come on, Tarda, let's find something delicious, and ignore those adults," he whispered softly to the child nestled in his arms. August, amused by the scene, approached and gently took Tarda from Ethan, placing a delicate crystal vial into his hand. "Ethan, I must first seek out Dumbledore. Return before lunch." "You." August inclined his head, urging Ethan to look at the vial in his palm, and whispered in his ear, "If it comes to it, use this. It's the best assurance he won't escape." Ethan gazed down at the petite crystal vial, its contents shimmering like mother of pearl under the sunlight. He recognized it as a love potion, the finest quality of infatuation elixir. "Well done, August," Ethan remarked, stowing the vial in his pocket. "Why do you need to find Dumbledore?" August adjusted his hold on Tarda, ensuring the child faced Ethan. "It's about Tarda." August's tone bore a hint of gravity. He recalled how, not long ago, the toy had levitated during their play. He looked at Ethan, who immediately understood the underlying implication. August had consistently shunned dealings with the magical realm, yet if Tarda were a wizard, considerations would change. "Eleanor is away on business, so it's only me discussing matters with the headmaster." August's voice resonated with the decisiveness of a decision-maker as he gently squeezed his son's chubby little hand, guiding him while adopting a softer tone. "Tarda, come. Say goodbye to your uncle." Tarda obediently turned to Ethan, a radiant smile blooming on his face, his eyes crescent-shaped as he exclaimed, "Bye-bye, Aang." Ethan's heart melted in an instant. He leaned in and planted a kiss on his nephew's cheek. "Good boy, Tarda is a good boy." August nodded at his brother, cradling Tarda, before turning and pushing open the door to exit the conference room. Chapter 29, Confirming Relationships. Ethan stood rooted in place, watching them leave the conference room, contemplating his next course of action when a somewhat languid voice broke the silence beside him. "Why does that kid call you Aang?" Startled, Ethan turned to find Sirius had somehow moved closer, near enough for Ethan to catch the faint scent of dog on him. Tarda couldn't pronounce the second syllable of uncle. "So he's always called me Aang," Ethan chuckled, recalling the first time Tarda had addressed him. Sirius nodded thoughtfully, tilting his head towards the outside. "Harry is speaking with Molly now. Would you accompany me for some fresh air?" Upon seeing Ethan nod, Sirius began leading him outside. As they strolled along the small path behind the castle, Sirius seemed to suddenly remember something. He didn't pause his stride, but slightly turned his head, lowering his voice to blend with the tranquil air. And what about that matter that had you feeling down before? Do you wish to discuss it with me? Ethan's heart tightened, for he understood precisely what Sirius was referencing. The tumultuous days of isolation following the second project, when he had severed all communication with Sirius, flooded back to him. He had merely offered a perfunctory promise to explain during their next meeting, and now that moment had arrived. Yes, Ethan replied softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear in the stillness. I promised I would. He quickened his pace to match Sirius's, walking alongside him on the desolate path. His gaze cast downward, fixated on the moving tips of his shoes as he organized his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he raised his eyes to meet Sirius's. I am a natural Legilimens. Sirius's smile instantly froze, his eyes snapping shut as he stammered. So you know what I'm thinking right now? Hearing Ethan's quiet affirmation, a wave of heat surged up Sirius's neck, and he could almost feel his pulse thrumming beneath his skin. He hesitated to open his eyes, as if denying his thoughts was possible by merely averting his gaze from Ethan. Silence enveloped them, yet it was devoid of awkwardness. Moments later, as if having made a resolute decision, Sirius abruptly opened his eyes. Yes, Ethan, I know this is highly inappropriate, and even though I am considerably older than you. He nearly bit out the words with a sense of reckless courage. I like you. His confession was raw and unadorned, standing there like a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. His ears flushed with heat, while his gaze remained steadfastly locked on Ethan's. Ethan did not immediately respond to the weighty admission of affection. Instead, he took a small step forward, narrowing the already scant distance between them. His voice was soft, yet caressed Sirius's taut nerves like a feather. So do you mind? Ethan raised his eyes, a complex glimmer dancing within them. Do you mind that I am a natural Legilimens? Mind that I might glean thoughts you perhaps wish to keep hidden? He paused, lowering his voice to nearly a whisper. Such as the impulse raging in your mind right now? The desire to kiss me? Sirius inhaled sharply, the directness of Ethan's words exposing his most secretive thoughts, leaving him feeling as if he had been laid bare. Strangely, however, he found no discomfort in this vulnerability. Mind? Why would I mind a little talent? Sirius finally regained his voice, hoarsely repeating the word. Do you think if I truly minded, I would still be standing here, allowing you to read every thought I have about you? Ethan locked his gaze on Sirius's eyes, and moments later, he suddenly pushed Sirius away, covering his face with his hands as if to block out unwelcome sounds. His ears flushed crimson, and a thin layer of pink crept up his neck. Ethan felt the rush of blood flood his ears, having anxiously awaited Sirius's reaction to his identity as a natural Legilimens. He had envisioned all manner of dreadful outcomes, yet he had never anticipated hearing such a candid and intimate thought from him. You lewd dog. He stammered, mortified. You, shut up. Sirius observed Ethan's mortification with amusement. The remnants of embarrassment were swiftly supplanted by a mischievous satisfaction as he chuckled softly, the sound brimming with unmasked delight. Now you're shy? He did not retreat, but instead moved closer, pulling the little snake attempting to hide into his embrace. Weren't you quite bold when reading my thoughts just now? Ethan struggled against the firm grip, feeling the warmth and rhythm of Sirius's heartbeat through the fabric separating them. He pressed his hands against Sirius's chest, his voice muffled by the material. Let go, Sirius Black. You scoundrel. Not a chance, Sirius replied succinctly, tightening his embrace, his chin resting gently upon Ethan's soft golden hair. He felt Ethan's body transition from initial rigidity to a gradual surrender, eventually melting into his arms. Since you already know, he whispered in Ethan's ear, what do I have left to hide? I've wanted to hold you like this for a long time. Ethan remained still, his hand slowly sliding down from his eyes, clenching the fabric of Sirius's shirt. He muttered a soft, indistinct complaint. Sirius embraced the person in his arms, feeling an unparalleled happiness in that moment, surpassing anyone else in the world. Chapter 30. Ethan's aversion to close combat wizards. He is watching you. As Ethan was dining, he lifted his gaze towards the Gryffindor long table upon hearing Augustus's words, and indeed, Sirius was looking at him. He rolled his eyes at his brother and returned to his meal. Now, feigning indifference, Augustus poked at his plate with a fork, secretly delighted. Ethan cut into the roasted sausages on his plate, attempting to ignore the intense gaze from across the long table, yet his lips betrayed him, curling into a slight smile. I quite enjoy this. Augustus ruffled his younger brother's hair in exasperation, then turned to cut steak for Tarta. Ethan chuckled softly and finally lifted his gaze to the Gryffindor table. Sirius was still watching him, propping his chin on one hand, and when their eyes finally met, Sirius immediately broke into a smile. As the enchanted ceiling shifted from blue to a deep purple twilight, Dumbledore rose from the staff table, urging the champions to proceed to the arena. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, applause erupted from the Slytherin long table. Ethan stood, kissed Tarda on the forehead, and walked out of the hall with the other 3 champions. They entered the Quidditch pitch, which had become unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge encircled the edge of the field, leaving only a dark passageway. 5 minutes later, the stands began to fill with spectators. Professor McGonagall approached the champions, raising her wand to signal as she spoke. If you encounter danger, shoot red sparks into the sky, understood? The champions nodded in unison. Good, off you go, Bagman said cheerfully. Ethan turned back for a final glance at the audience before abruptly pivoting and charging into the maze without hesitation. The moment he stepped in, the entrance behind him was sealed off by the wildly growing hedges, and all external sounds abruptly vanished, leaving only the glow emanating from the tip of his wand. Ethan halted, taking a deep breath to adjust his grip on the wand. He cast one last look at the now completely closed entrance before resolutely stepping deeper into the maze. As he rounded the third corner, a faint sound caught his attention. Ethan abruptly stopped, the light from his wand extending forward to illuminate a shadow ahead. It was Hagrid's blast-ended Scrut. As Ethan raised his gaze to observe the creature, which stood 10 inches tall and resembled a giant scorpion, it evidently noticed his presence. It raised its forelimb, emitting a series of sharp clicks, and the explosive sounds from its rear intensified. Ethan squinted, surveying his surroundings. He needed to slip into the passage behind the Scrut, with no time to spare. Shattered to pieces, the Scrut was propelled backwards by the force of his spell, its rear erupting in a series of massive sparks before crashing into the distant hedge. Momentarily incapacitated, seizing the opportunity, Ethan dashed past it. He sprinted through the labyrinthine hedges, when suddenly, a shriek from Fleur pierced the air, followed by the sound of snapping branches just around the corner. Ethan skidded to a halt, his wand held horizontally across his chest as he cautiously approached. In the dim glow of magic, he beheld Fleur sprawled in the center of the path, her long hair splayed upon the dirt. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Just as he prepared to survey his surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed over him. Before Ethan could react, Crumb, the robust Quidditch star, delivered a powerful punch to his temple. Pain exploded instantly, leaving Ethan momentarily blinded, his body thrown to the ground by the sheer force. His wand slipped from his grasp, rolling away, while a buzzing filled his ears and warm blood trickled from his brow into his eyes, obscuring his vision with a crimson haze. Crumb, have you lost your mind? Ethan gasped, struggling to crawl toward his wand. But Crumb was quicker. He stomped down on Ethan's wrist with such force that the sound of creaking bone was nearly audible. Then, pointing his wand at Ethan, he silently mouthed an incantation. With his wrist pinned, the agony made Ethan's vision flicker. Instinctively, he reached towards his lower back, but only found the coarse fabric of his school robe. Damn it! In that critical moment, Ethan seized a handful of dirt with his left hand and hurled it at Crumb's face. This primitive attack surprisingly succeeded. Crumb instinctively shut his eyes and stumbled back, his spell veering off course and exploding against the nearby hedge, leaving a charred mark. Ethan seized the chance to break free, rolling to reclaim his wand. He swiftly rose, casting a silencing charm that sent Crumb crashing to the ground. Only then did Ethan allow himself a sigh of relief, kneeling on the ground. Certain he had sustained another concussion, he grasped his head in silent despair. Why couldn't wizards just use their wands like sensible beings? Why did they all insist on close combat? Ethan. It was Harry's voice. Following the sound, Ethan saw Harry sprinting towards him from another passage. His robe singed in places, his face smeared with ash, presenting quite a disheveled appearance. As Harry approached, startled, he exclaimed, "Are you 3 in a melee?" Fleur lay on the ground, still groaning in pain. Crumb was unconscious, and blood continued to flow from Ethan's brow, staining half his face crimson as he sat helplessly on the ground. Ethan shot him a glare, a movement that sent a sharp pain through his wound. Clearly not, he rasped, wiping the blood from his eyes with his sleeve. Crumb attacked Fleur first, then ambushed me. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unconscious Crumb. Why? Is there some sort of feud between them? I don't know. Ethan shook his head, a motion that made him feel nauseous. He gasped. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I detest close combat. I owe you a galleon. Let us not discuss that right now, Harry said, stepping closer to help Ethan up. Can you move? Ethan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he could not. His complexion appeared alarmingly pale under the wand's glow. Just give me a moment. He closed his eyes, the blood at his temple having congealed, yet fresh droplets continued to seep. After a considerable time, Ethan finally spoke again, his voice weaker than before. I can't, Harry. You're appearing double to me. He strained to focus his gaze, but it was evidently futile. The trophy must be claimed by someone. Harry gritted his teeth, casting a final glance at Ethan's pale face before raising his wand and shooting red sparks into the sky, then turning to plunge into the dark depths of the maze. Now, The only champion capable of action was Ethan himself. He had to retrieve the trophy for Hogwarts and for his fallen comrades. Chapter 31, A Second Concussion. Before long, Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall arrived at Ethan's location. McGonagall gasped sharply, swiftly waving her wand to conjure a stretcher. She gently levitated the incapacitated champion onto the stretcher. But even such a tender motion made Ethan's stomach churn, nausea threatening to overwhelm him. In the jostling, he felt the world spinning around him. Ethan felt as if he had briefly lost consciousness for a few minutes. When he regained awareness, Sirius and Madame Pomfrey were now beside him. His vision remained blurry. He could only see Sirius's mouth moving, forming words that reached him as if through a watery barrier, fragmented and intermittent. "Ethan, can you hear me? What happened?" As he felt Madame Pomfrey gently tap the wound on his forehead with her wand, murmuring a healing incantation, a soothing sensation began to emanate from the injury. Miraculously, the excruciating headache began to subside, and the nauseating feeling gradually faded away. This brought Ethan considerable relief, and he smiled gratefully at Madame Pomfrey. Once she confirmed his condition was stable, she administered a potion to him and turned to check on the other two warriors. Now, only Sirius remained, clutching his hand tightly, his gray eyes brimming with concern. "Can you hear me now?" Sirius's voice was hoarse as his fingers gently brushed against the uninjured part of Ethan's cheek. "Merlin, you nearly scared me to death." Ethan weakly nodded, finally able to hear clearly. "Sirius," he said softly, his voice drier than he had anticipated. "What about my brother and Tarda?" Sirius averted his gaze, scratching his cheek nervously. "Your brother and Tarda are outside. They're quite frantic. Madame Pomfrey only allowed one person in to visit, and I may have employed a rather impolite method to secure that spot." Ethan chuckled lightly, though the movement aggravated his wound, causing him discomfort. "How did you get hurt?" Sirius asked, his brow furrowing in concern as he tenderly caressed Ethan's face. His voice laced with suppressed anger. "Tell me." Ethan struggled to focus, his vision still blurred, but his mind remained relatively clear. "Crumb ambushed me," he said haltingly, his eyes vacant as if under some spell. Then he seemed to realize something, fighting to sit up. "No, he was under the Cruciatus curse, Harry. He is still in the maze." Sirius's expression shifted from anger to shock. "The unforgivable curse? At Hogwarts?" Ethan nodded, though the motion sent a wave of dizziness over him. "Stop the match. Harry is in danger. I need to get up and push you to tell Dumbledore the match has been tampered with. I'm going." Sirius gripped his hand tightly one last time before turning to dash out of the hospital wing. Ethan watched him leave, his heart filled with a prayer that it wasn't too late. Almost simultaneously with Sirius's departure, the door to the hospital wing was pushed open once more, and Augustus strode in with urgency, anxiety etched across his face and his hair in disarray. "God, Ethan." Augustus rushed to the bedside, his blue eyes scanning his brother's body swiftly. "Does it still hurt?" "I'm fine." Ethan managed a strained smile. "Madame Pomfrey has already taken care of it." Augustus carefully sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out as if to touch Ethan's wound, but halted midway. "I heard it was Crumb's doing." His voice was low and simmering with restrained fury. "That Durmstrang bastard." "You can't only hear what you want to," Ethan interrupted him. "You know it's not his fault. He is a victim too." Augustus stared at Ethan for a long moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the bed, before suddenly reaching out to ruffle the uninjured side of his hair. "Let us drop out, shall we? This place isn't suitable for you. I'll transfer you to Beau's Batons." "I want tea," Ethan protested, pushing Augustus's hand away. "What about Tarda? He is a wizard too." At the mention of Tarda, both brothers fell silent for a moment. Ethan felt a tightness in his throat. If it weren't for his being a wizard, Augustus wouldn't even care about the wizarding world. Now that Tarda was also a wizard, what would become of his future if Voldemort came to power? "What about Tarda?" Ethan finally asked, redirecting the conversation. "He must be terrified. He's outside, crying like a baby," Augustus replied. "Madame Pomfrey said he is too agitated to come in and disturb you. I barely managed to calm him down before Sirius came in." Ethan felt a surge of guilt. "Please tell him I'm all right." "You can tell him yourself." Augustus stood up. "Once he calms down, I'll bring him in." Ethan watched as his brother exited, the door of the hospital wing gently closing behind him. At that moment, he was left alone in the room, alongside the still unconscious Crumb and Fleur, with the distant sound of Madame Pomfrey busy preparing potions. He pulled the blanket up higher, the edge brushing against his chin, causing a slight tickle, and closed his eyes, attempting to ponder the intentions of the mastermind behind these events. However, the potion Madame Pomfrey had administered weighed heavily on his eyelids, making them feel leaden. His thoughts began to fragment. Who was the target of the Cruciatus curse? Fleur? Harry? Or me? A vague thought had yet to fully form before being dispelled by a deeper sense of sleepiness. Ethan awoke to the sensation of heat. Simultaneously, he felt a constriction in his breathing, as if something were obstructing his mouth and nose. In a half-dream state, He struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was not the familiar ceiling of the hospital wing, but a mass of fluffy black fur that rose and fell with each breath. More precisely, it resembled a large black muzzle, its damp nose almost touching his face. He was startled, instinctively sitting up, which startled the culprit beside him. A massive black dog jolted awake at his movement, abruptly raising its head, gray eyes blinking at him before it enthusiastically licked Ethan's cheek. "Sirius!" Ethan exclaimed, both exasperated and amused as he pushed away the furry head, finally fully awakening. It appeared that after he had fallen asleep, Sirius had snuck into the hospital wing and somehow climbed onto the bed to sleep beside him. Chapter 32. The black dog that occupied half the bed. The black dog emitted a satisfied rumble, nudging Ethan's arm with its head before gracefully leaping off the bed. The black fur shrank, its body straightening, and in an instant, Sirius stood before the bed, wearing a slightly fatigued smile. "Good morning," he said softly, carefully touching the bandage on Ethan's forehead. "How do you feel?" "Much better." "Though I nearly suffocated from a certain large dog," Ethan replied in a low voice, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the shadows beneath Sirius's eyes. "You stayed here all night?" Sirius shrugged, not answering directly, and instead handed him a glass of water. "I snuck in. I wanted to be here for you and Harry." Ethan accepted the glass, his eyes drifting past Sirius to the adjacent bed where Harry lay. "Harry," Ethan whispered, "when did he come back? Did Dumbledore intervene in time?" Sirius's expression turned grave as he pulled up a chair beside Ethan's bed, his voice lowered to a whisper. "No, Ethan. Harry got the trophy. But things are more complicated than we imagined. The trophy was turned into a portkey, transporting him elsewhere." Ethan held his breath. "Where did it take him?" "A graveyard." Sirius's gaze darkened. "Wormtail is there, along with Voldemort." The mere mention of that name made Ethan instinctively tighten his grip on the glass of water. "He is back?" Ethan's voice was barely audible. Sirius nodded heavily. Harry witnessed it all firsthand. Ethan forced himself to take a deep breath, trying to gather his composure. "The portkey trophy," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "Was the internal accomplice Barty Crouch Jr.?" Sirius's jaw tightened, a predatory glint flashing in his eyes. "Yes, he used Polyjuice Potion. He impersonated Mad-Eye Moody for an entire school year." Initially taken aback, Ethan's lips curled into a bizarre smile, a short laugh escaping his throat. "Moody?" he repeated, as if to confirm he hadn't misheard due to his injury. "We spent an entire year in class with an imposter? That mad-eyed man was Crouch?" This is utterly absurd, and it elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. He shook his head with a smile, unable to suppress a yawn that escaped his lips, even causing a few physiological tears to well up at the corners of his eyes. "Ah, pardon me," he murmured, rubbing his eyes, his voice thick with nasal congestion and a hint of weariness. It appeared that Madame Pomfrey's potion had yet to wear off. Sirius observed Ethan's weary demeanor, a wave of indescribable compassion swelling in his heart as he recognized that Ethan was merely putting on a brave face. "You should rest a little longer," Sirius spoke softly, his fingers gently combing through the tousled hair on Ethan's forehead before slowly assisting him to lie down. Ethan indeed felt the drowsiness creeping back in and turned his face slightly to ask, "Sirius, why aren't you with Harry? After everything he has been through, he must need you more." "Shall I speak honestly?" Sirius replied, a note of incredulity lacing his voice. "Harry finds me too warm." Ethan blinked in confusion. "Too warm?" Sirius rubbed the bridge of his nose, his expression somewhat wounded. "Last summer, when he stayed with me, one night he had a nightmare. I transformed into a large black dog to keep him company, and the next thing I knew, the lad kicked me off the bed, groggily complaining that I was too furry and too hot." "Sirius," he said, before turning over to resume his slumber. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Did he really say that?" "Indeed," Sirius exaggeratedly sighed, though a tender smile danced in his eyes. "When I tried again, he firmly refused, claiming, 'Sirius, your animagus form is like a moving furnace.'" He mimicked Harry's tone perfectly. "So, I have become your personal heater?" Ethan teased softly. Sirius leaned closer, his forehead gently resting against Ethan's, his voice low and tender. "No, it is you who chose this moving furnace, and I am grateful. At least there is one person who does not mind my fur." This affectionate gesture caused Ethan's ears to flush slightly. He recalled the expression on Sirius's face when he described Harry, filled with pride and affection, an emotion Sirius seldom revealed to the outside world. "Harry is fortunate to have you as his godfather," Ethan remarked with a gentle smile. Sirius shook his head. "No, I am the fortunate one, to have him in you." He straightened up, tucking the blankets snugly around Ethan. "Now, a certain injured individual must rest, or Madame Pomfrey will surely throw me out." A smile graced the corners of Ethan's lips as he whispered, "Actually, I quite like your animagus form. It is very warm." Sirius paused for a moment, then grasped his meaning. "You wish for me to transform back into the large black dog?" Ethan closed his eyes and nodded slightly, shifting a bit to make room. Will you stay with me? Of course, Sirius replied softly, adjusting Ethan's position to ensure he was comfortable. I promise you won't feel stifled. Ethan could hear the rustling of fabric, then felt the mattress dip slightly. In the next moment, a warm, furry body cautiously nestled beside him, the familiar weight providing an unexpected sense of reassurance. The large black dog carefully adjusted its position, resting its head gently on the pillow beside Ethan, this time avoiding any position that might hinder his breathing. Ethan reached out, his fingers sinking into the dog's thick fur, feeling its steady heartbeat and warm body temperature. Thank you, he whispered, his fingers playing with a tuft of black fur. The dog emitted a soft rumble in response, nuzzling Ethan's cheek gently with its nose. In the tranquil confines of the hospital wing, under the watchful protection of Sirius's animagus form, Ethan's breathing gradually deepened and steadied, finally succumbing to a peaceful, dreamless slumber. The large dog's gray eyes surveyed the room before slowly closing, though it did not fully succumb to sleep, its ears occasionally twitching as it captured every sound around them. Chapter 33. The quarrel in the headmaster's office. At this moment, the office of Headmaster McGonagall was enveloped in silence. Within the circular room, the only sounds were the soft snores emanating from the portraits of past headmasters and the faint hum of silver instruments. Professor Dumbledore sat behind his expansive desk, his piercing blue eyes peering over the spectacles at the two brothers seated across from him. Opposite Dumbledore, Ethan turned his body slightly away from Augustus, deliberately avoiding his brother's gaze. The tension between them had escalated since Ethan had informed Dumbledore of his desire to join the Order of the Phoenix. Just then, the old headmaster rose from his desk, his gaze sweeping over the two brothers with understanding. I think, his voice broke the stalemate in the room. Perhaps Neil would be willing to accompany this old man to see Fawkes? He is in the midst of a molting season, and his red feathers are simply stunning. Dumbledore made his way to Tatter, his silver robes gliding silently over the floor. He bent down before Tatter, extending his hand, palm up, inviting the young child to join him. Come, my dear, he said softly, I have some chocolate frogs just next door. Tatter placed his small hand in the headmaster's palm, and Dumbledore straightened, leading him toward the door. As they passed by Ethan, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the boy's tense profile. We shan't be long, he said at the door. I believe there are still enough lemon sherbets in the office for you to share. The door closed gently, emitting an almost inaudible click. Augustus seemed to be drained of all strength, slumping despondently into the armchair. He rubbed his face, his usually neatly combed golden hair now somewhat disheveled, his voice suddenly weary. Joining the Order of the Phoenix? To combat the Dark Lord? You're only 17. Ethan pressed his lips together, turning his head away to avoid looking directly into his brother's eyes. This is my choice. How old are you really? Augustus leaned forward sharply, fingers gripping the armrest tightly. It's all that Black's fault for leading you astray. I should have dealt with him myself. This is my own conviction. Ethan spun around, finally locking eyes with his brother. Now that madman has returned, who doesn't he know what Voldemort and his followers have done to torture muggles? To murder dissenters, to scorn muggleborns and half-bloods? He won't spare me simply because I'm a student. Just think about it. Brother, he commanded Crouch to kill me in the maze. Augustus abruptly rose, the chair screeching loudly as it slid backward under his forceful movement. I will handle it. I will protect you. Ethan, this is not some hero-esque game. This is war. Real war. You could die. I'm not afraid. Ethan nearly shouted, his chest heaving. Yet, after that outburst, he quickly squeezed out another phrase from his throat. I would rather die than live without freedom. Do not speak such words. Augustus rasped then. As if drained of all energy, he slowly sank back into his chair. This is not your concern. I can fund them with plenty of galleons. Can't you wait until you finish your last year to consider this? No. Ethan's voice dropped. The two brothers fell into a heavy silence, their labored breaths filling the room. Augustus raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. What about me? What about Tatter? If you die, what are we to do? Have you ever thought of that? Ethan met his gaze, his voice trembling slightly. I have thought about it, Augustus. But it is precisely because I love you both that I cannot stand idly by. I must ensure that you, and Tatter, can live in a better world. Augustus abruptly turned his face away, lowering his eyes. Ethan's gaze felt like a needle piercing his heart, rendering him incapable of meeting it head-on. Ethan rose and approached his brother, gradually crouching down to rest his head upon his knee, gazing up at Augustus. August, I shall take good care of myself. Augustus did not respond immediately. Time seemed to stretch into silence. He kept his eyes closed, a deep furrow etched between his brows. Ethan sensed the tension in his brother's muscles and his heavy breaths. After a long moment, Augustus finally exhaled softly, his sigh laden with endless fatigue and sorrow. He raised his trembling hand, which gently descended upon Ethan's soft hair, a gesture imbued with a cautious reverence, as if he were handling an exquisitely fragile treasure. His fingertips tentatively threaded through the strands before gradually gathering, applying a heavy yet tender caress. "What am I to do with you?" He finally spoke, his voice hoarse. More a question of his own heart than of Ethan. His thumb unconsciously brushed against Ethan's temple, again and again. This hand had clumsily wiped away his tears during moments of despair, yet now he could no longer shield him from all dangers. "Remember your promise," Augustus finally whispered. His tone steeped in resignation. "As long as we do not lose each other, that will suffice." When Dumbledore returned to the office with Tartar, he found the two brothers sitting quietly, the previously tense atmosphere having dissipated. Tartar, quick to sense the change, rushed to Ethan's side and hugged his leg. "Are you all right, Ethan?" he asked softly. Ethan embraced Tartar and gently kissed his forehead. "I couldn't be better, dear Tartar." Augustus observed this scene, his expression complex. He met Dumbledore's insightful gaze and nodded slightly, a silent promise and an unspoken acceptance of his brother's choice. Dumbledore walked slowly to his desk, his silver-blue robes flowing behind him. He gestured for everyone to take a seat, then intertwined his fingers upon the table, his expression turning serious. "I am pleased to see you have resolved your differences." Dumbledore's gaze shifted between the brothers. The support of family is always of utmost importance. Ethan took a deep breath, sensing the pivotal moment had arrived. "Professor, regarding my request to join the Order of the Phoenix, I understand your enthusiasm." "Ethan," Dumbledore gently interrupted, "and I admire your courage. But Augustus's concerns are not without merit." Augustus straightened slightly, while Ethan's expression tightened. "The Order of the Phoenix is not merely a school club. Its members face the most perilous dark wizards." Dumbledore continued, "I cannot, and will not, permit an ungraduated student to participate in such actions." Ethan opened his mouth to retort, but Dumbledore raised a hand to halt him. However, the old headmaster's lips curled into a slight smile. "I can assure you that when you officially graduate from Hogwarts, the doors of the Order will be open to you." Ethan struggled internally. This was far from the joining he had envisioned. Yet he understood this was the greatest concession Dumbledore could offer. Augustus gently tapped his brother's arm, whispering, "Accept it, Ethan. This is the best outcome." Ethan lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's. "I accept, Professor. But will you uphold your promise after graduation?" "The headmaster of Hogwarts never breaks his word." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled. "But I need you to promise that before graduation, your primary focus is on your studies and protecting yourself. Do we have an agreement?" Ethan hesitated briefly before solemnly nodding. "I promise." "Excellent," Dumbledore said, pushing a tray across the table. "Now why not indulge in some of these lemon drops? I believe we could all use a touch of sweetness to conclude this afternoon." Tartar eagerly reached for a candy, while Augustus visibly relaxed. As the brothers departed the office with Tartar, Dumbledore stood at the door watching them, Fox landing softly on his shoulder, emitting a gentle trill. Chapter 34, The Conclusion of the Sixth Year. On the final day of the term, Ethan sat at the Slytherin table with a sour expression, feeling out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere surrounding him. In front of him lay a letter recently delivered by the school's owl, inscribed with Augustus's familiar, somewhat hasty handwriting. "Ethan, although I will remain in England for a while this summer, your holiday may not be spent with me, as that madman Voldemort has prompted Dumbledore to advise me to have you stay at Grimmauld Place. Be sure to move in within a week. Additionally, since you've angered your brother, I shall not assist you in renovating that wretched house. Destroy this note after reading." "What are you sighing it over a piece of paper?" Draco's languid voice broke in from beside him. He had approached at some point, his gray eyes curiously fixed on the letter. If not for the fear of being bitten by the nearby phoenix, he would have eagerly leaned in for a closer look. Ethan casually ignited the note, answering dismissively, "It's nothing. My brother has business to attend to and won't have time for me this summer." He glanced toward Krum, who was waiting for the carriage with Hermione, and retorted, "Why don't you go find Krum? He's leaving Hogwarts soon." Draco rolled his eyes at him and turned away in silence. Ever since learning that Krum had single-handedly shattered Slytherin's dreams of glory, he had harbored a strong dislike for him. Ethan rose to place the phoenix back in its cage, then dragged his luggage to queue for the swaying carriage that would take him to Hogsmeade, where he would transfer to the train. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express, his deep green robe swayed gently in the crowded aisle. He found an empty compartment in the middle of the train, carefully stowing his belongings on the luggage rack. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to remain in his school uniform. This attire would save him considerable trouble while maintaining order on the train. Following the prefect meeting, Ethan glanced at the task sheet he had received, and as expected, he was once again paired with Cedric. He had known his choice of clothing had been wise. He looked around the compartment and soon spotted Cedric's familiar figure in his blue robes. "We're working together again, Ethan," Cedric said as he stood and approached him. His voice lowered. "Honestly, seeing you still in your uniform puts me at ease." Ethan understood the implications of his words, the gentle prefect and the troublesome student, and chuckled softly as he moved ahead to the carriages they needed to patrol. Most students were immersed in the excitement of the approaching holiday, the carriage filled with laughter and chatter. A few students were sharing chocolate frogs, sitting up straight in nervous anticipation as Slytherin's prefect passed by. As Ethan and Cedric patrolled the aisle, a familiar voice suddenly called out to Ethan. "Ethan, could you come here for a moment?" He turned to see Hermione peering from behind the door of a compartment. Ethan signaled to Cedric, "You continue patrolling. I'll catch up with you shortly." Cedric nodded in understanding and moved on. Ethan opened the compartment door and stepped inside, finding Harry and Ron there as well. He nodded in greeting, shutting the door behind him to block out the noise. "What is it, Hermione?" "I caught her," Hermione exclaimed triumphantly, holding up a jar high. "This counts as Victor catching me, doesn't it?" Ethan grasped the jar, examining the beetle within with meticulous scrutiny. The markings around its antennae mirrored those of the glasses she wore. He shook the jar vigorously, observing the insect tumble about chaotically inside. "Rita Skeeter," Ethan murmured, a hint of schadenfreude lacing his tone. "You've ensnared the infamous illegal animagus." He shook the jar again, watching the beetle's wings emit a faint buzzing sound in its frantic state. "I wager she must be regretting her decision to pen that article about the Triwizard Tournament. Knowing full well the dangers that lurked ahead, how foolish." Just as he was about to utter an unflattering term, the compartment door was abruptly yanked open, interrupting their conversation. Draco stood at the threshold, his platinum hair glinting in the sunlight. He cast a quick glance around the compartment, rolled his eyes upon spotting Ethan, and promptly closed the door. "What is he up to?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Looking to stir up trouble, but evidently unaware of my presence," Ethan replied, setting down the jar and opening the carriage door. "I must resume my patrol. See you shortly." "Ethan, wait." Harry called out to him as he prepared to leave. "Do you know where Sirius has gone? He wrote to tell me he has a mission this summer and can't stay with me." Ethan shook his head. "I have no idea, Harry. Can I stay with you?" "I really don't want to return to the Dursleys," Harry said in despair. "I would love to have you, but unfortunately, this time it seems impossible," Ethan remarked, noticing Ron's terrified expression and smiling slightly. "The Dark Lord has reemerged, and now only blood magic can safeguard you." He approached Harry, who had collapsed onto the table in despair from his words, and gently patted his head before turning to exit. The compartment door closed softly behind him as Ethan continued his patrol down the corridor. Not far along, at a carriage junction, he spotted a familiar tall figure. Cedric leaned against the window, gazing out at the fields rushing by. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head, and upon seeing Ethan, greeted him with a warm smile and a nod. Ethan joined him, and they walked side by side, their gazes sweeping over the doors and windows of the compartments. They traversed a stretch in silence, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps in the aisle. Suddenly, Cedric broke the silence, speaking softly. "Ethan, about the rumors of the Dark Lord's return." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. "Do you believe them?" Ethan did not respond immediately. He fixed his gaze ahead and countered, "What about you? Do you believe?" Cedric inhaled deeply, his pace slightly faltering. He turned his head, hesitation flickering in his eyes before he finally nodded with honesty. "I somewhat believe. I don't think Potter and Professor Dumbledore would lie." Ethan nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the empty corridor ahead. "I believe too," he stated, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. Cedric did not respond right away, falling into silence, his jawline tightening slightly. Ethan observed Cedric's tense profile and, in a sudden gesture, gave him a hearty pat on the back. "Don't overthink it," Ethan said languidly. "Whatever transpires, Hogwarts remains the safest haven." Cedric stumbled slightly from the force of the pat, then broke into a laugh, shaking his head. The weight on his expression lightened a fraction. He turned to Ethan, offering a faint smile and nodding, "I know." After that, the two fell into a comfortable silence, naturally resuming their duties as prefects. As the Hogwarts Express glided into King's Cross Station, the cacophony of voices swiftly drowned out the sound of the train wheels. Ethan lingered not. He hefted his suitcase, deftly maneuvering through the throng of people, nodding at several familiar classmates before making his way directly toward the Muggle exit of the station. On the roadside, he skillfully raised his hand, hailing a black taxi. "Number 7, Milan Crescent." Little whinging, he instructed the driver as he slid into the back seat. The door shut, isolating him from the station's discussions of holidays and vague anxieties. The taxi whisked him away, merging swiftly into the evening traffic of London. Chapter 35, An Endless Chore. On the final day of the deadline set by the Order, Ethan dragged his heavy suitcase, starting from the northeast corner of Grimmauld Place, counting the house numbers, 9, 10, 11. His steps halted before number 11, and he instinctively glanced next door, where there should have been number 12, but instead stood the ominous black door of number 13. Ethan furrowed his brow, suspecting he had miscounted, and stepped back to reconfirm, pacing back and forth between numbers 11 and 13 thrice. Just as he was preparing for a fourth verification of the numbers, he recalled the note Dumbledore had previously shown him. He silently and resolutely repeated in his mind, "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is located at 12, Grimmauld Place, London." At that moment, a subtle tremor rippled through the air, as if the very fabric of space was quivering. Almost immediately, a dilapidated door materialized between numbers 11 and 13. Its black paint peeling away, revealing filthy walls that extended outward, with ominous windows manifesting one after another. Ethan ascended the crumbling stone steps, where the silver door knocker was fashioned into a coiled serpent. He searched diligently for a keyhole, only to discover there was no place to insert a key. Not that it mattered, for he possessed no key. He initially raised his hand to use the serpent-shaped knocker, but upon gazing at the severely weathered black door, he retracted his hand and instead gave the door a firm, unceremonious kick with his boot. The ancient door emitted a dull thud, shaking loose some paint and dust. Immediately, a woman's voice erupted from behind the door, laced with venomous curses. Ethan froze in place, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The vitriolic tirade from within assured him he had landed himself in considerable trouble, prompting him to swiftly turn, pulling up his hood and grasping his suitcase, intent on escaping before the irate resident emerged to confront him. Just as Ethan leapt down the stone steps, the door swung open behind him. "Ethan, what brings you here?" It was Sirius's voice, and Ethan turned to find him gazing at him in astonishment. "Sirius? I was summoned by the Order," Ethan replied, frowning and still shaken from the earlier fright and his apparent misdirection. "Am I not welcome? Should I turn back?" He made to retrace his steps, gripping his suitcase with decisive intent, without a hint of hesitation. No, wait," Sirius exclaimed, finally comprehending the situation. He hastily descended the steps and positioned himself in front of Ethan. "Of course you can come. It's just that your brother mentioned you wouldn't arrive until later this evening." He naturally reached out to take the heavy suitcase from Ethan's grasp, nudging him towards the door with his shoulder. "I was all set to pick you up tonight. I had nothing to do, so I came early," Ethan began. But his words were drowned out by an even more piercing screech from within. The voice was shrill enough to pierce eardrums, mixed with frantic shouts of "blood traitor," and defiling my ancestral home. He glanced towards the source of the commotion, spotting Remus struggling to manage a massive curtain riddled with moth holes. The horrifying cacophony of curses emanated from behind the wall, barely concealed by the heavy curtains. Sirius set down his suitcase on the weathered floor and strode forward, joining Lupin at either side as they strained to draw back the thick drapes. Dust, imbued with a musty odor, billowed forth as the fabric lifted. And only once the curtains were fully drawn together, completely obscuring the frantic portrait, did the piercing invectives seem to be muffled, fading into indistinct murmurs. Sirius remained rooted in place, his chest rising and falling slightly from the exertion, his profile taut with tension, jaw clenched tightly, and his gaze swirling with a near-loathing gloom. He inhaled deeply several times, as if striving to suppress a tumult of emotions, and when he turned to face Ethan, he made an effort to relax his rigid shoulders, attempting to muster a semblance of ease. Ethan watched him intently, his expression devoid of fear, marked instead by a hint of surprise and pure observation. "That is my late mother," Sirius spoke hoarsely, directing his gaze towards the wall, now thoroughly shrouded. "After her death, she employed a permanent sticking charm to affix the portrait to the wall. It cannot be removed by anyone." Ethan had intended to respond, but his attention was diverted to Lupin, whose face suddenly broke into a genuine smile. He stepped forward and warmly embraced the somewhat lean but gentle-eyed wizard. "Lupin, long time no see." Lupin appeared equally surprised, returning the embrace with a smile, gently patting Ethan's back, his voice as soothing as ever. "Ethan, it has indeed been a long while. I didn't expect you to arrive early." Observing their familiar interaction, the last remnants of Sirius's gloom finally dissipated. He stepped forward, draping an arm around Ethan's shoulders, guiding them through the dim hallway towards the sitting room. "All right, we can reminisce later. Let's first introduce our new member." The light in the sitting room was scarcely brighter than that of the hallway, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and an inexplicable decay. Alastor Moody stood by the fireplace, his normal eye keenly fixed on the doorway, while the magical eye whirled frantically, surveying Ethan from head to toe. "Moody, this is Ethan." He arrived early, Sirius introduced, his tone casual yet protective. "Ethan, this is Alastor Moody, the genuine one." Ethan understood the implication, recalling the false Moody from the previous school year and the disquiet it had instilled in him. Yet, the real Moody was hardly an improvement, and perhaps they simply would not see eye to eye. He merely nodded. Moody grunted in his coarse manner, and the magical eye finally stilled, locking onto Ethan's face. "I see, Augustus's brother. Do not venture out lightly. It would be best to remain indoors until term begins." After a brief exchange, Sirius led Ethan upstairs. "Your room is next to mine. he said as they paused before a dark wooden door. Sirius pushed open the heavy door, revealing a bedroom imbued with Slytherin aesthetics. The interplay of silver and green adorned the wallpaper and carpet. Although the furnishings bore signs of age, this room was markedly cleaner than the oppressive atmosphere below. How does it fare? Acceptable? Sirius leaned against the doorframe, inquiring. Ethan surveyed the space, his gaze drifting across the intricately embroidered emerald bed hangings before returning to Sirius's face. He spoke candidly. May I sleep on the second floor instead? I dread the thought of climbing so many stairs. Chapter 36, The Sloth. This was his sincerest sentiment. This bedroom resided at the pinnacle of the old house, and merely envisioning the daily trek down to the first floor for meals filled him with an inexplicable fatigue. The anticipation on Sirius's face deflated instantly, his lips curling in a mock pout. Do you not wish to sleep adjacent to my room? He took a few steps forward, his voice laced with feigned sorrow. Before Ethan could respond, he enveloped him in an embrace, his fluffy head burrowing into the crook of Ethan's shoulder, the strands tickling Ethan's neck. I shall be heartbroken, Ethan, his voice muffled from beneath his shoulder, arms tightening around him. I truly would be heartbroken. Look, this place is so vast, dark, and desolate. Ethan swayed slightly from the force of Sirius's nuzzle, attempting to push away the stubborn head. But Sirius clung to him like a stubborn piece of taffy. I can carry you up and down the stairs each day. Sirius lifted his head, launching into unrealistic promises. Or I can carry you on my back. I will ensure you do not take another step unnecessarily. How does that sound? His face radiated childlike mischief and sparkling anticipation, making it exceedingly difficult to refuse him. Ethan regarded his demeanor, paused for several seconds in silence, and ultimately sighed in reluctant acceptance. Fine, this will do. Sirius's countenance brightened immediately, and he quickly pressed a kiss to Ethan's cheek before triumphantly declaring, Deal. I knew you were the best. He released Ethan, readily seizing his suitcase and swiftly pushing it beside the bed, as if anxious that Ethan might reconsider at any moment. Ethan approached the bed, bending down to open his suitcase, methodically organizing his belongings. He stacked several frequently referenced Muggle novels on the nightstand and carefully placed his neatly folded robes and shirts into the wardrobe. The room remained quiet, save for the soft rustle of fabric. Suddenly recalling something, he paused in his task and turned to Sirius, who was seated on the bed. Did you not write to Harry to inform him you were here? Ethan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He asked me on the train if I had heard any news about you. He seemed quite concerned. At this, Sirius appeared to be struck by an arrow of sorrow. Releasing a long, drawn-out sigh, he leaned back, allowing himself to sink into Ethan's soft bed, his black hair splayed across the dark green sheets. He raised an arm to shield his eyes. Dumbledore strictly forbade me from discussing these matters with Harry. His voice emerged muffled beneath his arm, laden with evident frustration and repression, not a single word. He claims it is to protect Harry and to prevent me from inadvertently divulging something. I am not even allowed to send letters, and he even took the two-way mirror away. He lowered his arm, his gray eyes fixed on the patterns on the ceiling, irritation flickering in his gaze. It was genuinely disheartening that he could not even write a letter to his own godson. Ethan observed him for a moment in silence. Placing the last article of clothing into the wardrobe, he closed the cabinet door with a soft click. Since this is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, he shifted the topic, speaking with a casual tone. What about Ron and Hermione? When will they be arriving? Sirius propped himself up on the bed, his mood appearing to lift slightly with the change of subject. They? Well, he calculated the time. The Weasley family should be bringing Hermione along, and they should arrive before dinner. Molly will undoubtedly begin orchestrating dinner as soon as she steps in, directing everyone to pitch in. Imagining the lively scene, a genuine smile finally graced his lips. This wretched place will finally have some semblance of cheer. It seems tonight will be quite lively, Ethan remarked, his tone betraying neither anticipation nor resignation. Believe me, Sirius stood, stretching lazily, with the Weasley twins around. It will be impossible for it not to be lively. He moved to the door, glancing back at Ethan. Finish tidying up, and when you're done, I will show you around to prevent you from being startled by any of the eccentric ancestral portraits. Ethan had no intention of descending the stairs. Listening to Sirius's footsteps fade away down the staircase, he lay upon the bed, burying his face in the soft pillows, and reopened the half-read copy of Pride and Prejudice. This has come to be his newfound hobby. Muggle novels are undoubtedly more captivating than the tedious textbooks. Time slipped away unnoticed until the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by its abrupt opening. Sirius appeared at the threshold, wearing an expression of both resignation and understanding. I knew it. He glanced at the figure sprawled on the bed, too lazy to even lift his head. You had no intention of coming down, did you? Ethan's gaze remained glued to the pages of his book, offering a vague hum of acknowledgement. Observing his languid demeanor, Sirius felt his earlier disappointment dissipate in an instant. He strode over, unceremoniously claiming the other half of the bed, lying down beside Ethan like a large dog, his chin nearly resting on Ethan's shoulder. "Is it truly this enthralling?" he whispered, his warm breath brushing against Ethan's ear. "More interesting than your tales of shrieking portraits and moldy tapestries," Ethan replied, rubbing his ear before turning to plant a few hasty kisses on Sirius's cheek, hoping to coax him into silence for a moment. Sirius chuckled in satisfaction, falling silent and simply remaining by his side. Initially, his gaze lingered on the book in Ethan's hands, but the intricate letters soon lost their allure. Instead, he turned his attention upward, tracing the contours of Ethan's focused profile. Watching as his long eyelashes fluttered slightly with each turn of the page, and observing his lips occasionally pressed together in response to the unfolding narrative. The room was enveloped in the soft sounds of their breathing and the gentle rustle of turning pages. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the Slytherin-style bedroom. Yet this serenity was soon shattered by a cacophony from downstairs. The doorbell rang with vigor, followed by a flurry of footsteps and sharp exclamations, interspersed with Mrs. Weasley's commanding voice, and the excited chatter of several young boys mingled with the clear tones of girls. Sirius immediately lifted his head, a spark igniting in his gray eyes. "They have arrived," he exclaimed, gently nudging the still absorbed Ethan. "Come on, bookworm, let us go meet everyone. The festivities are about to commence." Reluctantly, Ethan closed his book, marking his place, and was pulled from the bed by Sirius as they made their way out of the room. Chapter 37, The Eve of Freedom. As they descended to the second floor, Mrs. Weasley's piercing voice rang out clearly. "Fred, George, don't just stand there. Pull down those curtains. The flirts up there are about to hatch. Ginny, dear, could you help me tidy that corner?" Upon hearing words like cleaning and chores, Ethan's steps came to an abrupt halt, and he turned to escape back upstairs. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Someone was quicker. Just as he took a step, a large hand grasped the back of his collar, pulling him back like a kitten. Trying to escape? Sirius raised an eyebrow, his face betraying unmasked delight. "Dinner will be ready soon, so accept your fate, little snake." He half pushed, half dragged Ethan down the final staircase into the bustling living room. The scene in the living room was chaotic. The Weasley twins pretended to struggle with a massive tapestry, sending up clouds of dust. Ginny and Ron were tidying the mantelpiece. Hermione had just set down her luggage and was rolling up her sleeves, ready to join the fray. Hermione, upon seeing the familiar brown-haired witch, Ethan felt a flicker of solace and approached her for a brief embrace. "Ethan, I didn't expect to see you here." Before Hermione could finish her sentence, a figure rushed in with enthusiasm. "Wonderful, everyone's here." Mrs. Weasley placed her hands on her hips, surveying the newly arrived Ethan and Hermione as if she were a general inspecting her troops. "Hermione, dear, you and Ethan will be responsible for polishing the silverware in the living room. It's so tarnished it's barely recognizable. Oh, and don't forget the silver pieces in the corner. They need attention too." Hermione nodded eagerly, full of energy. "Of course, Mrs. Weasley." Meanwhile, Ethan stared at the heap of tarnished, oddly shaped silverware in the corner, his brow furrowing in dismay. Dealing with these tedious chores was far more daunting than facing a dragon. He instinctively glanced at Sirius for help. Sirius caught his signal, but instead of offering assistance, he grinned mischievously and produced a worn, yellowing tome, thrusting it into Ethan's hands. The cover bore the elegant title, A Wizard's Guide to Household Magic. "Don't look at me. I have no talent in this area either," Sirius shrugged, gesturing toward the book. "However, all the theoretical knowledge you need is here." As for practical application, his gaze shifted to Hermione, the implication unmistakable. In protest, Ethan incinerated the book with a flick of his wand, but ultimately, he was led by Hermione toward the pile of silverware, resigned to embark on his first lesson in household magic. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching Ethan struggle with his wand under Hermione's guidance, chuckling with unrestrained joy. Just as Ethan was about to summon sparks from his wand, Mrs. Weasley's voice announcing that dinner was ready rang out, prompting him to abandon the silver candlestick in his hands and hurriedly drag Hermione to wash up. In the dining room, the long table was laden with Mrs. Weasley's hearty roasts and stews. Ethan and Hermione found a spot in the middle, eagerly diving into the steaming food. Midway through the meal, Ethan suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Hermione, lowering his voice. "By the way, have you written to Harry recently? Does he know you're here?" Hermione set down her fork, wiping her mouth with her napkin, a look of resignation crossing her face. "We wrote to him, but Professor Dumbledore has explicitly forbidden mentioning anything about the order in our letters." Her voice was soft. They could not disclose the location of the headquarters or what they were currently undertaking. Not only that, Ron interjected, his mouth full of mashed potatoes, his voice rising with excitement. "We can't even mention the move. Every time we write, We can only ask about the weather or how much summer homework he has done. He mimicked the overly formal tone, rolling his eyes. It's all nonsense. It's utterly absurd. Hermione shot Ron a glare, signaling him to lower his volume. Professor Dumbledore is concerned for Harry's safety. She turned to Ethan, her brow unconsciously furrowing. After all, Voldemort has returned, and we must exercise extreme caution. Ethan's gaze shifted between the two, recalling Sirius's earlier similar complaints, his fingers unconsciously tracing the handle of his knife. So, he murmured, he is completely in the dark, spending the entire summer alone on Privet Drive. Upon finishing his statement, the three fell into an unspoken silence. Even the delectable treacle tart on their plates seemed to lose its appeal. At that moment, the adults began to rise from the table. Lupin cleared his throat, his voice gentle yet authoritative. All right, children, dinner is over. We have some matters to discuss. You may go play in the living room. This statement served as a signal, prompting Mrs. Weasley to spring into action, ushering the youngsters away like a protective hen. Yes, go on, off to the living room. This space is for us adults. One by one, the students rose, reluctantly being ushered out of the dining room. In the living room, the traces of recent tidying were still apparent, and Ethan sat in a slightly worn armchair, boredom settling in as Fawkes perched above him. Surveying the area, Ginny settled into a spot near the fireplace, while Fred and George, with a shared understanding, stealthily moved to a position closer to the door, exchanging glances, evidently contemplating whether they could catch fragments of conversation wafting from the kitchen. However, all they could discern was the heavy thud of the kitchen door closing and the indistinct murmurs of Mrs. Weasley chanting the locking charm. The young people in the living room were instantly enveloped in a stifling silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of Fawkes preening its feathers. Before long, Crookshanks, with its distinctive gait, strutted in with an air of arrogance. It seemed to take a particular interest in Ethan, approaching to sniff at the hem of his trousers. Ethan extended his hand, gently scratching Crookshanks beneath its chin. The large cat rumbled a contented purr, leaping onto his lap and curling into a comfortable ball. As Ethan absent-mindedly stroked its warm fur, an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over him. Here, he found himself neither fully a child like Ron and the others, nor entirely regarded as a trustworthy adult by the grown-ups. This feeling of being suspended in limbo gnawed at him. After lingering for about 10 minutes, watching Crookshanks doze peacefully on his lap, Ethan gently transferred the cat to the chair and quietly stood up, slipping out of the living room. He made his way up the dimly lit stairs, step by step, back to his room on the top floor. Chapter 38, Adventure Cut Short. The cobwebbed walls of number 12, Grimmauld Place, seemed to constrict around him, suffocating each breath he took. Moody had explicitly warned him not to step outside this house. What frustrated him further was the sense of being treated like an insignificant piece of luggage, excluded from all matters of importance. While the adults whispered in hushed tones behind closed doors, whenever Ethan attempted to draw near, the conversations would abruptly cease or awkwardly shift topics. Some would even physically distance themselves from him, a more painful rejection than outright dismissal. Sirius would often leave in a hurried rush early in the morning, never elaborating on his whereabouts or activities, frequently avoiding Ethan's gaze, leaving only a vague admonition to take care of himself until he returned. Ethan could only watch as his figure disappeared into the shadows of the hallway, listening to the heavy sound of the door closing behind him. Feeling abandoned in this stifling silence, Ethan meandered through the empty, old house day after day, attempting to read, but finding it hard to concentrate. He sought out Ron, Hermione, or Ginny, who seemed to always find something to occupy themselves with. It was only at dinner time that Sirius would return, looking travel-worn. Sitting beside Ethan amidst the clamor of Mrs. Weasley orchestrating the meal, softly inquiring, "How was your day?" Ethan would typically respond with a vague hum or a shrug, knowing that expressing his grievances would only further paint him as a pitiable burden in need of reassurance. This monotonous cycle of being kept at a distance by everyone caused Ethan's pent-up frustration to swell within him like an inflating balloon, day by day. He began to struggle with sleepless nights, listening to the creaks of the old house, staring at the shifting shadows on the ceiling, feeling more like a specter than a living being. The warm water in the bathroom did little to alleviate the persistent gloom weighing on his heart. He donned a clean set of pajamas and flopped onto the soft bed. The atmosphere was suffocatingly dull, permeated with stale air, frantic portraits, and endless chores, along with the adults' misguided attempts to shield the youth from reality. This feeling of being caged rendered him nearly breathless. He refused to remain trapped here. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to quell. Ethan silently slipped out of bed and approached the window. Moonlight streamed through, illuminating a path before him. Moments later, a bluebird seamlessly merged into the London night, gliding over the slumbering rooftops towards Surrey. Time passed, and he finally reached his destination. skillfully locating the vent window of Harry's room and squeezing through. Inside, Harry was already asleep, yet even in slumber, his brow was furrowed tightly. The bluebird gently pecked at his cheek, emitting faint chirps. Harry stirred awake, and upon recognizing the familiar little bird beside his pillow, he sat up abruptly, his green eyes wide with surprise. "Ethan," he whispered, careful not to awaken the Dursleys. "How did you find me here?" The bluebird flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, and Harry could feel that he had lost weight since their last meeting. "I'm fine," Ethan replied, instinctively wanting to avert his gaze, but Harry seemed to understand. The bluebird flapped its wings again, soaring down through the bedroom window and into the dark kitchen, where it adeptly used its claws and beak to retrieve a large bag of white bread from the pantry. As the bird wobbled back to Harry's room, Ethan could see Harry anxiously peering out the window. "Merlin, Ethan, this is too dangerous. If Uncle Vernon finds out Harry received that hard-won food," his voice trembled with emotion. Harry devoured the bread ravenously, relief flooding his empty stomach. "Thank you, Ethan." After satiating his hunger, Harry's attention returned to the bluebird perched on his lap. "Where are you staying now? What about Ron and Hermione? Are they with you? Why haven't they said anything in their letters? And Sirius, is he safe?" A barrage of questions bombarded Ethan like cannon fire. The bluebird stiffened for a moment before jumping off Harry's knee and, in a flash of light, transformed back into Ethan. Now clad in pajamas, Ethan stood before Harry, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot tell you." Disappointment and confusion etched themselves across Harry's face. "Why? Are you keeping secrets from me too?" "Because Dumbledore said you would be safer here," Ethan interrupted, stepping closer and locking eyes with him. "Leaving here or knowing too much could put you in greater danger." Ethan saw the hurt and struggle in Harry's eyes, a sentiment he could all too well relate to. "Harry, I dislike my current situation as much as you do. This house feels like a prison, suffocating me with its decay, and they won't even let me near them." "You think the Dursleys are a good place to be?" Harry retorted, his fingers instinctively twisting the bedsheets. "I've lived here for over 10 years. Listening to Aunt Petunia's screams and Dudley smashing things." Harry took a deep breath, lowering his voice. "But at least your prison has magic." His gaze pierced through to Ethan. "I don't even know where they are fighting." He suddenly slammed his fist against the pillow, venting his pent-up frustration. "I understand, Ethan, I truly do. But this feeling of being kept in the dark is unbearable." Ethan reached out, wanting to comfort Harry's shoulder, but hesitated mid-motion, ultimately settling for a clenched fist. "It will pass, Harry." His voice was soft, almost a self-soothing mantra. "As long as we endure until the summer ends, we will return to Hogwarts." Harry managed a faint smile, a fleeting curve of his lips, nodding slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on the floor, clearly not truly absorbing the feeble reassurance. He responded ambiguously, his voice muffled. "Yes, just endure it." Ethan picked up the old watch resting beside Harry's pillow, its hands faintly glowing in the darkness. He raised the watch, scrutinizing it under the moonlight streaming through the window. "I must leave," he whispered, gently placing the watch back in its original position. "I need to return before dawn, before anyone discovers my absence." Harry remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. A brief silence enveloped the two. Ethan chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he opened his arms and briefly embraced Harry before releasing him. Before Harry could reciprocate, Ethan's form swiftly diminished, transforming once more into the bluebird. It cast one last glance at Harry before turning away, slipping through the small ventilation window and merging into the gray dawn. It flew back along the path it had come, towards its cage. Seizing the final moments of night before dawn, Ethan glided silently back to Grimmauld Place. He deftly squeezed through the gap of the slightly ajar window and landed lightly on the cold floor. The instant his feathers touched the ground, his form elongated rapidly. Reverting to that of a golden-haired boy clad in pajamas, Ethan exhaled softly, preparing to sneak back into bed when a low voice resonated from the shadowed corner of the room. "Where have you been?" Chapter 39, Understanding and Tolerance. Ethan jolted in surprise. He turned to see Sirius seated in the armchair against the wall, much of his body shrouded in darkness, with only the faint light from the window outlining his silhouette. His voice was laced with anger and an uncontainable worry. Ethan fell silent for a moment, realizing he could not hide the truth. He approached the edge of the bed and sat down, replying candidly, "I went to see Harry." Sirius's figure stiffened noticeably as he leaned forward from the shadows. "That is far too dangerous." "I was very careful," Ethan interrupted him, his tone somewhat brusque. But it soon softened. "The Dursleys aren't feeding him. When I went in, he was sleeping on an empty stomach." Ethan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white. "And Sirius, he is trapped just like me." He lifted his gaze to meet Sirius's, his voice imbued with a sense of helplessness. "It feels dreadful. We are both confined in separate cages while being told it is for our own good." Sirius, upon hearing that the Muggles were neglecting Harry, suddenly stood up from the chair, his chest heaving. He paced irritably in the dim room, his fists clenched tightly, his voice a low growl escaping through gritted teeth. Those damned, filthy muggles. How dare they treat Harry like this? I will. His fury nearly ignited into tangible flames. But just as he teetered on the edge of losing control, his gaze fell upon Ethan, who sat with his head bowed. Sirius abruptly halted. He suddenly realized that Ethan's visit was not merely a delivery of food. He saw his own reflection in Harry's plight. This realization gripped Sirius's heart tightly. He could not bear the thought of Ethan experiencing the same torment. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the bedside, squatting in front of Ethan, compelling him to meet his eyes. Listen, Ethan, his tone was unusually firm. I would love nothing more than to turn Privet Drive upside down right now. But your feelings are equally important. He reached out, gripping Ethan's tense shoulders, as if to transfer his strength. You feel trapped. That sensation is terrifyingly real. But remember, this cage is temporary. It protects you, enabling you to eventually shatter all the cages that should not exist, including Harry's. His gaze was fervent, imbued with an almost obsessive promise. I assure you, we will not remain passive forever. But until then, do not let this emotion drag you down. Look at me, Ethan. I will stand by you through this. Ethan met Sirius's gaze. Witnessing the fire ignited by Harry's predicament and the concern for himself reflected in Sirius's gray eyes, Ethan became acutely aware that Sirius had been imprisoned in this ancestral cage, laden with painful memories, far longer and with greater sorrow than he himself had endured. This understanding clenched at his heart. In his own emotional outpouring, he had neglected the heavier burdens Sirius bore, the shadows of Azkaban, the weight of the Order, the worry for his protégés, yet he still found the strength to guide this inexperienced newcomer. A wave of profound remorse washed over him, dispersing the grievances and anger he had felt earlier. Lowering his eyelashes, he averted his gaze from Sirius's piercing stare, his voice barely audible. I'm sorry. Sirius hesitated momentarily. Ethan's fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of his pajama top as he continued in a low tone, tinged with regret. Even though you're unhappy here, I still burden you with my frustrations, expecting you to comfort me. I'm terrible. He felt like a thoughtless child seeking solace from someone equally scarred, oblivious to the deeper wounds that might lie within. This realization filled him with immense discomfort. Sirius observed Ethan's bowed head. The guilt etched upon his features softened his heart. The expression of anger and worry that had clouded his face began to dissipate. He extended his hand once more, but this time, he gently placed it atop Ethan's head, his palm warm. Fool. Sirius's voice was low but devoid of its earlier rasp. Because I have been trapped myself, because I know that feeling, I cannot allow you to bear this alone. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. Listen, Ethan, you need not feel sorry. Your discomfort is never trivial. Your feelings matter to me, so do not push me away. Allow me to stand by you, just as I wish someone could stand by Harry. Ethan inhaled deeply, his previously furrowed brow easing as he finally lifted his head to meet Sirius's gaze, offering him a weary yet grateful smile. Thank you, Sirius, Ethan said. At that moment, he noticed the faint gray-white hue emerging at the edge of the sky. Dawn was approaching. Ethan tilted his chin towards the window. You've been restless all night. You should return to rest. Sirius observed the relief beginning to wash over Ethan's expression, and he too felt a sense of lightness in his heart. However, instead of leaving, he reached out and grasped Ethan's shoulders, guiding him back toward the bed. Enough chatter. You need sleep more than anything else right now. He pulled the covers over Ethan, then turned, dragging the armchair he had previously occupied to the bedside. Placing it down with a thud, he sat down firmly, arms crossed, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the boy in bed. I will stay here, watching over you until you fall asleep. Ethan lay on the bed, watching Sirius's stubborn demeanor as he guarded him. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. But before he could speak, Sirius impatiently clicked his tongue, reaching out to grab the blanket, shaking it vigorously to wrap Ethan snugly from head to toe. He then delivered a hearty pat on his arm through the thick covers, producing a muffled sound. Close your eyes. Sleep. Sirius's voice came through the blanket. If you keep your eyes open to talk nonsense, I'll send you to sleep with creature. Ethan, acutely aware of his guilt, dared not voice his anger, letting out a subdued sound of frustration as he obediently closed his eyes. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the gentle rhythm of their breathing. Sirius remained motionless in his chair, quietly observing Ethan's serene slumber, captivated by the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest and the soft, elongated breaths that escaped his lips. Only when he was certain that Ethan had fully succumbed to deep sleep did he rise with utmost care. He bent down to meticulously tuck the blankets around Ethan, which had been unconsciously pushed aside, before turning silently to exit the room, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 40. the paparazzi chicken. Ever since that evening when Sirius discerned Ethan's feelings of confinement within the house, he made it a point to return from his exhausting missions with little tokens of novelty for Ethan. At times, it would be the latest peculiar candies from Honeydukes or Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. On other occasions, he would bring Muggle novels, but more frequently, he would share snippets of information pertaining to the Order and Harry. Sirius never admitted to having clandestinely visited Harry, nor would he allow Harry to catch wind of his presence, as it was strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, Hermione had also noticed Ethan often sitting alone on the living room sofa, lost in thought. She refrained from probing further, instead choosing to silently embrace her thick tomes. Taking a seat at the opposite end of the sofa. On days when the weather was favorable, Ethan would perch cross-legged on the windowsill, clutching a novel as rays of sunlight filtered through, while Hermione would sit quietly on the carpet beside him, engrossed in her textbooks. In such companionship, Ethan's spirits gradually lifted, and once he regained his mental fortitude, he began devising ways to eavesdrop on the meetings of the Order. Mad-Eye and Lupin soon discovered that their repeated prohibitions against eavesdropping were futile. The little bluebird was always elusive. Mrs. Weasley had expressed her ire on several occasions, insisting on casting a powerful binding spell on his feathered form. Mad-Eye's magical eye spun with increased frequency, turning it into a veritable game of cat and mouse. As Ethan consistently found new hiding spots, his remarkable patience in seeking information left the adults both exasperated and helpless, even leading them to a point of reluctant acquiescence. One afternoon, a sudden eruption of shrill insults from the hallway pierced the air, a cacophony of "you filthy mudblood," defiling my ancestral home, causing both Ethan and Hermione, who were nestled on the living room sofa with books in hand, to look up in unison. Since the Weasley twins had taken to tinkering in their room, such a ruckus had become a rarity in the house. Ethan closed his book and stood up, intending to investigate who had once again roused the ire of the ancient portrait. As he stepped out of the living room, he spotted a woman with striking bubblegum pink hair, her back to him, awkwardly apologizing to a portrait that Mad-Eye was desperately attempting to shield with a curtain. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I just tripped over that umbrella stand." Her voice brimmed with sincerity and a hint of residual shock. Clearly, her apologies fell on deaf ears. As the vitriol from the portrait escalated, "You clumsy, uncouth," the insults abruptly ceased as Mrs. Weasley rushed in from the kitchen, muttering, "Oh heavens, Tonks," while she and Mad-Eye strained to secure the curtain, effectively muffling the unfinished tirade behind it. The hallway returned to silence. At that moment, the woman with pink hair turned to reveal her face, flushed with embarrassment. Ethan's eyes widened in recognition. It was Nymphadora Tonks. His face brightened instantly, and a radiant smile illuminated his features. "Tonks," he exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to envelop her in a hearty embrace. Tonks stumbled back slightly, but soon returned the gesture, patting his back warmly. "Ethan, Merlin, you've grown so tall." She released him, her face aglow with the genuine delight of reuniting with an old friend. Mrs. Weasley observed the exchange, her expression softening as the earlier irritation sparked by the portrait faded. Mad-Eye cast a brief glance at Tonks with his normal eye, gruffly admonishing, "Steady yourself, Tonks. No need to be so clumsy." However, his tone lacked genuine reproach. Seizing the moment while Mrs. Weasley and Mad-Eye adjusted the curtain, Ethan grasped Tonks' wrist. "Come here," he whispered, his voice tinged with the thrill of mischief, pulling the newcomer into the living room without hesitation. Hermione remained in her previous position, book in hand, her expression one of surprise as she beheld the unfamiliar which being ushered in by Ethan. "Hermione, this is Nymphadora Tonks, an Auror and a proud Hufflepuff graduate from Hogwarts." Ethan introduced rapidly, his tone familiar. "Tonks, this is Hermione Granger, a Gryffindor from Hogwarts. She's exceptionally clever." Tonks appeared to still be recovering from the earlier embarrassment of disturbing the portrait, offering Hermione a friendly smile and instinctively extending her hand. "Oh, just call me Tonks. Nymphadora is a mouthful." "Hi, Hermione." Hermione promptly set her book aside, rising to shake her hand, her curiosity piqued as she appraised the young Auror. Just as the brief introductions concluded, Ethan eagerly motioned for Tonks to sit beside him on the sofa, leaning forward with excitement glimmering in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "What is it like working missions with Mad-Eye? Isn't it thrilling?" Ethan skirted around the clear breach of confidentiality, attempting to coax Tonks into sharing her experiences. "What do you all usually do? I mean, aside from regular patrols?" Tonks blinked at his barrage of inquiries, glancing at Ethan's eager expression before stealing a look at Hermione, who was equally intrigued. She opened her mouth as if about to share something, but the training of an Auror and the discipline of the Order snapped her back to reality. She ran a hand through her pink hair, offering an apologetic smile. Well, Ethan, you know, there's a lot that's not really appropriate to discuss." She hesitated, attempting to shift the topic, but keeping up with Mad Eye's training has been quite the challenge. He always says I'm too clumsy, as you just witnessed. A hint of amusement flickered in Ethan's eyes, and just as he was about to probe further, Mrs. Weasley's warning cough reverberated from the doorway. Ethan, stop pestering Tonks with a barrage of questions. She just arrived. Let her catch her breath. Mrs. Weasley stood with her hands on her hips, clearly seeing through his intentions. Tonks, dear, don't mind him. Mad Eye is looking for you. Tonks, as if released from a spell, promptly stood up, casting Ethan and Hermione an apologetic glance. Before hastening to follow Mrs. Weasley out of the living room, Ethan watched her depart with a smile, only to turn and find Hermione regarding him with a look that conveyed, I see right through you. Amused by her expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione, puzzled by his laughter, raised an eyebrow. What is so funny? Ethan stifled his laughter but couldn't suppress the smile that lingered on his lips. Pointing at Hermione and then at himself, he remarked, you were staring at me like a cat eyeing a mouse. Chapter 41, The Master of Laziness. Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment from his metaphor. Lowering her voice with a hint of disapproval, you were just guiding her to recall events regarding the Order of the Phoenix and the outside world. Ethan, reclining nonchalantly on the sofa with his legs crossed, responded leisurely, it's merely a subtle maneuver, my dear Hermione, stretching the syllables, at least I obtained what I desired. Hermione slightly furrowed her brow, yet instinctively leaned a fraction closer to Ethan, as if silently urging him to continue. Ethan took note of her reaction, beckoning her closer with a gesture, as if sharing an enormous secret. Hermione hesitated briefly but ultimately succumbed to her curiosity and moved nearer. Ethan tilted his head, lowering his voice to a whisper. Those under Moody's leadership are fervently striving to secure the support of the Aurors still willing to communicate under Scrimgeour. He paused, ensuring each word resonated clearly in Hermione's ears. The Ministry is in utter disarray, and that fool Fudge is desperately trying to keep a lid on things. Moody and his team are endeavoring to convince them that the Dark Lord has indeed returned. He pulled back slightly, observing Hermione's eyes widen and her lips part in shock. Continuing in a hushed tone, however, it is evident that their efforts are far from successful. There are simply too many imbeciles within the Ministry, or else they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hermione straightened abruptly, processing the sudden influx of information. Ethan resumed his languid posture, as if he had merely shared an amusing piece of gossip. Soon after, Hermione furrowed her brow once more, unconsciously leaning towards Ethan, her voice barely above a whisper. But Fudge is most terrified of any discourse regarding the Dark Lord's return. He absolutely cannot permit any supportive voices for such claims within the Ministry. Ethan leaned in closer, whispering in her ear. Indeed, thus it is exceedingly difficult. Any official or Auror daring to publicly question the Minister or support Dumbledore risks being marginalized at best, or losing their job at worst. The weight of Ethan's words caused Hermione's heart to plummet. In such an environment, Ethan shrugged, a gesture imbued with a sense of helplessness. No one dares to publicly stand in support of Dumbledore. In fact, even today, he has lost his position as the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. What? Hermione exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. How do you know? Kingsley Shacklebolt, that Auror. Ethan snapped his fingers and grinned triumphantly, revealing a hint of exclusive information. I saw him this morning when I was seeing Sirius off. He must have just received the news and rushed here in a frenzy. He glanced at Hermione, noticing the evident concern on her face, and gently reassured her. Trust in Dumbledore. He is unconcerned with these trivial positions. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley's piercing voice echoed from the kitchen. Children, stop lounging on the sofa. Get moving. We still have 2 whole floors to clean. Fred, George, don't pretend you didn't hear that. Hermione immediately stood up, her face betraying a resigned expression. She looked towards Ethan, only to find that the boy who had been beside her was now gone, replaced by a bluebird that flapped its wings and burrowed into her tousled brown curls, hiding itself snugly. Ethan, she whispered urgently, come out. A faint chirp emerged from her hair, followed by a slight wriggling, clearly unwilling to comply. Hermione sighed in exasperation, feeling Ethan nestle comfortably in her hair throughout the afternoon, occasionally adjusting his position due to her movements. It wasn't until evening, when the tantalizing aroma of stew wafted from the kitchen and Mrs. Weasley announced that dinner was served, that Hermione saw a flash of blue darting from her hair, swiftly navigating the corridor before precisely entering the second-floor bathroom. A few minutes later, as Hermione settled at the long dining table, Ethan leisurely strolled into the dining room and casually took a seat beside her. Hermione discreetly kicked him under the table, prompting Ethan to dramatically gasp, grimacing in an exaggerated display of pain as if Hermione had shattered his shin bone. This little theatrical moment caught the attention of Tonks, sitting across from them. Instinctively, she leaned towards Ethan, her mouth opening to inquire if he was all right. However, the instant her gaze met Ethan's playful, mischievous eyes. She froze in place. The memory of Moody's earlier warning echoed in her mind. That boy is a natural Legilimens. No incantation required, not even a conscious thought. Best to avoid eye contact when speaking to him, unless you wish for him to uncover your secrets. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. Tonks maintained her forward-leaning posture. Yet her neck stiffened as she forced herself to turn away, focusing her attention on the wall beside Ethan, as if the wallpaper had suddenly become captivatingly interesting. Her lips remained slightly parted, the question lodged in her throat, her gaze flitting about, adamantly avoiding any connection with Ethan's eyes. Observing her odd mixture of concern and discomfort, Ethan's pained expression faltered, replaced by amusement. "What is the matter, Tonks?" he asked with feigned concern. "Is there something on my face? Or is this wall particularly stunning?" Tonks emitted a sound caught somewhere between a mumble and a cough, shaking her head vigorously while still fixated on the wall. Remus, seated beside her, discerned the awkwardness and shook his head in resignation. It was not until Mrs. Weasley approached with a massive pot of stew, calling everyone to dig in, that Tonks hurriedly buried her attention in her plate. After dinner, Hermione and Ginny lingered in the kitchen to watch Tonks perform her nose-changing trick, while Ethan, cocooned in a blanket, curled up on the living room sofa, a Muggle novel sprawled across his lap. Though Ethan's mind was not entirely consumed by the book, he divided his attention, listening for sounds from the doorway. As the clock's hands sluggishly approached a certain hour, familiar footsteps finally echoed from the hallway. Chapter 42, The Master of Fencing and the Childish Rogue. Sirius's figure appeared at the living room door, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space before striding directly towards Ethan. He plopped down heavily into the vacant spot on the sofa beside Ethan, the force of his descent causing the cushions to sag deeply, jostling Ethan slightly. Leaning back against the sofa, Sirius closed his eyes and exhaled irritably. Ethan shifted his gaze from the book, tilting his head to address him. "How did it go?" Sirius kept his eyes shut, disdainfully snorting through his nose, convincing that stubborn lot is as difficult as teaching pigs to perform magic. This exaggerated metaphor elicited a low chuckle from Ethan, his shoulders shaking slightly. Hearing his laughter, Sirius abruptly opened his eyes, turning his head with a look of reproach. "I've been toiling away outside, dealing with those fools, and you're laughing?" Ethan, far from suppressing his amusement, raised the book slightly to obscure his face, revealing only his smiling eyes, and replied lightly, "Mind your own business. I shall laugh if I wish." His somewhat smug demeanor left Sirius momentarily speechless, compelling him to glare at Ethan before he too broke into an unintended chuckle, slumping back into the sofa with resignation. Muttering to himself, "Heartless little rascal." Ethan, upon hearing the sound, kicked out his feet from the blanket without a moment's thought, landing a precise strike on Sirius's thigh. Sirius winced, immediately straightening up, feigning the act of rolling up his sleeves to confront him. "Hey, you've got some nerve to kick me." Just as Sirius seemed poised to leap at him, Ethan swiftly diverted the conversation. "Have you eaten yet?" "I'm too full of anger to eat," Sirius replied tersely, halting his movements. "That won't do," Ethan insisted, tossing aside the book and blanket, reaching out to grasp Sirius's arm in an attempt to pull him off the couch. "Get up, let's find something to eat in the kitchen." Sirius, feigning indifference, relaxed his body, sinking heavily into the sofa like a boulder cemented to the ground. Watching Ethan exert all his effort to no avail. "Is this all the strength you've got?" Sirius mocked, using his wrist to pull Ethan towards him, causing Ethan to stumble and nearly fall into his embrace. In a moment of desperation, Ethan kicked out again, landing his foot solidly against Sirius's calf. Seizing the opportunity while Sirius winced in pain, he turned and dashed towards the kitchen, casting a defiant glance over his shoulder. "Stop right there." Sirius, thoroughly roused by the two kicks, sprang up from the sofa and pursued the fleeing figure. Ethan burst into the kitchen, yanking open a drawer that clattered with utensils, finally extracting a sturdy wooden spatula. As he turned around, Sirius entered right behind him. Ethan quickly gripped the handle with one hand, pointing the spatula at Sirius while awkwardly adopting a fencing stance, his expression serious as if to convey danger. Sirius, taken aback by this sudden display, paused for a moment before erupting into laughter, squatting down with his forehead resting on his knees, chuckling uncontrollably. "Are you planning to cook me a meal with that spatula?" He managed to stammer between laughs. Ethan, flustered by his mirth, maintained his stance, jabbing the spatula towards him. "Get up, Blake. If you're a man, let's have a duel." Struggling to contain his laughter, Sirius lifted his head, tears of joy streaming down his face. He attempted to rise but, still laughing heartily, his legs felt weak, and he nearly collapsed again, resorting to leaning against the doorframe while watching Ethan's earnest fencing pose, resulting in another bout of laughter. Irritated by Sirius's dismissive demeanor, Ethan marched over and struck Sirius's arm with the spatula. "Enough of this." I'm done. There's no point in competing with someone as lacking in honor as you. Finally managing to stand upright, Sirius wiped away the tears from his eyes, gazing at Ethan's thwarted plans with a sense of endearment. He couldn't resist reaching out to tousle Ethan's hair, only to have his hand swatted away in annoyance. After a moment, Sirius glanced at the spatula that Ethan had tossed back onto the countertop. He picked it up, swinging it with mock seriousness, pointing its tip at Ethan and raising an eyebrow in silent challenge. Ethan, oblivious as he rummaged between the pantry and refrigerator, failed to notice Sirius's antics. He retrieved a piece of steak and several slices of bacon, intending to quickly fry them for Sirius's meal. Turning around, he spotted Sirius still brandishing the spatula, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Put that down, Blake. How old are you?" he chided while pouring oil into the frying pan. "Hey, you were the one who started it," Sirius protested, finally relinquishing the spatula, dragging a kitchen chair over to sit backward on it, resting his arms on the backrest and propping his chin on his arms. Intently watching Ethan busy at the stove, Ethan skillfully ignited the flame, placing the steak and bacon into the hot pan, the sizzle and aroma wafting through the air. He feigned ignorance to Sirius's earlier accusation, even humming an off-key tune to signal a change of topic. Sirius chose not to pursue the matter further, simply observing in silence. Soon, the steak was cooked to perfection. Ethan plated it alongside 2 fried eggs, presenting them to Sirius with an almost imperceptible glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Here, eat up." Sirius picked up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. However, his chewing slowed as a hint of hesitation crossed his face. "How is it?" Ethan immediately inquired. Sirius pondered. "It seems a bit bland. Did you forget the salt?" Ethan, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation, replied slowly, "Let me think. Dogs shouldn't have too much salt, right?" Sirius's chewing abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he registered Ethan's intent. "You did that on purpose." Ethan, unable to contain himself upon seeing Sirius's shocked expression, burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. While laughing, he reached over to the spice rack, handing a salt shaker to Sirius. Just kidding. Add it yourself." Sirius, holding the shaker, watched Ethan's eyes crinkle with laughter, ultimately shaking his head in resignation while sprinkling salt over the steak, muttering a soft curse under his breath. Chapter 43. The Days of Working by Day and Homework by Night. Observing Sirius beginning to wash the dishes, Ethan quietly slipped back into the living room, tidying up the novel and blanket he had previously discarded on the sofa, then retrieving the scroll of parchment on which he had only written an introduction. Clutching the parchment and feather quill, he tiptoed up the stairs behind Sirius. As Sirius opened the door to his bedroom, about to close it behind him, Ethan nimbly sidestepped and slipped under his arm. Sirius paused, taken aback by Ethan's bold intrusion into his room. He closed the door with a teasing tone. "What's this? Have you finally realized my bed is more comfortable than yours?" Ethan ignored his quip, instead pulling out the blank parchment and feather quill from behind his back, thrusting them into Sirius's face. The smile on Sirius's face gradually faded as he regarded the parchment, a harbinger of trouble. "What is this?" he asked in disbelief. "My charms essay," Ethan replied matter-of-factly. Sirius rubbed his face in exasperation, his voice tinged with struggle. "Can't this be written during the day?" Ethan retorted with conviction. "Do you have time during the day?" Sirius was momentarily speechless, frustration boiling within him as he pinched Ethan's cheek with mild force, gritting his teeth. "You're so bold for asking someone else for help." Ethan, unable to articulate clearly due to Sirius's grip, widened his eyes in shock. "Did you think you were enjoying a free dinner? That was payment. An advance payment." Sirius was bemused by Ethan's audacious logic. Releasing his grip and snatching the scroll from his hands, striding over to his desk with a huff. Fine, advance payment." With his objective achieved, Ethan plopped down on Sirius's soft bed, lying on his stomach, propping himself up on his elbows. "Hey, right seriously," Ethan drawled, adopting a slightly commanding tone. "I'm counting on it to get an O." Without turning around, Sirius muttered grumpily, "Got it." The room was soon filled only with the soft scratch of the quill gliding across the parchment. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Ethan rolled over on the bed, staring up at the canopied ceiling for a while, feeling bored, and began to fidget restlessly. He turned his head to gaze at Sirius's back. "How has things been with Harry lately?" The sound of the quill paused momentarily. Sirius did not immediately turn around. After a few seconds, he murmured, "Not well." He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to expel the pent-up frustration within him. To that family, Harry likely resembled a servant they were obligated to keep. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly somber, and the quill in his hand began to scratch against the parchment with an intensity that threatened to pierce through it. "I intended to go directly and warn them, to stand at the door of their cookie-cutter house and make them understand the fury and restlessness laced within my voice. But Dumbledore forbade it." He insisted it had to be this way, for safety. He nearly bit out the final words. Ethan propped himself up. Did you argue with Dumbledore? Sirius, agitated, ran a hand through his hair, the quill's tip striking the parchment with a heavy thud. It didn't reach the level of an argument. He muttered, a hint of resentment in his voice. It was merely some disagreement. He always has his reasons, a multitude of grand schemes and necessities that I cannot contest. He fell silent, pouring all his helplessness and indignation into that wretched essay on curses, the sound of the quill scraping against the parchment reverberating harshly in the quiet room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Sirius finally completed a complex section on the principles of a spell, he set down the quill and rubbed his aching wrist. Only then realizing that there had been no sound behind him for quite some time, he turned around in confusion. There lay Ethan, sprawled on his bed. His cheek nestled into the pillow, his tousled golden hair splayed about, clearly fast asleep. Sirius gently placed the quill down, rose, and walked over to retrieve a blanket. Carefully spreading it over Ethan, tucking the corners in to ensure he wouldn't catch a chill. After completing this task, he stood at the bedside, gazing down at Ethan for a few seconds, confirming that he had not stirred, before sighing silently and returning to his desk to continue the seemingly interminable battle with the essay on curses. In the depths of night, Ethan, in slumber, heard intermittent sounds nearby, akin to muffled whimpers. Unconsciously, he extended his hand, groping the bed beside him, his fingertips brushing against the slightly trembling form. The sensation jolted him awake, banishing the remnants of sleep, and he sat up abruptly, his heart racing. In the darkness, he squinted, his eyes adjusting to the dim light, and leaned in closer to discern the figure. It was Sirius. He lay on his side, curled up, his brow furrowed tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his lips forming silent syllables. Ethan suddenly recalled that he had succumbed to sleep while writing the essay, and Sirius, after finishing at the desk, had likely collapsed beside him for rest. At that moment, Sirius murmured incoherently, and Ethan held his breath, straining to catch a few fragmented words. Azkaban. Cold. Don't come near, James. Ethan understood what that meant. He knew that the chilling prison and the shadows of the Dementors had never truly faded from Sirius's world. He reached out, gently patting Sirius's taut back. Keeping his voice low, Sirius, it's all right, he softly called his name. It's just a dream, all just dreams. I'm here, you're safe. It's warm here. Ethan continued to stroke his back, feeling the subtle tremor of his muscles beneath his palm, as if Sirius's soul remained ensnared in the cold and despair of that grim fortress. James isn't here. He adjusted his position slightly, ensuring their contact was more intimate. But Harry is, and I am too. We are all here beside you. Perhaps it was the continuous soothing strokes that began to work. For Ethan could feel Sirius's tense muscles gradually loosening, his rapid breathing beginning to slow. Ethan maintained this position until he heard Sirius's breathing lengthen, confirming that he had truly escaped the nightmare. Only then did Ethan's consciousness begin to relax, and he drifted back into slumber. The first light of dawn struggled to pierce through the heavy curtains as Sirius awoke from his dreams, his awareness not yet fully returned. But his senses had already begun to revive. The first sensation he registered was the steady beat of a heart resonating through his nightclothes, followed swiftly by a sweet, slightly tangy scent of citrus wafting to his nostrils. It was then that he realized his head rested against Ethan's chest, his upper body almost entirely nestled within the embrace of the other. Instinctively, he burrowed further into Ethan's warmth, his forehead gently rubbing against Ethan's collarbone through the fabric. Ethan stirred slightly in his sleep, vaguely aware of the movement at his chest. Still half asleep, his eyelids fluttered, but the hand draped over Sirius's back instinctively began to move, slowly caressing his spine. Dreaming again? Ethan's voice was muffled, as if submerged in warm water. It's all right, I'm here. Sirius lifted his head and beheld Ethan's slightly furrowed brow in slumber, which compelled him to bury his face back into the warmth, nuzzling closer. Ethan, caught between dreams and wakefulness, felt the tickle of Sirius's nuzzling and let out a soft hum, yet his soothing gestures did not cease, his palm continuing to warmingly pat Sirius's back. Sleep, Ethan, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the tips of Sirius's hair. I'm here with you. Sirius quieted, listening to the synchronizing rhythm of their heartbeats, feeling the continuous gentle pats on his back, and gradually closed his eyes. When Sirius next opened his eyes, the space beside him was empty, leaving only a faint indentation and the lingering scent of oranges in the air. He lingered for a moment before rising, brushing his teeth and splashing cold water on his face to dispel the last remnants of sleep, before descending the stairs in search of someone. Indeed, in the bustling living room, he found Ethan. The long coffee table was crowded with people. Ethan was bent over a pile of parchment with the Weasley twins, and the scene made Sirius raise an eyebrow. Chapter 44. the true Gryffindor. As he approached, he saw that George was hastily copying Ethan's essay on curses, while Ethan himself was furiously transcribing from Fred's Herbology paper, and Fred was unceremoniously borrowing from George's transfiguration notes. Hermione sat beside them, quill flying across the parchment as she sternly chastised. This kind of mutual plagiarism is entirely unacceptable. You aren't learning anything. Ethan, hearing this, did not pause his writing, merely acknowledging with a distracted amid his ink dipping. Meanwhile, Ron seized the opportunity during Hermione's tirade to snatch her potion's paper and hastily scribble a few lines. Amidst the chaotic scene, only Ginny quietly focused on her own assignment. Watching the disarray, Sirius's lips curved into a small smile, and he wisely chose not to interrupt. He turned and walked into the dining room, hoping to find something to eat, and his eyes fell upon a basket of oranges. He casually picked one up, peeled it, and bit into a segment, only to be struck by a sharp sourness that made him squint. This orange was tart enough to serve as potion ingredients. Holding the half-eaten orange, he ambled back to the living room, settling on the sofa as he observed Ethan's concentrated profile as he copied notes. Ethan seemed to sense his gaze, looking up and immediately spotting the conspicuous orange in Sirius's hand, along with the subtle expression still lingering on his face. Ethan extended his hand with remarkable ease, retrieving the bitten segment of orange from Sirius, and without a change in expression, he popped the entire piece into his mouth. Chewing thoughtfully and even nodding in approval, he then seamlessly passed the remaining portion of the orange to George beside him, mumbling, "Give it a try. It's quite good." George, unsuspecting, finished his last word and promptly tore off a segment to savor, swallowing it after a couple of chews, effortlessly handing the larger half of the orange to Fred. His eyes still glued to the parchment as he casually echoed, "Indeed, it's rather sweet." Fred glanced up at Ethan, who was engrossed in transcribing his herbalism paper, then cast a sidelong look at his brother, equally absorbed in his studies. Thus, Fred also tore off a segment, chewing it contemplatively, before speaking in a nonchalant tone to his dear brother. "The oranges Mother purchased this time are quite decent, very sweet." Their performance successfully captured Ron's attention. "Really? Give me a piece too," Ron shouted, snatching the last few segments from Fred's hand, eagerly stuffing them into his mouth. The next moment, he coughed vigorously. "Ugh, so sour. You tricked me." Ron leaped up, his expression one of sheer agony. Simultaneously, all who had tasted the fruit erupted into a fit of laughter, startling Hermione, who lifted her head in displeasure, shook it, and returned to her paper. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was enveloped in an atmosphere of indulgent languor that afternoon. Everyone seemed devoid of purpose, like a group of melted candies, sprawled on the sofas and carpet in a variety of peculiar poses. Even their breathing appeared slow and lethargic. "I'm so bored I could wither away," Fred drawled, allowing his head to droop over the edge of the sofa. George immediately chimed in, "We need some amusement. Something to lift our spirits." Thus, propelled by the twins' banter, a classic game of blind man's bluff was proposed. George sprang up, waving his arms as he introduced the rules. Simple. One person will be it, blindfolded, and must catch others within a set time. The first unfortunate soul caught will be the next it. The playing area is the entire living room. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Ethan, along with the Weasley twins, all joined in to seek some entertainment on this dreary afternoon. In the first round, Fred volunteered to be it. Once the blindfold was secured, the living room transformed into a miniature battlefield of stealth. Fred extended his arms, floundering about like an ungainly bat. Ron, convinced of his cleverness, tucked himself behind the curtains, only to be swiftly apprehended by Fred, thus becoming the first captive. Next, Ginny, attempting to use the sofa's corner as cover, was also caught. Hermione, perhaps thinking the most dangerous place was the safest, sprawled across the edge of the coffee table, resulting in Fred tripping over her and inadvertently capturing her. The game concluded amidst laughter and Ron's complaints when George shouted, "Time's up." In the second round, it was Ron's turn to be it. Thick blindfold obscured his vision, rendering him cautious, his arms flailing in the air. "This way, Ron," Fred whispered from a short distance. Ron immediately lunged towards the sound, naturally missing his target. "No, this way," George hissed from another direction. Ron pivoted, akin to a headless fly. The more he failed to catch anyone, the louder the taunts became, with Fred and George devising ways to mislead him, making him believe he was closing in on his prey. With the noise escalating, Ron's courage grew, and he hastened towards what he thought was the right direction. He collided with someone. The texture was firm, the fabric reminiscent of a robe, accompanied by a distinct herbal scent. At that moment, all merriment in the living room ceased, leaving only the sound of gasps and Ethan's hearty laughter. A sense of foreboding surged within Ron as he yanked off the blindfold. In the glaring light, he found himself gripping the corner of a black robe, and the robe's owner, Professor Snape, was glaring down at him with an expression devoid of emotion. Ron's heart raced in terror, and he released his grip, stepping back as if scalded, his tongue tying in knots. Professor. We. Snape's lips moved slightly. His voice a whisper yet piercingly clear to all present. It seems Mr. Weasley has an abundance of energy that necessitates him to charge about the room like a rampaging troll. He showed no interest in Ron's stammered explanations, forcefully yanking the robe from Ron's grasp, casting a sharp glance at Ethan before striding toward the dining room. Merlin's beard. Fred broke the silence first, gazing at Ron, who looked ashen, his face filled with admiration. You caught Snape. Fearless. George joined in with exaggerated applause. Ron Weasley, a true Gryffindor. Ron's spirit seemed to have been severely rattled. He fell silent, retreating to a corner, curling into a ball, facing the wall on the carpet, leaving only his red-haired crown visible. Chapter 45, The Embarrassing Duo. Ginny observed her brother sulking in the corner and turned to Ethan, seated nearby. Do you think Snape will poison Ron? Ethan, reclining with one leg crossed, was amusedly watching Ron's silhouette when he heard Ginny's question. He replied, deliberately raising his voice. Fear not, Professor Snape would never poison a student. He paused, satisfied to see Ron's shoulders relax slightly. Then, Ethan pivoted. However, should Draco find out, Ron might indeed meet his end at Draco's hands. What? Ron, huddled in the corner, instantly broke his silence, spinning around with a face etched in terror. What does that have to do with me? Ethan feigned surprise, his eyebrows arched high, responding in a sarcastic tone. Wow, you didn't know, Ron? Professor Snape is actually Mr. Draco Malfoy's favorite teacher. Ron dashed to the sofa, clasping his hands together, his eyes brimming with hope as he implored Ethan, you'll still be the prefect next term, right? You'll protect me, stop Malfoy's mischief, won't you? Ethan elongated his response, adopting a nonchalant tone to deliver the final blow. Well, if he causes trouble behind my back, there's not much I can do. Observing Ron's look of utter despair, Ethan finally relented, kindly advising, hey, take it easy, Ron. You'll be in 5th year too. Perhaps, the prefect badge might just fall into your lap. At that point, you won't have to fear him. Me. There's no way I could become a prefect. Ron responded as if he had just heard a grand jest. Suddenly, he turned to Hermione, who was engrossed in her book, as if seizing a lifeline. Hermione. You must be the girl prefect this year. You have to protect me. Use your rules to crush Malfoy. As long as we don't let it slip, Malfoy won't have a clue that you caught Professor Snape. Hermione, unable to endure the commotion any longer, snapped her book shut and glared at the instigator. Ethan, he's just trying to scare you. Can't you see that? Ron cast a doubtful glance at Ethan, whose expression of mischief remained unabated. He then noticed his twin brothers, Fred and George, scrutinizing him with their chins resting on their hands. A chill ran down his spine as he implored Hermione once more. Please, promise me, Hermione. What if some careless soul accidentally let something slip? He cast a pointed glance at the twins and Ethan. Hermione, thoroughly exasperated, raised her hand and playfully smacked Ethan's arm, expressing her discontent. Put away that frightful expression of yours. Stop teasing him. She then turned to Ron with a solemn promise to keep the secret and sternly warned the twins not to divulge anything, prompting Ron to sulkily return to the couch. Meanwhile, Ethan, chastised by Hermione, suddenly transformed into a theatrical performer. As if struck by an invisible force, he exaggeratedly howled, staggering backward a few steps. First approaching George to deliver a feeble punch, then wobbling to Fred to repeat the action. Finally, he leaned back and fell straight onto the carpet, limbs sprawled out, eyes wide open, emitting a pitiful wail. I can't take it. Hermione Granger, the righteous Gryffindor, has pierced my heart. I die with my eyes wide open. He even convulsed a couple of times for effect. Ethan's wailing was so loud that it echoed into the dining room. Sirius, discussing matters with Remus, distinctly heard it and felt a jolt of alarm, fearing something dire had happened to Ethan. He sprang from his chair and rushed into the living room like a gust of wind, prompting others to follow suit, convinced that Ethan was in grave danger. Before Sirius even entered, his anxious calls had already reached them. Ethan, what has happened? Are you all right? Seeing Sirius rush in, followed closely by Remus and Snape, Ethan immediately felt a wave of shame wash over him as he scrambled to rise from the carpet, awkwardly touching his nose. His gaze fixed on the tips of his shoes, his voice meek like a mosquito. In nothing, just a joke. The living room fell into an eerie silence, with only Ron and the twins stifling their laughter, their shoulders shaking. At that moment, a cold, leisurely voice broke the stillness, a truly moving performance. Snape stood at the doorway, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Ethan. I presume, Mr. Black, that your urgent arrival signifies a calamity on par with a troll invasion. Yet, it appears I have merely witnessed a personal recital by a rather enthusiastic soloist. Snape's uniquely sardonic commentary elicited a few suppressed chuckles from those behind him. These muffled laughs caused Ethan to lower his head, his ears burning with embarrassment. Observing this, Sirius, though realizing it was a false alarm, instinctively stepped forward and glared at Snape, displeased. "Snape, it's merely the children at play." Remus quickly interjected, gently saying, all right, it's fine. It seems we overreacted." He lightly nudged Snape's arm. "Let us get back to what we were doing, Severus." Snape huffed softly through his nose, finally sweeping a chilling gaze across the children in the living room, especially lingering on the still red-faced Ethan and the shrinking Ron, before turning to follow Remus out. As soon as the adults' figures vanished from the doorway, and their footsteps had barely faded, the tension that had been building erupted into uncontrollable laughter, flooding the room like a burst dam. Fred and George rolled off the sofa and onto the carpet in fits of laughter. Ginny doubled over, clutching her stomach. And even Hermione couldn't help but shake with mirth. Ron pointed at Ethan, laughing so hard he nearly fell over, tears streaming down his face. Ethan, caught in the collective laughter, turned crimson with humiliation and indignation, unable to bear it any longer. He snatched a nearby sofa cushion and hurled it with all his might at the loudest laugher. "Ron, stop laughing." Ron, caught off guard, took the hit, and his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a defiant retort as he picked up the cushion. "Hey, you asked for it." Once the battle was ignited, it swiftly escalated. Fred and George exchanged a glance, a silent agreement forming, and joined the fray, transforming cushions into airborne projectiles, indiscriminately pelting one another. Ginny squealed as she dodged, but refused to be left out, joining the fray. Hermione, initially intent on restoring order, was struck by a rogue cushion and, laughing, grabbed a pillow to retaliate. Chapter 46, The Longing from Privet Drive. A few days before Harry's birthday, Sirius began his vigil at number 12, Grimmauld Place, waiting for Dumbledore. He wanted to persuade the headmaster to allow Harry to leave the Dursleys on his birthday, even if only for a few hours. At first, he waited in the living room, feigning interest in the dust-covered family tomes while his ears remained attuned to the slightest sound at the door. However, as the days passed and Harry's birthday approached, his patience waned, his anxiety almost palpable in the air around him. Eventually, he moved a hard wooden chair to sit directly behind the front door. From that moment on, anyone entering would be greeted by his presence in the chair. Thus, Sirius remained like a sentinel, crouched behind the door for several days. The night before Harry's birthday, Ethan descended the stairs, intending to coax the man who seemed almost fused to the chair to return to bed. "Sirius, you need to rest." Ethan frowned, observing the man with dark circles under his eyes. "Just a little longer," Sirius replied without turning, his gaze fixated on the door as if he could see through it. "You've been waiting for several nights now." Ethan reached out to pull him, but Sirius felt welded to the chair, making it impossible for Ethan to budge him. Just then, the heavy door swung open, and Dumbledore stepped inside. He paused, clearly taken aback by the scene before him. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Sirius sprang from his chair, striding a few steps to stand before him. The door slowly closed behind Dumbledore with a muffled thud. Without allowing the sound to dissipate, Sirius urgently inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, can I take Harry away from the Muggles on his birthday?" Dumbledore did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced over Sirius's shoulder and noticed Ethan approaching. The elderly man's expression softened as he addressed Ethan gently. "Ethan, it's getting late. I think you should return to your room." Ethan halted in his tracks. He glanced at Dumbledore and then at Sirius, fully aware that the ensuing conversation was not meant for his ears. He nodded in acquiescence, murmuring, "All right, Professor. Good night." After speaking, Ethan turned and ascended the stairs. As he reached the second-floor landing, he spotted Hermione and Ron, wide awake, crouched in the shadows at the staircase, their heads huddled together, clearly eavesdropping on the conversation below. Upon seeing Ethan, Hermione eagerly waved him over. He tiptoed closer, crouching beside them, and whispered, "What is going on? Did Dumbledore arrive?" Hermione asked in a hushed tone. "Yes," Ethan replied succinctly. No sooner had he spoken than Ron leaned in, his red hair nearly brushing against Ethan's face. "Did he agree? Or let Harry come over?" "I don't know." Ethan shook his head. "Dumbledore just arrived and sent me up." He glanced at the two, clearly unwilling to obey bedtime, starting to shoo them away. "You two, hurry back to bed." A flicker of guilt crossed Hermione's face, but she remained still, evidently wanting to hear the outcome. Ron, on the other hand, merely pouted and complained, "How can we sleep? Hedwig is in my room, and she is absolutely furious." Ethan raised an eyebrow in understanding. That must be Harry's anger. "Just wait. Harry will surely erupt once school begins." Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, and together they sighed, their faces reflecting concern for their friend's predicament and a hint of foreboding about their own fates. "You should head back," Hermione advised Ethan, her gaze involuntarily flickering toward the staircase. "We'll wait a little longer." Ethan glanced at them, doubting that Dumbledore would permit them to eavesdrop, yet he refrained from further persuasion, simply wishing them good night before rising and stealthily ascending the stairs. Once back in his own room, Ethan lay down again. But just as he was on the brink of slumber, a loud crash erupted from the door across the hall. Startled, he jolted awake, sitting up in the darkness. He pressed his hand to his forehead, resignedly throwing off the covers. He got out of bed and approached Sirius's door. The door was slightly ajar, and Ethan pushed it open. Inside, Sirius paced agitatedly, his hair more disheveled than usual, each turn fueled by a pent-up fury that left him oblivious to Ethan's presence. Ethan wrapped his fingers lightly on the open door, finally capturing Sirius's attention. Sirius abruptly halted, turning to face him. The tempest of anger in his eyes momentarily stalled by the sight of Ethan in his thin pajamas, looking somewhat dazed. Realizing that his earlier uproar had roused Ethan, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his tumultuous emotions. His voice strained as he hurriedly uttered, "Sorry." Ethan shrugged nonchalantly and stepped into the room, naturally seating himself on the edge of Sirius's chaotic bed. He looked up at him and asked, "So, what did Dumbledore say?" Sirius waved his hand irritably, as if to strike someone. What else could he say? He spoke rapidly, laced with sarcasm. Just the usual drivel about the greater good, necessary protections, and a whole lecture on Harry's safety. He spun around to face Ethan, continuing his tirade. After circling his thoughts, he distilled his frustration into a singular core message. Sirius's voice dropped. "He won't let me see Harry. Not even once." Ethan instinctively pressed his lips together. He too despised lengthy lectures from others. Just then, Sirius abruptly declared, "I want to see him." Taken aback by this sudden impulse, Ethan instinctively probed, "When?" "Right now," Sirius replied decisively, striding toward the coat rack and seizing his black cloak. Observing his actions, Ethan's words of caution swirled in his throat, ultimately swallowed. As Sirius deftly tied the cloak straps, Ethan softly reminded him, "Just don't get too close. And don't linger. If Harry or a muggle sees you." Sirius glanced back at him. "I know," he replied tersely before striding out of the room, his footsteps quickly fading down the staircase. Chapter 47, The Wrath of Sirius. Ethan sat alone on the edge of his bed, listening to the faint sound of the front door being gently opened and shut. Moments later, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs, a bit disordered, suggesting more than one person. Just as he wondered about it, the footsteps halted at his door. He then heard the subtle sound of the doorknob being turned. "Are they coming to my room?" Ethan furrowed his brow, rising quietly and hastening to the door, which he flung open. Outside stood three figures huddled together, peering intently into his dimly lit room. It was Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Ethan cleared his throat softly from behind them. The trio jumped in surprise, nearly leaping up, then turned in unison, their faces etched with panic. Only when they recognized Ethan, arms crossed and expressionless, rather than apparent they feared, did they relax, exhaling heavily. "Merlin's beard, Ethan. You scared us to death," Ron exclaimed in a hushed voice, his face pale. Ethan regarded the trio of Gryffindors, lowering his voice to ask, "What are you three doing at my door?" Ginny did not answer directly, but instead stood on tiptoe to peer past Ethan into his room, asking, "Where's Sirius?" Ethan narrowed his eyes, softly retorting, "Still pretending you don't know?" His words pierced the unspoken understanding among the four. They all grinned knowingly, and Hermione confidently stated, "Sirius must have gone to find Harry." Indeed, Ethan huffed through his nose in acknowledgement. He stepped aside, no longer blocking the doorway, and squeezed past them. Turning on the light in his room, he began to usher them away. "Have you gathered your news? Now, immediately, go back to sleep." But Ron was evidently not satisfied. Gripping the doorframe and pressing, was Sirius angry when he left? We sensed that his conversation with Dumbledore downstairs wasn't pleasant. Ethan paused, halting the door-closing motion. He reflected on the sight of Sirius pacing in his room earlier, and succinctly replied, "I suppose so." He hesitated, as if recalling the moment, and added with a hint of nostalgia, "It was the first time I saw him truly angry." With that, he firmly closed the door, leaving the three Gryffindors in the hallway. Little did Ethan know that merely 3 days later, he would witness the extent of Sirius's fury. That night, the atmosphere remained relatively calm until Dumbledore hurriedly entered number 12, Grimmauld Place, bypassing pleasantries and immediately convening all available members of the Order of the Phoenix for a meeting. Ethan, along with several other underage members, was excluded, forced to remain in the living room. Suddenly, "What did you say?" Sirius's furious roar erupted from the kitchen, followed by the loud crash of a chair being overturned. Ethan and the others sprang from the sofa, hastening to the threshold between the living room and the hallway, straining to glimpse into the kitchen. The kitchen door swung open with a bang, and Mundungus stumbled out, looking ashen-faced. Hot on his heels, Sirius emerged, wand in hand. his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, roaring, "You useless, incompetent fool. I'll kill you." Lupin gripped Sirius's waist from behind, desperately attempting to restrain him, his face a mask of strain and urgency. "Sirius, calm down. Don't do this." Seeing this, Ethan rushed over to assist Lupin in restraining the nearly unhinged Sirius, gripping the arm that held the wand tightly, urgently asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lupin panted, his gaze evasive, unsure of how to explain to Ethan. Just then, Dumbledore emerged from the kitchen. The customary gentleness in his expression had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the struggling Sirius and the terrified Mundungus, his voice low yet laden with unmistakable anger. No one dared interrupt his clearly furious words. "Sirius, cease this," he said. "This is not solely Mundungus's dereliction of duty. While his absence is equally inexcusable, the true culprit lies within the Ministry of Magic." Sirius's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly as he inhaled deeply several times after hearing Dumbledore's words. Ethan could distinctly sense the taut muscles beneath Sirius's arms beginning to relax, the struggle within him waning. Noticing Sirius's efforts to maintain control, Ethan tentatively loosened his grip on Sirius's arm, observing that he no longer resisted and began to withdraw. Dumbledore, seeing that the situation had temporarily stabilized, refrained from further words, simply casting his gaze over everyone present and beckoning, "Let us return. The meeting is not yet concluded." Lupin patted Sirius on the shoulder, whispering something. Sirius did not meet anyone's gaze. He abruptly shook his head, and, though his expression remained ominously dark, he followed Lupin back into the makeshift conference room. Ethan stood rooted in place, watching as the door to the conference room closed once more, then turned to see a cluster of heads peering from the living room. Hermione cautiously inquired, "Ethan, do you know what happened?" Ethan nodded, then shook his head, silently making his way into the living room. As soon as he settled onto the sofa, everyone converged around him, either sitting or standing, encircling him with anxious eyes. Ethan raised his gaze to meet theirs and quietly stated, "Harry encountered a Dementor." "What?" Ron exclaimed. "When did this happen?" "Where?" "This evening, near his home." Ethan replied. Mundungus was supposed to be monitoring the area, but he abandoned his post. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, and immediately interjected, "What about Harry? Is he all right?" Ethan shook his head. "I don't know," he confessed, his voice lower than before. "It was too chaotic. This is all I could piece together." The expression of disappointment and anxiety on the faces of those around him was palpable. A collective sigh escaped as they all resumed their previous positions, a sense of helpless silence enveloping the room. Chapter 48. Harry is coming. Only Ron remained an exception, fidgeting restlessly as if sitting on a thorn, pacing back and forth in the living room and causing irritation among the others. Merlin's socks. One of the twins could not help but exclaim, impatience lacing his tone, "Ron, stop moving. You're making me anxious." Ron halted abruptly, seemingly about to retort, but upon seeing the equally anxious faces of his siblings, he swallowed his words, irritably tugged at his hair, and plopped down into a chair, though his body continued to squirm restlessly. Hermione did not engage in this brief altercation. She simply pressed her lips together, clasping her hands tightly in her lap, waiting beside Ethan for the adults to conclude their meeting. After an indeterminate period of silent agony, just as the occupants of the living room began to feel drowsy, the sound of the kitchen door opening snapped them back to attention. The young people, previously slumped in the living room, instantly perked up, rushing toward the source of the sound and eagerly blocking the hallway. Ethan, too, opened his eyes, rising from the sofa to follow the anxious crowd, positioning himself slightly on the periphery of the throng. Dumbledore was the first to emerge from the kitchen, and upon seeing the anxious young faces, he waved his hand reassuringly. Children, his voice softened, "Please calm down." The restless crowd gradually settled, all eyes fixed intently upon him. First and foremost, the most important news. Dumbledore's gaze swept over each youthful face. "Harry is currently safe. He is well." This statement elicited a collective sigh of relief from most, yet Sirius scoffed softly, clearly holding a vastly different perspective on the definition of safety. Dumbledore paid him no mind and continued, "The Order of the Phoenix is arranging reliable personnel. We will retrieve Harry from his aunt and uncle's home as swiftly and securely as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Hermione immediately opened her mouth, clearly ready to bombard him with questions, but Dumbledore seemed to anticipate this. He raised a hand to halt her impending inquiries. "I regret that I cannot disclose more specifics at this time," he said apologetically. "It is quite late, and I believe you all should retire to your respective beds for the night." He waved his hand again, this time with an urging gesture, beckoning the reluctant children to leave. The young ones exchanged glances, and under Dumbledore's watchful eye, they reluctantly began to shuffle toward the stairs. Ethan lingered at the back, casting one last glance at the still frowning Sirius leaning against the kitchen doorframe, ultimately saying nothing as he turned to follow the others upstairs. As Ethan watched Ron bounce up the stairs and Hermione visibly relax, he suddenly spoke up. Harry is coming. Indeed. Ron immediately responded with enthusiasm, his pace quickening. Harry can finally come. This is fantastic. Ethan regarded his retreating figure and added, he will definitely be angry. The footsteps of Hermione, walking ahead, faltered. She realized the implication. And the ease on her face faded instantly, a look of dismay crossing her features as she turned around, frowning deeply at Ethan and Ron, who had also halted in confusion. Oh, Merlin. Hermione's voice carried a tone of frustration. Ethan is right. Harry will undoubtedly be furious. He will be livid. We have kept so much from him. He will feel utterly excluded, believing we told him nothing. Ron's smile faltered, his mouth opening as if to argue. But he found himself at a loss for words, finally muttering, he can't possibly direct his anger at us, can he? We were also told to keep it a secret. Ethan gently shook his head. I doubt someone who has been kept in the dark for an entire month and has just faced a Dementor attack will have much patience left for controlling his temper. After saying this, he sidled past Ron and Hermione, leaving behind a cruel silhouette and a drifting remark. So, on the day Harry arrives, I certainly want to be going downstairs to face his wrath. You two can handle it. Ron suddenly snapped to attention, hastily catching up to Ethan and gripping his arm with desperation, nearly wailing, no, don't run away. You must come down. Ron's face was etched with genuine fear. Just the two of us cannot deal with an angry Harry. Ethan struggled to shake off Ron's hold, but Ron clung on tightly, refusing to let go. He glanced back at Ron and Hermione, eventually relenting. Fine, let go. Ethan conceded as Ron loosened his grip, but remained vigilant, finally adding, I will at most just offer a couple of words of encouragement. He emphasized this, casting his gaze between Ron and Hermione. But the bulk of the responsibility for soothing Harry and explaining the situation still fell upon the two of you. Don't expect me to shoulder that burden. Upon hearing Ethan relent, Ron visibly relaxed, eagerly nodding. All right. As long as you're present, that's all that matters. At least you'll know where Harry's anger is directed. As Ron's assurance lingered in the air, Ethan seized the opportunity to steer them away from further entanglements, beginning to usher them up the stairs. With the inquiries completed and assistance finalized, he playfully nudged Ron's back. Now, you two, immediately, off to bed, under Ethan's insistence. Ron and Hermione obediently ascended the staircase leading to the second floor. Ethan trailed behind, resembling a dutiful yet somewhat reluctant shepherd, only turning to head to his own bedroom once he witnessed them each approaching their respective doors. Chapter 49. Harry has truly arrived. 2 days later, as Ethan descended the stairs, he was met with a cacophony emanating from the hallway. Harry had arrived. He quickened his pace, just in time to see Mad-Eye Moody and his entourage making their way towards the room at the end of the corridor, temporarily designated as a meeting space. Moody's magical eye swiveled restlessly, scanning between Ethan and Sirius, ensuring both were within his line of sight, before he nodded in satisfaction and shut the door with a resounding thud. Before long, Mrs. Weasley brought Harry over, his gaze lingering on the door that had just been closed. Harry, dear, come with me upstairs. Ron and Hermione are in their rooms, Mrs. Weasley began. But upon catching sight of Ethan standing at the staircase, she appeared to find her savior. Ethan, perfect, you can take Harry upstairs. I will call for you at dinner. With that hasty instruction, she swiftly entered the mysterious room, leaving Harry standing there, his face a portrait of frustration. Why? Harry could no longer contain himself. Pointing at the door. Why can they all go in? The door bore a sign, adorned with a vivid image. He squinted, straining to discern the colorful object on the door. Was it a bird? Ethan glanced in the direction of his gaze, rolling his eyes. Oh, that? It's my animagus. Your animagus? Harry's confusion deepened as Ethan pulled him upstairs, prompting further inquiries. Why is your animagus drawn on the door? Because, Ethan shrugged nonchalantly, as if recounting an amusing anecdote unrelated to himself. I transform into a blue jay, eavesdropping on meetings while concealed behind the wardrobe or chandelier. Eventually, they could no longer tolerate it, so they affixed that sign indicating that this bird is prohibited during meetings. He recalled something, chuckling softly before continuing. Ever since I sneaked out to find you that day, they've been particularly vigilant. As for Sirius, he fears I might get bored alone, so he would sneak me into his pocket. At this point, Ethan's tone dripped with mockery. Thus, they instituted a new rule. Sirius and I must appear outside simultaneously, ensuring I wasn't smuggled in by him before he could attend the meeting. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, finding the regulation both ludicrous and oddly admirable, given Ethan's relentless spirit of eavesdropping. Come on, the second door on the right, Ethan announced, halting before the door, gently pulling the bewildered Harry to his previous position. You open the door. Although Harry was perplexed as to why he had to be the one to open the door, he obediently grasped the handle and gently turned it, pushing the door inward. Harry. At the instant the door creaked open, a shriek of delight pierced the air, followed by an explosion of dense brown curls that engulfed his vision. Hermione burst forth from the room like a cannonball, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace, the force causing him to stumble back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. Ron followed closely behind, his face alight with a similar smile. Ethan navigated around the chaos of their reunion and entered the room, taking a seat on the relatively tidy edge of Ron's bed. Quietly observing as Ron joyfully joined the embrace, the three friends nearly tangling into a heap. At long last, Harry extricated himself from their overwhelming enthusiasm, inhaling deeply as his gaze swept over the space that would soon be his own. Subsequently, he spoke with an awkward sharpness, one that he himself did not fully recognize. "So how was your summer?" The question, laced with an unmistakable edge, swiftly chilled the previously warm atmosphere. Hermione and Ron exchanged a fleeting glance, a hint of guilt and hesitation flitting across their faces as they opened their mouths, yet hesitated to respond. The room fell into an awkward silence. Eventually, Ron stammered, "It was good, and you?" Observing Harry's unmistakable irritation, Hermione recognized that this was not a suitable topic, and sure enough, Harry's tone was stiff as he replied, "It was fine, except for the Dementor incident. After all, Dumbledore believed it was safer for me there." Seeing that no one dared to respond, Harry pressed on, "Clearly. That didn't work out so well, did it? I still have to protect myself, don't I?" His voice strained to remain even. "I was left to fend for myself, wasn't I?" He was furious, and Hermione timidly added, "And serious." He pulled out his wand the moment he learned that Mundungus's neglect led to your encounter with the Dementor. "Oh, I'd rather he had left," Harry replied coldly, striving to sound indifferent. "If he hadn't I wouldn't have had to use magic. Dumbledore would have likely left me to rot like an unwanted piece of luggage all summer on Privet Drive." His gaze involuntarily flickered with a hint of guilt toward Ethan, who sat quietly in the corner, fearing that he might see through Harry's facade of calm. Yet, Ethan merely kept his eyes lowered, gently stroking the phoenix perched on his lap, seemingly absorbed in his own world. This deliberate disregard only added to Harry's discomfort. Upon raising his eyes, he caught Hermione and Ron exchanging a quick glance, as if silently confirming that his behavior was as deplorable and immature as they had predicted. Chapter 50. Harry is truly angry. "We told Dumbledore that we wanted to inform you of everything that transpired," Ron said, "but he has been swamped. Since we arrived, we've only seen him twice. He wouldn't let us write to you. He said owls could be intercepted. If he truly wanted to, he could still relay the information to me." Harry interrupted bluntly. Is he not aware of other methods of communication aside from owls? What about the Floo network? Patronus? He is Dumbledore, after all. Hermione shot a glance at Ron, took a deep breath, and cautiously said, "I've thought about that too." But Ethan overheard their conversation, and it was quite clear, he doesn't want you to know anything. "Perhaps he considers me untrustworthy," Harry said, fixing an intense gaze on their faces, searching for any evidence that might validate his worst fears. "He doesn't think that?" Hermione interjected urgently, her voice rising an octave. "Why do you get to be involved in everything happening here, while I'm stuck facing the Dursleys' revolting faces?" Harry's voice involuntarily climbed higher, laden with sharp accusation. "That's not how it is." Ron attempted to explain, his face flushing. "You know Mum won't let us into their meetings. She says we're too young and can't handle it. How unfortunate that you couldn't attend the meetings." Harry inadvertently shouted, his body trembling with agitation. "But you've been here all along, haven't you? Breathing the same air, sharing the same secrets. You've been together. While I've been trapped at the Dursleys for an entire month, like something that should be hidden away." All of Harry's pain and resentment surged forth, unrestrained. Tears brimmed in Hermione's eyes, while Ron gaped with a pale face, and in the corner, Ethan finally ceased his playful antics with Fawkes. Raising his gaze, Ethan met Harry, who stood in the center of the room, and spoke calmly. "Harry, I understand your sorrow, but this is indeed Dumbledore's directive. Sirius must have mentioned it to you. His two-way mirror has been confiscated by Dumbledore." His voice was gentle, attempting to quell the fury raging within Harry. "We all wish to reveal everything to you. Sirius nearly had a fierce argument with Dumbledore over it, and he has been secretly visiting you." As Ethan continued, unconsciously stroking Foxtail feathers, he added, "Please calm yourself. Feel free to ask any questions, and we will not withhold the truth from you." Harry continued to breathe heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Hermione anxiously twisted her fingers, while Ron nervously licked his lips, his gaze flitting back and forth, following Harry's restless movements. "Where exactly is this place?" Harry finally halted, pivoting abruptly. Ethan met Harry's gaze directly, laying bare the unasked questions swirling in his mind. "The Order of the Phoenix. It is a secret society founded by Dumbledore, with approximately 20 members. Their primary objective is to convince more capable individuals that Voldemort has indeed returned and to prepare for it. Noticing the slight movement of Harry's eyes, as if more questions were on the verge of spilling forth, Ethan continued before Harry could speak. As for us, our role is merely to assist in cleaning this old house. We are never permitted to attend the actual meetings. Initially, I would transform into an animagus to sneak in and listen, but that became impractical. So I relied on a magical gadget invented by George and Fred that allows eavesdropping through doors. Ethan recounted this calmly, his manner once again piercing Harry's heart with precision. Enough. I understand. Harry suddenly shouted, his eyes snapping shut in anger. Stop reading my thoughts. This is too. He opened his mouth to voice further accusations or complaints, but was abruptly interrupted by two loud cracks. In the next moment, Fred and George appeared in the center of the room, grinning as if they had been there all along. Ethan watched as the twins emerged like saviors, his tense shoulders relaxing. He quickly turned away, silently exhaling the pent-up frustration that had lodged in his chest while everyone's attention was drawn to the duo's antics. God bless. He simply could not bear the role of Harry Potter's exclusive counselor. This task was 100 times more arduous than brewing the perfect potion in Snape's class. Ethan settled onto Ron's squeaky bed, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, lips pressed into a stubborn line, feeling as if this unbearable situation would suffocate him. Taking advantage of the trio's conversation, he quietly slipped to the doorway, desperately needing to catch his breath downstairs. As he pulled open the door, a red figure almost collided with him, Ginny, who was just about to enter. Sorry, they both murmured simultaneously. Ethan offered her an apologetic smile, stepping aside to let her pass, and then turned without looking back, descending the dim staircase. The living room on the first floor was considerably quieter. Ethan approached the coffee table, slowly organizing his scattered, completed essays. As he exited the living room, the large door was suddenly pulled open from within, and a group of serious-looking wizards filed out, coincidentally meeting Ethan's gaze at the doorway. The moment turned awkward. The leading figure, Kingsley Shacklebolt, immediately averted his eyes to the chandelier above, while Daedalus Diggle behind him lowered his head, pretending to be engrossed in adjusting his exaggerated top hat. Other wizards, not frequently stationed at the headquarters, followed suit. Some turned to study the tapestry on the wall, others feigned coughs, and some quickened their pace to pass by Ethan as swiftly as possible. All those unversed in the art of mental occlusion instinctively avoided making eye contact with Ethan, fearing that any thoughts related to the meeting would be unintentionally exposed. In this deliberately evasive atmosphere, only one pair of eyes stood out, resembling a bottomless black lake, even tinged with a hint of habitual sarcasm, unreservedly meeting Ethan's gaze. It was Snape. Observing the clumsy performances of his colleagues, Snape's lips curled ever so slightly downward in a barely perceptible sneer of derision. Clearly, he had no intention of engaging in any social niceties, as he stepped forward, striding directly toward the entrance hall. Ethan, aware of his habits, knew Snape never dined here and would promptly depart after every meeting. Without hesitation, he followed naturally, escorting Snape to the front door. Without a word, Snape silently opened the door, his figure swiftly blending into the dim, shadowy streets of London, as if he had never been there at all. After seeing off Snape, Ethan sighed softly, deciding to show a bit of kindness by vacating the hall. He apparat to the second floor, startling Harry and Ron, who were leaning against the railing. Before either could utter a word, raised voices filled with fervor erupted from the foyer below. Ethan leaned over the balcony, peering down to see Sirius rushing out from the meeting room, closely followed by Lupin. He beckoned Harry and Ron to join him as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the hall, the scene indeed matched his expectations. Tonks was frantically trying to prop up a large, old umbrella stand, which she had evidently knocked over by accident. Ethan approached to assist her, while Sirius and Lupin struggled to draw the curtains of the portrait closed. After righting the umbrella stand, Ethan turned to see Sirius and Lupin finally managing to cover the portrait and sighed in relief, leading the way into the kitchen. Inside, Hermione and Ginny were already seated at the long table. Ethan entered and naturally pulled out a chair beside Hermione. Mrs. Weasley was busy at the massive stove, her wand orchestrating several spatulas as they worked in unison, while several silver knives floated in the air, chopping vegetables autonomously. Tonks was the first to follow him in, seemingly eager to make amends for the earlier faux pas with the umbrella stand. Spotting Bill tidying up some scattered rolls of parchment on the tabletop, she hurried over, saying, "Oh, let me help." Before she could finish her sentence, her elbow accidentally knocked over a brass candlestick in the center of the table. Mrs. Weasley rushed over to restore the papers, while Tonks felt a wave of embarrassment at Mrs. Weasley's annoyance. Ethan watched this scene, suppressing a laugh, and gestured to the empty seat beside him, signaling for Tonks to join him. She quickly slipped into the chair, Just then, Sirius and Harry entered the kitchen, conversing as they walked. Sirius instinctively moved toward the spot next to Ethan, only to find it occupied by Tonks, compelling him to find a position at the opposite end of the long table, while Harry sat down beside Sirius. After Tonks took her seat, she seemed to remember something suddenly, her body stiffening, and then she began to slowly twist her body, turning sideways to face Ethan, almost facing the wall in an awkward manner. Unable to resist, Ethan reached out and gently poked her side, eliciting a grin from him. Tonks was caught off guard, her body instinctively recoiling as she attempted to evade without making too much noise. She could only twist and squirm until she repeatedly assured Ethan that she wouldn't continue to be so awkward before he finally relented. Harry, noticing their commotion from across the table, inquired with curiosity, "Ethan, do you know Tonks from before?" Ethan glanced at Harry and then at Tonks, a look of realization dawning upon him as he introduced Tonks, a graduate of Hufflepuff from Hogwarts. "She was still at the school when I enrolled. She is my senior." Intrigued, Harry pressed on. "How did you two become acquainted?" It was hard for him to fathom how Ethan could have crossed paths with this somewhat clumsy yet exuberant aura. Exchanging glances, Ethan and Tonks both broke into barely suppressed smiles. Ultimately, it was Tonks who could no longer contain her laughter, letting out a hearty chuckle. Clearing her throat, she began her tale. "Ahem, it's quite the comical story. The first time I had a proper interaction with Ethan was in the corridor connecting the Slytherin dungeon to the Hufflepuff common room." As she gestured animatedly, her eyes sparkled with reminiscence. At that time, Ethan was just a first-year student, small in stature, not fully grown, and remarkably quiet. The most striking thing, she said with a teasing glance at Ethan, was that he had the most beautiful, silky long hair. When he was silent, one could hardly tell whether he was a boy or a girl. I often noticed this lovely little Slytherin, always alone, clutching a dry piece of bread or some fruit, hurrying back to the common room, seldom seen enjoying a meal in the bustling great hall. Tonks's tone took on an air of self-righteous sympathy as she continued. "I thought to myself, are those pure-blood elitists in Slytherin bullying him, not allowing him to eat properly in the hall? This simply wouldn't do." Mimicking her posture from that time, hands on her hips, she exuded a sense of justice. "Finally, one day, I spotted him again, alone with his food, and I couldn't resist any longer. I dashed forward and blocked his path." Turning to Ethan, Tonks playfully recreated the scene. I bent down earnestly and asked, "Little sister, is someone bullying you? Tell your senior, and I shall help you teach them a lesson." You should have seen Ethan's expression. Tonks laughed heartily. He was utterly startled, his eyes wide as saucers, nearly dropping that piece of bread. He stood there for several seconds before finally murmuring, "Senior, I'm a boy." Laughter erupted around the table, Harry nearly slapping it in amusement. Wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, Tonks continued, "Oh, the embarrassment I felt. I wished I could disappear into the ground. I hurried to apologize, stammering explanations for what seemed like an eternity. However, it was precisely because of that blunder that we truly became acquainted. Later, I learned that he simply preferred the quiet of his dormitory to the noise of the great hall, hence his habit of taking food back with him." Ethan finally broke free from the awkward memory, adding with a resigned smile, "From that day on, this enthusiastic senior Tonks made sure to inform me of the kitchen's location. And thereafter, I practically dined in the kitchen." Just as he finished, Harry slammed his hand on the table, causing the dishes to clatter. "I knew it. I hardly ever saw you in the Great Hall apart from the sorting feast during my first year. Ethan Prescott," Hermione suddenly shouted, her voice rising with excitement. "You never told me you knew the exact location of the kitchen. You've known all along that house elves work in there." Recalling her previous endeavors advocating for house elf rights, only to face numerous obstacles, including her inability to locate the kitchen entrance, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Ethan immediately felt a pang of guilt, tilting his head away as his gaze darted between the cracks in the ceiling and the bags of flour piled in the corner, avoiding Hermione's eyes, mumbling incoherently, Well, I'm not really sure." His evident attempt to evade the situation only fueled Hermione's frustration as she prepared to confront him. However, her intentions were interrupted by Mrs. Weasley's voice. "Fred, George, stop that. Put them down," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Everyone turned to see Fred and George using magic to hurl a large pot of stew, a hefty jug of butterbeer, a thick cutting board, and a knife all at once toward them. Instinctively, everyone shrank back in their chairs or dodged to the sides of the table. Tonks reacted quickly, attempting to jump up, but somehow, her legs got tangled with the chairs, causing her to lose her balance. In a flurry, she reached out for something to grasp, inadvertently yanking Ethan, who was also trying to rise, down with her. They both tumbled to the ground with a dull thud, momentarily ensnared by the legs of the table and chairs, struggling to get back on their feet. The jug of butterbeer, meanwhile, toppled midair, spilling its frothy contents like a waterfall over Ethan and Tonks. The sharp cutting knife slipped from the board, glinting ominously as it descended, embedding itself in the tablecloth mere inches from Sirius. "For heaven's sake," Mrs. Weasley shouted. "There's no need for such antics. I've had enough of this. Even if you are allowed to use magic now, you don't have to brandish your wands for every trivial matter. We're just trying to save a little time." Fred hurried over, extracting the knife. "Sorry, Sirius, mate. It wasn't intentional." Harry and Sirius burst into laughter until Hermione and Ginny gasped, pulling the disheveled Ethan and Tonks back to their feet, which finally silenced their chuckles. Ethan stood up, pushing his soaked hair back, revealing his eyebrow piercing, and cast an expressionless glance at Sirius and Harry before shifting to the sheepish faces of Fred and George. Lastly, he looked at Tonks, who was busy wringing out the butterbeer from her hair, and couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Sirius, watching Ethan, found himself inexplicably amused and quickly used his wand to clean both him and Tonks. With his hair now tidy, Ethan finally smiled normally, easing the tension among the troublemakers. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley arrived with fresh butterbeer, scolding the twins while beckoning everyone to sit down and eat. As Hermione dined, she frequently glanced at Ethan. Noticing her gaze, he turned to her and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Hermione replied, staring at her plate, poking at the stew with her fork. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, "Ethan, do you realize that when you expose your forehead, you look just like your brother? Even though you two don't resemble each other at all." "I know," Ethan nodded. "I just mimic my brother's expression to frighten them." Noticing Hermione still fixated on her plate, he leaned in playfully. "Why aren't you looking at me?" With her head down, she concealed her face behind her hair, murmuring shyly, "You're too handsome. Stay away from me." Ethan deliberately tousled his hair, leaning closer to her, insisting, "Come on, tell me, who is more handsome, me or my brother?" Hermione found herself ensnared by him, leaving her no choice but to take a deep breath and finally lift her head. The blush on her cheeks had not yet completely faded, but the intensity in her brown eyes had returned to its usual focus. She did not respond immediately. Rather, she appeared to be conducting a meticulous observational experiment. Her gaze, filled with utmost seriousness, began at Ethan's nose and then glided toward his smiling eyes, even sweeping across the shape of his eyebrows and the piercing adorning one of them. Then, in an unexpected move that caught Ethan off guard, she reached out her hand and gently let down the rebellious lock of hair that he had intentionally tousled, allowing his soft golden strands to partially obscure his forehead once more. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she again reached out, cautiously lifting that lock of hair, exposing his facial features entirely. In this act of raising and lowering, Hermione furrowed her brow slightly, as if engaged in a rapid comparative analysis in her mind. Ultimately, she arrived at a conclusion, nodding with certainty, her tone as objective as if stating a theorem. "Your brother is handsome." "What?" Ethan leaned back in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hermione Granger, what has become of your taste? Look again. Take a good look." Hermione was amused by his vehement reaction, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. Observing Ethan's wide-eyed expression and slightly puffed cheeks, she thought he resembled an indignant cat at that moment. Thus, she extended her hand once more, this time with a slower motion, her fingertips gently brushing through his hair, lifting that unruly strand again and securing it in place. Before truly beginning to examine him in detail, her gaze meticulously scanned every facet of his features. After a while, she lowered her hand, meeting Ethan's expectant eyes, and delivered her final verdict with rationality. "My assessment is correct. Your brother possesses a rugged charm." She gestured with her hands, attempting to articulate a more precise description. "His lines are more angular, with a strikingly aggressive gaze that makes an immediate impact, almost intimidating to behold." Then she pointed at Ethan. "As for you, you embody a different kind of appeal. Your features are exquisitely proportioned, softer in line, lacking the same sense of aggression. When you style your hair up, you do indeed appear quite stunning, very handsome. Yet upon closer inspection," she paused, seemingly searching for the most accurate vocabulary, and then earnestly stated, "Upon closer inspection, you resemble beauty, a beauty that is more delicate, even possessing a hint of ethereal grace." This conclusion left Ethan momentarily speechless, but upon witnessing Hermione's utterly serious demeanor, he found all his protests lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as an exasperated groan as he buried his face in the crook of his arm. "I can't believe I'm outshone in the looks department by Ogle." His muffled voice emerged from beneath his arm. Hermione, observing his flustered state, could no longer contain herself. She let out a triumphant hum and resumed her enjoyment of the stew. Chapter 53. Heartfelt words spilled freely the following morning. Ethan, still in a daze, heard someone calling for him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Sirius perched on the edge of his bed, pinching his own face. He swatted Sirius's hand away and struggled to sit up, asking, "What is the matter?" "Get up for breakfast," Sirius replied, pulling back Ethan's covers in an attempt to rouse him. After breakfast, Molly plans to take you all to clean the art studio on the second floor. Ethan felt as if his eyelids were weighed down with lead. He flopped back onto his pillow like a limp rag doll, pulling the covers over himself again and holding up 3 fingers in a promise to Sirius. You go ahead, I'll be up in a moment. Sirius regarded Ethan's earnest expression and chose to trust him. Hurry up, don't fall asleep again. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Time ticked by, and as Sirius busied himself with setting the table in the kitchen, his gaze frequently darted toward the staircase. After another 10 minutes had passed with no sign of movement from upstairs, Sirius ventured back up, forcefully pushing open the bedroom door. Sure enough, Ethan lay curled up in the blankets, only a few strands of golden hair betraying his deep slumber. Sirius approached the bed and pinched Ethan's nose, blocked from breathing. Ethan furrowed his brow in discomfort, swatting at Sirius's hand in his sleep, only to open his eyes and meet Sirius's amused gaze. He quickly became half awake, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. I'm awake. I swear. I was just resting my eyes. Sirius crossed his arms, looking down at him with a bemused expression. I'll believe you this time. He then turned to head back downstairs. However, another 10 minutes passed, and still, Ethan did not appear. Sirius took a deep breath. Setting down the cloth he had been holding, he charged back up the stairs, reached the bedside, and found Ethan once again sound asleep, even more deeply than before. This time, he didn't waste his breath. He knelt on the bed and lay down on top of Ethan, his weight pressing down on him. Oof. The sudden weight on his abdomen elicited a muffled grunt from Ethan, who, still in a dream state, instinctively began to grope around in search of the source of the pressure, quickly grasping Sirius's fluffy hair. You're too heavy, get up, he muttered, exasperation lacing his voice. Maintaining his position, Sirius lazily inquired, Are you awake? Ethan, finally alert, sat up, adjusting to the light, and looked down at Sirius's face, rubbing his eyes with his other hand. Yes, I'm awake, really awake. With confirmation, Sirius nimbly rolled off the bed, tousling Ethan's already disheveled hair before turning and exiting the room. When Ethan, freshened up and smelling faintly of mint toothpaste, made his way to the kitchen, he found Sirius leaning against the pantry, conversing with Lupin. Ethan, feeling disinclined to engage, sat beside Hermione and focused intently on his breakfast. As he followed Mrs. Weasley into the art studio, Ethan felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. After nearly a month there, daily chores awaited him. And now they had to deal with pest control. Resigned, he held a bottle of spray designed for boggots, blending in with the bustling Weasley brothers and Hermione, adopting an attitude of minimal effort. Just as Ethan turned, he spotted Fred capturing a boggot, but instead of disposing of it, he slyly stashed it in his pocket. Disgust washed over Ethan's face, and his stomach churned. That thing was filthy and likely teeming with germs. How could Fred be so reckless as to touch it and then put it in his pocket? Fred turned, catching sight of Ethan's horrified expression. He promptly extracted the boggot from his pocket and, with mischief in his eyes, approached Ethan. Hey, look at this little cutie, Fred chuckled. It seems to like you and wants to say hello. The tiny creature flailed its legs in the air, its wings fluttering. Ethan felt his skin crawl. Disgusting. Get it away, he screamed, frantically retreating, only to trip over a discarded picture frame, stumbling but too preoccupied to care, shielding himself with his arms. The more he recoiled, the closer Fred advanced, extending his arm and deliberately waving the creature in front of Ethan. Don't be shy, Ethan. It just wants to give you a kiss. Get lost. Ethan was on the brink of losing his composure. He suddenly squatted down, covering his face and darting beneath Fred's arm to pull open the door, nearly colliding with Harry and Ron, who were entering. Without a moment's thought to apologize, Ethan rushed toward the staircase. Harry bent down, scrutinizing the tattered tapestry of the Black family, his fingertips gliding along the intricate golden threads. After a thorough search, he found no trace of Sirius's name, and he raised his head, perplexed, to inquire, You're not on here? I once was, Sirius replied, gesturing towards a small, charred hole in the tapestry. After I ran away from home, my dear mother had me obliterated from it. Creature loves to murmur this tale. You ran away from home. Harry pressed further. I was about 16 at the time. Sirius seemed to recall with a grimace. I had simply had enough. I wasn't even born when you left home, a voice interjected, laced with light-hearted teasing. Both Harry and Sirius turned to see Ethan standing a short distance away, a plate of freshly made sandwiches in hand, evidently just emerging from the kitchen. Sirius's lips twitched slightly, a reluctant acknowledgement of this fact, yet he remained silent, diverting his gaze. He was indeed no longer youthful. Azkaban had consumed his prime years. Noticing Sirius's demeanor, Ethan's heart sank, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly stepped closer, holding the plate. Hey, I was just joking. He lightly nudged Sirius's arm, urging him to abandon that expression. Honestly, I like you just the way you are. Sirius glanced up at him, but remained mute. I mean it. Ethan insisted, sensing Sirius's disbelief. I swear, if you were my age, I wouldn't even consider it. He raised the plate of sandwiches higher, attempting to shift the topic. All right, let us not dwell on this. Come, try the sandwiches I just made with Mrs. Weasley. Ham and cheese, still warm. Harry, ever perceptive, eagerly reached for a piece, taking a generous bite and mumbling, delicious. Sirius looked at the plate and shook his head. No, thank you. I'm not hungry. Chapter 54. Only a fool would seek Ron's advice on matters of the heart. Ethan didn't press the issue. Instead, turning to levitate the plate toward Hermione and the Weasley siblings, sharing the bounty of sandwiches among them. His gaze returned to the ancient tapestry, his fingers tracing the golden lines, exploring from top to bottom. When his eyes landed on a particular name at the bottom, he suddenly burst into laughter. Curious. Harry leaned in, following Ethan's gaze, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to shout at Sirius, "You're related to the Malfoys." Draco was indeed Sirius's nephew. Observing Harry's frozen expression, Ethan mischievously continued, "And you, as Sirius's godson, by this reckoning." He elongated the syllables for effect, piecing together nonsensical words. "You and Draco are quite literally godbrothers." Godbrothers? Harry echoed the peculiar term, his face scrunching up in confusion. He looked to Sirius for a denial, hoping for reassurance from his godfather. Sirius, resigned, rubbed his temples, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward at Ethan's newly coined term. He sighed, extending his hand to drape over Ethan's shoulder. "I left home precisely because I could no longer endure the convoluted nonsense of pure-blood lineage." Ethan's attention was elsewhere. Having noticed the plate was empty, he sidestepped Sirius's arm. "You two continue your conversation. I must return the plate to the kitchen." With that, he turned and grabbed the hovering plate, hastening towards the door. His movements were brisk and purposeful, suggesting an urgent matter awaited him in the kitchen. Sirius's outstretched arm hung suspended in the air as he gazed at Ethan's retreating figure, suddenly reminded of an old, age-worn jest. This thought felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing the humor Ethan had just sparked within him. Slowly, he retracted his hand, his knuckles unconsciously tightening. He forced himself to look away, focusing on the small, charred hole in the tapestry, a testament to his family's disownment. Now seemingly mocking his own feelings of inadequacy in matters of the heart, Harry sensed the shift in atmosphere. Observing his godfather's suddenly taut profile, he softly called, "Sirius?" Sirius did not respond. He merely stood in silence, listening as Ethan's footsteps faded into the corridor. "It's nothing," Sirius finally spoke, his voice barely audible. He turned to face the tapestry, presenting Harry with his back. After helping to finalize dinner preparations, Ethan finally retreated to his bedroom, craving the rare solace it provided. He lay on his pillow, clutching a paperback without a cover, engrossed in a thrilling portion when a series of knocks echoed at his door. Without lifting his head, he raised his voice, "Come in." The doors unlocked. The hinges creaked softly as someone entered. However, after a long pause, the room remained silent save for the sound of his own breathing. Puzzled, Ethan lifted his head to find Sirius standing at the door, head lowered. "Come in." "Why are you just standing there?" Ethan flipped a page, feeling odd. Normally, Sirius would stride in confidently, either collapsing beside him or eagerly peering over to see what he was reading. Only then did Sirius slowly shuffle over to the edge of the bed and sit down. Ethan noted how Sirius kept his gaze averted, his eyes downcast, deliberately avoiding contact. Even more oddly, one of his hands was awkwardly concealed behind his back. "Sirius?" Ethan tentatively called out. Sirius pressed his lips together, hesitating before revealing the hand hidden behind him, laying it open before Ethan. That skeletal hand appeared somewhat unsettling, its skin from the knuckles to the wrist covered in a layer of dark, hardened shell. Ethan gasped, grasping the hand to inspect it closely. "What happened?" He gently tapped the edge of the hardened layer with his fingertip. "Does it hurt?" Sirius continued to look down, muttering, "That silver snuffbox." The lid suddenly snapped down and pinched me. Furrowing his brow, Ethan scrutinized the texture and hue of the hardened shell, growing increasingly familiar with it. He pointed his wand at Sirius's hand, and the shell dissipated. Ethan glanced at Sirius's now normal hand, and then back up at Sirius's deliberately evaded profile, questioning, "Are you feeling down?" Seeing Sirius shake his head, Ethan decided against hesitation. He gently placed his warm palm against Sirius's cheek, attempting to turn his face toward him. However, Sirius abruptly jerked away, burying his face in the blanket, his voice muffled by the fabric. "Are you unhappy with my age?" Ethan was taken aback by this sudden inquiry, then leaned closer, resting on Sirius's back. "Not at all." "Where did that conclusion come from?" "You're just brushing me off." Sirius's voice grew heavier. "This morning by the tapestry. I wanted to embrace you, but you recoiled." Ethan reflected upon this, suddenly realizing, unable to contain his laughter, the vibrations coursed through his spine. Oh my puppy. You're simply adorable. He laughed so heartily that he nearly slipped off Sirius's back, but managed to steady himself, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear. I was just trying to escape chores. Staying in the kitchen to help Mrs. Weasley prepare dinner is far better than being dragged upstairs to continue cleaning the foxglove. Sirius, upon hearing such an absurd excuse, abruptly lifted his head from the comfort of his blankets. Yet, the notion of dodging chores indeed seemed characteristic of Ethan. With narrowed eyes, Ethan scrutinized Sirius. This hardly sounds like something you could conjure up on your own. Has someone whispered in your ear? What dreadful advice has that emotional expert given you now? As soon as Ethan completed his sentence, he noticed Sirius instinctively closing his eyes, a gesture that immediately validated his suspicion. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ethan collapsed into laughter on the bed beside Sirius, striking the mattress in amusement. Ha! Goodness, Sirius. You actually believe Ron. You sought his counsel on matters of the heart? Sirius's entire face, along with his neck and the tips of his ears, flushed crimson at an alarming rate. Mortified, he buried his face in the crook of his arm, leaving only his reddened ears exposed to the air, enduring Ethan's laughter. Seconds later, he suddenly raised his head, fire igniting in his eyes. Oh, you dare mock me, he roared, lunging at Ethan, who was seated nearby. Caught off guard by the swiftness of Sirius's reaction, Ethan laughed and attempted to retreat, but Sirius was quicker. He stretched out his arm and firmly encircled Ethan's waist, pulling him back onto the bed. Take that. How dare you laugh? Sirius pinned him down and began mercilessly tickling his sides. Ah, Sirius, stop. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Ethan instantly succumbed, laughter rendering him weak as he flailed helplessly, but he was no match for Sirius's strength. Now you realize your folly? Too late, Sirius exclaimed triumphantly, his hands still in motion, deliberately rubbing his tousled black hair against Ethan's neck, causing him to shrink back. Now tell me, will you still dare to mock me for consulting Ron about relationship issues? I dare not. Truly, I do not. I swear. Ethan laughed so hard he struggled to catch his breath, tears of mirth glistening in the corners of his eyes. Only then did Sirius relent slightly, remaining on top of him, squinting to gauge the sincerity of Ethan's words. After regaining his breath, Ethan rubbed his still tingling face and then cupped Sirius's face, giving it a playful squeeze. All right, puppy, get up. You're unbearably heavy. Sirius pushed himself up, bargaining. Heavy? Then next time, you can pin me down. Before he could finish his sentence, Ethan seized the opportunity, shoving him hard. Chapter 55, Orange Chicken? Your entire family is orange chicken. Sirius, caught off guard, stumbled backward and plopped down onto the bed. Hey, you cheated, he exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Ethan swiftly grabbed a nearby pillow and unceremoniously smashed it into Sirius's face. Thud. The feather pillow landed squarely on Sirius's head, causing him to tilt sideways. Huh, that's for tickling me. Ethan pressed his advantage, raising the pillow once more. Sirius, momentarily stunned, quickly sprang from the bed, reaching for another pillow. Seeing his resolve, Ethan hugged his pillow protectively to his chest, lowering his voice dramatically. I was wrong. I was wrong. You win. You are the best. Sirius, with his own pillow in hand, found amusement in Ethan's rapid concession. Now you're afraid? Too late, he declared, charging forward with the pillow. Ethan, recognizing Sirius's intent, rolled to the other side of the bed, clutching his pillow tightly. Ceasefire. I demand a ceasefire. I can negotiate. Sirius hesitated mid-charge, the pillow hovering in the air as he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. You'd better present something worthwhile, Orange Chicken. Orange Chicken. Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief as he peeked from behind the pillow. Where did you learn such a dreadful nickname? Sirius grinned triumphantly, shaking his head as his disheveled hair bounced. It just came to me in a flash. I thought it suited you perfectly. What's the matter? Don't like it? With a mischievous smirk, he inched closer. Ethan wrinkled his nose in disdain, still defending himself with the pillow, yet he beckoned to Sirius with a finger, lowering his voice. Come here, just a bit closer. Sirius complied, leaning down to bring his ear closer to Ethan's lips. You'd better not be playing me. The condition is that you remember the consequences of coining ridiculous nicknames. Seizing the moment, Ethan thrust his pillow into Sirius's face, using the momentum to roll backward and deftly leap off the bed. Ethan, stop right there. Sirius realized he had been outsmarted once again, hastily brushing the pillow from his face and jumping off the bed in pursuit. However, Ethan had already dashed towards the door, turning back to make a face at him. Catch me if you can, silly dog. The wooden staircase creaked beneath their feet as they raced down. Barefoot, Ethan felt the cool floor beneath him and glanced back to see Sirius's towering figure nearly filling the hallway as he chased after him. Laughing, Ethan quickened his pace, his hair flowing like liquid moonlight in the dim corridor. Upon reaching the staircase leading to the second floor, Ethan turned back to see Sirius hot on his heels, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Instead of continuing downstairs, he pivoted and stepped onto the wooden railing of the staircase. Ethan! Sirius's heart leapt into his throat. He sprinted forward, reaching out to grasp the figure precariously balanced on the railing. But Ethan was swifter. Just as Sirius's fingers were about to graze the hem of his shirt, he leapt into the air, transforming mid-flight into a mountain bluebird, landing gracefully atop Harry's messy black hair just as he entered the foyer below. Startled by the sudden weight on his head, Harry instinctively halted, looking up in confusion. Sirius leaned over the railing, half his body dangling, his hair disheveled and chest heaving from exertion. One hand grasped the edge of the railing, his eyes fixated on the top of Harry's head. Harry, following Sirius's gaze, curiously raised a hand to touch his head, his fingertips brushing against the warm, soft feathers. As Harry's hand approached, Ethan, unceremoniously, lowered his head and pecked Harry's fingers with precision. Ow! Harry yelped, quickly retracting his hand. At that moment, Sirius dashed down the stairs, his gaze first sweeping over the smug little bird perched on Harry's head before landing on Harry himself. Is your hand all right? Sirius examined Harry's hand for the tiny red mark, breathing a sigh of relief upon finding no broken skin. Harry shook his sore fingers and, observing the blend of concern and exasperation on Sirius's face, couldn't help but ask, So, have you and Ethan made amends? Upon hearing this, Sirius straightened up, adopting an expression that was somewhat perplexed, yet he mustered the audacity to assert, Made amends? We were never actually fighting. Harry chuckled at his godfather's antics, choosing not to mention the dark scowl he had worn earlier while pacing the house. All right, no fight, no fight, he acquiesced with a nod. Sirius cleared his throat, attempting to regain some semblance of his dignity as a godfather. He extended his hand toward Harry's head, his tone coaxing. All right, enough of this, we should head upstairs. He indicated the mountain bluebird still comfortably perched atop Harry's tousled hair. However, the little bird merely tilted its head, using its beak to smooth the feathers on its chest. Not only did it refrain from flying towards Sirius, but it also proceeded to tap its claws atop Harry's head, settling into a more comfortable position, as if it deemed that spot its exclusive throne, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, I am but a bird, and I comprehend not. Sirius's hand froze in midair, his expression faltering. He glared at the defiant little bird. After a few moments of stalemate, Sirius stepped back a pace, leaning slightly forward. Accompanied by a subtle sound of transformation, the figure of Sirius vanished, replaced by a large, fluffy black dog. The massive paws shook its head, emitting a whimper that bore an urging tone, while it gently scratched the ground with its front paw. This maneuver proved effective. The bluebird, previously perched firmly atop Harry's head, appeared to hesitate. It glanced at Harry, then at the eagerly awaiting black dog below. Finally, it unfurled its wings, circled gracefully in the air for a brief moment, and then accurately landed atop the dog's furry head. The little bird grasped the dark fur with its claws, chirping contentedly, while Sirius helplessly shook his head. Though the movement was cautious, lest he jostle the small creature from its perch, he issued a farewell bark towards Harry and then turned, bounding up the stairs with the little bird on his back. Harry stood rooted to the spot, watching the peculiar duo depart in such a whimsical manner, unable to suppress a laugh. Chapter 56. The choice between Felix Felicis and foolishness. The days of ease grew increasingly scarce, as the date of the Ministry of Magic hearing loomed closer, casting a heavy pall over everyone's hearts. Harry, undoubtedly, was the most profoundly affected. He had become unusually taciturn, often staring vacantly at his food or the walls. During dinner on the eve of the trial, this atmosphere of melancholy reached its zenith. At the long dining table, Harry sluggishly prodded at his shepherd's pie with his fork, taking a minuscule bite that was accompanied by several sighs. Across from him, Ethan could no longer contain himself after witnessing Harry emit that same soul-crushing sigh for the fifth, or was it the sixth? He had lost time. He finally lifted his gaze. Observing Harry's distracted demeanor, he glanced at Mundungus, who was seated beside Harry, repeatedly fiddling with a pure silver goblet. Ethan slightly leaned closer to Sirius, who sat beside him, covering his mouth as he spoke. Your protege is consumed with worry over the ministry's trial, and that Mundungus, since sitting down, has been scheming to pilfer that goblet to sell for a profit. Can you not intervene? Sirius, upon hearing this, leaned back against his high-backed chair, first gesturing towards Harry, who was mindlessly stacking peas into a small mound. I've spoken to him, Sirius murmured, his voice barely audible, for an entire afternoon, even mentioning that if the ministry dared to convict me, I would personally upend Fudge's office. He then cast a sidelong glance at Mundungus, mimicking Ethan's gesture of covering his mouth as he said, That thief is a habitual offender. If he desires it, let him take it. I have no interest in a goblet emblazoned with the family crest. Ethan regarded Sirius for several moments, recognizing that he indeed had no intention of addressing Mundungus, and let out a derisive snort. It's your tacit approval that has allowed the cutlery to dwindle. You might as well eat with your hands from now on. Ethan gave Sirius a light shove and added, "Don't come to my room tonight." After stating this, Ethan pushed away his plate and strode out of the kitchen without a backward glance. In the dimly lit sitting room, only Crookshanks lay curled up in an armchair. Ethan approached and gently patted Crookshanks's head, eliciting a contented purr. Before long, Ron sauntered in, holding an old wizard's chess set. "Ethan, care for a game?" "I don't know how to play wizard-esque chess." Ethan paused in his affection for Crookshanks, shaking his head at Ron. "But if you're interested, I can teach you how to play Gamoku." "Gamoku?" Ron wrinkled his nose, curiously taking a seat beside Ethan. "What is that?" At that moment, Hermione entered the sitting room, a book in her arms, and fortuitously overheard their conversation. She set down her book and naturally explained, "It's a very simple strategy game, Ron. It just requires a grid board and 2 colors of pieces. Whoever first aligns 5 of their pieces in a row, whether horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, wins." Sounds quite simple. Ron's competitive spirit was ignited, and he rubbed his hands together, feeling it would be much easier than wizard's chess. "Shall we have a match?" "All right." Ethan, influenced by Ron's enthusiasm, rose and approached a corner cabinet, retrieving a flat wooden box containing the Gamoku set that Sirius had previously procured for him. The two set up their game beside the coffee table. Initially, Ron maintained a somewhat dismissive attitude, but soon began to ponder his moves seriously. Hermione sat nearby, reading her book while occasionally glancing at the game. Midway through the match, Harry trudged into the sitting room, plopping down onto the nearby sofa. Releasing another sigh that drained all nearby joy, Hermione closed her book and comfortingly patted him. "Harry, don't worry too much. Tomorrow's hearing at the Ministry may not be as dire as we anticipate. Your use of the Patronus charm was completely justifiable as self-defense." Before she could finish her sentence, Ron, fixated on the chessboard, interjected without looking up, "Exactly. And Dumbledore would certainly never allow them to expel you. What if they insist on breaking my wand?" Harry's voice trembled with panic, reminiscent of his apprehension towards Hagrid. Ethan, who had been quietly placing his pieces, finally lifted his gaze to Harry. "Sirius will accompany you. If he has promised that such a thing will not occur, you can rest assured he will see it through." After speaking, he lowered his head and gently placed a white piece in a pivotal position, declaring, "Like this, I win." Ron gaped incredulously at the chessboard, realizing his black pieces had unwittingly fallen into a trap, exclaiming, "What? Wait, how did you win?" "This isn't fair." Hermione could no longer suppress a laugh, casting a glance at Ron's flustered expression and revealing the truth. "Ron, haven't you realized? Ethan didn't need to rely solely on his chess skills to defeat you. He has been using Legilimens all along, knowing your next move, and even the one after that. Of course, you could never win." Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, Ron finally comprehended, abruptly covering his eyes and wailing, "Merlin's beard. I completely forgot about that. This is even more unscrupulous than cheating." Observing Ron's exaggerated reaction, Ethan chuckled heartily. He swiftly tidied up the chess set, and then stood before Harry, extending his hand to help him up. "All right, my anxious friend, and you too as well." Ethan addressed Harry while gesturing towards Ron and Hermione. "Come with me upstairs." With that, he pulled the still-dazed Harry along, leading Ron and Hermione to his bedroom. Ethan went directly to the trunk at the foot of his bed, squatting down to rummage through it for a moment before retrieving a slender, small crystal vial. The bottle glimmered faintly with a golden hue in the dim light, containing a slowly swirling liquid. "Here." Ethan handed the vial to Harry. "Felix Felicis. A small sip will suffice before we set off for the Ministry tomorrow morning." "Felix Felicis." Hermione stepped forward, fixating on the small vial in Harry's hand. "Ethan, how did you come by this?" Ethan rubbed his nose thoughtfully and explained, "It's from my previous lessons, brewed alongside Professor Snape. Once the potion was completed, he provided me with a small vial to broaden my horizons." Upon hearing this, Ron's face immediately contorted into a sour expression. "Wow, brewing Felix Felicis with Snape? He wouldn't even willingly give an extra point to Gryffindor, would he?" Ethan patted Ron on the back, urging him to suppress his envious grimace. "You'll have your own Felix Felicis class soon enough." He paused, uncertainly adding, "However, Professor Snape might not be particularly fond of most Gryffindors." Throughout their conversation, Harry kept his gaze fixed on the golden potion in his hands, wrestling internally. Finally, he lifted his head and resolutely pushed the potion back towards Ethan. "Ethan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Ethan refrained from further persuasion, instead taking the potion from Harry's hands, gently caressing the bottle's surface, and inquired, "Are you truly certain you don't want it?" Harry nodded firmly. Upon seeing Harry's affirmation, Ethan promptly rose and moved to the window, raising his hand as if to toss the vial outside. Ethan, Hermione, closest to him, reacted swiftly, leaping up to seize his arm. Simultaneously, Harry stood up, exclaiming in shock. Wait, Ethan, surely it doesn't come to that. Just because I said no, you're going to throw it away? With Hermione holding his arm, Ethan turned to Harry, stating, You have two choices. Either you drink it tomorrow, or I smash it right here. Choose wisely. Ron interjected loudly. Is there even a choice to make? Only a fool would opt for it to shatter now. He then abruptly turned to Harry, his tone uncertain. You don't want to be a fool, do you? Ethan, noticing the hesitation on Harry's face, stepped over and pressed the vial into his hands to prevent him from making a foolish decision. Observing Harry's emotional state, nearly on the verge of tears, Ethan could not help but wave them off. All right, everyone go back to sleep. Just returning safely tomorrow will be the best reward. Harry sniffled, acknowledging him, and followed Hermione and Ron out. Chapter 57, 4 Bouncing Potatoes. Ethan herded the trio away as if shooing away small kittens and puppies. And once they were headed toward the staircase, he closed the door and collected some clean clothes before heading to the bathroom. As he returned to his bedroom, towel drying his damp hair, he caught sight of someone reclining against his bed. Ethan paused, remaining silent as he walked directly to the wardrobe to hang up his towel. The room quiet except for the sounds he made intentionally. At last, Sirius broke the silence. I warned Mundungus. Ethan halted but did not turn around. I explicitly told him that if he dared to lay a hand on anything in the Black Manor, even a chipped cup, I would make him regret crossing this threshold. Ethan forced a serious expression as he turned to face Sirius, unable to suppress a smile at Sirius's earnest demeanor, playfully poking his forehead. Now that is more like it. If the matter is resolved, go take a shower. Don't sit on my bed covered in dust. Sirius relaxed at the sight of Ethan smiling again. He caught Ethan's finger that had poked his forehead and kissed the tip swiftly before nimbly hopping off the bed. At your service, he drawled, striding into the bathroom. When Sirius returned, enveloped in a refreshing mist and a faint scent of soap, he found Ethan propped against the headboard, engrossed in a book with a white cover under the warm yellow light. Sirius made no comment, simply laying down beside him with his head resting on Ethan's thigh. Ethan felt the weight on his leg and glanced down, asking, Is Harry feeling any better? Just came from him. He seems a bit stronger than this afternoon, Sirius replied, his gaze fixed on Ethan's chin. Good, Ethan responded absent-mindedly, placing the hefty book over Sirius's face to block his view. Sirius instinctively raised his hand to remove the book, but as he did so, Ethan gave his wrist a firm smack. Don't move, hold it properly. Ethan kept his focus on the pages, deftly gathering his long hair to braid it. Unlike Sirius's medium-length hair, Ethan's was quite long and easily tangled while sleeping. Sirius froze for a moment, then dutifully became a makeshift bookshelf, grumbling softly through the pages but ultimately remaining still. The room was filled only with the soft rustle of turning pages, until Ethan finally finished reading and turned off the light. He could still sense Sirius shifting beside him before drifting into slumber. In his dreams, Ethan felt a gentle kiss placed upon his forehead, lingering for a moment before departing. He struggled to open his eyes, discovering Sirius sitting on the edge of the bed. What time is it? He croaked. Sirius appeared taken aback by Ethan's awakening, pausing before turning slightly to face him. In the dim light, Ethan noticed the faint red veins in his eyes. It's still early, Sirius said, tucking the covers around Ethan. Get some more rest. However, Ethan did not respond. He merely gazed at Sirius. Suddenly, he reached out and gently grasped Sirius's tightly clenched fist resting on the bed's edge. Harry will be fine, Ethan murmured, his fingertips brushing over Sirius's taut knuckles. Sirius did not turn his head or withdraw his hand. Instead, he firmly grasped Ethan's hand in his own. The two remained in silence for a moment. Then, Sirius swiftly stood, grabbing his coat draped over a chair, and strode out of the room, the sound of his footsteps fading down the hallway. Ethan listened as he descended the stairs, torn between the choices of seeing Harry and returning to sleep. After a few seconds, he slowly lay back down, pulling the covers up to cocoon himself again. When Ethan finally opened his eyes once more, he found Fawkes perched on his bedside table, impatiently flicking his tail feathers. Ethan sat up, rubbing his eyes, taking a moment for his mind to fully awaken. He changed out of his pajamas, and as he stepped into the bathroom, he heard the sound of flapping wings outside the door. It struck him that Sirius normally took care of Fawkes' breakfast. Today, having left too early, he evidently forgot about the phoenix. Hastening his morning routine, Ethan carried Fawkes downstairs to the foyer, his eyes frequently darting toward the kitchen. Just then, the front door swung open from the outside, revealing two figures entering in succession, Sirius and Harry. They were back. Sirius spotted Ethan rushing down the staircase immediately, halting in his tracks and instinctively opening his arms wide. However, in the next instant, he felt a blur of citrus-sweet wind rush past him. Ethan, seemingly oblivious to Sirius's outstretched arms, dashed straight past him to embrace Harry, who was still a bit taken aback. "Harry!" Ethan exclaimed, enveloping him in a hug and even bouncing joyfully on the spot. "This is wonderful. I told you everything would be all right." Harry, bewildered by Ethan's rare display of enthusiasm, quickly smiled and nodded vigorously yes. "I'm fine. All charges are dropped." Sirius stood frozen, his arms still suspended in midair, blinking in astonishment at the heartwarming scene unfolding before him. After a few seconds, he reluctantly lowered his arms, running a hand through his hair with a bemused sigh. Ethan and Harry remained entwined, frolicking like two carefree fools, as if his considerable presence was inconsequential. Sirius reached out and gently tugged at the hem of Ethan's shirt. Engrossed in patting Harry's back, Ethan dismissively swatted Sirius' hand away without turning. Sirius tugged a little harder, yet Ethan remained oblivious, growing even more animated as Ron and Hermione, drawn by the commotion, rushed down from the upper floor. Upon seeing them, Harry announced loudly, "All charges are dropped." "I'm fine. Merlin, this is wonderful." Hermione shrieked in delight, joining the embrace. Ron grinned widely, enthusiastically slapping Harry on the shoulder, and the group in the hallway erupted into joyous laughter, resembling a gaggle of enchanted potatoes. Sirius' gaze shifted from the jubilant group to the corner of the hallway, where Fawkes was watching him with an increasingly impatient expression, the frequency of his wing beats rising as if to chastise him for his forgetfulness. Shaking his head, Sirius resignedly made his way to the kitchen, deciding to address the breakfast needs of this particular member. Chapter 58, Disobedient Ones Shall Be Confined. On the last day of the holiday, the afternoon sun lazily poured into the shabby living room. Ethan and Hermione were nestled closely together on the same sofa. A checkered wooden board spread between them as they engaged in a game of Go. "Your turn, Hermione." Ethan placed his white stone, executing a clever double 3. Hermione furrowed her brow, intently studying the board while murmuring calculations of Ethan's traps and her own escape routes. After a moment, she abruptly covered her eyes with both hands. "Don't look at me. I need a moment to think." Observing her ostrich-like posture, Ethan was about to tease her when hurried footsteps approached from a distance. "The mail has arrived. The Hogwarts list is here." George's voice rang out first. Moments later, Fred burst in like a whirlwind, waving several thick parchment envelopes embossed with the Hogwarts crest. "Here, Ethan, this is yours." Fred accurately tossed one envelope to land beside Ethan's legs before grabbing another and teasingly waving it in front of Hermione. "And this one's for you, Hermione." Startled by the sudden voice, Hermione dropped her hands from her eyes. George peeked in from the doorway, adding, "Mum wants you to check the list as soon as you can. She's heading to Diagon Alley this afternoon." "Got it, thanks." Fred, having completed his mission, disappeared with George in a flurry of laughter. Ethan picked up his letter and, glancing at the still-dazed Hermione, reached over to hand her the envelope bearing her name. "Here you go," he said with a smile. "It seems the holiday is truly coming to an end." Simultaneously, they tore open the envelopes sent from Hogwarts. Among the familiar supply lists and book lists, a small package wrapped in soft cloth slipped out from each. Hermione curiously picked up her little parcel and carefully unwrapped the cloth, gasping in astonishment as she revealed a prefect badge. "Merlin." "Oh." After a sharp intake of breath, she let out a scream that could surely shatter ceilings. "I'm a prefect." Leaping up from the sofa, she paid no mind to the scattered black and white stones, clutching the badge tightly, her excitement causing her to bounce in place. At the same moment, Ethan unwrapped his own small package, initially believing it to be a prefect badge as well, but upon flipping it over and seeing the letter H, he murmured to himself, "I thought it would be Cedric." Then he too couldn't contain his exhilaration, shouting, "President of the Student Council, is it me?" After a brief outburst of screams, the living room fell into an eerie silence. Ethan and Hermione simultaneously halted, panting, instinctively looking at each other as badges. 2 seconds of stunned silence followed. "Then you too? You're the president." A louder scream erupted, more fervent than the last. Hermione excitedly rushed over, enveloping Ethan in a tight embrace, and he laughed joyously. Returning the hug, the two young individuals, like children, erupted into cheers and jumps in the living room, completely forgetting their usual composure. This wave of exuberance finally caught the attention of others. A hurried set of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and the next moment, someone burst into the room. "What is happening? Ethan? Hermione?" Sirius rushed in, a look of concern plastered on his face, swiftly scanning the two who were still in an embrace. Upon seeing Sirius, Ethan's smile broadened even further. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, then raised the president badge before Sirius' eyes. "Sirius," his voice trembled with excitement. "Look at this." Sirius' gaze fell upon the badge, momentarily taken aback before a radiant smile of undeniable pride broke across his face. Merlin's beard, president of the student council, he exclaimed joyfully, the sound booming. He excitedly wrapped Ethan in a tight embrace, vigorously patting his back, nearly squeezing the breath out of him. Ethan was engulfed in euphoria, pulling Sirius' hand and enthusiastically twisting in place, emitting cheerful hums. Sirius, caught up in his joy, awkwardly joined in the dance, his tall frame swaying with a somewhat goofy grin. However, as he swayed for a third time, his peripheral vision caught sight of the equally exhilarated Hermione standing nearby. Sirius' movements abruptly froze, his exuberant smile dimming significantly, replaced by a hint of embarrassment as the realization of his uncharacteristic behavior dawned upon him. He quickly released Ethan, clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, and ran a hand through his tousled hair, made even messier by his earlier sprint. Congratulations, Hermione. He turned to her, striving to sound more like an elder. Prefect. A remarkable honor. You are entirely deserving of it. Hermione was entirely absorbed in her own world, constantly caressing the embossed badge, oblivious to Sirius' congratulations. Observing her rapt attention, Ethan's smile deepened. He pretended to clear his throat, mimicking a certain rigid official tone, elongating his voice. Miss Granger. Hermione, lost in her joy, paused at the formal address. Glancing quizzically at Ethan, he continued in the same stiff tone, as the newly appointed president of the student council at Hogwarts. I believe it is imperative that we maintain a basic level of composure and decorum in all circumstances, especially in moments of honor. Please, manage your emotions. Accompanied by his Percy Weasley-like expression, the effect was instantaneous. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden reprimand. However, as she discerned the unmistakable mirth in Ethan's eyes, her flushed cheeks regained their color. Oh, you. The moment she had just received her badge, she began to flaunt it, didn't she, chairperson? After finishing the match, she couldn't help but burst into laughter herself, but soon, a more intense desire to share surged within her. I must tell Harry and Ron. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone turning urgent once more. I need to see if Harry received one too. Oh, I wonder what Ron will say. Before her words could dissipate, she skipped out of the living room, clutching her prefect badge tightly in her hand. Ethan watched as Hermione's figure vanished from sight, then turned to Sirius, signaling him to follow. He too was eager to discover who else had received a badge. Chapter 59, Ronald's Prefect Badge. In a room on the second floor, Harry sat alone on the edge of his bed, his fingers unconsciously tracing the red and gold badge in his hand. It was Ron's Prefect Badge, momentarily resting in his possession. An indescribable feeling lodged itself in his chest. He was genuinely pleased for Ron, truly, yet an overwhelming sense of loss tightened his throat. Just then, the door swung open. Hermione burst in like a whirlwind of joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon catching sight of the familiar red, she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a hug. Harry, you too. This is wonderful. Her voice rang out, sharp and bright with delight. I knew it. Look, Ethan is the student council president. I'm a prefect, and now you are too. Oh, Merlin. The three of us. Her words trailed off as Harry did not reciprocate her embrace. Instead, he stiffly pushed her away. With his gaze cast downward, unable to meet the sudden confusion in Hermione's eyes, he mumbled, No, Hermione, you're mistaken. This is Ron's. That statement fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all of Hermione's exuberance. Harry clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, as a wave of sour emotions surged from his stomach, leaving him feeling nauseous and engulfed in self-loathing. In that moment of utter awkwardness and discomfort, the light at the doorway dimmed. Harry instinctively looked up, and his heart sank. Ethan was entering, a faint smile still on his face. After locking eyes with Ethan, Harry abruptly lowered his head, feeling his heart race wildly. He desperately wished to conceal the twinge of jealousy he felt towards his best friend. It was utterly repulsive, something he could not even accept himself. Staring fixedly at the ground, he felt his cheeks burn. Did Ethan know? Surely he must have sensed it. Would he find him repugnant? Harry dared not lift his gaze to meet Ethan's eyes. Ethan paused at the entrance, yet he said nothing to Harry. He merely averted his gaze naturally, then turned to Sirius, who had also sensed the disquieting atmosphere, and quietly remarked, Sirius, I just remembered that my essay is still sprawled out in the living room. I must go tidy it up first. With that, he pivoted and retraced his steps back to the living room, leaving the space for them. Ethan stood in the center of the living room, surveying the communal study that had accumulated signs of life over the nearly 2 months of occupancy. Parchments lay scattered across the coffee table, armchairs, and even the edges of the carpet. Sighing, Ethan resigned himself to tidying up, categorizing the assignments according to their handwriting, and quickly sorted them into 7 small piles. But his transfiguration textbook and charms essay were nowhere to be found. Ethan first returned to his own bedroom. There was nothing beneath his pillow, and only a stack of Muggle novels sat atop his nightstand. He knelt on the ground, peering under the bed, finding it utterly empty. He then made his way to the kitchen. A few empty butterbeer bottles and a pile of candy wrappers cluttered one corner of the long dining table. His charms essay lay pitifully beneath one of the bottles, a small portion dampened. Emerging from the kitchen, Ethan held only the salvaged yet slightly crumpled parchment. As he furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of his transfiguration textbook, he unexpectedly collided with George and Fred, who were similarly flailing about like headless chickens at the staircase leading to the second floor. "Ethan, just the person I needed," Fred exclaimed, grabbing his arm with a hint of urgency. "Have you seen our bag of portable swamp samples? It's in that dragon hide pouch." Mom issued a final ultimatum, demanding that all dangerous items be cleared away before she returns from Diagon Alley. George added, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "That's our primary project for next term." Ethan helplessly raised the pitiful parchment in his hand. "I'm looking for my transfiguration textbook. It seems we have all become victims of mysterious disappearances." George's eyes brightened as he snapped his fingers. "Wait. I think I might have shoved a thick book under my nightstand to stabilize its wobbly leg. Could that possibly be your textbook?" A glimmer of hope emerged. The three immediately redirected their course, rushing towards the twins' room, perpetually filled with peculiar noises. Upon opening the door, variously colored feathers and suspicious glass vials were piled in the corner, while a large piece of brown paper covered with hasty sketches nearly engulfed the entire wall. "Here." Fred pointed at his creaky bed, "our temporary storage area." George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, each grabbing an edge, and yelled, "1, 2, 3. As they suddenly lifted the bed several inches off the ground. Beneath it lay several crumpled pieces of parchment and a deep blue-covered advanced transfiguration guide, its corners pitifully crushed beneath a sticky orange object. "See," George proclaimed triumphantly, as though he had earned praise for soiling Ethan's book. Ethan quickly bent down, carefully avoiding the sticky orange substance, and retrieved his textbook along with the familiar rolls of parchment. Sure enough, there was a slight sticky mark on the cover. He casually used a cleaning spell to wipe it away, then unfurled the rolls of parchment. This isn't mine." He swiftly scanned the beginning of the crooked handwriting. An overview of medieval European wizarding assemblies and secrecy laws. This was Ron's history of magic essay. Though the edges were slightly curled and dusty, the content remained intact. Ethan tucked his advanced transfiguration guide under his arm and handed the parchment belonging to Ron to Fred, who stood closest to him. "Here, just right. Would you be so kind as to pass it along to your newly appointed prefect brother?" "Rest assured, Ethan," Fred assured him, shaking the parchment in his hand. "We will return it to Prefect Ronald in pristine condition." With that, Fred and George linked arms and exited the room, evidently having concocted a plan for welcoming their brother into his new role. Ethan watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation, and made his way back to his room upstairs, cradling his belongings. He placed the essays into a box meant for school, and upon organizing the last of his robes, he closed the box and fastened the clasp, standing upright and rubbing his slightly aching back. Outside, the sky had taken on the orange hue of evening. It was time to head downstairs to prepare for dinner. Chapter 60, Love, Death, and Victory. As soon as Ethan entered the kitchen, he spotted Mrs. Weasley bustling about the stove. His gaze swept over the long table, where Tonks sat with her vibrant tomato-red hair, her eyes brimming with anticipation as they fixated on him. "Oh, Ethan, come here." Upon seeing him, Tonks sprang up from her bench, nearly knocking over the pumpkin juice beside her. "Hermione told me," she exclaimed. "Oh, Merlin, show me." Her voice resonated loudly, captivating the attention of everyone in the kitchen. Ethan felt a slight flush creep to his ears, embarrassed. He offered a shy smile and made his way to the long table, casually settling beside Tonks, from whom he retrieved his badge and handed it over. Once everyone had received their drinks, Mr. Weasley raised his goblet high and boomed, "Let us congratulate Ethan on becoming the president of the student council, and Ron and Hermione for being elected as Gryffindor prefects." As Mr. Weasley's jubilant toast echoed through the room, the kitchen erupted in excitement. Glasses and mugs clinked together, producing a harmonious sound that mingled with enthusiastic applause and a chorus of congratulations. As everyone began to gather at the long table to collect the sumptuous dinner prepared by Mrs. Weasley, Tonks leaned closer to Ethan, picking up a meat pie with glee. "I've never been a prefect or president myself. Our head of house once told me I lacked certain essential qualities, such as being overly whimsical and in need of stability." She chuckled at her own words, clearly unfazed by the remark. "I honestly thought Cedric would be the president. He excels in every aspect." "This is quite the surprise for me," Ethan remarked, taking a sip of chilled butterbeer and wiping the foam from his lips. At that moment, Ginny, who was busy adding sausages to her plate, turned her curious gaze towards Sirius at the other end of the table. What about you, Sirius? Were you a prefect back in your day? Sirius, leaning back with his legs crossed, let out a short laugh as if he had heard something utterly absurd. Me? A prefect? No one would ever select me for that role, Ginny. I spent far too much time in detention with James. The records we set for detentions are likely more impressive than our achievements on the Quidditch pitch. After saying this, his gaze involuntarily flicked to Ethan beside him, who was smiling back, and he felt a sudden twinge of wanting to avoid appearing too reckless before his partner. He hastily lifted his chin and redirected the conversation to Remus. Remus is the good one. He received the badge. Remus, who had been quietly enjoying his meal, smiled gently as the topic turned to him, his plate arranged neatly. I believe Professor Dumbledore appointed me as prefect because, deep down, he hoped I would provide some necessary guidance to my two, overly energetic friends. As he spoke, his eyes briefly swept over Sirius and the seemingly ever-present James, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. He then shrugged lightly, wearing an expression of resignation, and added, needless to say, the outcome was predictable. I tragically failed. A prefect badge could hardly reign in the two of them. His words prompted a ripple of laughter from those in the know at the table, and Sirius grinned widely. Ethan stood up from across the table, maneuvering past Hermione and Ron, who were animatedly discussing the new badges, and naturally settled beside Sirius. Under the cover of the tablecloth, he reached out and found Sirius's hand resting on his thigh, intertwining their fingers tightly. Sirius's fingers twitched slightly before he gripped Ethan's hand more firmly. Ethan turned his head, lowering his voice, his expression infused with a knowing smile that only they could hear. What was that about? Suddenly shifting the topic to Remus? That is not like you. Sirius felt the warmth and strength of Ethan's fingertips, and the slight awkwardness he felt dissipated. He turned to meet Ethan's smiling gaze and replied, equally quietly, you know how it is. I suddenly felt that discussing my detention days in front of the student council president might come off as a bit immature. Ethan's eyes sparkled with mirth at this candid response. He tightened his grip on Sirius's hand and leaned slightly towards him. Well done. It seems our dear Sirius has made progress. You can now directly express your little awkwardness. Sirius chuckled softly, playfully squeezing Ethan's fingers, and quietly retorted, what is so commendable about that? Of course it's commendable, Ethan asserted with conviction. Being open about your concerns, even if you think they might not seem mature or reliable, is the most crucial aspect of our relationship. Always leaving me guessing or keeping things to yourself is rather dull, don't you think? I won't love you any less because you were once a detention master. He paused, gently rubbing his fingers along the back of Sirius's hand. So, just be yourself. Sirius paused, looking into Ethan's encouraging eyes, feeling the youthful recklessness surge back within him. He tightened his grip on Ethan's hand in return. All right, since you put it that way. He leaned in closer, whispering near Ethan's ear, then I one hold back. Ethan chuckled softly and took a sip of butterbeer, his gaze drifting over the lively long table before his brow furrowed slightly. Sirius, he gently nudged Sirius's arm. Where's Harry? He was just talking to Moody. As Ethan spoke, a muffled shout echoed from the direction of the hallway. It was Harry's voice. Harry? Sirius sprang to his feet, followed closely by Remus, with Ethan trailing behind. They hurried through the narrow staircase, and the scene that unfolded before Ethan caused his breath to catch in his throat. In the dim light, Mrs. Weasley's shoulders trembled violently, her hands pressed tightly against her face, muffled sobs escaping through her fingers. And standing before her was another Harry, or rather, the lifeless body of Harry Potter. Remus, witnessing Mrs. Weasley's anguish, glanced down at the body on the floor and immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He drew his wand and pointed it at the lifeless form, clearly enunciating a spell. Ridiculous. As soon as Remus's incantation left his lips, Harry's body vanished, replaced by a silver orb. With another flick of his wand, the orb transformed into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. Mrs. Weasley, unable to contain herself any longer, erupted into heart-wrenching cries. Molly, Remus rushed to her side, whispering words of comfort. Molly, please. Ethan, feeling utterly unprepared for such a moment, refrained from stepping closer. Instead, he squeezed Sirius's hand, silently indicating he would take Harry away. Sirius nodded slightly in understanding. Ethan then gently draped his arm around Harry's shoulders, guiding him away as they turned towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon reaching Harry's door, Ethan patted his shoulder, watching as Harry silently nodded before shutting the door. Only then did Ethan turn back to his own room. Upon returning, Ethan did not turn on the light. Instead, he stepped into the bathroom, illuminated by moonlight. The warm water cascaded over his body until the steam filled the room. Only then did he turn off the faucet. He slowly dried himself with a towel and changed into clean pajamas. He opened the bathroom door, enveloped in the lingering moisture, and made his way to his bed. lying face down with his face buried in the pillow, forcing himself to cease any thoughts of death. Chapter 61. The Savior in a Dilemma. Ethan lay on the bed with closed eyes, unaware of how much time had passed. In a state of half-sleep, he sensed the mattress beside him sink slightly. Without lifting his head, he murmured in a dreamy voice, "Have you spoken to Harry?" "What?" Sirius, stealthily climbing onto the bed, could not quite catch Ethan's words. Ethan chose not to repeat himself, too weary to do so, but felt the mattress dip further as Sirius drew closer, his familiar scent enveloping the space. Sirius leaned down, pressing his ear to Ethan's pillow, and whispered, "I didn't catch that. Could you say it again?" The movement roused Ethan slightly. He turned his face just enough to repeat, his voice a tad louder than before, "Have you spoken to Harry?" "No." Sirius shook his head. "He was already asleep when I went to see him." He then placed a gentle hand on Ethan's back, offering a couple of soothing pats. "Just go back to sleep." Ethan emitted a soft, indistinct sound, as if in acknowledgement. As the rhythmic patting continued, he gradually succumbed to slumber once more. In the deep of night, Ethan felt a gentle shake, as if someone were softly nudging his shoulder. Groggily, he opened his eyes, and through the narrow gap in the curtains, the faint moonlight revealed a shadowy figure standing at the foot of his bed. Startled, Ethan's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. He nearly cried out, instinctively moving his body, which in turn disturbed the slumbering figure beside him. Sirius tightened his embrace, his cheek unconsciously brushing against Ethan's shoulder. It was then that Ethan fully awakened and recognized the silhouette before him as Harry. He gestured for Harry to be silent. Harry, realizing he had almost awakened Sirius, appeared sheepish as he stood anxiously in the shadows. Ethan carefully rolled out of bed, grabbed the robe draped over the foot of the bed, and signaled to Harry towards the door. The two of them quietly slipped out of the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them, leaving the sleeping Sirius alone in the room. Upon descending the stairs, they found the living room enveloped in silence and darkness. Ethan flicked his wand lightly, illuminating the lamp beside the sofa, casting a warm, dim glow around the area. "Please, take a seat, Harry." Ethan rubbed his eyes as he settled onto the sofa. "Are you just waking up, or have you not slept at all?" Harry hesitated for a moment before admitting, "I haven't slept." Ethan was taken aback by his revelation and queried, "Why didn't you talk to Sirius?" Harry lowered his gaze, fiddling with the hem of his nightshirt, and confessed, "I know these things should perhaps be discussed with someone older, like Sirius, but for some reason, I feel more inclined to talk to you." Ethan was somewhat surprised by this admission. He wrapped his robe tighter around himself and raised a hand to indicate he was seated directly across from Harry. "Very well. I'm here. What would you like to discuss?" Upon hearing Ethan's invitation, Harry glanced up, meeting Ethan's gaze before lowering his head again, his voice barely audible. "This afternoon, I found myself feeling jealous of Ron and Hermione, even if it was just for a brief moment. It felt awful. Am I disgusting for feeling this way?" Ethan listened attentively to his confession. Once Harry finished his last word, he gently shook his head, countering Harry's self-deprecating view. "No, Harry, that is not disgusting. It is simply human nature." Harry paused, slightly taken aback by Ethan's words. Ethan reached out, lifting Harry's chin to meet his eyes. "Harry, never allow a fleeting emotion to completely define you." He intensified his tone. "You must remember that jealousy is a perfectly normal part of humanity. What matters is that you allowed this emotion to govern you, and that is sufficient." Ethan withdrew his hand, his gaze earnest as he regarded the misguided savior, his tone soothing. "You are merely fixating on this a bit too much, Harry. I assure you, it is entirely normal. Everyone goes through it. Do not be too harsh on yourself." Despite Ethan's comforting words, Harry's brow remained furrowed. Recognizing that dry logic might not truly comfort him, Ethan decided to approach differently. Sitting up a bit straighter, he pondered before asking, "What do you think of Augustus?" Harry seemed taken aback by the question, pausing before responding. "He seems quite gentle." Ethan couldn't help but chuckle at Harry's response, waving his hands dismissively. "Good heavens, you have been deceived. When Augustus is angry, he would shatter everything within his line of sight." Ethan's laughter faded as he glanced towards the upstairs bedroom, continuing his examples. "And then there's Sirius. When he is provoked, he can utter the most hurtful things. But those are merely words spoken in anger. They do not reflect his true thoughts. So you see," Ethan concluded, "everyone has moments when they lose control of their emotions. It is not something to fear, nor does it mean you are fundamentally flawed. The key is to recognize it, and then, like dealing with a hiccup, let it pass without holding it in your heart." He looked at Harry softly, asking, "Isn't that right?" Harry fell silent for a few seconds before giving a slight nod. Satisfied to see Harry acknowledging his perspective, Ethan stood up, intending to coax Harry off the sofa and back to his room for some much-needed rest. However, Harry remained seated, showing no signs of wanting to rise. Ethan paused, realizing Harry still had more to say, and sat back down on the sofa, wrapping his robe around himself again, propping his head up to watch Harry. "All right," he said. "It seems there is something else. Please, go on. I'm listening." Seeing Ethan's willingness to stay with him, Harry sighed in relief and continued. "Also, about that boggart earlier. Mrs. Weasley saw me dead. Seeing her so distraught made me feel awful." Ethan leaned forward slightly, giving Harry's leg a firm pat to ensure he listened carefully to what he was about to say. "Harry," he stated, "Mrs. Weasley's fear arises from love. Not from any fault of yours. She fears losing her family, losing you. These feelings are entirely natural. What you need to do is focus on safeguarding yourself. Do not shoulder all the burdens alone. At least here, besides Sirius, you are not alone." After hearing Ethan's words, Harry rubbed his face and said, "You're right. But Ethan, you're not that much older than me, yet you speak with such maturity." Ethan laughed at this. "Who says I am always mature?" He paused, as if recalling a humorous event, and snapped his fingers at Harry. "Do you remember that night I flew to Privet Drive in a state of emotional collapse, disregarding everything just to find you? That was hardly mature, and Sirius caught me that very evening." Chapter 62. Sirius Black. Nothing more than this. Harry looked momentarily stunned, then recalled the night Ethan had unexpectedly appeared outside the Dursleys' window, suppressing a grin at the memory of how close he had been to breaking down in tears. Was Sirius angry? Harry asked, laughing. "Indeed," Ethan admitted with candor. "So you see, I too can lose control and act foolishly. It just so happens that my immaturity was caught by Sirius." He regarded Harry with seriousness, saying, "There is nothing disheartening about this, Harry. We are all learning and growing." After hearing Ethan's words, Harry lowered his head in silence, his fingers continuing to fidget with the edge of his nightshirt. Ethan sat beside him, feeling the chill as he wore only his robe. To hasten their return to sleep, he gently called out, "Harry." Harry obediently lifted his head. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Or perhaps something you would like to express?" Ethan inquired with a feigned gentleness. Harry instinctively parted his lips, as if he genuinely had more to say. However, Ethan swiftly raised his hand, feigning an aggressive motion as though to strike him, his expression fierce. Harry was startled by Ethan's sudden gesture, promptly shutting his mouth and shaking his head frantically, suppressing the words he had yet to utter. "Very well." Satisfied, Ethan lowered his hand, stood up, and stretched his stiffened body from prolonged sitting, signaling the end of their conversation. "Now, the chairman commands you to return to your bed and sleep immediately." Upon finishing his statement, he grasped Harry's arm, pulling him up from the sofa and leading him out of the living room, ascending the staircase and directly escorting him back to his temporary room on the second floor. "Sleep," Ethan commanded at the door, watching as Harry obediently climbed into bed before gently closing the door behind him. Once Harry's door was shut, Ethan turned to ascend the stairs to the upper level. He pushed open the door to his own bedroom, only to be taken aback by the sight of Sirius, barefoot and appearing to be in a hurry to dash out. "Sirius?" Ethan observed his peculiar stance, shutting the door behind him. "What on earth is going on?" Sirius sighed in relief upon seeing Ethan, disregarding the latter's comment about his odd behavior. He ran a hand through his tousled black hair, explaining, "I just woke up and felt around, but there was no one there, and the blanket was freezing cold. I wanted to find you." His gaze fell upon the robe draped over Ethan's shoulders, questioning, "Where did you go tonight? Dressed so lightly?" Ethan approached the edge of the bed, removed his robe, and draped it over the foot of the bed, smiling at Sirius. "It's a secret." Those two words acted as a switch, prompting Sirius to leap forward. "Come on. Tell me." "I won't." Ethan attempted to push him away, but Sirius's arms tightened around him, playfully nibbling at the nape of Ethan's neck and his collarbone. "Really not going to tell me?" Sirius raised his head, suddenly slipping his hand inside Ethan's nightshirt to launch a surprise attack on his side. The most ticklish spot for Ethan. "Haha, no. Sirius." Ethan was caught off guard, laughing and struggling. He laughed while trying to burrow into the blanket, hoping to use it as a shield. Seeing this, Sirius immediately followed him under the covers, instantly occupying most of the blanket space, determined not to relent. Ethan found himself unable to move, immediately shouting, "Stop. The blanket is a forbidden area. No trespassing." Sirius scoffed, continuing his actions, his voice dripping with nonchalance. "Forbidden area? Not in my territory. Speak, or else." He threatened, his fingertips teasingly scratching. Wait. I'm nearly out of breath from laughing. Let's negotiate. Let's settle this like men." Sirius paused his actions, loosening his grip slightly. "What method?" Ethan poked his head out from the edge of the blanket, his hair disheveled, clearing his throat. "Rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor. If you win, I'll tell you." Sirius nodded confidently. "All right. 1 round it is." The two struggled to adjust their positions within the soft blanket, kneeling face to face and hiding their hands behind their backs. "Rock, paper, scissors." Both hands shot out simultaneously. Ethan revealed paper, while Sirius displayed rock. Sirius stared at his clenched fist, then glanced at Ethan's open palm. The next moment, he dramatically slapped his forehead, letting out a frustrated growl. He couldn't believe he had just played rock, paper, scissors with Ethan. Ethan quickly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket again, even shaking his body deliberately, exuding an utterly infuriating demeanor. Observing Sirius's vexation, Ethan's triumph was palpable. He suddenly broke free from the confines of the blanket, kneeling on the bed, elongating his tone, every word dripping with provocation. Sirius Black, he enunciated deliberately, then disdainfully concluded, nothing more than this. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he stood upright on the mattress, starting to flail his arms wildly, executing a series of uncoordinated, soft punches of victory. Accompanying his antics were exaggerated vocalizations, swaying his body to and fro, his light golden hair flying through the air, presenting a rather ostentatious display. Sirius, initially absorbed in self-reproach for playing rock, paper, scissors with the master of the mind arts, lifted his head to witness Ethan's triumphant demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he felt that continuing to watch would only tarnish his own intellect. Sirius ceased his verbal sparring, swiftly rising to seize Ethan's ankle with precision, pulling hard. Whoa! Ethan exclaimed as he lost his balance, falling straight back onto the soft bed, bouncing slightly. Dazed, he attempted to rise, but Sirius had already yanked the blanket, tightly wrapping him like sushi several times, rendering him immobile. Next, Sirius grabbed a dark wool scarf draped over an armchair, deftly wrapping it around Ethan's blanket cocoon 2 more times before tying a sturdy, yet somewhat unsightly knot. Shut it, sleep. Sirius leaned down, flicking Ethan's forehead with his finger, interrupting any impending protests. We have to rise early tomorrow, and if you keep this up, I'll hang you and the blanket out in the hallway. Only able to move his head, Ethan tried to convey his anger through his gaze, but under Sirius's threatening stare, his defiance quickly dwindled. Reluctantly, he squirmed a couple of times, realizing escape was futile, ultimately closing his eyes tightly in a final act of protest. Sirius regarded the now subdued caterpillar on the bed, exhaling deeply, rubbing his temples before returning to his bedroom to fetch another blanket, then climbed into bed beside Ethan to sleep. Chapter 63. A quick descent from the second floor to the first. The following morning, as dawn broke softly, Ethan stirred groggily. Realizing he was still thoroughly ensconced in the blanket, the knot of the scarf still firmly in place, he squirmed like a little bug, utterly unable to free himself. Beside him, Sirius remained asleep, his breathing steady, one hand unconsciously resting on the blanket. Ethan felt a bit uncomfortable, primarily needing to use the restroom. Helpless, he resorted to bumping his head against Sirius. Hey, Sirius, wake up. Sirius stirred, frowning as he opened his bleary eyes. He gazed at Ethan, who was wrapped up like an impeccably encased mummy, attempting to nudge him with his head. The memories of the previous night flooded back, prompting him to stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at? Ethan, embarrassed and furious, didn't think twice before delivering a gentle headbutt to Sirius's forehead. Thunk. Ouch. Sirius winced, fully awake now, clutching his forehead and glaring at him. Are you a giant troll or something? Hurry and untie me. I need to use the restroom. Ethan urged. As Sirius rubbed his forehead, he slowly sat up, locating the knot of the scarf and tugging at it until it came undone. The moment the bindings loosened, Ethan swiftly emerged from the blanket, leaping off the bed and shuffling into the bathroom. Sirius lay back down for a moment, listening to the faint sounds from the bathroom. After a while, noticing that Ethan had been inside for quite some time without emerging, he curiously got out of bed, padding barefoot to the bathroom door and knocking. Ethan, what are you doing in there? Sirius's voice was still hoarse from sleep. From within, Ethan's muffled response came, toothbrush in mouth. You lunatic. What can one do in the restroom? Of course, washing my face and brushing my teeth. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, stifling a yawn. So early. Why not linger a bit longer? He attempted to coax his companion back into the warm embrace of the blankets. From within, the sound of spitting into the sink echoed, followed by Ethan's clearer response. No, I'm hungry. I'm going downstairs to eat. The sound of the faucet being turned on rang out. Upon hearing this, Sirius immediately straightened up, his tone tinged with urgency. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Just hold on for a moment. I'll be quick. He had no intention of remaining alone in the room. As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around and dashed to the wardrobe, hastily pulling on his trousers and shirt, nearly misaligning the buttons in his haste. The bathroom door swung open, and Ethan emerged, towel in hand, leaning against the doorframe. Unable to resist, he asked, Why are you in such a rush? Sirius, engrossed in the struggle with the last button, replied without looking up. You're heading back to school today. Finally fastening the button, he lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Ethan. I want to spend a little more time with you. The directness of his words momentarily stunned Ethan, evoking a fleeting sense of warmth. However, after those 2 seconds, hunger swiftly regained dominance. He stepped forward, tousling Sirius's dark hair playfully, and urged with a smile, "All right, I get it. Now hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. I'm really hungry. If you dawdle any longer, I'll head down and eat without you." As he spoke, he gently nudged Sirius's back, guiding him towards the bathroom. Complying, Sirius shuffled obediently inside. After breakfast, as Ethan rummaged through his pocket for a piece of chocolate, he had just unwrapped the foil when Sirius's gaze darted towards him. "Share half with me," he demanded assertively, as if it were an undeniable right. Ethan, observing Sirius's demeanor, deliberately waved the chocolate in front of him. "No way. I remember someone animagus form is a dog, and dogs can't eat chocolate. It's poisonous." No sooner had he spoken than Sirius lunged forward. One hand clasped Ethan's wrist, while the other braced against the wall beside him, trapping him between himself and the wall. Then he lowered his head, using his teeth to snatch the entire piece of chocolate from Ethan's fingertips. Sirius straightened leisurely, chewing the chocolate that rightfully belonged to Ethan. Instinctively, Ethan raised a hand to pry open Sirius's mouth, hoping to retrieve the chocolate, but halfway through the motion, he halted, realizing how foolish it would be. Especially given the smugness on Sirius's face. The audacity of Sirius's expression was infuriating. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ethan swiftly pinched one side of Sirius's cheek, pulling it to the side. "Ugh, how disgusting," Sirius mumbled, his words garbled. Watching Sirius's face contort from the tug, Ethan finally released him, shaking off the hand that had been gripping his wrist. "Thief, keep your distance," he shot Sirius an irritated glare, wiping his hand disdainfully on Sirius's shirt. By 9 o'clock, the once eerie and silent old manor had erupted into commotion. The Weasley twins were evidently the epicenter of chaos, attempting to levitate several trunks simultaneously. The trunks swayed erratically in the air, akin to inebriated beings, crashing against walls and doorframes with a resounding thud, prompting the portraits on the walls to emit furious shrieks. Ethan had already organized his belongings, neatly placed in the corner of the room, awaiting Sirius's reluctant assistance to carry them downstairs. He was comfortably leaning against the banister on the second floor, observing the tumultuous scene in the foyer below when Ginny, drawn by the ruckus, emerged from her room to witness the spectacle. Just then, a hefty trunk broke free from the twins' magical control, careening towards the staircase. Oblivious to the impending danger, Ethan turned his back to the staircase and Ginny, engrossed in conversation. "Watch out!" Ginny's scream and the trunk's heavy descent echoed simultaneously. But it was too late. With a thud, the trunk collided squarely with Ethan's back, the force of the impact sending both him and Ginny, who stood beside him, tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic heap of limbs and dust. Merlin, Ethan, Ginny, Fred and George, who had been laughing just moments before, gasped in alarm, scrambling down the stairs, nearly dropping their wands in the process. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to," Fred exclaimed as he rushed to Ethan's side, frantically apologizing. George hurried to help Ginny, who was disoriented. "Ginny, are you all right?" "Fred, George, how many times have I warned you? No magic in the house for moving things." Mrs. Weasley's furious voice boomed from the kitchen as she stormed towards them, her face flushed with anger. Chapter 64, The Assault of the Trunk. She pushed past the bewildered twins and knelt anxiously beside Ethan and Ginny, examining them closely. "Oh, my children. How are you? Are you hurt? No broken bones, I hope?" Ginny rubbed her bruised arm, grimacing. "I'm fine, Mom, just startled." Fred and George helped Ethan to his feet, brushing off the dust. And Ethan felt a dull ache in his back where he had been struck, yet, after moving his limbs, he sensed no serious harm. He shook his head at the concerned Mrs. Weasley, reassuring her, "I'm all right, Mrs. Weasley, no injuries, just a bit startled." Just then, a more frantic set of footsteps echoed from upstairs. Sirius appeared, grasping Ethan's luggage, bounding down the stairs in swift strides. "Ethan." He reached Ethan, his gaze swiftly scanning him. "What happened? I heard a noise. Did you fall down the stairs?" "I'm fine, Sirius," Ethan replied, noting his anxious demeanor. "It was just an accident." Mrs. Weasley, observing Sirius's worried expression, shook her head in exasperation, redirecting her ire towards the true culprits. Meanwhile, Sirius felt a sense of satisfaction, having found a legitimate excuse to stay close to Ethan. Even as the group made their way to King's Cross Station on foot, Sirius maintained his arm around Ethan's shoulders, shielding him from the bustling crowd. Upon reaching the station, the throngs of people and the scarlet train signaled the impending moment of farewell. As the student council president, Ethan needed to board early for a meeting. He quickly embraced Sirius, planting a swift kiss on his cheek. "Puppy, I have to go. I'm going to be late for the meeting." Just as he turned to ascend the train steps, a sudden force yanked his wrist back. Sirius pulled him firmly back in front of him, cupping his face with one hand, and without further ado, he leaned down, delivering a deep kiss. Moments later, Sirius released him, his thumb gently brushing Ethan's lip. All right. Off you go. Ethan shot him an incredulous glare, but as he turned, he heard Ron's teasing voice drawl from behind. Ooh. The loud, mocking tone piqued the curiosity of nearby students, causing Ethan to pause, turning back at the sight of Ron's cheeky grin. Under Ron's watchful gaze, Ethan raised his hand, his slender index finger first gently tapping the student council president's badge adorning his chest. Then, the finger gradually shifted, unmistakably pointing towards Ron himself. Following this, he deftly made a horizontal swipe across his neck with the same hand, executing a gesture that clearly signified a threat to Ron's life. The sly smile on Ron's face instantly froze, his mouth slightly agape. He was evidently taken aback by Ethan's audacity to wield his authority in such a blatant manner. Pleased with Ron's sudden submission, Ethan chose not to utter another word and turned to walk deeper into the carriage, leaving Ron standing in a state of disarray, contemplatively pondering his predicament for the new academic year. Sirius, however, remained indifferent to Ron's fate. Hands tucked into his pockets, he languidly leaned against the station pillar, his gaze persistently following Ethan until he vanished into the carriage's connecting area. Ethan proceeded directly to the foremost prefect carriage, where he needed to prepare the patrol list. Upon pushing open the carriage door, he discovered several familiar faces already seated inside. As he quickly scanned the room, Cedric approached, followed closely by Autumn. Hi, Ethan. Congratulations on becoming president, Cedric stammered, appearing somewhat embarrassed. If possible, could you assign Autumn and me to the same group? After all, you won't need to patrol anymore. Observing Cedric's neck now flushed crimson, his gentle eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation, Ethan feigned a stern demeanor, elongating his official tone. Diggory. He deliberately paused. Noticing Cedric instinctively hold his breath, and even Autumn behind him slightly pressed her lips together, displaying signs of nervousness. At last, the corner of Ethan's mouth could no longer suppress a smile. His official tone dissipated, and his voice returned to its usual warmth. Just kidding, of course. That is no problem. He picked up the blank patrol list on the table and inscribed the names of Cedric Diggory and Autumn in the patrol column, the quill gliding across the parchment with a soft rustling sound. All set. Ethan slightly turned the list towards Cedric, allowing him to see the two names written side by side. Wishing you both a pleasant patrol. Cedric seemed to exhale a weighty burden, a radiant smile breaking across his face, the redness in his ears still not fully faded. Thank you so much, Ethan, he exclaimed, his voice regaining its usual cheerfulness. Autumn also revealed a shy yet joyful smile, softly thanking Ethan. Ethan nodded at them, shifting his gaze to the other occupants of the carriage as he began organizing the subsequent groupings. The quill hovered over the parchment as he contemplated how to balance the personnel from each house when the carriage door slid open once more. This time, Ron and Hermione entered. Ron's face still bore traces of the excitement from earlier, and upon lifting his gaze, he met Ethan's knowing smile. A sense of foreboding gripped Ron as he caught the glint in Ethan's eye. Ethan let out a cold laugh, his finger lightly tapping the blank space on the parchment, deliberately prolonging his words. I think the first patrol for Prefect Weasley requires a special kind of training. Let us pair you with the Slytherin 7th-year prefect. It should foster interhouse understanding. Ron's expression instantly fell, his mouth opening slightly as if to protest, but under Ethan's unmistakably vindictive stare, he resignedly closed it again. Ethan. Hermione furrowed her brow, looking at him quizzically. Why are you targeting Ron? What is going on? Ethan lifted his gaze, his tone nonchalant. Oh, nothing. Just that our esteemed red-haired prefect made some sounds akin to a baboon discovering a banana when he boarded the train. Hermione immediately grasped the situation and turned to Ron with a look of exasperation. Ron shrank under her reproachful gaze, mumbling, I didn't say anything. At that moment, the carriage door swung open again, and Draco sauntered in with his hands in his pockets. Ethan's eyes lit up, and he said with casual ease, Ah, perfect timing. Prefect Weasley, let us pair you with Prefect Malfoy. Draco, passing by, lazily cast a glance at Ron's now pale face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I refuse, he drawled. I have no intention of patrolling with a Gryffindor. With that, he disregarded Ethan and Ron entirely, making his way to an empty seat at the opposite end of the carriage. Ethan, observing Ron's pitiable state of frustration, felt a sense of satisfaction from his earlier revenge. With an air of feigned benevolence, he sighed, picked up his quill, and neatly inscribed Hermione Granger's name beside Ron Weasley's. Well, since Draco is unwilling, Ethan said, though a smile danced in his eyes, considering you at least have a reliable partner. Hermione, keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble on his first patrol. Hermione let out a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously, lightly nudging Ron with her elbow. Realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster, Ron shot Ethan a look that was a mixture of gratitude and lingering anxiety, to which Ethan merely raised an eyebrow in response. Ethan swiftly arranged the remaining personnel according to customary practices and the principles of interhouse balance, the quill gliding smoothly across the parchment, just as he inscribed the final name. The carriage door slid open once more, and the last few prefects hurriedly entered. At this moment, the prefect carriage of the Hogwarts Express was finally complete. Ethan rose to his feet, and the subtle murmur of conversations within the carriage immediately subsided, all eyes converging on him. He cleared his throat, the president's badge on his chest gleaming under the light. "Welcome, everyone. I am this year's male student council president, Ethan Prescott." His voice was clear and steady as he surveyed each prefect present. "Before we arrive at Hogwarts, we need to fulfill certain responsibilities." He began by elaborating on the patrol arrangements, emphasizing the importance of maintaining order within the carriage and addressing any unforeseen circumstances. Next, he outlined the post-arrival duties. Upon arrival, 5th and 7th year prefects, please ensure to carefully check all carriages in succession to make sure no students are left behind. 6th year prefects, you will be the first to disembark, responsible for guiding all first years safely to Hagrid for gathering. After delivering these instructions, he waved his wand, conjuring a thick stack of copies of the patrol list, which automatically floated down into each prefect's hands. The specific patrol times and partners are included. Please review them carefully and be punctual. Subsequently, he turned to Daisy Gomez, the female prefect of Ravenclaw, nodding in her direction. Daisy stood up to add supplementary information regarding nighttime patrols and post-curfew considerations. Seizing this opportunity, Ethan moved to an empty seat beside Draco, who sat alone. Draco merely cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent, still maintaining the posture of listening to Daisy. Though the tautness of his lips indicated he was not entirely indifferent to Ethan's presence, Ethan refrained from speaking immediately, instead directing his gaze toward Daisy, as if he had simply chosen a seat to listen. The carriage was filled only with Daisy's voice and the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Ultimately, it was Draco who could no longer contain himself. Without altering his posture, he barely moved his lips, quickly squeezing out a remark through clenched teeth. "I saw you." Ethan slightly tilted his head, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. Draco's ears seemed to flush with a barely perceptible hue of crimson as he stiffened his neck, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper tinged with barely restrained indignation. At the platform, "You and that black." The words finally escaped him, laced with a complex mix of astonishment and a touch of embarrassment. Ethan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Leaning closer to Draco, he countered in a tone meant solely for their ears. "What? Seeing us kiss? Are you hoping to summon my aunt, little dragon?" "You." Draco erupted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his composure shattering in an instant. He whirled around, his eyes ignited with a furious ember, his cheeks suffused with a deep scarlet. He extended his hand, as if to grasp Ethan by the throat. "Ethan Prescott, dare you utter that again?" Ethan swiftly chuckled and recoiled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice lowered in a plea. All right, I concede, I shall say no more." He observed as Draco huffed in indignation, retracting his hand and folding his arms defiantly, resolutely turning his back, clearly intent on ignoring him. The minor commotion drew the attention of the other passengers, who cast curious glances their way. Ethan offered an apologetic smile to the onlookers, signaling that all was well. He understood that Draco's temper flared quickly but dissipated just as swiftly. However, the tension in his rigid shoulders and the silence of his back suggested something deeper than mere jest. Ethan's smile faded, his voice softening. "Draco, do you harbor concerns?" Draco's posture stiffened instantaneously, resembling a statue hewn from stone. He pressed his lips together tightly, the flush of anger that had previously adorned his cheeks retreating to a pallid hue. He clenched his mouth shut, as if fearing that some uncontrollable emotion might escape. Ethan sighed, attempting once more to draw near, yearning to turn Draco's face towards him. "Draco, listen, if you need." The moment Ethan's hand brushed against Draco's shoulder, Draco recoiled as though struck by lightning, while his other hand darted towards Ethan's side with remarkable swiftness. Caught off guard, Ethan shrank away, stifling a laugh with his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Draco rose abruptly, straightening his slightly disheveled robes, his countenance reverting to its customary demeanor. "I must go on patrol," he declared curtly, casting not a single glance in Ethan's direction as he yanked open the sliding door and exited without a backward glance. Ethan watched the door close once more, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice, laced with mirth, broke through beside him. "Congratulations, President Ethan." His roommate, Owen, had approached at some point, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "When I received the prefect badge, I thought to myself, this year as president must surely be you." Ethan snapped back from his musings about Draco, smiling at Owen, Thank you, Prefect Owen. The same to you. He glanced at the patrol list in Owen's hand, clearly well thumbed, and then noticed Mia standing a short distance away, raising an eyebrow knowingly. All right, don't squander time here. Ethan nudged Owen playfully with his elbow. Go find your patrol partner. I can see your body is here, but your heart has already flown to Mia. Owen, caught in his playful accusation, showed no sign of embarrassment, scratching his head sheepishly. Well then, I'll be off. See you later. Ethan waved him off with a smile, returning to his own affairs as he watched Owen depart.